A Study of History. By Arnold J. Toynbee. Dolores. So pitum recreant vulnera viva animam. Anon. Abridgment. Of Volume 7x. Preface. I am fortunate in having twice had Mr. Somervell for my partner. After having first abridged volumes I6 of A Study of History, he has now done the same skillful work on Volume 7x. So the reader now has at his command a uniform abridgment of the whole book, made by a clear mind that has not only mastered the contents but has entered into the writer's outlook and purpose. In the production of this second installment of the abridgment, Mr. Somervell and I have worked together in the same way as before. In going through Mr. Somervell's script before publication, I have rarely suggested putting in again anything that he has left out. A writer is usually not a good judge of what it is best to cut out of his own work, and Mr. Somervell has a wonderfully good eye for this, as will have been found by anyone who has compared the first installment of his abridgment with the original. This time, as before, I have practically confined myself to working over the passages that he has retained, and so making them my own as well as his. This has not been difficult, as he has managed, as before, to keep to my words to a large extent in reproducing the gist of my meaning. Where he has added points and illustrations of his own, as he has done here and there, I have been glad to see something that is his coalesce with what is mine. For a long book like mine, in a busy age like this, it is a boon to be abbreviated in a first-rate abridgment, such as Mr. Somervell's is. This makes the book accessible to readers who might not have had the patience, or at any rate not the time, to read the original. To my mind, the original and the abridgment are complementary. Some readers of the second installment of the abridgment may, I hope, be led on, as I know some readers of the first have been, to dip into the original, if not to read the whole of it, and some intrepid readers of the original may find the abridgment, too, useful for recalling the general argument and structure of the book. In some ways, the deftest piece of Mr. Somervell's work seems to me to be the concluding summary of his abridgment of all 10 volumes of the original. Our cooperation over both installments of the abridgment has been a very happy experience for me. December 1, 1955. Arnold Toynbee. Contents. Preface by Arnold Toynbee. Note by the maker of this abridgment. 6 Universal States. XXIII. Ends or means. XXIV. The mirage of immortality. XXV. Sic vos non vobis. 1. The conductivity of universal states. 2. The psychology of peace. 3. The serviceability of imperial institutions. Communications. Garrisons and colonies. Provinces. Capital cities. Official languages and scripts. Law. Calendars, weights and measures, money. Standing armies. Civil services. Citizenships. 7 Universal Churches. XXVI. Alternative conceptions of the relation of universal churches to civilizations. 1. Churches as cancers. 2. Churches as chrysalises. 3. Churches as a higher species of society. A. A new classification. B. The significance of the Church's past. C. The conflict between heart and head. D. The promise of the Church's future. XXVII. The role of civilizations in the lives of churches. 1. Civilizations as overtures. 2. Civilizations as regressions. XXVIII. The challenge of militancy on earth. 8 Heroic ages. XXIX. The course of the tragedy. 1. A social barrage. 2. The accumulation of pressure. 3. The cataclysm and its consequences. 4. Fancy and fact. Note, the monstrous regiment of women. 9 Contacts between civilizations in space. XXX. An expansion of the field of study. XXXI. A survey of encounters between contemporary civilizations. 1. A plan of operations. 2. Operations according to plan. A. Encounters with the modern Western civilization. I. The modern West and Russia. 2. The modern West and the main body of Orthodox Christendom. 3. The modern West and the Hindu world. 4. The modern West and the Islamic world. V. The modern West and the Jews 171. 6. The modern West and the Far Eastern and indigenous American civilizations. 7. Characteristics of the encounters between the modern West and its contemporaries. B. Encounters with medieval Western Christendom. I. The flow and ebb of the Crusades. 2. The medieval West and the Syriac world. 3. The medieval West and Greek Orthodox Christendom. C. Encounters between civilizations of the first two generations. I. Encounters with the post-Alexandrine Hellenic civilization. 2. Encounters with the pre-Alexandrine Hellenic civilization. 3. Tares and wheat. XXXII. The drama of encounters between contemporaries. 1. Concatenations of encounters. 2. Diversities of response. XXXIII. The consequences of encounters between contemporaries. 1. Aftermaths of unsuccessful assaults. 2. Aftermaths of successful assaults. A. Effects on the body social. B. Responses of the soul. I. Dehumanization. 2. Zelotism and Herodianism. 3. Evangelism. Note, Asia and Europe, Facts and Fantasies. X. Contacts between civilizations in time. Thursiv. A survey of Renaissances. 1. Introduction. The Renaissance. 2. Renaissances of political ideas and institutions. 3. Renaissances of systems of law. 4. Renaissances of philosophies. 5. Renaissances of languages and literatures. 6. Renaissances of visual arts. 7. Renaissances of religious ideals and institutions. 11. Law and freedom in history. XXXV. The problem. 1. The meaning of law. 2. The antinomianism of modern Western historians. 30. The amenability of human affairs to laws of nature. 1. A survey of the evidence. A. The private affairs of individuals. B. The industrial affairs of a modern Western society. C. The rivalries of parochial states, the balance of power. D. The disintegrations of civilizations. E. The growths of civilizations. F. There is no armor against fate. 2. Possible explanations of the currency of laws of nature in history. 3. Are laws of nature current in history inexorable or controllable? XXXVII. The recalcitrance of human nature to laws of nature. 38. The law of God. 12. The prospects of the Western civilization. 36. The need for this inquiry. XL. The inconclusiveness of a priori answers. XLI. The testimony of the histories of the civilizations. 1. Western experiences with non-Western precedents. 2. Unprecedented Western experiences. XLII. Technology, war, and government. 1. Prospects of a Third World War. 2. Towards a future world order. Slyin. Technology, class conflict, and employment. 1. The nature of the problem. 2. Mechanization and private enterprise. 3. Alternative approaches to social harmony. 4. Possible costs of social justice. 5. Living happy ever after. 13. Conclusion. XLIV. How this book came to be written. Argument. Index. A study of history. 6. Universal states. XXIII ends or means. The starting point of this book was a search for fields of historical study which would be intelligible in themselves within their own limits of space and time, without reference to extraneous historical events. The search for these self-contained units led us to find them in societies of the species we called civilizations, and so far we have been working on the assumption that a comparative study of the genesis, growths, breakdowns, and disintegrations of the 21 civilizations that we have succeeded in identifying would comprehend everything of any significance in the history of mankind since the time when the first civilizations emerged from the primitive societies. Yet from time to time we have stumbled upon indications that this, our first, master key might not serve to unlock all the doors through which we have to pass to reach our mental journey's end. Near the outset, in the act of identifying as many civilizations as were known to have existed, we found that certain of them were related to one another in a manner which we called apparentation and affiliation, and we found also that the evidences of this relationship were certain characteristic social products of a dominant minority, an internal proletariat, and an external proletariat, into which the apparent society split up in the course of its disintegration. It appeared that dominant minorities produced philosophies which sometimes gave inspirations to universal states, that internal proletariats produced higher religions which sought to embody themselves in universal churches, and that external proletariats produced heroic ages which were the tragedies of barbarian warbands. In the aggregate, these experiences and institutions manifestly constitute a link between an apparent and an affiliated civilization. Moreover, this link in the time dimension between two non-contemporary civilizations is not the only kind of relation between civilizations that a comparative study of universal states, universal churches, and heroic ages brings to light. These fractions, into which civilizations, after breakdown, disintegrate, acquire a liberty to enter into social and cultural combinations with alien elements derived from other contemporary civilizations. Some universal states have been the handiwork of alien empire builders, some higher religions have been animated by alien inspirations, and some barbarian warbands have imbibed a tincture of alien culture. Universal states, universal churches, and heroic ages thus link together contemporary, as well as non-contemporary, civilizations, and this raises the question whether we have been justified in treating them as mere byproducts of the disintegration of some single civilization. Ought we not now to try to study them on their own merits? Until we have examined the claims of institutions of each of these three kinds to be intelligible fields of study in themselves, and have also considered the alternative possibility that they might be parts of some larger whole embracing them and the civilizations alike, we cannot be sure that we have brought within our purview the whole of human history above the primitive level. Thus further inquiry was the task that we set ourselves at the end of Part V of this study, and we shall now try to acquit ourselves of it in Parts 6, 7, and 8. For the present, then, we are concerned with the universal states, and we may begin by asking whether they are ends in themselves or means towards something beyond them. Our best approach to this question may be to remind ourselves of certain salient features of universal states that we have already ascertained. In the first place, they arise after, and not before, the breakdowns of the civilizations to whose bodies social they bring political unity. They are not summers but Indian summers, masking autumn and presaging winter. In the second place, they are the products of dominant minorities, that is, of once creative minorities that have lost their creative power. This negativeness is the hallmark of their authorship and also the essential condition of their establishment and maintenance. This, however, is not the whole picture, for besides being accompaniments of social breakdown and products of dominant minorities, universal states display a third salient feature. They are the expressions of a rally, and a particularly notable one in a process of disintegration that works itself out in successive pulsations of lapse and rally followed by relapse, and it is this last feature that strikes the imagination and evokes the gratitude of the generation that lives to see the successful establishment of a universal state set a term at last to a time of troubles that had previously been gathering momentum from successive failures of the repeated attempts to stem it. Taken together, these features present a picture of universal states that, at first sight, looks ambiguous. They are symptoms of social disintegration, yet at the same time they are attempts to check this disintegration and defy it. The tenacity with which universal states, when once established, cling to life is one of their most conspicuous features, but it should not be mistaken for true vitality. It is rather the obstinate longevity of the old who refuse to die. In fact, universal states show a strong tendency to behave as if they were ends in themselves, whereas in truth they represent a phase in a process of social disintegration and, if they have any significance beyond that, can only have it in virtue of being a means to some end that is outside and beyond them. XXIV The mirage of immortality. If we look at these universal states, not as alien observers but through the eyes of their own citizens, we shall find that these not only desire that these earthly commonwealths of theirs should live forever but actually believe that the immortality of these human institutions is assured, and this sometimes in the teeth of contemporary events which, to an observer posted at a different standpoint in time or space, declare beyond question that this particular universal state is at that very moment in its last agonies. Why is it, such an observer might well ask, that, in defiance of apparently plain facts, the citizens of a universal state are prone to regard it, not as a night's shelter in the wilderness, but as the promised land, the goal of human endeavors? It should be said, however, that this sentiment is confined to the citizens of universal states established by indigenous empire builders. No Indian, for example, either desired or foretold the immortality of the British Raj. In the history of the Roman Empire, which was the universal state of the Hellenic civilization, we find the generation that had witnessed the establishment of the Pax Augusta asserting, in evidently sincere good faith, that the empire and the city that had built it have been endowed with a common immortality. Tibullus, circa 54-18 B.C., sings of the walls of the eternal city, while Virgil, 70-19 B.C., makes his Iapeter, speaking of the future Roman scions of Aeneas' race, say, I give them empire without end. Livy writes with the same assurance of the city founded for eternity. Horace, sceptic though he was, in claiming immortality for his odes, takes as his concrete measure of eternity the repetition of the annual round of the religious ritual of the Roman city-state. The odes are still alive on the lips of men. How much longer their immortality will continue is uncertain, for the number of those who can quote them has been sadly diminished in recent times by changes in educational fashions, but at least they have lived 4 or 5 times as long as the Roman pagan ritual. More than 400 years after the age of Horace and Virgil, after the sack of Rome by Alaric has already announced the end, we find the Gallic poet Rutilius Nemesianus still defiantly asserting Rome's immortality, and Saint Jerome, in scholarly retreat at Jerusalem, interrupting his theological labors to express his grief and stupefaction in language almost identical with that of Rutilius. The pagan official and the Christian father are united in their emotional reactions to an event which, as we now see it, had been inevitable for generations. The shock administered by the fall of Rome in AD 410 to the citizens of a transient universal state which they had mistaken for an everlasting habitation has its counterpart in the shock suffered by the subjects of the Arab Caliphate when Baghdad fell to the Mongols in AD 1258. In the Roman world the shock was felt from Palestine to Gaul, in the Arab world from Fargana to Andalusia. The intensity of the psychological effect is even more remarkable in this than in the Roman case, for, by the time when Hulagu gave the Abbasid Caliphate its coup de grace, its sovereignty had been ineffective for 3 or 4 centuries over the greater part of the vast domain nominally subject to it. This halo of an illusory immortality, worn by moribund universal states, often persuades the more prudent barbarian leaders, in the very act of parceling out their dominions among themselves, to acknowledge an equally illusory subjection. The Amaloon leaders of the Aryan Ostrogoths and the Buwahid leaders of the Shi'i Dalamels saw title for their conquests by ruling them, in official theory, as vicegerents of the emperor at Constantinople and the caliph at Baghdad respectively, and, though this tactful handling of a senile universal state did not avail, in their case, to avert the doom to which both these warbands condemned themselves by clinging to their distinctive religious heresies, the same political maneuver was brilliantly successful when executed by fellow barbarians who had the sagacity or good fortune to be at the same time impeccable in their professions of religious faith. Clovis the Frank, for example, the most successful of all the founders of barbarian successor states of the Roman Empire, followed up his conversion to Catholicism by obtaining from the Emperor Anastasius in distant Constantinople the title of proconsul with the consular insignia. His success is attested by the fact that in later ages no less than 18 royal Louis, reigning in the land that he conquered, bore a modified variant of his name. The Ottoman Empire, which became, as we have seen in an earlier part of this study, the universal state of a Byzantine civilization, exhibited the same characteristics of illusory immortality at a time when it had already become the sick man of Europe. The ambitious warlords who were carving out for themselves successor states emerged: Ali in Egypt and Syria, an Ali of Yanina in Albania and Greece, and a Pasvaniklu of Vidin in the northwestern corner of Rumlia were sedulous in doing in the Padishah's name all that they were doing to his detriment in their own private interests. When the Western powers followed in their footsteps, they adopted the same fictions. Great Britain, for example, administered Cyprus from 1878 and Egypt from 1882 in the name of the Sultan at Constantinople until she found herself at war with Turkey in 1914. The Mughal universal state of the Hindu civilization displays the same features. Within half a century of the Emperor Aurangzeb's death in AD 1707, an empire which had once exercised effective sovereignty over the greater part of the Indian subcontinent had been whittled down to a torso some 250 miles long and 100 miles broad. After another half-century it had been reduced to the circuit of the walls of the Red Fort at Delhi. Yet, 150 years after AD 1707, a descendant of Akbar and Aurangzeb was still squatting on their throne, and might have been left there much longer if the mutineers of 1857 had not forced this poor puppet, against his wishes, to give his blessing to their revolt against a Raj from overseas which had, after a period of anarchy, replaced the long-extinct Mughal Raj which he still symbolized. A still more remarkable testimony to the tenacity of the belief in the immortality of universal states is the practice of evoking their ghosts after they have proved themselves mortal by expiring. The Abbasid Caliphate of Baghdad was thus resuscitated in the shape of the Abbasid Caliphate of Cairo, and the Roman Empire in the shape of the Holy Roman Empire of the West and the East Roman Empire of Orthodox Christendom, and the Empire of the Tizin and Han dynasties in the shape of the Sui and Tiang Empire of the Far Eastern civilization. The surname of the founder of the Roman Empire was revived in the titles Kaiser and Tsar, and the title of Caliph, which originally meant successor of Muhammad, after haunting Cairo, passed on to Istanbul, where it survived until its abolition at the hands of westernizing revolutionists in the 20th century. These are only a selection from the wealth of historical examples illustrating the fact that the belief in the immortality of universal states survives for centuries after it has been confuted by plain hard facts. What are the causes of this strange phenomenon? One manifest cause is the potency of the impression made by the founders and the great rulers of universal states, an impression handed on to a receptive posterity with an emphasis which exaggerates an imposing truth into an overwhelming legend. Another cause is the impressiveness of the institution itself, apart from the genius displayed by its greatest rulers. A universal state captivates hearts and minds because it is the embodiment of a rally from the long unhalted route of a time of troubles, and it was this aspect of the Roman Empire that eventually won the admiration of originally hostile Greek men of letters, writing in the age of the Antonines, which Gibbon long afterwards was to adjudge the period when the human race attained its highest point of felicity. There is no salvation in the exercise of a dominion divorced from power. To find oneself under the dominion of one's superiors is a second-best alternative, but this second best proved to be the best of all in our present experience of the Roman Empire. This happy experience has moved the whole world to cleave to Rome with might and main. The world would no more think of seceding from Rome than a ship's crew would think of parting company with the pilot. You must have seen bats in a cave clinging tight to one another and to the rocks, and this is an apt image of the whole world's dependence on Rome. In every heart today the focus of anxiety is the fear of becoming detached from the cluster. The thought of being abandoned by Rome is so appalling that it precludes any thought of wantonly abandoning her. there is an end of those disputes over sovereignty and prestige which were the causes of the outbreak of all the wars of the past, and, while some of the nations, like noiselessly flowing water, are delightfully quiet, rejoicing in their release from toil and trouble, and aware at last that all their old struggles were to no purpose, there are other nations which do not even know or remember whether they once sat in the seat of power. In fact, we are witnessing a new version of the Pamphylians' myth, or is it Plato's own? At a moment when the states of the world were already laid out on the funeral pyre as the victims of their own fratricidal strife and turmoil, they were all at once presented with the Roman dominion and straightway came to life again. How they arrived at this condition they are unable to say. They know nothing about it, and can only marvel at their present well-being. They are like sleepers awakened who have come to themselves and now dismiss from their thoughts the dreams that obsessed them only a moment ago. They no longer find it credible that there were ever such things as wars. The entire inhabited world now keeps perpetual holiday. So that the only people who still need pity for the good things that they are missing are those outside your empire, if there are any such people left. 1. This quaint scepticism on the question whether there were in fact any people worth mentioning outside the Roman Empire is characteristic, and is our justification for calling such institutions universal states. They were universal not geographically but psychologically. Horace, for example, in one of his odes, tells us that he does not bother about the threats of Tiridates. The king of Parthia no doubt existed, but he simply did not matter. In a similar vein, the Manchu emperors of the Far Eastern universal state assumed in their diplomatic dealings that all governments, including those of the Western world, had at some unspecified period in the past received permission to exist from the Chinese authorities. And yet the reality of these universal states was something very different from the brilliant surface that they presented to Aelius Aristides and their other panegyrists in various ages and various climes. An obscure divinity of the Nubian marches of the Egyptiac universal state was transfigured by the genius of Hellenic mythology into a mortal king of the Ethiopians who had the misfortune to be loved by Eos, the immortal goddess of the dawn. The goddess besought her fellow Olympians to confer on her human lover the immortality which she and her peers enjoyed, and, jealous though they were of their divine privileges, she teased them into yielding at last to her feminine importunity. Yet even this grudging gift was marred by a fatal flaw, for the eager goddess had forgotten that the Olympians' immortality was mated with an everlasting youth, and the other immortals had spitefully taken care to grant her no more than her bare request. The consequence was both ironic and tragic. After a honeymoon that flashed past in the twinkling of an Olympian eye, Eos and her now immortal but still inexorably aging mate found themselves condemned for eternity to grieve together over Tithonus's hapless plight. A senility to which the merciful hand of death could never set a term was an affliction that no mortal man could ever be made to suffer, and an eternal grief was an obsession that left no room for any other thought or feeling. For any human soul or human institution, an immortality in this world would prove a martyrdom, even if it were unaccompanied by either physical decrepitude or mental senility. In this sense, wrote the philosophic emperor Marcus Aurelius, AD 161–80, it would be true to say that any man of 40 who is endowed with moderate intelligence has seen in the light of the uniformity of nature the entire past and future, and, if this estimate of the capacity of human souls for experience strikes the reader as an inordinately low one, he may find the reason in the age in which Marcus lived, for an Indian summer is an age of boredom. The price of the Roman peace was the forfeiture of Hellenic liberty, and, though that liberty might always have been the privilege of a minority, and this privileged minority might have turned irresponsible and oppressive, it was manifest in retrospect that the turbulent wickedness of the Ciceronian climax of an Hellenic time of troubles had provided a wealth of exciting and inspiring themes for Roman public speakers which their epigoni in a smugly ordered Trajanic epoch might conventionally condemn as horrors, not nostri seculi, but must secretly envy, as they found themselves perpetually failing in their laborious efforts to substitute far-fetched artifice for the stimulus of importunate life. On the morrow of the breakdown of the Hellenic society, Plato, anxiously seeking to safeguard it against a further fall by pegging it in a securely rigid posture, had idealized the comparative stability of the Egyptiac culture, and 1,000 years later, when this Egyptiac culture was still in being while the Hellenic civilization had arrived at its last agonies, the last of the Neoplatonists pushed their reputed master's sentiment to an almost frenzied pitch of uncritical admiration. Thanks to the obstinacy of the Egyptiac universal state in again and again insisting on returning to life after its body had been duly laid on the salutary funeral pyre, the Egyptiac civilization lived to see its contemporaries the Minoan, the Sumeric, and the Indus culture all pass away and give place to successors of a younger generation, some of which had passed away in their turn while the Egyptiac society still kept alive. Egyptiac students of history could have observed the birth and death of the first Syriac, Hittite, and Babylonic offspring of the Sumeric civilization and the rise and decline of the Syriac and Hellenic offspring of the Minoan. Yet the fabulously long drawn-out epilogue to the broken-down Egyptiac society's natural term of life was but an alternation of long stretches of boredom with hectic bouts of demonic energy, into which this somnolent society was galvanized by the impact of alien bodies social. The same rhythm of trance-like somnolence alternating with outbursts of fanatical xenophobia can be discerned in the epilogue to the history of the Far Eastern civilization in China. The tincture of Far Eastern Christian culture in the Mongols who had forced upon China an alien universal state evoked a reaction in which the Mongols were evicted and their dominion replaced by the indigenous universal state of the Ming. Even the Manchu barbarians, who stepped into the political vacuum created by the Ming's collapse, and whose taint of Far Eastern Christian culture was less noticeable than their receptivity in adopting the Chinese way of life, aroused a popular opposition which, in southern China at any rate, never ceased to maintain itself underground and broke out into the open again in the Taiping insurrection of AD 1852-64. The infiltration of the early modern Western civilization, in its Catholic Christian form, in the 16th and 17th centuries provoked the proscription of Catholicism in the first quarter of the 18th century. The blasting open of the sea gates of China for Western trade between AD 1839 and AD 1861 provoked the retort of the anti-Western Boxer Rising of AD 1900, and the Manchu dynasty was overthrown in AD 1911 in retribution for the double crime of being ineradicably alien itself and at the same time showing itself incompetent to keep the now far more formidable alien force of Western penetration at bay. Happily life is kinder than legend, and the sentence of immortality which mythology passed on Tithonus is commuted, for the benefit of the universal states of history, to a not interminable longevity. Marcus's disillusioned man of 40 must die at last though he may outlive his zest for life by 50 or 60 years, and a universal state that kicks again and again against the pricks of death will weather away in the course of ages, like the pillar of salt that was fabled to be the petrified substance of a once living woman. 1 Aristides, P. Elias, A.D. 117-89 in Romum. XXV sic vos non vobis. Sic vos non vobis maleficatus, apes. Thus you bees make honey, but not only for yourselves. 1 The hackneyed quotation expresses through a homely simile the paradoxical position of universal states in the scheme of history. These imposing polities are the last works of dominant minorities in the disintegrating bodies social of moribund civilizations. Their conscious purpose is to preserve themselves by conserving the wasting energies of the society with whose fortunes their own are bound up. This purpose is never in the long run fulfilled. Nonetheless, these byproducts of social disintegration have a part to play in fresh acts of creation. They serve others when they fail to save themselves. If a universal state finds its significance as a means for the performance of services, who are its beneficiaries? They must be one or other of 3 possible candidates for the part: the internal proletariat or external proletariat of the moribund society itself, or some alien civilization which is its contemporary, and in serving the internal proletariat a universal state will be ministering to one of the higher religions that make their epiphany in the internal proletariat's bosom. In the words of Bossuet, all the great empires which we have seen on the earth have contributed by divers means to the good of religion and the glory of God, as God himself has declared by his prophets. I. The conductivity of universal states. Our next task is to make an empirical survey of the services involuntarily offered by universal states and of the uses made of these facilities by internal proletariats, external proletariats, and alien civilizations, but we have first to find the answer to a preliminary question: how can any services be rendered to anyone by an institution which is passive, conservative, archaistic, and in fact negative in every respect? How, in the terms of the expressive cynic notation for the rhythm of the universe, can so unpromising a yin state give rise to a new burst of yang activity? It is easy, of course, to see that, if once a spark of creative energy has been kindled in the shelter of a universal state, it will have a chance of swelling into a steady flame which it might never have had if it had been exposed to the buffeting blast of a time of troubles. But this service, though valuable, is negative. What feature in the social situation arising under a universal state is the positive source of that new capacity to create which is the supreme benefit that a universal state confers on its beneficiaries, though apparently it cannot profit by it in the long run for its own account? Perhaps one clue is to be found in the tendency shown by archaism to defeat itself by being inveigled into construction in its efforts to make things work. For example, the inclusion of the surviving fabric of the shattered society within the universal state's political framework does not avail either to restore what has already perished or to prevent the progressive collapse of the remainder, and the menace of this immense and constantly extending social vacuum compels the government to act against its own inclinations and construct stopgap institutions to fill the void. A classic example of this necessity of stepping ever farther into an ever-widening breach is afforded by the administrative history of the Roman Empire during the 2 centuries following its establishment. The Roman secret of government was the principle of indirect rule. The Hellenic universal state was conceived of by its Roman founders as an association of self-governing cities with a fringe of autonomous principalities in regions where the Hellenic culture had not yet struck political root. The burden of administration was to be left to these local authorities. This policy was never deliberately revised, yet, if we resurvey the empire at the end of 2 centuries of the Roman peace, we shall find that the administrative structure has been in fact transformed. The client principalities have been turned into provinces, and the provinces themselves have become organs of direct and centralized administration. The human resources for the conduct of local government gradually ran dry, and the central government, faced with this increasing dearth of local administrative talent, found itself constrained not only to replace client princes by imperial governors but to put the administration of the city-states into the hands of appointed managers. By the end of the story, the whole administration of the empire had passed into the hands of a hierarchically organized bureaucracy. The central authorities had been no more eager to impose these changes than the local authorities to suffer them, both alike had been victims of force majeure. Nonetheless, the consequences were revolutionary, because these new institutions were highly conductive. In a previous context, pages 455 to 505, we have seen that 2 leading features of an age of social disintegration are a sense of promiscuity and a sense of unity, and, though these 2 psychological tendencies may be antithetical from a subjective standpoint, they conspire to produce an identical objective result. This dominant spirit of the age endows these new stopgap institutions thrown up by a universal state with a conductivity comparable to that which the ocean and the steppe derive, not from their human psychological atmosphere, but from their own physical nature. As the surface of the earth bears all mankind, so Rome receives all the peoples of the earth into her bosom, as the rivers are received by the sea. Thus wrote Aelius Aristides, whom we have quoted already, and the same simile was employed by the writer of this study in a passage written before he had become acquainted with the work of Aristides. The writer can best express his personal feeling about the empire in a parable. It was like the sea round whose shores its network of city-states was strung. The Mediterranean seems at first sight a poor substitute for the rivers that have given their waters to make it. Those were living waters, whether they ran muddy or clear. The sea seems just salt and still and dead. But, as soon as we study the sea, we find movement and life there also. There are silent currents circulating perpetually from one part of the sea to another, and the surface water that seems to be lost by evaporation is not really lost, but will descend in distant places and seasons, with its bitterness all distilled away, as life-giving rain. And, as those surface waters are drawn off into the clouds, their place is taken by lower layers continually rising from the depths. The sea itself is in constant and creative motion, but the influence of this great body of waters extends far beyond its shores. One finds it softening the extremes of temperature, quickening the vegetation, and prospering the life of animals and men, in the distant heart of continents and among peoples that have never heard its name. 1. The social movements that make their way through the conductive medium of a universal state are in fact both horizontal and vertical. Examples of horizontal motion are the circulation of medicinal herbs in the Roman Empire, according to the testimony of the elder Pliny in his Historia Naturalis, and the spread of the use of paper from the eastern to the western extremity of the Arab Caliphate. Reaching Samarkand from China in AD 751, its use had spread to Baghdad by AD 793, to Cairo by AD 900, to Fez, almost within sight of the Atlantic, by about AD 1100, and to Jaitiva in the Iberian Peninsula by AD 1150. The vertical movements are sometimes more elusive but often more important in their social effects, as is illustrated by the history of the Tokugawa shogunate, which was the universal state of the Far Eastern society in Japan. The Tokugawa regime set itself to insulate Japan from the rest of the world, and was successful for nearly 2 centuries in maintaining this political tour de force, but it found itself powerless to arrest the course of social change within an insulated Japanese empire, in spite of an effort to petrify a feudal system, inherited from the preceding time of troubles, into a permanent dispensation. The penetration of money economy into Japan caused a slow but irresistible revolution, culminating in the breakdown of feudal government and the resumption of intercourse with foreign countries after more than 200 years of seclusion. What opened the doors was not a summons from without but an explosion from within. One of the first effects of the new economic forces was an increase in the wealth of the townspeople, gained at the expense of the samurai and also of the peasants. The daimyo and their retainers spent their money on luxuries produced by the artisans and sold by the tradesmen, so that by about the year AD 1700, it is said, nearly all their gold and silver had passed into the hands of the townspeople. They then began to buy goods on credit. Before long they were deeply in debt to the merchant class, and were obliged to pledge, or to make forced sales of, their tax rice. Abuses and disaster followed thick and fast. The merchants took to rice broking, and then to speculating. It was the members of one class only, and not all of them, who profited by these conditions. These were the merchants, in particular the brokers and money lenders, despised shonen or townsmen, who in theory might be killed with impunity by any samurai for mere disrespectful language. Their social status still remained low, but they held the purse and they were in the ascendant. By the year 1700 they were already one of the strongest and most enterprising elements in the state, and the military caste was slowly losing its influence. 1. If we regard the year AD 1590, in which Hideyoshi overcame the last resistance to his dictatorship, as the date of the foundation of the Japanese universal state, we perceive that it took little more than a century for the rising of the lower layers of water from the depths to the surface to produce a bloodless social revolution in a society which Hideyoshi's successors had sought to freeze into an almost platonically utopian immobility. The result is the more impressive by reason of the fact that the universal state of the Tokugawa shogunate was culturally homogeneous to an unusually high degree. Illustrations of the conductivity of universal states can be drawn from every other instance of which we have sufficient historical knowledge. 2. The psychology of peace. A universal state is imposed by its founders, and accepted by its subjects, as a panacea for the ills of a time of troubles. In psychological terms it is an institution for establishing and maintaining concord, and this is the true remedy for a rightly diagnosed disease. The disease is that of a house being divided against itself, and this schism cuts both ways. There is the horizontal schism between contending social classes and the vertical schism between warring states. The paramount aim of the empire builders, in making a universal state out of the power that emerges as the sole survivor of the wars between the parochial states of the preceding age, is to establish concord with their fellow members of the dominant minorities in the parochial states which they have conquered. Nonviolence, however, is a state of mind and a principle of behavior that cannot be confined to one compartment of social life. Therefore the concord which a dominant minority is moved to seek in its own domestic relations has to be extended to the dominant minority's relations with the internal and external proletariats and with any alien civilizations with which the disintegrating civilization is in contact. This universal concord profits its diverse beneficiaries in different degrees. While it enables the dominant minority to recuperate to some extent, it brings a greater relative access of strength to the proletariat. For the life has already gone out of the dominant minority, and all the spices of concord can but prolong decay, to adapt Byron's irreverent comment on the corpse of King George III, whereas these same spices serve as fertilizers to the proletariat. Accordingly, during the armistice established by a universal state, the proletariat must increase and the dominant minority must decrease. The toleration practiced by the founders of a universal state, for the negative purpose of eliminating strife among themselves, gives the internal proletariat a chance to found a universal church, while the atrophy of the martial spirit among the subjects of the universal state gives the external proletariat of barbarians, or a neighboring alien civilization, a chance of breaking in and seizing for itself the dominion over an internal proletariat that has been conditioned to be passive on the political plane, however active on the religious. The relative incapacity of the dominant minority to profit by the conditions that this minority itself has called into existence is illustrated by its almost invariable failure to propagate a philosophy or a fancy religion of its own from above downwards. On the other hand, it is remarkable to observe how effective a use the internal proletariat are apt to make of the pacific atmosphere of a universal state for propagating, from below upwards, a higher religion, and eventually establishing a universal church. The Middle Empire of Egypt, for instance, which was the original Egyptiac universal state, was used to this effect by the Assyrian Church. The Neo-Babylonian Empire, which was the Babyonic universal state, and its successive alien successor states, the Achaemenian, Persian, Empire and the Seleucid monarchy, were similarly used by Judaism and its sister religion Zoroastrianism. The opportunities offered by the Roman peace were seized by a number of competing proletarian religions by the worships of Cybele and Isis and by Mithraism and Christianity. The corresponding opportunities offered by the Pax Hanukkah in the Cynic world were competed for by an Indic proletarian religion, the Mahayana, and by the indigenous Cynic proletarian religion of Taoism. The Arab Caliphate provided a comparable opportunity for Islam, and the Gupta Raj in the Indic world for Hinduism. The Mongol Empire, which for a moment extended an effective Pax Nomadia from the west coast of the Pacific to the east coast of the Baltic and from the southern fringes of the Siberian tundra to the northern fringes of the Arabian desert and the Burmese jungle, struck the imaginations of the missionaries of a host of rival religions with the opportunities that it offered, and, considering how brief this passing moment was, it is remarkable to observe how successfully it was turned to account. By the Nestorian and the Western Catholic Christian churches and by Islam, as well as by the Lamaist Tantric sect of Mahayanian Buddhism. The exponents of the higher religions that had thus so frequently profited by the favorable social and psychological climate of a universal state had in some cases been conscious of the boon and had ascribed its bestowal to the one true God in whose name they had been preaching. In the eyes of the authors of the books of Deutero-Isaiah, Ezra, and Nehemiah, the Achaemenian Empire was the chosen instrument of Yahweh for the propagation of Judaism, and Pope Leo the Great, AD 440–61, similarly regarded the Roman Empire as providentially ordained by God to facilitate the spread of Christianity. In his 82nd sermon he wrote, in order that the effects of this ineffable act of grace, i.e. the Incarnation, might be spread throughout the world, God's providence previously brought into existence the Roman Empire. The idea became a commonplace of Christian thought, and reappears, for example, in Milton's Ode on the morning of Christ's Nativity. No war or battles sound. was heard the world around. The idol spear and shield were high uphung. The hooked chariot stood, unstained by hostile blood. The trumpet spake not to the armed throng. And kings sat still with awful eye, as if they surely knew their sovereign Lord was by. An opportunity so marvelous might well seem heaven sent, yet, in the relation between a successful missionary church and the universal state within which it works, the climate of toleration, which gives it a favorable start, does not always persist till the end of the story, and is sometimes transformed into its opposite. There have, no doubt, been cases in which there was no such sinister outcome. The Assyrian Church never suffered persecution and was ultimately amalgamated with the religion of the Egyptiac dominant minority. Peace likewise seems to have been preserved in the Sinic world between the Mahayana and the Taoist Church on the one side and the Han Empire on the other until the Sinic universal state went into dissolution towards the end of the 2nd century of the Christian era. When we come to Judaism and Zoroastrianism, we cannot tell what their ultimate relations would have been with either the Neo-Babylonian or the Achaemenian Empire, since each of these universal states had its life cut short at an early stage of its history. We only know that, when the Achaemenian regime was abruptly replaced by the Seleucid and eventually, west of the Euphrates, by the Roman, the impact of an alien Hellenic culture, of which the Seleucid and the Roman powers were the successive political instruments, deflected both Judaism and Zoroastrianism from their original mission of preaching a gospel of salvation to all mankind, and transformed them into weapons of cultural warfare in the Syriac society's retort to the Hellenic societies. Aggression. If the Achaemenian Empire, like its post-Hellenic avatar, the Arab Caliphate, had run out its full course, we may conjecture that, under the auspices of a tolerant Achaemenian imperial government, either Zoroastrianism or Judaism would have anticipated the achievement of Islam, which, profiting by the indifference of the Umayyads and the conscientious observance, by the Abbasids, of the tolerance prescribed towards non-Muslims who were peoples of the book, made gradual headway, uncompromised by any frustrating assistance from the civil arm, until the collapse of the Abbasid regime brought a landslide of voluntary mass conversion seeking shelter, in the courtyard of the mosque, from the storm of an approaching political interregnum. Similarly, under a Guptan empire which was a reintegration of the original Mauryan Indic universal state, the ousting of the philosophy of Buddhism by the post-Buddhaic higher religion of Hinduism was not only unopposed by the dynasty but was also unimpeded by any acts of official persecution, which would have been alien to the tolerant and syncretistic religious ethos of the Indic civilization. In contrast to these cases in which a higher religion, profiting by the peace of a universal state, has been tolerated by its government from first to last, there are others in which its peaceful progress have been interrupted by official persecutions that had either nipped it in the bud or have denatured it by goading it into going into politics or taking up arms. Western Catholic Christianity, for example, was almost completely extirpated in Japan in the 17th century and in China in the 18th. Islam in China under the Mongols gained a footing only in 2 provinces, and never became more than an alien minority, goaded by the precariousness of its position into recurrent outbursts of militancy. The untoward after-effects on Christianity of the trial of strength that was the prelude to its triumph over the Roman imperial regime were comparatively slight. During the 3 centuries ending with the conversion of Constantine, the Church was never out of danger of falling foul of Roman policy, for, besides the suspicion of private associations of all kinds that haunted the Roman state in the imperial age, there was an older and more deeply graven Roman tradition of special hostility to private societies for the practice and propagation of foreign religions, and, though the Roman government had relaxed this hard-set policy in 2 notable instances in its official reception of the worship of Cybele at the crisis of the Hannibalic War and in its persistent toleration of Judaism as a religion, even when the Jewish zealots provoked Rome into obliterating the Jewish state, the suppression of the Bacchanals in the 2nd century BC was an augury of what the Christians were to suffer in the 3rd century of their era. But the Christian Church resisted the temptation to retort to official persecution by perverting itself into a politico-military association, and was rewarded by becoming a universal church and an heir of the future. Yet the Christian Church did not come through this ordeal unscathed. Instead of taking to heart the lesson of the triumph of Christian gentleness over Roman force, she presented her discomfited persecutors with a gratuitous vindication and a posthumous moral revenge by taking to her bosom the sin which had consummated their failure. She quickly became and long remained a persecutor herself. While the internal proletariat, as the creator of higher religions, is thus the principal beneficiary on the spiritual plane of the dominant minority's achievement in creating and maintaining universal states, the benefits on the political plane are harvested by other hands. The psychology of peace under the auspices of a universal state unfits its rulers for the task of maintaining their political heritage. Accordingly, the beneficiaries of this process of psychological disarmament are neither the rulers nor the ruled, neither the dominant minority nor the internal proletariat. They are the intruders from beyond the imperial frontiers, who may be either members of the disintegrating society's external proletariat or representatives of some alien civilization. At an earlier point in this study we have observed that the event which registers the extinction of a civilization as distinct from its antecedent breakdown and disintegration is usually the occupation of the domain of the defunct society's universal state either by barbarian warlords from beyond the Pale or by conquerors coming from another society with a different culture, or in some cases by both kinds, one following at the heels of the other. The benefits secured by barbarian or alien aggressors who have succeeded in taking advantage, for their own predatory purposes, of the psychological climate induced by a universal state are obvious and, on a short view, imposing. Yet we have observed already that the barbarian invaders of the derelict domain of a crumbling universal state are heroes without a future, and posterity would surely have recognized them as being the disreputable adventurers that they are but for the retrospective glamour cast over their sordid escapades by their gift for writing their own epitaphs in the language of epic poetry. Even an Achilles can be transformed into a hero by an Iliad. As for the achievements of the militant missionaries of an alien civilization, these too are delusive and disappointing compared with the historic achievement of the churches. In two instances in which we know the whole story we have seen that a civilization whose universal state has been prematurely cut short by alien conquerors is capable of going to earth, hibernating for centuries, biding its time, and eventually finding its opportunity to expel the intrusive civilization and resume the universal state phase of its history at the point where this had been interrupted. The Indic civilization achieved this tour de force after nearly 600 years, and the Syriac after nearly 1,000 years, of submergence beneath a Hellenic flood. The monuments of their achievement were the Guptan Empire and the Arab Caliphate, in which they respectively resumed the universal states originally embodied in the Mauryan Empire and the Achaemenian Empire. On the other hand, the Babylonic and Egyptiac societies were eventually absorbed into the body social of the Syriac, though the Babylonic succeeded in preserving its cultural identity for about 600 years after the overthrow of the Neo-Babylonian Empire of Nebuchadnezzar by Cyrus, while the Egyptiac society maintained itself for no less than 2,000 years after the termination of its natural expectation of life with the collapse of the Middle Kingdom. On the evidence of history there are thus two alternative denouements to attempts on the part of one civilization to devour and digest another by force. The evidence shows, however, that, even when the attempt is ultimately successful, there may be a period of centuries or even millennia before the result is assured, and this might incline 20th-century historians to be chary of forecasting the outcome of the Western civilization's latter-day attempts to devour its contemporaries, considering how little time had elapsed since even the oldest of these attempts began, and how little had yet been seen of the unfolding story. In the case of the Spanish conquest of the Middle American world, for example, it might well have been supposed that, when the alien substitute, in the shape of the Spanish viceroyalty of New Spain, had been supplanted by a Republic of Mexico, which sought and gained admission into the comity of Western states, the assimilation of the Middle American society into the body social of the Western society had become an irrevocably accomplished fact. Yet the Mexican Revolution of AD 1821 had been followed by the Revolution of AD 1910, in which the buried but hibernating indigenous society had suddenly bestirred itself, raised its head, and broken through the crust of culture deposited by Castilian hands on the grave into which the conquistadores had thrust the body which they believed themselves to have slain. This portent from Middle America raised the question whether the apparent cultural conquests of Western Christendom in the Andean world and elsewhere might not likewise prove, sooner or later, to have been no more than superficial and temporary. The Far Eastern civilization in China, Korea, and Japan, which had succumbed to the influence of the West within the last century before the time of writing, was evidently far more potent than the Middle American had ever been, and, if the indigenous culture of Mexico was reasserting itself after 400 years of eclipse, it would be rash to assume that the Far Eastern culture was destined to be assimilated either by the West or by Russia. As for the Hindu world, the inauguration of two successor states of the British Raj in AD 1947 might be interpreted as a peacefully accomplished counterpart of the Mexican Revolution of AD 1821, and at the time of writing it might be forecast that in this case, as in that, an act of political emancipation which had superficially set the seal on the process of westernization by bringing the emancipated states into the comity of Western nations, might prove to have been the first step towards the cultural emancipation of a society that had been temporarily submerged by a Western tide. The Arab countries, again, which had recently been gaining admission to the Western comity of nations as independent states, had been able to achieve this ambition in virtue of their success in shaking off an Ottoman political ascendancy, and an Iranic cultural veneer, by which they had been overlaid for 4 centuries. Was there any reason to doubt that the latent survival power of the Arabic culture would not assert itself, sooner or later, against the influence of the far more alien culture of the West? The general effect of this survey of the ultimate consequences of cultural conversions is to confirm our conclusion that the sole sure beneficiary from the services afforded by a universal state is the internal proletariat. The benefits obtained by the external proletariat are always illusory, and those obtained by an alien civilization are apt to prove impermanent. 3. The serviceability of imperial institutions. Having now examined the effects of 2 general characteristics of universal states, their conductivity and their peace, we may go on to survey the services afforded to their beneficiaries by particular concrete institutions which they themselves deliberately create and maintain, but which are apt to find their historic mission in roles for which they had never been intended by their makers. Using the term institutions in a somewhat generalized sense, we may take it to cover the following: communications, garrisons and colonies, provinces, capital cities, official languages and scripts, legal systems, calendars, weights and measures, and money, armies, civil services, citizenships. Each of these will now be passed in review. Communications. Communications head the list because they are the master institution on which a universal state depends for its very existence. They are the instrument not only of its military command over its dominions but also of its political control. These man-made imperial lifelines include much more than man-made roads, for the natural highways provided by rivers, seas, and steppes are not practicable means of communication unless they are effectively policed. Means of transportation are also required. In most of the universal states so far known to history, these means had taken the form of an imperial postal service, and the postmen, if we may apply the familiar term to the officials of such a service, central and local, were very often also policemen. A public postal service seems to have been part of the machinery of the government of the Empire of Sumer and Akkad in the 3rd millennium BC. In the Achaemenian Empire, in the same part of the world 2000 years later, we find the same institutions raised to a higher level of organization and efficiency. The Achaemenian policy of utilizing the imperial communications system for maintaining the central government's control over the provinces reappears in the administration of the Roman Empire and of the Arab Caliphate. It is really not surprising that similar institutions were to be found in universal states from China to Peru. Tizin Huangti, the revolutionary founder of the Sinic universal state, was a builder of roads radiating from his capital, and employed an elaborately organized inspectorate. The Incas, likewise, consolidated their conquests by means of roads. A message could travel from Cuzco to Quito, a distance of more than 1,000 miles as the crow flies, and perhaps half as much again by road, in as short a time as 10 days. Obviously, the roads created and maintained by the governments of universal states could be used for all sorts of purposes for which they were not designed. The war bands of the invading external proletariat would have extended their depredations much less rapidly in the latter days of the Roman Empire if that empire had not unwittingly provided them with such excellent means of getting over the ground. But more interesting persons than Alaric are to be discerned on the road. When Augustus imposed the Roman peace on Pisidia, he was unconsciously paving the way for St. Paul, on his first missionary journey, to land in Pamphylia and travel unmolested to Antioch in Pisidia, Iconium, Lystra, and Derbe. And Pompey had swept the pirates off the seas in order that Paul might make his momentous last voyage from Palestinian Caesarea to Italian Puteoli without having to brave man-made perils in addition to the ordeals of tempest and shipwreck. The Roman peace proved as propitious a social environment for Paul's successors. In the latter part of the 2nd century of the Roman Empire's existence, Saint Irenaeus of Lyons was paying an implicit tribute to the easy communications of the empire when he extolled the unity of the Catholic Church throughout the Hellenic world. Having received this gospel and this faith, he writes, the Church, in spite of her dispersal throughout the world, preserves these treasures as meticulously as if she were living under one single roof. 200 years later again, a disgruntled pagan historian, Ammianus Marcellinus, complains that crowds of prelates made use of the public post horses for rushing to and fro on the business of these synods, as they call them. Our Survey 1 has brought to light so many cases in which a system of communications has been turned to account by unintended beneficiaries that we may regard this tendency as illustrating an historical law, and in AD 1952 this conclusion raised a momentous question about the future of the westernizing world in which the writer of this study and his contemporaries were living. By the year AD 1952 the initiative and skill of Western man had been engaged for some 4.5 centuries in knitting together the whole habitable and traversable surface of the planet by a system of communications, operated by a technique which was constantly accelerating its pace. The wooden caravels and galleons, rigged for sailing in the eye of the wind, which had enabled the pioneer mariners of modern Western Europe to make themselves masters of all the oceans, had given way to mechanically propelled iron ships of relatively gigantic size. Dirt tracks traveled by 6-horse coaches had been replaced by macadamized and concrete-floored roads traveled by automobiles, railways had competed with roads, and aircraft with all landborne and waterborne conveyances. Concurrently, means of communication which did not require the physical transportation of human bodies had been conjured up and put into operation, in the shape of telegraphs, telephones, and wireless transmission, visual as well as auditory by radio. Never before had so large an area been made so highly conducive to every form of human intercourse. These developments foreshadowed the eventual unification, on the political level, of the society in which these technological portents had appeared. At the time of writing, however, the political prospects of the Western world were still obscure, for, even though an observer might feel certain that political unity would come about in some form sooner or later, neither the date nor the manner of it could yet be divined. In a world which was still partitioned politically among 60 or 70 self-assertively sovereign parochial states, but which had already invented the atom bomb, it was manifest that political unity might be imposed by the familiar method of the knockout blow, and it was also probable that, if peace was thus to be imposed in this case, as it had been in so many others, by the arbitrary fiat of a single surviving great power, the price of unification by force, in terms of moral, psychological, social, and political, not to mention material, devastation, would be relatively still higher than it had been in other cases of the same kind. At the same time it was possible that this political unification might be achieved by the alternative method of voluntary cooperation. But, whatever solution might be found for this problem, it could be confidently predicted that the new worldwide network of communications would find its historic mission in the familiar ironic role of being turned to account by unintended beneficiaries. Who would draw the largest benefits in this case? Hardly the barbarians of the external proletariat. Though we have already developed, and may again develop, neo-barbarian Attilas, renegades of perverted civilization, in our midst, in the shape of Hitler and his like. Our worldwide system has little to fear from the pitiable remnants of the genuine barbarians beyond the pale. One, on the other hand, the extant higher religions, whose domains had been linked up with one another and with the dwindling tenements of pagan primitive man, had already begun to take advantage of their opportunities. St. Paul, who had once ventured from the Orient to the Tiber, had been eagerly venturing forth on broader seas than the Mediterranean. On board a Portuguese caravel he had rounded the Cape on his second journey to India, and, farther afield again, through the Straits of Malacca, on his third journey to China. 3. Transhipping to a Spanish galleon, the indefatigable apostle had crossed the Atlantic from Cadiz to Vera Cruz, and the Pacific from Acapulco to the Philippines. Nor had Western Christianity been the only living religion to take advantage of Western communications. Eastern Orthodox Christianity, in the train of Cossack pioneers equipped with Western firearms, had been making the long trek from the river Kama to the Sea of Okhotsk. In 19th century Africa, while St. Paul, in the guise of the Scottish medical missionary David Livingstone, was preaching the gospel, healing the sick, and discovering lakes and waterfalls, Islam was also on the move. It was not inconceivable that the Mahayana might one day recollect its marvelous journey over a succession of royal roads from Magadha to Loyang and, in the strength of this buoyant memory, might turn such Western inventions as the aeroplane and the radio to as good account for its own work of preaching salvation as it had once turned the Chinese invention of the printing press. The issues raised by the stimulation of missionary activities on a worldwide range were not just those of ecclesiastical geopolitics. The entry of established higher religions into new missionary fields brought up the question whether the eternal essence of a religion could be distinguished from its ephemeral accidents. The encounters of the religions with one another brought up the question whether, in the long run, they could live and let live side by side or whether one of them would supersede the rest. The ideal of religious eclecticism had appealed to certain rulers of universal states, an Alexander Severus and an Akbar, who had happened to combine a sophisticated mind with a tender heart, and their experiments had proved entirely barren of result. A different ideal had inspired the pioneer Jesuit missionaries of Francis Xavier and Amadeo Ricci, who were the first apostles of any religion to grasp the opportunities offered by the modern Western technician's conquest of the high seas. These audacious spiritual pathfinders aspired to captivate for Christianity the Hindu and Far Eastern worlds, as St. Paul and his successors had captivated the Hellenic world in their time, but being endowed with an intellectual insight that matched their heroic faith, they did not fail to see that their enterprise could not succeed without fulfilling one exacting condition, and they did not shrink from accepting the consequences. They perceived that a missionary must convey his message in terms intellectual, aesthetic, and emotional that would appeal to his prospective converts. The more revolutionary the message in its essence, the more important it would be to clothe it in a familiar and congenial presentation. But this would require that the message should be stripped of the incompatible clothing in which the missionaries themselves happened to have inherited it from their own cultural tradition, and that, in turn, would demand of the missionaries that they should assume the responsibility of determining what was essence and what was accident in the traditional presentation of their religion. The crux of this policy was that, in removing a stumbling block from the path of the non-Christian societies that he was setting out to convert, the missionary would be placing another stumbling block before the feet of his co-religionists, and on this rock the early modern Jesuit missions in India and China suffered shipwreck. They were the victims of jealousy on the part of rival missionaries and of conservatism at the Vatican. And yet this might prove to be not the end of the story. If the local swaddling clothes in which Christianity had been wrapped when it came into the world in Palestine had not been masterfully removed by Paul of Tarsus, the Christian artists of the catacombs at Rome and the Christian philosophers of the divinity school at Alexandria would never have had their chance of presenting the essence of Christianity in terms of Greek vision and thought, and thereby paving the way for the conversion of the Hellenic world. And, if, in the 20th century of the Christian era, Origen's and Augustine's Christianity could not divest itself of trappings acquired at those successive Syriac, Hellenic, and Western posting stations at which it had once paused on its historic journey, it would not be able to take advantage of the worldwide opportunity opened up for every living higher religion at the time of writing. A higher religion that allows itself to become dyed in the wool with the imprint of a temporary cultural environment condemns itself to become stationary and earthbound. But if Christianity were, after all, to take the other path, it might repeat in a latter-day oikoumene what it had once achieved in the Roman Empire. In the spiritual commerce that had been served by Roman means of communication, Christianity had drawn out of, and inherited from, the other higher religions and philosophies which it had thus encountered, the heart of what had been best in them. In a world materially linked together by the many inventions of modern Western technique, Hinduism and the Mahayana might make no less fruitful contributions than Isis worship and Neoplatonism had once made to Christian insight and practice. And, if, in a Western world too, Caesar's empire were to rise and fall as his empire always had collapsed or decayed after a run of a few hundred years, an historian peering into the future in AD 1952 could imagine Christianity then being left as the heir of all the philosophies from Akhenaten's to Hegel's and of all the higher religions as far back as the ever-latent worship of a mother and her son, who had started their travels along the King's Highway under the names of Ishtar and Tammuz. Garrisons and colonies. Plantations of loyal supporters of the imperial regime who may be soldiers on active service, militiamen, discharged veterans, or civilians are an integral part of any imperial system of communications. The presence, prowess, and vigilance of these human watchdogs provide the indispensable security without which roads, bridges, and the like would be of no use to the imperial authorities. The frontier posts are part of the same system, for frontier lines are always also lateral highways. But, besides planting garrisons for purposes of police or defense, a universal state may be moved to plant colonies for the more constructive purpose of repairing ravages inflicted by the devastating struggle for power during the anterior time of troubles. It was this that was in Caesar's mind when he planted self-governing colonies of Roman citizens on the desolate sites of Capua, Carthage, and Corinth. In the course of the foregoing struggle for survival between the parochial states of the Hellenic world, the Roman government of the day had deliberately made an example of Capua for her treacherous secession to Hannibal, and of Carthage for the crime of having almost defeated Rome herself, while Corinth had been arbitrarily singled out for the same treatment among the members of the Achaean League. Under the pre-Caesarian Republican regime, the Conservative Party had been stubbornly opposed to the restoration of these three famous cities, not so much from fear as from sheer vindictiveness, and the long drawn-out controversy over their treatment became in due course the symbol of a wider issue. Was the raison d'etre of Roman rule the selfish interest of the particular state which had established it, or did the empire exist for the common will of the Hellenic world of which it had become the political embodiment? Caesar's victory over the Senate was a victory for the more liberal, humane, and imaginative view. This striking difference of moral character between the regime which Caesar inaugurated and that which he superseded was not a peculiar feature of Hellenic history. A similar change of attitude towards the use and abuse of power had accompanied the transition from a time of troubles to a universal state in the histories of other civilizations, but, though this historical law may be discernible, it is subject to many exceptions. On the one hand, we find times of troubles generating not only uprooted and embittered proletariats but also colonizing enterprises on a grand scale, as exemplified by the host of Greek city-states planted far and wide over the former domain of the Achaemenian Empire by Alexander the Great. Conversely, the change of heart on the part of the dominant minority, which should be the psychological counterpart of the establishment of a universal state, is seldom so steadfast that it does not occasionally relapse into the brutal practices of the foregoing time of troubles. The Neo-Babylonian Empire, which stood on the whole for a moral revolt of the interior of the Babylonic world against the brutality of its Assyrian marchmen, lapsed into uprooting Judah, much as Assyria had uprooted Israel. It might be fanciful to claim a moral superiority for Babylon over Nineveh in this regard, on the score that Babylon's Judaic exiles were allowed to survive until Babylon's Achaemenian successor sent them home again, whereas Nineveh's victims, the lost 10 tribes, were liquidated and lost forever, except in the imaginations of British Israelites. Nonetheless, and in spite of exceptions, it remains broadly true that a relatively constructive and humane policy of colonization is one of the marks of universal states. We have drawn a distinction between garrisons with a military or police purpose and colonies with a social or cultural purpose, but in the long run the distinction is one of purpose only and not of consequence. The installation of standing military garrisons along the frontiers and in the interior of a universal state by the empire builders can hardly fail to bring civilian settlement in its train. The Roman legionaries, though debarred from contracting legal marriages during their term of active service, were permitted in practice to enter into permanent marital relations with concubines and to bring up families, and after their discharge they were able to convert a concubinate into legal marriage and legitimize their children. The Arab military muhajirah were actually allowed to bring their wives and children with them into the cantonments in which they settled. Thus Roman and Arab garrisons became the nuclei of civilian settlements, and the same must have been true of imperial garrison posts in all empires at all times. But, besides arising as undesigned byproducts of military establishments, civilian colonies were also planted as ends in themselves. For example, the northeast Anatolian districts in which the Achaemenidi had granted apanages to Persian barons were colonized by the Osmanlis with Albanian converts to Islam. In commercial centers in the heart of their dominions the Osmanlis settled civilian communities of refugee Sephardi Jews from Spain and Portugal. A long list could be cited of colonies founded by Roman emperors as centers of civilization, Latinization or Hellenization as the case might be, in the more backward regions of their empire. One example out of many is Adrianople, the name of which to this day recalls the effort of a great emperor of the 2nd century to debarbarize the traditionally barbarous Thracians. The same policy was pursued by the Spanish empire builders in Central and South America. These Spanish colonial city-states served as cells of an intrusive alien regime's administrative and judicial organization, and, like their Hellenic prototypes, they were economically parasitic. In the Anglo-American colonies the towns grew up to meet the needs of the inhabitants of the country, in the Spanish colonies the population of the country grew up to meet the needs of the towns. The primary object of the English colonist was generally to live on the land and derive his support from its cultivation. The primary plan of the Spaniard was to live in town and derive his support from the Indians or Negroes at work on plantations or in the mines. Owing to the presence of aboriginal labor to exploit in fields and mines, the rural population remained almost entirely Indian. 1. A type of internal colonization which is apt to become prominent in the last phase of the history of a universal state is the plantation of barbarian husbandmen on lands that have come to be depopulated either as the result of raids perpetrated by these barbarians themselves or as the result of some social sickness native to the decaying empire. A classic example is presented in the picture of a post-Diocletianic Roman Empire in the Notitia Dignitatum, which records the presence of a number of German and Sarmatian corporate settlements on Roman soil in Gaul, Italy, and the Danubian provinces. The technical term laity, by which these barbarian settlers were known, is derived from a West German word denoting semi-servile resident aliens, and we may infer that they were descendants of defeated barbarian adversaries who had been rewarded or punished for past acts of aggression by being coerced or coaxed into becoming peaceful cultivators of the promised land which they had formerly devastated as raiders. They were cautiously planted in the interior and not in the neighborhood of the frontier. A survey of the garrisons and colonies established by the rulers of universal states, and a consideration of the arbitrary transferences of population that they involve, suggests that these institutions, whatever their merits in other contexts, must have intensified the process of pamixia and proletarianization, which we have already seen to be characteristic of times of troubles and universal states alike. Permanent military garrisons installed on frontiers become melting pots in which the dominant minority fuses itself with both the external and the internal proletariat. The wardens of the marches and the opposing barbarian warbands tend, with the passage of time, to become assimilated to one another, first in military technique and eventually also in culture. But, long before the dominant minority has been barbarized by contact on the frontier with the external proletariat, it will have been vulgarized by fraternization with the internal proletariat. For empire builders seldom preserve either sufficient manpower or sufficient zest for the profession of arms to contemplate holding and defending their empire unaided. Their first recourse is to reinforce their armies by drawing recruits from subject peoples who have not lost their martial virtues. At a later stage they proceed to draw upon the barbarians beyond the pale as well. For whose benefit does this process of pamaxia and proletarianization chiefly operate? The most conspicuous beneficiaries are obviously the external proletariat, for the education which the barbarians acquire from the military outposts of a civilization first as adversaries and later as mercenaries enables them, when the empire collapses, to swoop across the fallen barrier and carve out successor states for themselves, but we have already dwelt on the ephemeral character of these heroic age achievements. The ultimate beneficiaries from the organized redistribution and intermixture of populations in the Roman and the Arab empires were Christianity in the one case and Islam in the other. The military cantonments and frontier garrisons of the Umayyad Caliphate manifestly served Islam as invaluable points d'appui in that extraordinary deployment of latent spiritual forces by which Islam transfigured itself, and thereby transformed its mission, in the course of 6 centuries. In the 7th century of the Christian era Islam had burst out of Arabia as the distinctive sectarian creed of one of the barbarian warbands that were carving out successor states for themselves in provinces of the Roman Empire. By the 13th century it had become a universal church providing shelter for sheep left without their familiar shepherds through the collapse of the Abbasid Caliphate at the dissolution of the Syriac civilization. What was the secret of Islam's power to survive the death of its founder, the downfall of the primitive Arab empire builders, the decline of the Arabs' Iranian supplanters, the overthrow of the Abbasid Caliphate, and the collapse of the barbarian successor states that established themselves for their brief day on the Caliphate's ruins? The explanation was to be found in the spiritual experience of the converts to Islam among the non-Arab subjects of the Caliphate in the Umayyad age. Islam, which they had originally adopted mainly for reasons of social self-interest, struck roots in their hearts, and was taken by them more seriously than by the Arabs themselves. A religion which thus succeeded in winning loyalty in virtue of its intrinsic merits was not doomed to stand or fall with the political regimes which had successively sought to exploit it for non-religious purposes. This spiritual triumph was the more remarkable considering that such exploitation for political ends had proved fatal to other higher religions and that Islam had thus been placed in jeopardy not only by its founder's successors but by Muhammad himself, when he had migrated from Mecca to Medina and had become a brilliantly successful statesman instead of remaining a conspicuously unsuccessful prophet. In this tour de force of surviving the peril to which it had been exposed, through the tragic irony of history, by its own founder, Islam had borne witness, through the ages, to the spiritual value of the religious message which Muhammad had brought to mankind. Thus in the history of the Caliphate the carefully considered policy of the empire builders in planting garrisons and colonies and regulating the transfer and intermingling of populations had the unintended and unexpected effect of expediting the career of a higher religion, and corresponding effects were produced by the same cause in the history of the Roman Empire. In the first 3 centuries of the Roman Empire the most conspicuously active conductors of religious influences were the military garrisons along the frontiers, and the religions that were propagated the most rapidly along these channels were the Hellenized Hittite worship of the Iupiter of Dalek and the Hellenized Syriac worship of the originally Iranian divinity Mithras. We can follow the transmission of these 2 religions from the Roman garrisons on the Euphrates to those on the Danube, on the German limes, on the Rhine, and on the wall in Britain, and the spectacle recalls the contemporary journey that the Mahayana, in the last stage of its long trek from Hindustan round the western flank of the Tibetan plateau, was making from the shores of the Tarim Basin to the shores of the Pacific along the chain of garrisons guarding the frontier of a Cynic universal state over against the nomads of the Eurasian steppe. In the next chapter of the story the Mahayana succeeded in penetrating from the northwestern marches of the Cynic world into the interior and thereby becoming the universal church of the Cynic internal proletariat, and eventually one of the 4 principal higher religions of a latter-day westernizing world. The destinies of Mithraism and of the worship of Iupiter Dolichanos were more modest. Bound up, as they had come to be, with the fortunes of the Roman imperial army, These two military religions never recovered from the blow dealt them by the army's temporary collapse in the middle of the 3rd century of the Christian era, and, as far as they had any permanent historical significance, it was as forerunners of Christianity and as tributaries to the ever-growing stream of religious tradition fed by the confluence of many waters in the bed which Christianity dug for itself as it poured over the Roman Empire along a different channel. While Iupiter Dolichanos and Mitras used the frontier garrisons as their stepping stones in their northwestward march from the Euphrates to the Tyne, St. Paul made a corresponding use of colonies planted by Caesar and Augustus in the interior of the empire. On his first missionary journey he sowed seeds of Christianity in the Roman colonies of Antioch in Pisidia and Lystra, on his second in the Roman colonies of Troas, Philippi and Corinth. He was, of course, far from confining himself to such colonies. For example, he established himself for 2 years in the ancient Hellenic city of Ephesus. Corinth, however, where he stayed for 18 months, played an important part in the life of the Church in the post-apostolic age, and we may conjecture that the prominence of the Christian community here was partly due to the cosmopolitan character of the settlement of Roman freedmen that had been planted there by Caesar. The most signal example, however, of a Roman colony being turned to Christian account is not Corinth but Lyons, for the advance of Christianity from colony to colony did not come to a stop when it had reached the metropolis, nor cease with the death of St. Paul. Planted in 43 BC on a carefully chosen site in the angle formed by the confluence of the Rhone and the Saône, Lugdunum was a Roman colony not only in name but in fact, and this settlement of Roman citizens of genuinely Italian origin on the threshold of the vast tracts of Gallic territory that had been added to the empire by Caesar's conquests had been designed to radiate Roman culture through this Gallia Comita, as it had been radiated already through a Gallia Togata by the older Roman colony of Narbonne. Lugdunum was the seat of the only Roman garrison between Rome itself and the Rhine. Moreover, it was not only the administrative center of one of the 3 provinces into which Gallia Comita had been divided, it was also the official meeting place of the Council of the 3 Gauls, where the representatives of 60 or more cantons assembled periodically round the altar of Augustus erected here by Drusus in 12b.c. In fact, Lugdunum had been deliberately called into existence to serve important imperial purposes. Yet by AD 177 this Roman colony had come to harbor a Christian community of sufficient vitality to provoke a massacre, and here, as elsewhere, the blood of the martyrs was the seed of the Church. For it was as bishop of Lugdunum during the immediately following quarter of a century that Irenaeus, a Greek man of letters, possibly of Syrian origin, worked out the earliest systematic presentation of Catholic Christian theology. Christianity in the Roman Empire, Islam in the Caliphate, and the Mahayana in the Cynic universal state each took advantage of the garrisons and colonies established by secular empire builders for their own purposes. Yet these unintended religious consequences of orderly redistributions of population were not so signal as those of Nebuchadnezzar's relapse into Assyrian methods of barbarism, for, in carrying Judah away captive, the Neo-Babylonian warlord did not merely foster the progress of an existing higher religion but virtually called a new one into existence. Provinces. Like the garrisons and colonies which the builders of universal states distribute over their dominions, the provinces into which they carve these dominions up have 2 distinct functions, the preservation of the universal state itself and the preservation of the society for whose body social a universal state provides the political framework. The histories of the Roman Empire and of the British Raj in India could be adduced to show that the 2 main alternative functions of the political organization of a universal state are to maintain the supremacy of the empire-building power and to fill a political vacuum arising in the body social of the disintegrating society through the destruction or collapse of its former parochial states. The extent to which the founders of a universal state are tempted to resort to the devices of annexation and direct administration as measures of insurance against the danger of a resurgence of defeated rivals depends, no doubt, on the degree of the loyalty and regret that the abolished parochial states continue to evoke in the minds of their own former masters and subjects, and this, in turn, depends on the pace of the conquest and on the antecedent history of the society in whose domain the universal state has established itself. Victorious empire builders have most reason to fear a violent undoing of their work when they have established their rule at one stroke, and when they have imposed it on a world of parochial states long accustomed to enjoy and abuse a status of sovereign independence. In the Cynic world, for example, effective political unity was imposed for the first time by the empire-building state of Tzin within a period of no more than 10 years, 230 to 221 BC. Within that brief span of time King Cheng of Tzin overthrew the 6 other till then surviving kingdoms and thereby became the founder of a Cynic universal state, with the title of Tzin Shi Huang Ti. But he could not with equal rapidity extinguish the political self-consciousness of the former ruling elements, and the problem consequently confronting him has been dramatized by the historian Sse Ma Tzin in the form of a tournament of set speeches in the Imperial Council. By whatever processes the issue may have been fought out, it is certain that the radical policy prevailed and that in 221 BC, Tzin Shi Huang Ti decided in favor of redistributing the whole territory of his newly established universal state into 36 military commands. In taking this drastic step the emperor was applying to the 6 parochial states which he had conquered the militaristic and non-feudal system that had also prevailed for 100 years already in his own state of Tzin. But the conquered states could hardly have been expected to like it, for Tzin Shi Huang Ti was a representative of that familiar figure in the histories of the establishments of universal states, a conquering markman, and the ruling class in the conquered states regarded him much as 4th-century citizens of the Greek city-states regarded the kings of Macedon, that is, as being little better than a barbarian. The peoples of the cultural center of the Cynic world were naturally predisposed to idolize a culture of which they themselves were the principal exponents, and they had latterly been encouraged in this foible by the philosophers of the Confucian school, whose founder had diagnosed the social sickness from which the Cynic society had been suffering as being due to a neglect of the traditional rites and practices, and had prescribed as a sovereign remedy a return to the supposed social and moral order of the early Cynic feudal age. This canonization of a half-imaginary past had made little impression on the rulers and people of Tzin, and the sudden imposition of the institutions of this uncultivated March state roused violent resentment, to which Tzin Shi Huang Ti's only response was to take further repressive measures. Such a policy invited an explosion, and the emperor's death in 210 BC was followed by a general revolt resulting in the capture of the capital of the Tzin Empire by one of the rebel leaders, Lu Pang. Yet this victory of a violent reaction against the revolutionary work of the founder of the Cynic universal state did not, after all, result in a restoration of the ancien regime. Lu Pang was not a member of the dispossessed feudal nobility but a peasant, and he succeeded in founding an enduring regime because he did not attempt to re-establish either the anachronistic feudal order or Tzin Shi Huang Ti's revolutionary substitute for it. His policy was to feel his way gradually towards his predecessor's Caesarian goal through an Augustan semblance of compromise. In the short interval between the collapse of the Tzin power in 207 BC and the general recognition of Lu Pang as sole master of the Cynic world in 202 BC, the experiment of attempting to restore the ancien regime was tried by another rebel leader, Shang Yu, and proved unworkable. When, after this failure, Lu Pang made himself sole master of the Cynic world, his first act was to confer fiefs on his most deserving lieutenants, and he even left undisturbed such fief holders of Shang Yu's regime as had managed to come to terms with him. But, one by one, the enfeoffed generals were degraded and put to death, while other fief holders were frequently transferred from one fief to another and were readily deposed without being given a chance of establishing any dangerously close relations with their temporary subjects. Meanwhile Lu Pang had taken effective measures for maintaining and increasing the preponderance of the imperial power. In the upshot, Tzin Shi Huang Ti's ideal of a universal state controlled from the center through a hierarchy of artificially mapped out units of local administration was translated into fact, once again, within 100 years of Tzin Shi Huang Ti's death, and this time the achievement was definitive, because the Fabian statesmanship of Lu Pang and his successors had given the imperial government time to create the human instrument for lack of which the first Tzin emperor's grandiose design had come to grief. A centralized government cannot be operated without a professional civil service, and the Han Dynasty, of which Liu Pang was the founder, succeeded in building up an efficient and acceptable civil service by entering into an alliance with the Confucian school of philosophy and weaning the Confucian philosophers from their former alliance with the old narrow military aristocracy of birth by opening the public service to a new and broader-based aristocracy of cultural merit as measured by proficiency in the Confucian lore. The transition was made so gradually and was managed so skillfully that the new aristocracy inherited the old aristocracy's historic appellation Chunzi without any overt recognition that a momentous social and political revolution was taking place. Measured by the durability of his achievement, the founder of the Han Dynasty may be accounted the greatest of all those statesmen whose careers have inaugurated a universal state. A Western world, familiar with the similar but less remarkable achievement of the Roman Augustus, is, apart from its specialists in Cynic history, barely aware of Liu Pang's historic existence. The historians of an ecumenical society of some future age, with historic roots in all the civilizations of the past, will presumably display a better sense of proportion. Having examined the significance of provincial organization in the Cynic universal state, we have no space to consider other examples. We pass at once to consider the services unconsciously rendered by such provincial organizations to those for whose benefit they were not primarily designed, and here again we will limit ourselves to a single example, by recalling how the Christian Church turned to its own account the provincial organization of the Roman Empire. In building up its body ecclesiastic, the Church availed itself of the city-states that were the cells of the Hellenic body social and the Roman body politic, and, as the traditions of the Hellenic civilization gradually died out, a city came to mean a town that was the seat of a Christian bishop, one instead of meaning a town possessing institutions of civil self-government and chartered as a municipality of the Roman Commonwealth. A local bishop whose see was the center of a Diocletianic Roman province came to be recognized by the other bishops of the same province as their superior. Such metropolitans or archbishops, in their turn, acknowledged as their primate the bishop whose see was the administrative center of one of those groups of provinces which in the Diocletianic system were called dioceses, a word which the Church took over, but applied to the jurisdiction of a single bishop. Bishops, metropolitans, and primates alike paid allegiance to regional patriarchs who corresponded hierarchically to the Diocletianic praetorian prefects. The Diocletianic prefecture of the East was eventually divided between the four patriarchates of Alexandria, Jerusalem, Antioch, and Constantinople, while the other three prefectures were combined in the single vast but much more thinly populated Patriarchate of Rome. This territorial organization of the Christian Church was not called into existence by any emperor, it was built up by the Church itself in days when the Church was an officially unrecognized and fitfully persecuted institution. In virtue of this original independence of the secular regime whose provincial organization it had adapted to its own purposes, the structure could survive the breakdown of its secular counterpart. In Gaul, where a tottering imperial regime had sought to rehabilitate itself on a novel basis of local support by instituting periodic regional congresses of notables, the Church, after the empire had faded out of existence, took its cue from this secular precedent by convening regional congresses of bishops. On the medieval ecclesiastical map of France, for example, an historian could discern in the mosaic of bishoprics the boundaries of the city-states of Gallia Togata and the cantons of Gallia Comata, while the archbishoprics preserved the outlines of the Diocletianic subdivisions of the four Augustan provinces, Narbonensis, Aquitania, Lugdunensis, Belgica. Even the five patriarchates were all still in existence, four in Eastern Orthodox hands and one in Western Catholic hands at the time when these lines were being written, and, though the areas of their circumscriptions, and the distribution and nationality of their ecclesiastical subjects, had undergone vast changes during the 15 centuries since the Fourth Ecumenical Council, held at Chalcedon, AD 451, their mortifying losses had been offset by gains that could never have been foreseen. At the time when the patriarchates took shape, capital cities, the seats of the central governments of universal states show a decided tendency to change their locations in course of time. Empire builders usually begin by ruling their dominions from a seat of government suitable to themselves, either the established capital of their own fatherland, e.g. Rome, or some new site, on the fringe of the subjugated territories, easily accessible from the empire builder's home country, e.g. Calcutta. But, as time goes on, the experience of imperial administration or the pressure of events is apt to lead either the original empire builders or their successors who take their empire over after a temporary collapse, to adopt some new site commended by its convenience, not for the original empire building power, but for the empire as a whole. This new ecumenical outlook will, of course, suggest different new locations in different circumstances. If the chief consideration is administrative convenience, a central site with good communications is likely to be chosen. If the chief consideration is defense against some aggressor, the site chosen is likely to be one convenient for the deployment of strength on the threatened frontier. We have seen that the founders of universal states are not always of the same origin. Sometimes they are representatives of a civilization which is foreign to the society for whose political needs they are providing. Sometimes they are barbarians who have become morally alienated from the civilization towards which they gravitate, in other words, an external proletariat. Sometimes, and indeed frequently, they are marchmen who have vindicated their claim to be members of a civilization by defending its borders against outer barbarians, before turning their arms against the interior of their own society and endowing it with a universal state. Lastly, and such cases seem to be rare, they may be neither aliens nor barbarians nor marchmen but metropolitans from the interior of the society in question. In universal states founded by aliens or barbarians or marchmen, the capital will tend to move from the frontier towards the center, though in the last named case it may be held to the frontier by the fact that the marchmen have still to perform their original function. In universal states founded by metropolitans, the capital will naturally start in the center, though it may be gone to a frontier if a threat of aggression from a particular quarter becomes the government's most pressing concern. We must now offer illustrations of the rules which appear to regulate the location and migration of capitals. The British Raj in India is a conspicuous example of empire building by aliens. Reaching India from overseas and coming there to trade with the inhabitants long before they ever dreamt of ruling them, the English established trading bases at Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta. The last named became the first political capital because the East India Company happened to establish political dominion over two rich provinces in the hinterland of Calcutta a full generation before it made any comparable acquisitions elsewhere. Calcutta remained the capital of British India for more than 100 years after the design of bringing all India under British rule had been conceived by Wellesley, Governor-General AD 1798 to 1805, and more than 50 years after that design had been carried into execution. But the gravitational pull of a politically unified subcontinent eventually proved strong enough to draw the seat of the British Indian central government from Calcutta to Delhi, which was a natural site for an empire including the basins of both the Indus and the Ganges. Delhi was, of course, not only a natural site, it was also an historic one, having been from AD 1628 onwards the capital of the Mughals. The Mughals, like the British, had provided India with an alien universal state, coming into India, not overseas, but by way of the northwest frontier. If they had anticipated the British example, they might have established their first capital at Kabul. They did not do so, for reasons which a detailed examination of their history would explain. Delhi was not their first capital, but its predecessor, Agra, was a similarly central site. If we take a glance at Spanish America, we find that the empire builders in Central America made their capital once and for all at Tenochtitlan, Mexico City, a Delhi, neglecting the possible claims of their port of entry, Veracruz, a Calcutta. In Peru they pursued the opposite course, making their capital on the coast at Lima in preference to Cuzco, the old capital of the Incas on the inland plateau. The explanation is no doubt to be found in the fact that the Pacific coastlands of Peru were rich and important, whereas the Atlantic coastlands of Mexico were not. The Osmanlis, the aliens who provided a universal state for the Eastern Orthodox Christian society, put up with a succession of makeshift capitals, first in Asia and then in Europe, until they had secured the peerless side of their Byzantine predecessors. When the Mongol Khakan Kubilay, reigned AD 1259–94, achieved the conquest of the whole continental domain of the Far Eastern Society, he shifted his capital from Mongolian Karakorum to Chinese Peking. But, though Kubilay's head dictated this move, his heart remained homesick for his ancestral pastures, and the semi-Sinified Mongol statesman indulged his unregenerate nomad feelings by building himself a subsidiary residence at Chengtu, a point on the southeastern rim of the Mongolian plateau, where the steppe approached nearest to the new imperial city. But Peking remained the center of government, and Chengtu a holiday resort, though business had doubtless to be transacted there also sometimes. In Xanadu did Kublai Khan. A stately pleasure dome decree. Perhaps we might equate Chengtu with Simla, for, if Kubilay sighed for his steppe, British viceroys certainly sighed for a temperate clime. We might even equate Chengtu with Balmoral, for Queen Victoria's heart was as obviously in the highlands as Kubilay's was in the steppe. We might go farther and imagine a 19th-century Chinese traveler describing the charms of Balmoral with an enthusiasm sufficient to inspire a 25th-century Chinese poet to enshrine Queen Victoria and her stately pleasure dome in a magical fragment of Chinese verse. Seleucus Nicator, founder of one of the successor states of the vast and ephemeral empire of Alexander the Great, furnishes a case of an empire builder who was in two minds as to the location of his capital city, because he was in two minds as to the direction of his imperial ambitions. To begin with, he set his heart on winning, and in fact won, the rich Babylonian province of the former Achaemenian Empire and established a capital, Seleucia, on the right bank of the Tigris at the point where it comes nearest to the Euphrates. The site was admirably chosen, and Seleucia remained a great city and an important center of Hellenic culture for more than 5 centuries following. Its founder, however, led astray by successful ventures at the expense of rival Macedonian generals farther west, shifted his center of interest to the Mediterranean world and established his principal capital at Antioch in Syria, 20 miles from the mouth of the Oronte. The result was that his successors wasted their energies in wars with the Ptolemies of Egypt and other powers of the eastern Mediterranean and lost their Babylonian dominions to the Parthians. All the above examples are taken from empires founded by representatives of alien civilizations. We now pass on to consider the location of capitals in empires founded by barbarians. The homeland of the Persian barbarians, whose conquests provided the Syriac society with a universal state in the form of the Achaemenian Empire, was mountainous, barren, and remote from the highways of human intercourse. According to the story with which Herodotus concludes his work, Cyrus the Great, who had created the Achaemenian Empire, deprecated a suggestion that the Persian people, now that they had become masters of the world, should evacuate their bleak highland homeland and settle in one of the more agreeable countries at their disposal. It is a good story, and we have already used it in an earlier part of the study to illustrate the superiority of hard conditions for stimulating human enterprise. It is a matter of historical fact, however, that, more than 100 years before Cyrus the Great overthrew his Median suzerain, one of his Achaemenian predecessors had transferred his seat of government from his ancestral highlands to the first piece of lowland territory of which he had gained possession. The place was called Anzan, and it was somewhere near Susa, though its exact location is still unknown. After the Achaemenian Empire was established, its seat of government migrated annually, according to the season, to and from several capitals with different climates, but Persepolis, Ecbatana, and even Susa, the Shushan of the Old Testament, may be regarded as, in the main, capitals of ceremony and sentiment, and for business purposes geographical convenience centered the affairs of the empire on Babylon, the capital of its lowland predecessor. When the universal state that had been originally provided for the Syriac world by Persian empire builders from the Iranian plateau was eventually reconstituted, after nearly 1,000 years of Hellenic intrusion, by Hijazi barbarians from the rim of the Arabian plateau, history repeated itself with emphasis. Thanks to the intuition of the discordant oligarchs of an oasis state in the Hijaz, who had invited the rejected prophet of a rival community at Mecca to make himself at home with them and try his hand at being their leader, in the hope that he would bring them the concord which they had failed to attain by themselves. Yathrib became, within 30 years of the Hijra, the capital of an empire embracing not only the former Roman dominions in Syria and Egypt but the entire domain of the former Sasanian Empire. Yathrib's title to remain the seat of government lay in the fact that this remote oasis state was the nucleus out of which the Muslim Arab world empire had burgeoned with a rapidity strongly suggestive of divine intervention, and it was hallowed as Madinat an-Nabi, the city of the Prophet. Medina remained the capital of the Caliphate de jure, at any rate until the foundation of Baghdad by the Abbasid Caliph Mansur in AD 792, but, more than 100 years before that date, the Umayyad caliphs had shifted the capital de facto to Damascus. We now pass to cases of universal states created by Marchmen. In the long history of the Egyptian civilization, political unity was conferred, or imposed, on the society no less than 3 times over by Marchmen from the upper reaches of the lower Nile, and on each occasion the aggrandizement of a march into a universal state was followed, though, on the third occasion, not immediately, by the transfer of the capital from an upriver site, Thebes, Luxor, or its equivalent, to a site more easily accessible for the main body of the population, to Memphis. Cairo, or its equivalent on the first 2 occasions, and on the third occasion to a frontier fortress near the militarily exposed northeastern corner of the Nile Delta. In Hellenic history the fortunes of Rome are reminiscent of those of Egyptian Thebes. Rome won her spurs by taking over from the Etruscans the wardenship of the Hellenic world over against the Gauls, as Thebes had won hers by taking over from Al-Kab the wardenship of the first cataract of the Nile over against the barbarians of Nubia. Like Thebes, Rome afterwards turned her arms inwards and imposed political unity on the Hellenic society of which she was a member, and for many centuries she retained her position as capital of the empire that she had created, though it is conceivable that, if Mark Antony had had his way and the Battle of Actium had gone differently, she might, in the same generation that had seen the completion of her main range of conquests, have lost her position as capital to Alexandria. 3 centuries later, however, a variety of circumstances which cannot here be recorded led to the transfer of the capital of the now rapidly degenerating empire to the far superior site of Constantinople. The city on the Bosphorus had a long future ahead of it as a capital of successive universal states. The city on the Tiber, like Medina, had to resign itself to the role of becoming, in due course, the holy city of a higher religion. If Constantinople was a second Rome, Moscow, in pre-Marxian times, often claimed to be the third. We may now consider the competition between capitals in the universal state of the Russian Orthodox Christian civilization. Moscow, like Rome, started its career as the capital of a March state over against barbarians. As the threat from the Mongol nomads retreated, Moscow found herself facing about and repelling attacks from her nearest neighbors in Western Christendom, the Poles and the Lithuanians. At a time when her future as a capital city might have seemed secure, however, she was suddenly deposed by the restless ambition of a westernizing czar, in favor of his new creation, St. Petersburg, the foundations of which, on territory conquered from Sweden, were laid in AD 1703. Peter the Great, transferring his seat of government from far inland to a point which opened magic casements on the fairy land of what was, in his judgment, a much more technologically enlightened world, recalls Seleucus Nicator transferring himself from a remote oriental Seleucia to Antioch on the Oront. But, among other differences, this may be noticed. In abandoning his Seleucia for his Antioch, Seleucus, who was an alien empire builder in southwestern Asia, was deserting a new creation of his own, with no strong national sentiment attached to it, in favor of a site within a short day's journey of the Mediterranean, much nearer the heart of the Hellenic world. He was, in fact, turning homeward. In the Russian case, however, all the sentimental considerations were on the side of abandoned Moscow, and the chilly waterway towards the west on which the windows of Peter's new experimental capital opened, was a poor equivalent for the Hellenic world's Mediterranean. St. Petersburg stood its ground for 200 years. Then, with the Communist Revolution, Moscow came into its own again, and the city of St. Peter had to console itself with the new name of Leningrad. It is curious to reflect that the fate of this fourth Rome has been, in the matter of nomenclature, the reverse of that of the first. When Rome ceased to be the capital of a universal state, it was in course of becoming what, in spite of Cavour and Mussolini, it still is, a St. Petersburg or Holy City of St. Peter. Such have been the motives which have influenced the rulers of some of the universal states of history in the location of their capitals. When we pass on to the unintended uses that have been made of those capitals by others than the rulers and the dominant minorities surrounding them, we may start with the crudest, namely capture and pillage. That was the standard by which, according to an old story, Field Marshal Blücher, the soldier of a power rich only in its military prowess, is said to have measured the use of London as he passed down one of her richer streets when he was a guest of the Prince Regent after the Battle of Waterloo. "What plunder," he is said to have exclaimed. One could make a long list of the sackings of capitals, and, if we estimated the results for the victorious plunderers, we should find, more often than not perhaps, that these gargantuan feasts had been followed by a bout of indigestion. The Hellenic society of the 4th century BC and the Western society of the 16th century of the Christian era were not only put to shame by the barbarism into which their militant apostles relapsed, they were also devastated by it. For a crime which primitive barbarians can commit with comparative impunity does not go unpunished in societies that have risen to a monetary economy. The rifling of the treasure houses of southwestern Asia by the former and of the Americas by the latter put into sudden circulation an avalanche of bullion which produced a catastrophic inflation, and the sins of Macedonian plunderers at Persepolis and Spanish plunderers at Cusco were expiated by Ionian artisans in the Cyclades and by German peasants in Swabia. Let us pass on to less sordid themes. The capitals of universal states were obviously convenient stations for the radiation of all kinds of cultural influences. Higher religions found them serviceable for their purpose. During the Babylonish captivity of Nebuchadnezzar's deportees from Judah, the capital city actually served an embryonic higher religion as the incubator in which it found its soul by exchanging a parochial for an ecumenical outlook. The seat of government of a universal state is indeed good ground for spiritual seeds to fall on, for such a city is an epitome of a wide world in a small compass. Its walls enfold representatives of all classes and of many nations, besides speakers of many languages, and its gates open onto highways leading in all directions. The same missionary can preach on the same day in the slums and in the palace, and, if he gains the emperor's ear, he may hope to see the mighty machine of the imperial administration placed at his disposal. Nehemiah's position in the emperor's household at Susa gave him his opportunity of enlisting the patronage of Artaxerxes I for the temple state at Jerusalem, and the Jesuit fathers who sought and won a footing in the imperial court at Agra and the imperial court at Peking in the 16th and 17th centuries of the Christian era dreamed of winning India and China for Catholicism by a Nehemian strategy. Indeed, the historic mission of capital cities in the long run will often be found to lie in the religious field. The potent effect on the destinies of mankind which the Cynic imperial city of Luoyang was still exercising at the time when these lines were being written was not a consequence of her former political role as the seat of the Far Eastern Zhou dynasty, and subsequently of the posterior Han. Politically Luoyang was one with Nineveh and Tyre, but she was still exercising her potent effect in virtue of having been the nursery in which the seeds of the Mahayana were acclimatized to the Cynic cultural environment, and were thus enabled to sow themselves broadcast over the Cynic world. The desolate site of Karakoram, too, was still invisibly alive because, as an undesigned effect of this ephemeral steppe city's meteoric political career in the 13th century of the Christian era, she had brought missionaries of the Roman Catholic West face to face with Central Asian exponents of Nestorianism and Tibetan exponents of Lamaism. To come nearer home, it was manifest, in 1952, that Peter and Paul, not Romulus and Remus or Augustus, were the authors of the eternal significance of Rome, and Constantinople, the second, and Christian Rome, having outrun all her manifestations as the capital of a universal state, owed such influence as she was still exercising in the world in virtue of her being the seat of a patriarch who was still recognized by the ecclesiastical heads of the other Eastern Orthodox churches, including the Church of Russia, as being primus inter pares. Official languages and scripts. It can almost be taken for granted that a universal state will have provided itself with official media of mental communication, and that these will include not only languages transmitted viva voce but also some system of visual records. In nearly all cases the system of visual records had taken the form of a notation of the official language, and, though the Incas had succeeded in maintaining an almost totalitarian regime without the aid of any notational system beyond the wordless semantics of the quipus, this must be regarded as an exceptional tour de force. There had been cases in which some single language and single script had driven all possible competitors off the field before the universal state had been established. In the Egyptiac Middle Empire, for example, the language and script were bound to be classical Egyptian and hieroglyphic characters. In Japan under the shogunate they were bound to be the Japanese language and the particular selection and usage of Chinese characters that had already been adopted in Japan. In the Russian Empire they were bound to be the Russian language and the Great Russian variety of the Slavonic version of the Greek alphabet. This simple situation has not, however, been the usual one. More often than not the empire builders find themselves confronted, in this matter of official language and script, not with an accomplished fact to ratify, but with a difficult choice to make between a number of competing candidates. In these circumstances most empire builders had given official currency to their own mother tongue, and, if it had hitherto not been provided with a script, they had borrowed or invented one for the purpose. There had, indeed, been cases in which empire builders had passed over their own mother tongue in favor of another language already current as a lingua franca in their dominions, or even in favor of a revived classical language. The most usual course, however, had been for empire builders to give official currency to their own national language and script without granting them a monopoly. These general propositions may now be illustrated in an empirical survey. In the Sinic world the problem was solved in a characteristically drastic fashion by Tizin Shi Huangti. The founder of the Sinic universal state gave exclusive currency to the version of the Chinese characters that had been in official use in his own ancestral state of Tizin, and thereby succeeded in arresting the tendency, which had gone far by the end of the foregoing time of troubles, for each of the contending states to develop a parochial script only partially intelligible to the literati outside those parochial limits. Since the Sinic characters were ideograms conveying meanings, and were not phonemes representing sounds, the effect of Tizin Shi Huangti's act was to endow the Sinic society with a uniform visual language, which would continue even if the spoken languages were to break up into mutually unintelligible dialects to serve as a means of ecumenical communication, for the small minority who could learn to read or write it just as, in the modern Western world, the Arabic numerals conveyed identical meanings on paper to peoples who, viva voce, called the numbers by different names. Yet, as this parallel indicates, Tizin Shi Huangti's standardization of Sinic characters would not have availed to avert a babel of tongues had not other forces been working in favor of uniformity in speech as well as in script. The standardization of Sinic characters may have been anticipated by the unknown founder of the Minoan universal state. Though none of the scripts in use in the Minoan world had been deciphered at the time when this study was written, their sequence gave evidence of a revolutionary reform in the art of writing. At the transition from Middle Minoan II to Middle Minoan III, two separate hieroglyphic scripts, which had made their appearance simultaneously at the beginning of the former period, were suddenly and completely superseded by a single new linear script, Linear A. 2. In the history of the Syriac society we know that Tizin Shi Huangti had a counterpart in the Umayyad Caliph Abd al-Malik, reigned AD 685 to 705, who substituted the Arabic language and script for the Greek in the ex-Roman provinces of the Arab Caliphate, and for the Pahlavi in the ex-Sasanian provinces, as the official vehicle for the public records. We may now pass on to some examples of the more frequent practice of providing a universal state with several official languages and scripts, including the empire builder's own. In the British Raj in India, the English mother tongue of the empire builders was for certain purposes substituted for Persian, the official language bequeathed by the Mughals. In AD 1829, for instance, the British Indian government made English the medium for its diplomatic correspondence, and in AD 1835 the medium for higher education. But when, in AD 1837, the final step was taken in the deposition of Persian from its official status in British India, the British Indian government did not introduce English for all the other purposes that Persian had previously served. In the conduct of judicial and fiscal proceedings, matters that personally concerned all Indians of every nationality, caste, and class, Persian was replaced, not by English, but by the local vernaculars, and the Sanskritized Hindi vernacular known as Hindustani was actually manufactured by British Protestant missionaries to provide the Hindu population of northern India with a counterpart of the Persianized Hindi vernacular, known as Urdu, which the Indian Muslims had already manufactured for themselves. This humane and politic decision to forbear from misusing political power by giving an exclusive currency to the foreign tongue of an alien empire builder perhaps partially accounts for the remarkable fact that when, 110 years later, their descendants handed over their Raj to the descendants of their Indian subjects, it was taken as a matter of course, in both of the polyglot successor states, that the English language would remain at least provisionally in use for the purposes which it had served under the British Raj. A contrast is offered by the abortive effort of the Emperor King Joseph II, reigned 1780–90, one of the so-called enlightened despots of the Western world in the generation before the French Revolution, to impose the use of German on the non-German-speaking peoples of the Danubian Habsburg monarchy. Though economic utility and cultural amenity told in favor of this political diktat, Joseph's linguistic policy proved a disastrous failure, and evoked the first stirrings of those nationalist movements which, more than 100 years later, were to tear the Habsburg Empire to pieces. The Turkish masters of the Ottoman Empire never embarked on the policy which was successfully applied in the Arab Caliphate and unsuccessfully in the Danubian Habsburg monarchy. The founders' native Turkish was the official language of imperial administration, but in the heyday of the Ottoman power in the 16th and 17th centuries of the Christian era, the lingua franca of the Padishah's slave household was Serbo-Croat and the lingua franca of the Ottoman navy Italian. Moreover, on the civil side, the Ottoman government, like the British Indian government, followed the policy of allowing its subjects to use languages of their own choice in communal affairs that were largely concerned with the private business of individuals. A similar restraint was shown by the Romans in the imposition of Latin as an official language in provinces of their empire in which Greek was either the mother tongue or the established lingua franca. They contented themselves with making Latin the exclusive language of military command for units of the imperial army, wherever recruited and wherever stationed, and the principal language of municipal administration for colonies of Latin origin on Greek or Oriental ground. For other purposes they continued to employ the Attic Koine wherever they found it already in official use, and they made its official status conspicuous by giving it an equal place, side by side with Latin, in the central administration at Rome itself. The Romans' forbearance towards the Greek language was something more than a tribute to the preeminence of Greek over Latin as a medium of culture, it represented a signal victory of statesmanship over hybris in Roman souls, for, in the far-flung western territories of the empire in which Greek was not in competition with Latin, the triumph of Latin was sensational. So far from having to impose its use on their subjects and allies outside the range of the Greek language, the Romans were in the happy position of being able to enhance its attractiveness by treating its official use as a privilege to be sued for. Nor did Latin win its peaceful victories solely at the expense of languages that had never been reduced to writing. In Italy it had to contend with sister Italic dialects like Oscan and Umbrian, and with Illyrian dialects like Messapian and Venetian, which had once been on a cultural par with Latin, not to speak of Etruscan, freighted with the cultural heritage of its Anatolian homeland. In Africa it had to contend with Punic. In these contests Latin was invariably victorious. An even more remarkable restraint was shown by the Sumerian founders of the realm of the Four Quarters when they put the upstart Akkadian language on a par with their own Sumerian. Before this universal state came to an end, Akkadian had won the day and Sumerian had become practically a dead language. The Achaemenidae gave as modest a place in the government of their empire to their Persian mother tongue as to their Persian mother country. Darius the Great's account of his own acts on the rock of Behistun, overhanging the empire's great northeast road, was transcribed in triplicate in 3 different adaptations of the cuneiform script conveying the 3 diverse languages of the 3 imperial capitals, Elamite for Susa, Medo-Persian for Ecbatana, and Akkadian for Babylon. But the winning language within this universal state was none of the 3 thus officially honored, it was Aramaic, with its handier alphabetic script. The sequel showed that commerce and culture may be more important than politics in making a language's fortune, for the speakers of Aramaic were politically of no account in the Achaemenian Empire. The Achaemenian government accepted a commercial fait accompli by giving to Aramaic a belated official status, but the most remarkable triumph of Aramaic was that its script succeeded in replacing the cuneiform as the medium for conveying the Persian language in its post-Achaemenian phase. In the Mauryan Empire the philosopher Emperor Akoka, reigned 273 to 232 BC, succeeded in reconciling the demands of impartial justice and practical convenience by employing a number of local vernaculars conveyed in 2 different scripts, the Brahmi and the Kharosthi. This Catholicity was prompted by the emperor's single-minded purpose of acquainting his peoples with the way of salvation revealed to mankind by Akoka's master, Gautama. Similar motives induced the Spanish conquerors of the Empire of the Incas to allow the use of a quick Huon lingua franca for the propagation of the Catholic faith among their American subjects. If we now conclude by asking who were the beneficiaries, we shall find that official languages had been turned to account by restorers of the empires in which these languages had enjoyed official currency, by latter-day secular agencies of all kinds, and by the propagators of higher religions. The finding is, in this matter of languages and scripts, obvious enough not to need detailed illustration. Of the languages mentioned in the course of our survey, none had a more remarkable after history than Aramaic, which also owed less than most of them to the patronage of the rulers of the universal state in which its upward career began. On the overthrow of the Achaemenian Empire by Alexander it was brusquely deposed, in favor of the Attic Koine, from the official status that the Achaemenidae had conferred on it in their western dominions. Though thus deprived of imperial patronage, it completed, nevertheless, the process of cultural conquest which it had begun before receiving official patronage, by supplanting Akkadian on the east and Canaanite on the west as the living language of the entire Semitic-speaking population of the Fertile Crescent. One it was, for example, the language in which Jesus must have conversed with his disciples. As for the Aramaic alphabet, it achieved far wider conquests. In AD 1599 it was adopted for the conveyance of the Manchu language on the eve of the Manchu conquest of China. The higher religions sped it on its way by taking it into their service. In its square Hebrew variant it became the vehicle of the Jewish scriptures and liturgy, in an Arabic adaptation it became the alphabet of Islam, in its Syriac variant it served impartially the antithetical Christian heresies of Nestorianism and Monophysitism, in an Avestan adaptation of its Pahlavi variant it enshrined the sacred books of the Zoroastrian Church, in a Manichaean adaptation it served an heresiarch whom Christians and Zoroastrians agreed in execrating, in a Kharosthi variant. It provided the Emperor Akoka with an instrument for conveying the teachings of the Buddha to his subjects in the former Achaemenian province in the Punjab. Law. The field of social action which is the domain of law divides itself into 3 great provinces. There is an administrative law that lays down the duties of subjects towards a government, and there are a criminal and a civil law, which are alike concerned with acts in which both parties are private persons. No government can, of course, be indifferent to administrative law, since the first concern of a government is to impose its authority and repress all acts of insubordination from high treason to an omission to pay taxes in which the subject may show himself recalcitrant to the government's will. The same considerations lead governments to concern themselves with the criminal law as well, for, though the criminal may not be directly or intentionally attacking the government, he is in fact interfering with it in its task of preserving order. In so far as they concern themselves with civil law, on the other hand, governments are acting for their subjects' benefit rather than for their own, and it is not surprising that there should be wide differences in the extent to which the governments of universal states have concerned themselves with law in this department. In the domain of law, universal states are faced with a special problem which does not confront parochial states. Their territories include the subjects of a number of conquered parochial states which do not perish without leaving in the domain of law as in other fields legacies with which their destroyer and successor has to reckon. There had been at least one instance in which the empire builders, in this case the Mongols, had been so inferior to their conquered subjects that they had found themselves unable to impose on them any part of their own ancestral law. The Osmanlis took firm control of administrative and criminal law, but took care to avoid interfering with the civil law of their various non-Turkish subject populations. In the Sinic world, on the other hand, Tizin Shi Huangti characteristically imposed an ecumenical uniformity of law at one stroke by decreeing that the legislation in force in his own ancestral kingdom of Tizin should be applied throughout the territories of the 6 rival states which he had conquered and annexed, and his action had at least 2 modern Western parallels. Napoleon introduced his newly minted codification of French law into all the Italian, Flemish, German, and Polish territories of his empire, and the British government of India introduced the common law of England partly in its original form and partly in adaptations embodied in local legislation throughout the Indian territories over which it established its direct rule. The Romans were slower than the British or Napoleon or Tizin Shi Huangti in achieving uniformity of law in their empire. To live under Roman law was one of the reputed privileges of Roman citizenship, and the progressive conferment of citizenship on the empire's subjects was not carried to its completion till the promulgation of the Edict of Caracalla in AD 212. In the parallel history of the Caliphate, the reign of Islamic law was progressively extended by the conversion of non-Muslim subjects of the Caliphate to the empire builders' religion. In universal states in which a progressive standardization of the law had resulted in the attainment of approximate uniformity, there had sometimes been a further stage in which a unified imperial law had been codified by the imperial authorities. In the history of Roman law, the first step towards codification was the freezing, in A.D. 131, of the Edictum Perpetuum, which had hitherto been promulgated afresh by each successive praetor urbanus at the beginning of his year of office, and the final steps were the promulgation of the Justinianian Code in AD 529, and of the Institutes and Digest in AD 533. In the Sumeric realm of the Four Quarters, an earlier code compiled under the Sumerian emperors, ruling from Ur, appears to have been the basis of a later code promulgated by the Amorite restorer of the empire, Hammurabi of Babylon, which was brought to light in AD 1901 by the modern Western archaeologist, J. de Morgan. As a rule, the demand for codification reaches its climax in the penultimate age before a social catastrophe, long after the peak of achievement in jurisprudence has been passed, and when the legislators of the day are irretrievably on the run in a losing battle with ungovernable forces of destruction. Justinian himself had no sooner turned at bay against fate and thrown up in her face the imposing barricade of his Corpus Iris than he was driven by the Furies' relentless hounds to sprint on again in a paper chase in which he was constrained to strew the course with the telltale sheets of his novelli. Yet, in the long run, fate is apt to deal kindly with the codifiers, for the meed of admiration which their outraged predecessors of a better period would certainly have refused to them has been offered to their ghosts by a posterity too remote, too barbarous, or too sentimental to be capable of arriving at a correct appraisal of their work. Even this uncritically admiring posterity finds, however, that the consecrated codes cannot be applied until they have been translated, and when we say translated we refer to a treatment much like that suffered by Shakespeare's Bottom, when Peter Quince exclaimed, "Bless thee, Bottom, thou art translated," after seeing his friend provided with an ass's head. Justinian's reign was promptly followed by a deluge of Lombard, Slav, and Arab invasions. Similarly, in the last phase of the empire of Sumer and Akkad, Hammurabi's strenuous work of political and social reclamation on the plains of Shinar was no less promptly waterlogged by the Kassite invasion from the hills. When Leo the Restorer and his successors, after a virtual interregnum of 150 years, set to work to rebuild a Byzantine empire, they found apter materials in the Mosaic Law than in Justinian's Corpus Iuris, and in Italy the hope of the future lay not with the Corpus Iuris but with the rule of Saint Benedict. So the Code of Justinian died and was buried, but it came to life again, some 400 years later, in the 11th century juristic renaissance at the University of Bologna. From this center and from that time onwards it radiated its influence into the extremities and extensions of an expanding Western world, far beyond the ken of Justinian. Thanks to Bologna's capacity for intellectual cold storage in the Dark Ages, a version of Roman law was received in modern Holland, Scotland, and South Africa. In Orthodox Christendom the Corpus Iuris survived a less exacting ordeal of hibernating for 3 centuries at Constantinople, and re-emerged in the 10th century of the Christian era as the code with which the Macedonian dynasty replaced the Mosaic legislation of its 8th century Syrian predecessors. We will not pause to describe the infiltration of Roman law into the custom of Teutonic barbarian states which had no future before them. Much more important and striking is its surreptitious and unavowed yet unmistakable infiltration into the Islamic law of the Arab conquerors of various ex-Roman provinces. The two elements that blended here were even more incongruous, and the result of their blending was the creation, not just of a parochial law for a barbarian state, but of an ecumenical law which was to serve the needs of a restored Syriac universal state and, after surviving the breakup of this political framework, was to govern and mold the life of an Islamic society that, after the fall of the Caliphate, was to continue to expand until, at the time of writing, its domain extended from Indonesia to Lithuania and from South Africa to China. Unlike their Teutonic counterparts, the primitive Muslim Arabs had been roughly shaken out of their archaic traditional way of life before they administered to themselves the additional shock of a sudden change of social environment by bursting out of the deserts and oases of Arabia into the fields and cities of the Roman and Sasanian empires. A long continuing radiation of Syriac and Hellenic cultural influences into Arabia had produced a cumulative social effect which had declared itself dramatically in the personal career of the Prophet Muhammad, and his achievements had been so astonishing and his personality so potent that his oracles and acts, as recorded in the Quran and the traditions, were accepted by his followers as the source of law for regulating, not only the life of the Muslim community itself, but also the relations between Muslim conquerors and their at first many times more numerous non-Muslim subjects. The speed and sweep of the Muslim conquests combined with the irrationality of the accepted basis of the Muslim conquerors' new laid law to create a most formidable problem. The task of extracting from the Quran and the traditions an ecumenical law for a sophisticated society was as preposterous as the demands for welling water in the wilderness which the children of Israel are said to have addressed to Moses. For a jurist in search of legal pabulum the Quran was indeed stony ground. The chapters dating from the non-political Meccan period of Muhammad's mission, before the Hijrah, offered far less matter for a practical jurist than he would find in the New Testament, for they contain little beyond a spiritually crucial and unwearyingly reiterated declaration of the unity of God, and denunciations of polytheism and idolatry. The chapters afterwards delivered at Medina might look, at first sight, more promising, for at the Hijrah Muhammad achieved in his own lifetime a position not attained by any follower of Jesus till the 4th century of the Christian era. He became the head of a state, and his utterances were henceforth mainly concerned with public business. Yet it would be at least as difficult to elicit a comprehensive system of law even from the Medinese surahs without extraneous reinforcement as it would be to perform the same juristic conjuring trick with the epistles of St. Paul. In these circumstances the men of action who built the Arab Caliphate let theory take its chance and resorted to self-help. They found their way with the aid of common sense, analogy, consensus, and custom. They took what they wanted where they could find it, and, if the pious could suppose that it had come straight out of the Prophet's mouth, so much the better. Among the sources thus pillaged, Roman law had an important place. In some cases they borrowed directly from this source in its Syrian provincial version. More frequently, perhaps, Roman law reached Islam through the intermediary of the Jews. The Jewish law, which had had so long a history behind it already by the time of Muhammad's hijrah, had originated, like the Islamic Sharia, as the barbarian customary practice of nomads who had broken out of the steppes of northern Arabia into the fields and cities of Syria, and, for meeting the same emergency of an abrupt and extreme change of social environment, the primitive Israelites, like the primitive Arabs, had recourse to the existing law of a sophisticated society which they found in operation in the Promised Land. While the Decalogue would appear to be a purely Hebrew product, the next piece of Israelite legislation, known to scholars as the Covenant Code, one betrays its debt to the Code of Hammurabi. This influx of a code of Sumerian law into legislation enacted at least 9 centuries later in one of the local communities of a latter-day Syriac society testified to the depth and tenacity of the roots which the Sumeric civilization had struck in Syrian soil during the millennium ending in Hammurabi's generation. In the course of the near millennium which followed, a bewildering variety of social and cultural revolutions had supervened, yet the Sumerian law, embodied in Hammurabi's code, had remained in force among the descendants of Hammurabi's Syrian subjects or satellites, and this in such vigor as to impress itself upon the callow legislation of the Canaanites' Hebrew barbarian conquerors. In thus entering into the law of barbarians who happened to be incubators of a higher religion, the Sumerian law, like the Roman law, made a greater mark on history than when it was influencing barbarians whose destiny was the inglorious exit usual among their kind. At the time of writing, the Sumerian law was still a living force in virtue solely of its Mosaic offprint. On the other hand, the Islamic Sharia was neither the sole nor the liveliest carrier of the Roman law at the same date. In the 20th century of the Christian era, the chief direct heirs of Roman law were the canons of the Eastern Orthodox and Western Catholic Christian churches. Thus, in the domain of law, as in other fields of social action, the master institution created by the internal proletariat was the universal state's principal beneficiary. Calendars, weights and measures, money. Standard measures of time, distance, length, volume, weight, and value are necessities of social life at any level above the primitive. Social currencies of these kinds are older than governments, they become matters of concern to governments as soon as these latter come into existence. The positive raison d'etre of governments is to provide central political leadership for common social enterprises, and these cannot be operated without standard measures. Again, the negative raison d'etre of governments is to ensure at least a modicum of social justice between their subjects, and, in most private issues of a business kind, standard measures of some sort are involved. Standard measures thus concern governments of all kinds, but they are of particular concern to universal states, for these, by their nature, are confronted with the problem of holding together a far greater diversity of subjects than are usually found under the rule of a parochial state, and they have a special interest in the social uniformity that standard measures promote, if these are effectively enforced. Of all standard measurements, a system of measuring time is the one for which a need is earliest felt, and the first necessity here is a measurement of the seasons of the year cycle. This calls for a harmonization of the 3 different natural cycles of the year, the month, and the day. The pioneer chronometrists quickly discovered that the ratios between these cycles are not simple fractions but surds, and the search for a magnus annus, in which these discrepant cycles would all start simultaneously and would then eventually come round again to their next simultaneous starting point, led to an amazing application of astronomical mathematics in societies as early as the Egyptiac, the Babylonic, and the Mayan. Once embarked on this train of calculation, the budding astronomers were led on to take into account the cyclic movements not only of sun and moon but also of the planets and the fixed stars, and their chronological horizon receded to a distance which is not easy to express and is still less easy to imagine, narrow-verged though it may seem to a latter-day cosmogonist in whose eyes our particular solar system is no more than one speck of stardust in the Milky Way, and the Milky Way itself no more than one ci devant nebula out of myriads of nebulae on their way from a flaming birth to a deathly incineration. Short of the latest stage in the mental exploration of chronological magnitudes, the least common measure of the recurrent coincidences between the apparent movements of the Sun and those of a single one of the fixed stars had generated the Egyptiac-Suthic cycle of 1460 years, and a recurrent common cycle of the Sun, the Moon, and 5 planets, the Babylonic Magnus Annus, of 432,000 years, while, in the stupendous Mayan grand cycle of 374,440 years, no less than 10 distinct constituent cycles were geared together. This marvelously exact, though formidably complex, Mayan calendar was bequeathed by the old empire of the Mayas to the affiliated Yucatec and Mexic societies. Governments, like astronomers, find themselves concerned with computations in terms of years as well as with the articulation of the recurrent year cycle, for the first concern of every government is to keep itself in existence, and the most naive administration soon discovers that it cannot remain in business without keeping some permanent record of its acts. One method employed by governments was to date their acts by the names of the holders of some annual magistracy, such as the Roman consulate. Thus Horace, in one of his odes, tells us that he was born consul Manlio, when Manlius was consul, which is as if a Londoner were reduced to dating his birth by the name of the city magnate who was Lord Mayor in his natal year. The inconvenience of such a system is obvious. No one could remember the names of all the consuls nor the order in which they came. 1. The only satisfactory system is to choose some particular year as an initial date and to number the years subsequent to it. Classical examples were the eras starting from the fascist occupation of Rome, from the establishment of the First French Republic, from the Prophet Muhammad's hijrah from Mecca to Medina, from the establishment of the Gupta dynasty in the Indic world, from the establishment of the Seleucid Empire's Hasmonean successor state in Judea, from the triumphal re-entry of Seleucus Nicator into Babylon. There were other cases in which eras had been reckoned from events of which the precise date was disputable. For example, there was no evidence that Jesus had in fact been born in the first year of a Christian era that did not become current until the 6th century of that era. There was no evidence that Rome had in fact been founded in 753 BC, or that the Olympic festival had first been celebrated in 776 BC. Still less was there evidence that the world had been created on October 7, 3761 BC. According to the Jews, or on September 1, 5509, according to the Eastern Orthodox Christians, or at 6 p.m. on the evening before October 23, 4004 BC. According to the 17th century Anglo-Irish chronologist, Archbishop Usher. In the 2 preceding paragraphs these eras have been listed in a descending order of the cogency of the evidence for the dates of the events selected, but, if we now resurvey the list from the standpoint of the relative success of these same eras in gaining a wide and lasting currency, we shall observe that the talisman by which their success or failure has been decided is the presence or absence of a religious sanction. In AD 1952 the Western Christian era was in the ascendant all over the world, and its only serious rival was now the Islamic era, though the Jews, with their usual persistence, still officially reckoned from their estimate of the date of the creation. There is, in fact, a traditional association between the measurement of time by human intellects and the hold of religion over human souls. The persistence of this superstition in the inaccessible subconscious depths of the psyche, even in societies that had attained a degree of sophistication at which astrology was professedly discredited, was attested by the rarity of the instances in which a rational reform of a calendar had succeeded in establishing itself. The French Revolution, whose rationalized codes of law went forth to the ends of the earth and whose pedantically newfangled weights and measures grams and kilograms and milligrams, meters and kilometers and millimeters enjoyed a success fou, was utterly defeated in its attempt to supersede a pagan Roman calendar which had been consecrated by the Christian Church. Yet the French revolutionary calendar was an attractive structure. The months had names which, divided by their terminations into 4 seasonal batches of 3 each, indicated the kind of weather which did, or at any rate ought to, occur in them, and each was cut to a uniform length of 30 days grouped in 3 10-day weeks. The batch of 5 supernumerary days that made up the total of the ordinary, non-leap, year hardly marred the most sensible calendar ever invented, too sensible for a country which calls the 10th, 11th, and 12th months of the year October, November, and December 1. The Roman misnomers stigmatized in the passage quoted above had an explanation, which is to be found in the military history of the Roman Republic. The 6 months originally denoted in the Roman calendar by numerals, and not by the names of gods, had not, of course, been wrongly numbered when their names had been first bestowed upon them. Originally the Roman official year had begun on March 1st, a month named after the Roman god of war, and, so long as the government's range of action extended no more than a few days' march from the capital, the newly elected magistrate, taking over his charge on March 15th, could take up the command assigned to him in time for the spring campaigning season. When, however, the field of Roman military operations had expanded to lands beyond Italy, a magistrate appointed to one of these distant commands in March might find himself unable to get into action until the season was far advanced. Oddly enough, during the half-century following the Hannibalic War, this calendrical drawback was not of practical significance, for the calendar itself had gone so wildly astray that the month which was supposed to herald the spring had drifted back into the previous autumn. For example, in the year 190 BC, in which a Roman army defeated a Seleucid army on the Asiatic battlefield of Magnesia, the legions had arrived in good time for the simple reason that the official March 15th was actually November 16th in the preceding year, while in the year 168 BC, in which another Roman army inflicted an equally decisive defeat on a Macedonian army at Pydna, the official March 15th had been actually the previous December 31st. The Romans, one perceives, were already, between these two dates, beginning to correct their calendar. Unfortunately, the nearer that it approximated to astronomical correctitude, the more apparent was its obsolescence as a military timetable. Accordingly, in 153 B.C., the day on which the annual magistrates were to enter on their term of office was shifted back from March 15th to January 1st, and, in consequence, January instead of March became the first month of the year. Astronomical improprieties continued until Julius Caesar was in a position to give dictatorial support to the conclusions of the astronomers and introduced a Julian calendar which approximated so closely to correctitude that it stood for more than a millennium and a half. At the same time, the first of the 6 numbered months, Quinctilis, was given his name and has become, in English, July. The following month in the following generation became August. After all, Julius and Augustus were officially divus, and the intrusion of their names by the side of the gods already commemorated was not inappropriate. The curious association of calendars with religions was illustrated by the subsequent history of the Julian calendar. By the 16th century of the Christian era it was apparent that it had got 10 days behindhand, and it was found possible, after the omission of 10 days, to reduce its inaccuracy to an infinitesimal quantum by an alteration in the rule about centenary leap years. In a 16th century Western Christian society, even though the age of Galileo was now treading on the heels of the age of St. Thomas Aquinas, it was felt that only the Pope could, as it were, press the button for the launching of a calendrical reform. Accordingly, the amended calendar was inaugurated in the name of Pope Gregory XIII in AD 1582. But in Protestant England the once revered Pope had now become merely the scandalous Bishop of Rome, from whose detestable enormities the second prayer book of King Edward VI had prayed that we might be delivered. The Elizabethan prayer book had omitted from the litany this offensive petition, but the sentiment remained. The English and Scottish governments held firmly to their ancient calendrical ways for another 170 years, thus inflicting upon future historians of that period the niggling nuisance of having to distinguish between NS and OS. When at last Britain came into line with her continental neighbours in 1752, the British public in a professedly rational 18th century appear to have made much more fuss than had been made by the Catholic world in the presumably less enlightened 16th century of the Christian era. Was this because, where a calendar was concerned, an Act of Parliament was a poor substitute for vox dei in the guise of a papal bull? When we pass from calendars and eras to weights and measures and money, we enter a province of the field of social currencies in which the rationalizing intellect holds sway uncensored by religious scruples. The French revolutionaries who failed so abjectly to implant their new secular calendar scored an ecumenical success with their new weights and measures. A comparison of the respective fortunes of the French and the Sumeric New Model metric system suggests that the dazzling success of the French reformers' work was due to their judicious moderation. In reducing the bewilderingly variegated tables of the Ancien regime to one single system of reckoning, they showed their practical good sense in irrationally following for this purpose the inconvenient decimal system which had been unanimously adopted by all branches of the human race, not on its merits but simply because the normal human being had 10 fingers and 10 toes. It was one of nature's unkind practical jokes that she had furnished some of the tribes of her vertebrate brute creation with 6 digits apiece on each of the 4 limbs without endowing the possessors of this admirable natural abacus with the reasoning power to use it, while, in endowing the genus Homo with reason, she had at the same time dealt out to it a niggardly allowance of appendages that added up only to tens and scores. It was unfortunate because, on a decimal count, the basic scale is divisible only by 2 and by 5, while the lowest number divisible alike by 2, 3, and 4 is, in fact, 12. The decimal notation was nevertheless inevitable because, by the time when any wits in any society had come to appreciate the intrinsic superiority of the number 12, the decimal notation had become ineradicably entrenched in practical life. The French reformers forbore to kick against these 10-pronged pricks, but their Sumerian predecessors had been less prudent. The Sumerian discovery of the virtues of the number 12 was a stroke of genius, and they took the revolutionary step of recasting their system of weights and measures on a duodecimal basis, but apparently they did not realize that, unless they could also achieve the further step of leading their fellow men to adopt a duodecimal notation for all purposes, the convenience of the duodecimal weights and measures would be more than offset by the inconvenience of having 2 incommensurable scales side by side. The Sumeric duodecimal system spread to the ends of the earth, but during the last 150 years it has been fighting a losing battle against its youthful French competitor. Ur, like Oxford, has proved a home of lost causes, though, to be sure, the cause of Ur is not quite lost so long as the English count 12 inches in the foot and 12 pennies in the shilling one. As soon as it has come to be recognized that honest dealing is a matter of social concern and that any government worthy of the name must make the giving of false weight and measure a punishable offense, the invention of money lies just round the corner. Yet this corner can only be turned by the taking of certain precise successive steps, and the requisite combination of moves in fact remained unachieved until the 7th century BC, though by that time the species of societies called civilizations had already been in existence for perhaps 3,000 years. The first step was the expedient of giving some particular commodities the function of serving as media of exchange, and thereby acquiring a second use independent of their intrinsic utility. But this step did not, in itself, lead on to the invention of money when the commodities selected were multifarious and not exclusively metallic. In the Mexican and Andean worlds, for example, by the time of the Spanish conquest, the substances known and coveted in the Old World as the precious metals existed in quantities that seemed fabulous to the Spanish conquistadores, and the natives had long since learnt the art of extracting and refining these metals and using them for works of art, but they had not thought of using them as media of exchange, even though they had hit upon the notion of using for this purpose other special commodities such as beans, dried fish, salt, and sea shells. In the commercially interwoven Egyptiac, Babylonic, Syriac, and Hellenic worlds the use of the precious metals as measures of value, in units of conveniently weighable bars, had been current for hundreds or even thousands of years before the governments of certain Hellenic cities on the Asiatic coast of the Aegean Sea went beyond the existing practice of putting metallic media of exchange on a par with other commodities and thereby including them under the common rule that made it an offense at law to give false weight and measure. These pioneer city-states now took the 2 revolutionary steps of making the issue of these metallic units of value a government monopoly and of stamping this exclusive governmental currency with a distinctive official image and superscription as a guarantee that the coin was an authentic product of the governmental mint, and that its weight and quality were to be accepted as being what they purported to be on the face of them. Since the management of a coinage is evidently least difficult in a state with a minimum area and population, it was perhaps no accident that city-states should have been the laboratories in which the experiment was made. At the same time, it is equally evident that the utility of a coinage increases with the enlargement of the area in which it is legal tender. Such a step forward was taken when, in the earlier decades of the 6th century BC, the Lydian monarchy conquered all the Greek city-states along the western coast of Anatolia except Miletus, as well as the interior as far as the river Halys, and issued a coinage based on the local standard of the subjected Greek city-state Phaeacia, which was given a general currency throughout the Lydian dominions. The most famous, and the last, of the Lydian kings was Croesus, who thus became and has remained a byword for riches. More than halfway through the 20th century of the Christian era, it still comes more naturally to a Westerner's tongue to say as rich as Croesus than to say as rich as Rothschild or Rockefeller or Ford or Morris or any other modern Western millionaire. The last and decisive step was taken when the Kingdom of Lydia was incorporated, in its turn, in the vast Achaemenian Empire. Thenceforth the future of coined money was assured. The ecumenical Achaemenian gold archer coins gave coinage an impetus that sped it on an almost ubiquitous course of conquest. Coined money was launched on its career in India by the Achaemenian annexation of the Punjab. The more distant Sinic world became ripe for adopting it after Tizan Shi Huangti's revolutionary empire building had been salvaged thanks to being tempered by the tactful hands of Han Lupang. In 119 BC the Sinic imperial government had a brilliant intuition of the hitherto undiscovered truth that metal was not the only stuff of which money could be made. In the imperial park at Changnan the emperor had a white stag, a very rare beast, which had no fellow in the empire. On the advice of a minister the emperor has this animal killed, and made a kind of treasury note out of its skin, which, he believed, could not be copied. These pieces of skin were a foot square, and were made with a fringed border and decorated with a pattern. Each piece was assigned the arbitrary value of 400,000 copper coins. The princes, when they came to pay their respects to the throne, were compelled to buy one of these pieces of skin for cash, and present their gifts to the emperor upon it. The skin of the white stag was, however, a limited quantity, and the time soon came when this device ceased to supply the treasury with much needed money. 1. The invention of currency notes did not become effectively applicable till it had been associated with the two Sinic inventions of paper and printing. Negotiable paper, in the form of checks tallying with stubs retained by the imperial treasury, was issued by the Tiang government in AD 807 and 809, but there is no evidence that the inscriptions on these checks were printed. Printed paper money was certainly issued by the Sung government in AD 970. The invention of money undoubtedly proved beneficial to the subjects of the governments that issued it in spite of the socially subversive fluctuations of inflation and deflation, and temptations to lend and borrow at usurious rates, which the invention brought in its train. But a greater benefit had assuredly accrued to the issuing governments themselves, for the issue of money is an act de presence which brings a government into direct and constant contact with at least an active, intelligent, and influential minority of its subjects, and this monetary epiphany not only automatically fosters a government's prestige, but also gives it a magnificent opportunity for self-advertisement. This effect of a coinage, even on the minds of a population under alien rule who resent the political yoke imposed upon them, is illustrated by a classic passage in the New Testament. They sent unto him certain of the Pharisees and the Herodians, to catch him in his words. And when they were come, they say unto him, Master, we know that thou art true, and carest for no man, for thou regardest not the person of man, but teachest the way of God in truth. Is it lawful to give tribute to Caesar, or not? Shall we give, or shall we not give? But he, knowing their hypocrisy, said unto them, Why tempt ye me? Bring me a penny, that I may see it. And they brought it, and he saith unto them, Whose is this image and superscription? And they said unto him, Caesar's. And Jesus answering said unto them, "Render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's." And they could not take hold of his words before the people, and they marveled at his answer, and held their peace. 1. This automatic moral profit which the prerogative of issuing money yields, even in a formidably adverse political and religious environment, was of incomparably greater value to the Roman imperial government than any mere financial gains which the management of the mint might incidentally bring in. The emperor's likeness on the coin gave the imperial government a certain status in the minds of a Jewish population which not only regarded Rome's dominion as illegitimate but treasured, as the second of the 10 commandments believed to have been delivered to Moses by Yahweh, engraved on stone tablets by the deity's own hand, the explicit injunction, "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I the Lord thy God am a jealous God." 2. When in 167 BC, the Seleucid king, Antiochus IV, Epiphanes had placed a statue of Olympian Zeus in the Holy of Holies of Yahweh's temple at Jerusalem, the horror and indignation of the Jews at seeing the abomination that maketh desolate 3 standing where it ought not 4 were so intense that they could not rest until they had thrown off every vestige of Seleucid rule. Again, when in AD 26 the Roman procurator Pontius Pilate smuggled into Jerusalem, draped and under cover of night, Roman military standards bearing the emperor's image in medallions, the reaction of the Jews was so vehement as to compel Pilate to remove the offensive emblems. Yet these same Jews had schooled themselves meekly, not only to seeing but to handling, using, earning, and hoarding the abominable image on Caesar's coinage. The Roman government was not slow to perceive the value of an ecumenical coinage as an instrument of policy. From the middle of the 1st century onwards the imperial government had appreciated, as few governments have done before or since, not only the function of coinage as a mirror of contemporary life of the political, social, spiritual, and artistic aspirations of the age but also its immense and unique possibilities as a far-reaching instrument of propaganda. Modern methods of disseminating news and modern vehicles of propaganda, from postage stamps to broadcasting and the press, have their counterpart in the imperial coinage, where yearly, monthly we might almost say, daily novelties and variations in types record the sequence of public events and reflect the aims and ideologies of those who control the state. 1. Standing armies. Universal states have differed very greatly in the extent to which they have required standing armies. A few seem to have been able to dispense with them almost entirely, others have found these expensive institutions a regrettable necessity, both mobile armies and stationary troops on garrison duty. The governments of such universal states have had to wrestle with the difficult and sometimes insoluble problems with which these always cumbrous and often dangerous institutions have confronted them. But these are matters which we cannot pause to explore. We will restrict ourselves in this section to one of the many subjects which might be brought under its title 1, however, that is perhaps the most interesting and the most important, and also the most closely aligned with the general argument of this chapter, namely the influence of the Roman army on the development of the Christian Church. The Christian Church was not, of course, the Roman army's most obvious or most immediate beneficiary. The most obvious beneficiaries of all the armies of all disintegrating empires had been the aliens and barbarians enrolled in them. The later Achaemenids' recruitment of a mobile professional force of Greek mercenaries led to the conquest of the Achaemenian Empire by Alexander the Great. The enrollment of barbarians in the bodyguard of the Abbasid caliphs and in the standing armies of the Roman Empire and the new Empire of Egypt led to the establishment of Turkish barbarian rule in the Caliphate, Teutonic and Sarmatian barbarian rule in the western provinces of the Roman Empire, and Hyksos barbarian rule in Egypt. It is more surprising to see the mantle of an army descending upon a church, and the more so when the recipient of this inspiration is a church with an anti-military tradition. In their conscientious objection to the shedding of blood, and consequently to the performance of military service, the primitive Christians were at variance with Jewish tradition. They believed that the triumphal second coming of Christ was at hand, and that they had been instructed to wait for it in patience. In striking contrast to the series of Jewish insurrections, first against Seleucid and then against Roman rule, during the 300 years running from 166 BC to AD 135, the Christians never rose in armed revolt against Roman persecutors during the period of approximately equal length between the beginning of Jesus' mission and the conclusion of peace and alliance between the Roman imperial government and the Church in AD 313. As for service in the Roman army, this was a stumbling block for the Christians because it involved, not only the shedding of blood on active service, but also, among other things, the passing and execution of death sentences, the taking of the military oath of unconditional loyalty to the emperor, the worship of the emperor's genius and the offer of sacrifice to it, and the veneration of military standards as idols. Service in the army was, in fact, forbidden by successive early Christian fathers, by Origen, by Tertullian, and even by Lactantius in a work published after the conclusion of the Constantinian peace. It is significant that this ostracism of the Roman army by the Christian Church broke down at a time when the army was still being recruited by voluntary enlistment, indeed more than 100 years before the issue was raised on the Roman imperial government's side through the reintroduction in practice of an always theoretically compulsory military service by Diocletian, reigned AD 283 to 305. Down to about the year AD 170 occasions for conflict over this issue were, it would seem, avoided. Christian civilians abstained from enlisting, while, if a pagan serving soldier became a convert, the Church tacitly acquiesced in his serving out his time and performing all the duties that the army required of him. Possibly the Church justified herself for this laxity on the same ground on which she had from the first tolerated other anomalies, such as the continuance of slavery, even in cases where both master and slave were Christians. The inclusion of the Epistle to Philemon in the sacred canon is significant on this point. In the Church's expectation in this age, the time remaining before Christ's second coming was going to be so short that a soldier convert might as well pass it under arms as a slave convert in bondage. In the 3rd century of the Christian era, when the Christians began to make their way in rapidly increasing numbers into the politically responsible classes of Roman society, partly by themselves rising in the world and partly by winning upper-class converts, they answered in practice the question raised for them by the social importance of the Roman army without ever solving it in theory or waiting for the conversion of the state of which the army was an organ. In Diocletian's army the Christian contingent was already so large and so influential that the persecution of AD 303 was directed against Christianity in the army in the first instance. Indeed, it would appear that, in the western provinces, the percentage of Christians in the army was higher than the percentage in the civilian population. Still more significant is the influence of the army on the Church in the age when the ban on military service was still in force. War calls forth heroic virtues akin to those which the followers of an unpopular religion are called on to display, and many preachers of such religions had drawn upon the vocabulary furnished by the arts and implements of warfare, none more conspicuously than St. Paul. In the Jewish tradition, which the Christian Church had retained as a treasured part of its own heritage, war was consecrated both in a literal and in a metaphorical sense. While, however, the Jewish martial tradition was a potent literary influence, the Roman martial tradition presented itself as a living and impressive reality. Baneful and hateful as the Roman army of the Republic might have been in the cruel age of the Roman conquests and the still more cruel age of the Roman civil wars, the army of the empire, which lived on its pay instead of looting, and which was stationed on frontiers to defend civilization against the barbarians instead of infesting and devastating the civilized interior of the Hellenic world, came to win the involuntary respect, admiration, and even affection of Rome's subjects, as an ecumenical institution that ministered to their welfare and that was a legitimate object of pride. Let us observe, wrote Clement of Rome, about the year AD 95, in his first epistle to the Corinthians, the conduct of the soldiers who serve our rulers. Think of the orderliness, the pliancy, the submissiveness with which they carry out their orders. Not all of them are legates or tribunes or centurions or options or officers of the grades below these. But each serving soldier in his own unit carries out the commands of the emperor and the government. In thus commending military discipline as an example to his Christian correspondents, Clement was seeking to establish order in the Church. Obedience, he was saying, is due from all Christians, not only to God but also to their ecclesiastical superiors. But in the evolution of the Christian Church's military imagery, the soldier of God was primarily the missionary. The missionary must disencumber himself from the impedimenta of civilian life, and has the same claim to be supported by his flock as the soldier has to receive his pay out of the contributions of the taxpayer. Yet, whatever influence the Roman army may have had on the development of the Church's institutions, it was less potent in that sphere than the influence of the Roman civil service, and the army's example produced its principal effect on the Church in the sphere of ideals. The Christian initiation rite of baptism is equated by Saint Cyprian with the military oath, sacramentum, required of the recruit on enrollment in the Roman army. Once enrolled, the Christian soldier must wage his warfare in accordance with the regulations. He must eschew the unpardonable crime of desertion, and likewise the grave misdemeanor of dereliction of duty. The pay of delinquency is death is Tertullian's adaptation to military language of the phrase in St. Paul's epistle to the Romans, which appears as the wages of sin in the authorized English version of the Bible. The ritual and moral obligations of the Christian life are equated by Tertullian with military fatigues. In his terminology, a fast is a stint of sentry go, and the yoke which is easy, in the language of the Gospel according to St. Matthew, is the Lord's light pack. Moreover, the Christian soldier's faithful service is recompensed, on discharge, with God's gratuity, and, short of receiving a gratuity, the soldier can look forward to drawing his rations as long as he gives satisfaction. The cross is a military standard and Christ the commander-in-chief, imperator. In fact, bearing Gould's Onward, Christian soldiers and General Booth's Salvation Army draw in word and in deed a parallel which goes back to the early days of the Church, but the army which originally suggested such a comparison was the non-Christian army which the Roman Empire had created and maintained for very different purposes. Civil services. Universal states have differed very greatly in the degree to which they have elaborated their civil services. At the upper end of the scale we find the Ottoman government, which provided for its administrative needs by doing everything that human ingenuity could devise, and human determination accomplish, to produce a civil service that was to be no mere professional fraternity but a secular equivalent of a religious order, so rigorously segregated, so austerely disciplined, and so potently conditioned as to be transfigured into a superhuman, or subhuman, race as different from the ordinary run of humankind as a thoroughbred and broken-in horse, hound, or hawk is from the wild life that has been the breeders' and trainers' raw material. A problem that often confronts the creators of civil services for universal states is, what use to make of the aristocracy that has often been lording it during the preceding time of troubles. There was, for example, an incapable aristocracy in Muscovy at the time when Peter the Great took her westernization in hand, and a highly capable one in the Roman Empire at the date of the foundation of the Principate. Peter and Augustus each drew upon the aristocracy of his empire as material for the building of an ecumenical administrative structure, but their motives were different. While Peter tried to dragoon an old-fashioned nobility into becoming efficient administrators in the Western style, Augustus took the senatorial order into partnership, not so much because he needed their services as because he regarded this partnership as an insurance against his suffering the fate that his predecessor, Julius Caesar, had suffered at the hands of a gang of outraged members of the summarily deposed ex-ruling class. The antithetical problems that confronted Augustus and Peter the Great are the horns of a dilemma which is apt to catch the architect of an empire confronted with a pre-imperial aristocracy. If the aristocracy is capable, it will resent the emperor's service as being, for aristocrats, infradignitatum. Conversely, if the aristocracy is incompetent, the dictator who employs it will find that the innocuousness of his tool is offset by the bluntness of its edge. Pre-imperial aristocracies were not the only material that empire builders required for the recruitment of their civil services. Such grandees, taken by themselves, would have constituted a corps of colonels without regiments. A middle class, consisting of lawyers and other professional men, would be required as the equivalents of the regimental officers, and a host of subordinates for the rank and file. Sometimes the builders of a universal state were in the fortunate position of being able to draw upon the services of a class that it had already called into existence to meet its own domestic needs. The character and achievements of the British Indian Civil Service can hardly be understood unless looked at against the background of an immediately preceding chapter of administrative history in the United Kingdom. The institution of factory inspection by the Act of 1833 was a stage in the development of a new kind of civil service. Bentham's passion for substituting science for custom, his view of administration that it was a skilled business, had in this instance results that were wholly satisfactory. Under his inspiration, England created a staff that brought to its work training and independence. Unlike the English justice of the peace, the new civil servant had knowledge. Unlike the French intendant, he was not a mere creature of a government. The English people learned to use educated men on terms that preserved their independence and their self-respect. For the moment, the chief occupation of this educated class was to throw a searchlight on the disorder of the new industrial world. Nobody can study the history of the generation that followed the passing of the Reform Bill without being struck by the part played by lawyers, doctors, men of science and letters, in exposing abuses and devising plans. 1. Such was the new fraternity of middle-class professional administrators which took passage to India. We shall find occasion to consider both their achievement and their limitations in another context in a later chapter. The achievement of Augustus in calling a new civil service into existence to answer the needs of the devastated, disorganized, and weary world for which he made himself responsible had been equaled, 150 years earlier, in the Cynic world by the work of Han Lupang. Judged by the standard of endurance, indeed, the work of this Cynic peasant far surpassed that of the Roman bourgeois Octavian. Augustus's system went to pieces in the 7th century after its creation, whereas Lupang's system lasted, with at least a thread of continuity, down to AD 1911. The defect of the Roman imperial civil service was its reflection of the discord between the old senatorial aristocracy and the new imperial dictatorship, which the Augustan compromise had glozed over but had not healed. There were two rigidly segregated hierarchies and two mutually exclusive careers in which the senatorial and non-senatorial civil servants went their respective ways. This schism was brought to an end in the 3rd century of the Christian era by the elimination of the senatorial order from all posts of administrative responsibility, but by this time the decay of local civic self-government had so greatly swollen the volume of work that Diocletian found himself compelled to make an inordinate increase in the permanent establishment of the imperial civil service. The social standard required from recruits was, in consequence, lowered. The contrast with the history of the Han dynasty's civil service is instructive. The opening of careers to talent, irrespective of rank, prevailed from the first, when the emperor himself in 196 BC, 6 years after his restoration of order, issued an ordinance directing the provincial public authorities to select candidates for the public service on a test of merit, and to send them to the capital for establishment or rejection by the officers of the central government. This new Cynic civil service received its definitive form when Han Lupang's successor, Han Wudi, reigned 140 B.C.-87 B.C., decided that the merit required of candidates should be proficiency in reproducing the style of the classical literature of the Confucian canon and in interpreting the Confucian philosophy to the satisfaction of the Confucian literati of the day. The Confucian school of the 2nd century BC, which was thus tactfully coaxed into partnership with the imperial regime, would have astonished Confucius himself, but even this dehydrated political philosophy was a more effective inspiration for a corporate professional way of life than the merely literary archaistic culture of the Hellenic world in the age of Diocletian. However pedantic it might be, it provided a traditional ethic which was lacking among the Roman counterparts of the Cynic civil servants. While the Han Empire and the Roman Empire created their civil services out of their own social and cultural heritages, Peter the Great was debarred, by the very nature of his problem, from doing anything of the kind. In AD 1717-18 he established a number of administrative colleges to induct the Russians into newfangled Western methods of administration. Swedish prisoners of war were roped in as instructors, and Russian apprentices sent to acquire a Prussian training at Königsberg, where, as in the Petrine Russian Empire, an imperial civil service is called into existence in conscious imitation of alien institutions. The need of special arrangements for training personnel is evident, but the need arises in some degree in all civil services. In the Incaic, Achaemenian, Roman, and Ottoman empires the emperor's personal household was both the hub of the will of imperial government and the training school for the administrators themselves, and in a number of cases the educational function of the imperial household was provided for through the creation of a corps of pages or, in workaday terms, apprentices. At the Inca emperor's court at Cuzco there was a regular course of education, with tests at successive stages. In the Achaemenian Empire all Persian boys of noble birth, according to Herodotus, were educated at the emperor's court, from the age of 5 to the age of 20, in 3 things and 3 only: riding, shooting, and telling the truth. The Ottoman court made provision for the education of pages in its early days at Bursa, and it was still treading this well-worn path when Sultan Murad II, reigned AD 1421-51, established a school for princes at Adrianople, which was the capital in his time. His successor, however, Sultan Mehmed II, reigned AD 1451-81, struck out a new line when he set about staffing his civil service, no longer with the sons of Osmanli Muslim noblemen but with Christian slaves, including renegades and prisoners of war from Western Christendom, as well as the tribute children levied from the Padishah's own Eastern Orthodox Christian subjects. This peculiar institution has been described in an earlier part of the study. While the Ottoman Padishahs deliberately expanded their personal slave household into an instrument for the government of a rapidly growing empire, actually to the exclusion of free Osmanlis, the Roman emperors, though they found themselves compelled to make a similar use of Caesar's household, took steps to limit the role of freedmen in the imperial administration. The freedman's stronghold in the administration of the Roman Empire in the early days was the central government, in which 5 administrative offices in Caesar's household had grown into imperial ministries, but, even in these posts, which were traditionally the freedman's preserve, the freedmen became politically impossible as soon as they became conspicuous. The scandal caused by the spectacle of the freedmen ministers of Claudius and Nero exercising unbridled power led, under the Flavian emperors and their successors, to the transfer of these key posts, one after another, to members of the equestrian order. Thus in the history of the Roman civil service the equestrian, i.e. the commercial, class gained ground at the expense both of the slave underworld and the senatorial aristocracy, and its victory over its rivals was justified by the efficiency and integrity with which the equestrian civil servants performed their duties. This redemption of a class which, during the last 2 centuries of the Republican regime, had risen to wealth and power by exploitation, tax farming, and usury, was perhaps the most remarkable triumph of the Augustan imperial system. The British Indian civil servants were likewise recruited from a commercial class. They had originated as the employees of a trading company whose purpose had been pecuniary profit. One of their original incentives for taking employment far from home in an ungenial climate had been the possibility of making fortunes by trading on the side for their personal profit, and, when the East India Company was suddenly transformed, by a significantly easy military victory, into he sovereign, in all but name, of the richest province of the broken-down Mughal Empire, the company's servants had, for a brief period, yielded to the temptation to extort monstrous pecuniary winnings for themselves with the same shamelessness as the Roman equites had displayed over a much longer period. Yet in the British case, as in the Roman, a band of predatory harpies was converted into a body of public servants whose incentive was now no longer personal gain and who had learned to make it a point of honor to wield enormous political power without abusing it. This redemption of the character of the British administration in India was due in part to the East India Company's decision to educate their servants for bearing the new political responsibilities that had fallen on their shoulders. In AD 1806 the company opened, at Hertford Castle, a college for probationer appointees to its administrative service, which it moved, 3 years later, to Haileybury, and this college played an historic role during the 52 years of its existence. In 1853, on the eve of the transference of the Government of India from the Company to the Crown, Parliament's decision to recruit the service in future by competitive examination opened the door to candidates drawn from the wider field of such non-official institutions as the universities of the United Kingdom and the so-called public schools, from which the two ancient English universities were at that time mainly recruited. Haileybury College was closed in 1857, and, during the 52 years of its existence, Dr. Arnold of Rugby had come and gone, while all that he stood for had been broadcast throughout the public schools by like-minded masters. The average Indian civil servant during the latter half of the 19th century had acquired at school and university a training in exact scholarship, based on what were, for Westerners, the classical languages and literatures, and a Christian outlook which was not less strong for being often somewhat vague and undogmatic. A not altogether fanciful parallel might be drawn between this moral and intellectual training and the education in the Cynic Confucian classics that was then still being demanded of a Chinese civil service which had been established 20 centuries earlier. If we turn now to consider who had been the principal beneficiaries from the imperial civil services that universal states had called into existence for their own purposes, the most obvious beneficiaries were evidently those successor states of these empires which had the intelligence to make use of such a precious legacy. From a list of these we should exclude the successor states of the Roman Empire in the West. These learnt their lessons much less from the imperial civil service, which they disrupted, than from the church to which they were converted, but, as we shall see, the church itself had been a beneficiary of the Roman civil service, so that, even here, the legacy was partially transmitted at one remove. Without attempting a complete list of beneficiary successor states, one can point, at the time of writing, to the recently formed Indian Union and Pakistan as beneficiaries of the British Indian Civil Service. The most important beneficiaries, however, had been the churches. We have already noticed how the hierarchical organization of the Christian Church had been based on that of the Roman Empire. A similar basis was provided by the new Empire of Egypt for the Pan-Egyptiac Church under the chief priest of Amon-Re at Thebes, and by the Sasanian Empire for the Zoroastrian Church. The chief priest of Amon-Re was created in the image of the Theban pharaoh, the Zoroastrian chief Mabud in the likeness of the Sasanian Shahin Shah, and the Pope in the likeness of the post-Diocletianic Roman Emperor. Secular administrative corporations had, however, performed more intimate services for churches than the mere provision of an organizational last. They had also influenced their outlook and ethos, and in some cases these intellectual and moral influences had been conveyed, not merely by example, but by the translation of a person, in whom they had been incarnate, from the secular to the ecclesiastical sphere. Three historic figures, each of whom gave a decisive turn to the development of the Catholic Church in the West, were recruits from the secular Roman imperial civil service. Ambrosius, lived circa AD 340–97, was the son of a civil servant who had reached the peak of his profession by attaining the office of praetorian prefect of the Gauls, and the future Saint Ambrose was following in his father's footsteps as governor of the province of Liguria and Emilia when, in AD 374, to his consternation, he was dragged out of the rut of an assured official career and hustled into the episcopal see of Milan by a popular impetus that did not wait to ask his leave. Cassiodorus, lived circa AD 490–585, spent the first part of his very long life administering Roman Italy in the service of King Theodoric the Ostrogoth. In his later days he turned a rural property of his own in the toe of Italy into a monastic settlement that was the complement of Saint Benedict's foundation at Monte Cassino. Saint Benedict's school of monks, broken in, by the love of God, to hard physical labor in the fields, could not have done all that it did for a nascent Western Christian society if it had not been wedded, at the start, to a Cassiodorian school that was inspired by the same motive to perform the mentally laborious task of copying the pagan classics and the works of the Fathers. As for Gregory the Great, lived circa AD 540 to 604, he abandoned the secular public service, after serving as Praefectus Urbi, in order to follow Cassiodorus's example by making a monastery out of his ancestral palace in Rome, and he was thereby led, against his expectation and desire, into becoming one of the makers of the papacy. Each of these great civil servants found his true vocation in the service of the Church, and brought to the service of the Church aptitudes and traditions acquired in a civil service career. Citizenships. Since a universal state usually arises in the first instance from the forcible union of a number of contending parochial states, it is apt to start life with a great gulf fixed between rulers and ruled. On the one side stands an empire-building community representing the survivors of a dominant minority after a protracted struggle for existence between the rulers of the competing local communities of the preceding age. On the other side lies a conquered population. It is also common form for the effectively enfranchised element to become, as time passes, a relatively larger fraction as a result of the admission of recruits from the subject majority. It had, however, been unusual for this process to go to the length of completely obliterating the initial division between rulers and ruled. The outstanding exceptional case, in which a comprehensive political enfranchisement had been achieved, and this within a quarter of a century of the establishment of the universal state, was in the Cynic world. In the Cynic universal state established in 230 to 221 BC, through the conquest of 6 other parochial states by their victorious competitor Tizin, the supremacy of Tizin was brought to an end when Xianyang, the capital of the Tizin power, was occupied by Han Lupang in 207 BC. The political enfranchisement of the whole population of the Cynic universal state may be dated from 196 BC. It need hardly be said that this political achievement could not change at one stroke the fundamental economic and social structure of the Cynic society. That society continued to consist of a mass of tax-paying peasants supporting a small privileged ruling class, but henceforth the avenue giving entry to the Cynic official paradise was genuinely open to talent, irrespective of social class. The unifying effect produced by historical forces operating over a long period of time cannot, of course, be reproduced by a legislative act conferring uniform juridical status. The uniform status of Europeans, Eurasians, and Asiatics under the British Raj in India, and of Europeans, Creoles, and Indians in the Spanish Empire in the Indics, as subjects, in either case, of one crown, did not have any appreciable effect in diminishing the social gulf between rulers and ruled in either of these polities. The classical instance in which an initial gulf was successfully obliterated by the gradual merger of a once privileged ruling minority in the mass of its former subjects is to be found in the history of the Roman Empire, and here, also, the substance of political equality was not communicated by the mere conferment of the juridical status of Roman citizen. After the promulgation of the Edict of Caracalla in AD 212, all free male inhabitants of the Roman Empire, with insignificant exceptions, were Roman citizens, but it still required the political and social revolution of the ensuing century to bring the realities of life into conformity with the law. The ultimate beneficiary from the political egalitarianism towards which the Roman Empire was moving in the age of the Principate, one and at which it arrived in the time of Diocletian, was of course the Catholic Christian Church. The Catholic Christian Church borrowed the Roman Empire's master idea of dual citizenship, a constitutional device that had solved the problem how to enjoy the advantages of membership of an ecumenical community without having to repudiate narrower loyalties or to cut local roots. In the Roman Empire under the Principate, which was the framework within which the Christian Church grew up, all citizens of the world city of Rome, except the small number who actually lived in the metropolis, were also citizens of some local municipality that, though within the Roman body politic, was an autonomous city-state with the traditional Hellenic form of city-state self-government and the traditional hold of such a local motherland upon the affections of her children. On this Roman secular model a growing and spreading ecclesiastical community built up an organization and a corporate feeling that was simultaneously local and ecumenical. The church to which a Christian gave his allegiance was both the local Christian community of a particular city and the Catholic Christian community in which all these local churches were embraced in virtue of a uniform practice and doctrine. One the only is not in the Latin, but it might well be, for the poet must have known that if the bees do not get any honey for themselves they go on strike. 1 Toynbee, A.J., in The Legacy of Greece, Oxford 1922, Clarendon Press, p. 320. 1 Sansom, G.B., Japan, A Short Cultural History, London 1932, Cresset Press, pages 460-2. 1 In the original work, of which this is an abridgment, Mr. Toynbee surveys the uses made of the communication systems of a large number of universal states. 1 The Mau Mau movement in Kenya might be regarded as the most conspicuous protest of these latter at the moment of writing, AD 1954. 1 Reckoning the Nestorian lodgment in Travancore as the first attempt of Christianity to convert India, and the Jesuit mission to the court of Akbar as the second. 3 Reckoning the 7th century Nestorian lodgment at Sinan as the first attempt of Christianity to convert China, the 13th and 14th century Western Christian missions overland as the second, and the 16th century Western Christian missions by sea as the third. 1 Herring, C.H. The Spanish Empire in America, New York 1947, Oxford University Press, pages 160 and 159. 1 This was the usage in England until quite modern times. Cities were cathedral cities, other towns were boroughs. 1 of many other solutions was also founded in this neighborhood, to serve as the port of Antioch. From this Seleucia, as recorded in the Acts of the Apostles, St. Paul set sail for Cyprus on his first missionary journey. 1 There is something ridiculous about this topical name changing. The editor of this abridgment remembers receiving, half a century ago, a letter from a friend who had recently returned to a French provincial town. He wrote, "Since I was last here the anti-clericals have secured a majority on the council and the Rue Jean-Baptiste has become the Rue Émile Zola." 1 Before this abridgment of Val's, 7x was published, the Minoan Linear B script had been deciphered by Messrs. A. Ventris and I. Chadwick as a vehicle for the Greek language, see the Journal of Hellenic Studies, Volume 8, pages 84-103, and their interpretation had been immediately and almost unanimously recognized by other scholars. 2 Linear A has not yet been deciphered by the time of writing in 1954. It had a wide currency throughout the island of Crete, and the language conveyed in it is probably the pre-Greek Minoan, to whatever family of languages this may have belonged. The range of the later Linear B script, now known to have conveyed the Greek language, was confined, in Crete, to Knossos, but extended to several centers of the Mycenaean civilization on the mainland. 1 i.e. the stretch of fertile country round the north of the Arabian desert from Egypt via Syria, Mesopotamia and Babylonia to the Persian Gulf. 1 Exodus 17-26, and, in a fuller statement, XX 23 to XXIII 33. 1 Similarly the clause suffered under Pontius Pilate, which occurs in both the Nicene and the Apostles' Creed used by Christian churches, is a statement of a date rather than a charge against an individual. If the authors of the creeds had wished to indulge in polemics, they would have imputed the crime to the Jews, whom Christians still hated, rather than to a representative of imperial Rome, with which they had become reconciled. The point of suffered under Pontius Pilate is the assertion that the second person of the Trinity had been an historical figure with a definite date, in contrast to the mythical figures of other religions, such as Mithras or Isis or Cybele. 1 Thompson, J.M., The French Revolution, Oxford 1943, Blackwell, p. 9. 1 The 24 hours of the day and the 60 minutes of the hour are also of Sumeric origin, and stand a better chance of indefinite survival. Even the French revolutionists did not try to decimalize the clock. 1 Fitzgerald, C.P., China, A Short Cultural History, London 1935, Cresset Press, pages 164-5. 1 Mark 12. 13 to 17. CP. Matt XXII. 15 to 21, Luke XX. 20 to 25. 2 Exodus XX. 4, 5. 3 Dan 11. 31 and 12. 11. 4 Mark 13. 14. 1 Toynbee, J.M.C., Roman Medallions, New York 1944, The American Numismatic Society, p. 15. 1 Hammond, J.L. and Barbara, The Rise of Modern Industry, London 1925, Methuen, pages 256-7. 1 i.e. the pre-Diocletianic Empire, founded by Augustus, who used the title princeps, meaning leader of the house, i.e. the Senate. 7. Universal churches. XXVI alternative conceptions of the relation of universal churches to civilizations. 1. Churches as cancers. We have seen that a universal church is apt to come to birth during a time of troubles following the breakdown of a civilization and to unfold itself within the political framework of the ensuing universal state. We have seen also, in the preceding part of this study, that the principal beneficiaries of the institutions maintained by universal states have been universal churches, and it is therefore not surprising that the champions of a universal state, whose fortunes are on the wane, should dislike the spectacle of a universal church growing within its bosom. The church is therefore likely to be regarded, from the standpoint of the imperial government and its supporters, as a social cancer responsible for the decline of the state. In the decline of the Roman Empire, an indictment, which had been mounting up since the attack penned by Celsus near the end of the 2nd century of the Christian era, came to a head in the West when the empire there was in its death agonies. An explosion of this hostile feeling was evoked in AD 416 in the heart of Rutilius Nemesianus, a die-hard pagan Gallic devotee of imperial Rome, by the sad sight of desert islands colonized or, as he would have said, infested by Christian monks. Now, as we move, Capraria lifts itself out of the sea, squalid the isle, and filled with men who shun the light. They dub themselves monks, with a Grecian name, because they wish to dwell alone, observed by none. They dread the gifts of fortune, while her ills they fear. Who, to shirk pain, would choose a life of pain? What madness of a brain diseased so fond as, fearing evil, to refuse all good? 1. Before the end of his voyage Rutilius suffered the sadder sight of another island that had captivated a fellow countryman of his own. The wave-girt Gorgon rises in mid-sea, twixt Pisa and Cernus, one on either side. I shun the cliffs, memorials as they are of late disaster, one of my own race, here perished by a living death. For lately, a high-born youth of our own nation, one not lacking wealth or marriage relatives, driven by madness, man and earth forsook, and, as a superstitious exile, sought a shameful lurking place. The ill-starred wretch deemed that the spark divine by squalor thrives, and on his own life laid more cruel stripes than might the offended deities themselves. Less potent is the sect than Circe's drugs. Then bodies were transformed, but now men's minds. 1. Through these lines there breathes the spirit of a still pagan aristocracy who saw the cause of the ruin of the Roman Empire in the abandonment of the traditional worship of the Hellenic pantheon. This controversy between a sinking Roman Empire and a rising Christian church raised an issue that stirred the feelings not only of contemporaries directly concerned, but also of a posterity contemplating the event across a great gulf of time. In the statement I have described the triumph of barbarism and religion. Gibbon not only sums up the 71 chapters of his book in 9 words but proclaims himself a partisan of Celsus and Rutilius. The cultural peak of Hellenic history, as he saw it, in the Antonine age stood out clear across an intervening span of 16 centuries which, for Gibbon, represented a cultural trough. Out of this trough the generation of Gibbon's grandparents in the Western world had tardily gained a footing on the upward slope of another mountain from which the twin peak of the Hellenic past was once again visible in its majesty. This view, which is implicit in Gibbon's work, has been put clearly and sharply by a 20th-century anthropologist who is a figure of comparable stature in his own field. The religion of the Great Mother, with its curious blend of crude savagery and spiritual aspirations, was only one of a multitude of similar Oriental faiths which in the later days of paganism spread over the Roman Empire, and by saturating the European peoples with alien ideals of life undermined the whole fabric of ancient civilization. Greek and Roman society was built on the conception of the subordination of the individual to the community, of the citizen to the state. It set the safety of the commonwealth, as the supreme aim of conduct, above the safety of the individual whether in this world or in a world to come. Trained from infancy in this unselfish ideal, the citizens devoted their lives to the public service and were ready to lay them down for the common good, or, if they shrank from the supreme sacrifice, it never occurred to them that they acted otherwise than basely in preferring their personal existence to the interests of their country. All this was changed by the spread of Oriental religions which inculcated the communion of the soul with God and its eternal salvation as the only objects worth living for, objects in comparison with which the prosperity and even the existence of the state sank into insignificance. The inevitable result of this selfish and immoral doctrine was to withdraw the devotee more and more from the public service, to concentrate his thoughts on his own spiritual emotions, and to breed in him a contempt for the present life, which he regarded merely as a probation for a better and an eternal. The saint and the recluse, disdainful of earth and wrapped in ecstatic contemplation of heaven, became in popular opinion the highest ideal of humanity, displacing the old ideal of the patriot and hero who, forgetful of self, lives, and is ready to die for the good of his country. The earthly city seemed poor and contemptible to men whose eyes beheld the city of God coming in the clouds of heaven. Thus the center of gravity, so to say, was shifted from the present to a future life, and, however much the other world may have gained, there can be little doubt that this one lost heavily by the change. A general disintegration of the body politic set in. The ties of the state and of the family were loosened. The structure of society tended to resolve itself into its individual elements and thereby to relapse into barbarism, for civilization is only possible through the active cooperation of the citizens and their willingness to subordinate their private interests to the common good. Men refused to defend their country and even to continue their kind. In their anxiety to save their own souls and the souls of others, they were content to leave the material world, which they identified with the principle of evil, to perish around them. This obsession lasted for 1,000 years. The revival of Roman law, of the Aristotelian philosophy, of ancient art and literature at the close of the Middle Ages marked the return of Europe to native ideals of life and conduct, to saner, manlier views of the world. The long halt in the march of civilization was over. The tide of Oriental invasion had turned at last. It is ebbing still. 1. It was still ebbing when the present lines were being written in 1948, and the present writer was wondering what the gentle scholar would have had to say, if he had been revising the Golden Bough for a fourth edition at that date, about some of the ways in which Europe's return to native ideals of life and conduct had manifested itself during the 41 years since the publication of this provocative passage. Fraser and his like-minded contemporaries had proved to be the last generation of Western neopagans of a rational and tolerant school which had first emerged in Italy in the 15th century of the Christian era. By AD 1952 they had been swept off the field by demonic, emotional, violent-handed successors who had emerged out of the unplumbed deeps of a secularized Western society. The words of Fraser had been re-uttered by the voice of Alfred Rosenberg with a different ring. Yet the fact remains that Rosenberg and Fraser were both propounding an identical Gibbonian thesis. We have already argued at length, in an early part of this study, that the breakdown of the Hellenic society had in fact occurred long before it suffered the intrusion of Christianity or of any of the other Oriental religions which were Christianity's unsuccessful rivals. Our inquiries have already reached the conclusion that higher religions have never as yet been guilty of the deaths of any civilizations, Yet this tragedy might still be a possibility. To get to the bottom of the issue, we must carry our inquiry from the macrocosm into the microcosm, from the facts of past history to the abiding characteristics of human nature. Fraser's contention is that the higher religions are essentially and incurably antisocial. When there is a shift in the focus of human interest from the ideals aimed at in the civilizations to those aimed at in the higher religions, is it true that social values, for which the civilizations claim to stand, are bound to suffer? Are spiritual and social values antithetical and inimical? Is the fabric of civilization undermined if the salvation of the individual soul is taken as being the supreme aim in life? Fraser answers these questions in the affirmative, and, if his answer were right, it would mean that human life was a tragedy without a catharsis. The writer of this study believed that Fraser's answer was wrong, and that it was based on a misunderstanding of the nature both of higher religions and of human souls. Man is neither a selfless ant nor an unsocial cyclops but a social animal, whose personality can be expressed and developed only through relations with other personalities. Conversely, society is nothing but the common ground between one individual's network of relations and another's. It has no existence except in the activities of individuals who, for their part, cannot exist except in society. Nor again is there a disharmony between the individual's relations with his fellow men and his relation with God. In the spiritual vision of primitive man there is manifestly a solidarity between the tribesman and his gods which, so far from alienating the tribesmen from each other, is the strongest of the social bonds between them. The workings of this harmony between man's duty to God and his duty to his neighbor have been explored and illustrated at the primitive level by Fraser himself, and disintegrating civilizations had borne witness to it when they had sought a new bond for society in the worship of a deified Caesar. Is the harmony converted into a discord by the higher religions, as Fraser contends? In theory and in practice alike the answer would appear to be in the negative. On an a priori view, to start from that approach, personalities are not conceivable except as agents of spiritual activity, and the only conceivable scope for spiritual activity lies in relations between spirit and spirit. In seeking God, man is performing a social act, and, if God's love has gone into action in this world in the redemption of mankind by Christ, then man's efforts to make himself less unlike a God who created man in his own image must include efforts to follow Christ's example in sacrificing himself for the redemption of his fellow men. The antithesis between trying to save one's own soul by seeking God and trying to do one's duty to one's neighbor is therefore false. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. 1. It is evident that, in the church militant on earth, the good social aims of the mundane societies will be achieved much more successfully than they can ever be achieved in a mundane society which aims at these objects direct, and at nothing higher. In other words, the spiritual progress of individual souls in this life will in fact bring with it much more social progress than could be attained in any other way. In Bunyan's allegory, the pilgrim could not find the wicket gate which was the entrance to a life of good conduct until he had seen, far beyond it, the shining light on the horizon too, and what we have here asserted in terms of Christianity could be translated into terms of all the other higher religions. The essence of Christianity is the essence of the higher religions as a class, though in different eyes these different windows through which God's light shines into man's soul may differ in the degree of their translucency or in the selection of the rays that they transmit. When we pass from theory to practice, from the nature of the human personality to the record of history, our task of proving that, in fact, the men of religion have served the practical needs of society might seem to be too easy. If we were to cite a Saint Francis of Assisi, a Saint Vincent de Paul, a John Wesley, or a David Livingstone, we might be accused of proving what needs no demonstration. We will therefore cite a class of persons commonly regarded and derided as exceptions to the rule, a class of persons at once God-intoxicated and antisocial, holy and ridiculous, qualifying for the cynic's jibe a good man in the worst sense of the word, namely the Christian Ancho writes, a Saint Anthony in his desert or a Saint Simeon on his pillar. It is manifest that, in insulating themselves from their fellow men, these saints were entering into a far more active relation with a far wider circle than any that would have centered round them if they had remained in the world and had spent their lives in some secular occupation. They swayed the world from their retreats to greater effect than the emperor in his capital, because their personal pursuit of holiness through seeking communion with God was a form of social action that moved men more powerfully than any secular social service on the political plane. It has sometimes been said that the ascetic ideal of the East Roman was a barren withdrawal from the world of his day. The biography of John the Almsgiver may suggest why it was that the Byzantine in his hour of need turned instinctively for aid and comfort to the ascete in the full assurance of his sympathy and succor. One of the outstanding features of early Byzantine asceticism is its passion for social justice and its championship of the poor and oppressed. 1. 2. Churches as chrysalises. We have contested the view that churches are cancers eating away the living tissues of a civilization, yet we might still agree with Fraser's dictum, at the close of the passage quoted, that the tide of Christianity, which had flowed so strongly in the last phase of the Hellenic society, had been ebbing in these latter days, and that the post-Christian Western society that had emerged was of the same order as the pre-Christian Hellenic. This observation opens up a second possible conception of the relation between churches and civilizations, a view expressed by a modern Western scholar in the following passage. The old civilization was doomed. To the Orthodox Christian, on the other hand, the church stood, like Aaron, between the dead and the living, as a middle term between the things of the next world and of this. It was the body of Christ and therefore eternal, something worth living for and working for. Yet it was in the world as much as the empire itself. The idea of the church thus formed an invaluable fixed point round which a new civilization could slowly crystallize. 1. On this view, universal churches have their raison d'être in keeping the species of society known as civilizations alive by preserving a precious germ of life through the perilous interregnum, between the dissolution of one mortal representative of the species and the genesis of another. A church would thus be part of the reproductive system of civilizations, serving as egg, grub, and chrysalis between butterfly and butterfly. The writer of this study had to confess that he had been satisfied for many years with this rather patronizing view of the role of the churches in history, too, and he still believed that this conception of them as chrysalises, unlike the conception of them as cancers, was true as far as it went, but he had come to believe that it was only a small part of the truth about them. It is, however, the part of the truth which we have now to examine. If we cast our eye over the civilizations that were still alive in AD 1952, we shall see that every one of them had in its background some universal church through which it was affiliated to a civilization of an older generation. The Western and Orthodox Christian civilizations were affiliated through the Christian Church to the Hellenic civilization. The Far Eastern civilization was affiliated through the Mahayana to the Cynic civilization, the Hindu civilization through Hinduism to the Indic, the Iranic and Arabic through Islam to the Syriac. All these civilizations had churches for their chrysalises, and the various surviving fossils of extinct civilizations, which were discussed in an earlier part of this study, were all preserved in ecclesiastical integuments, for example, the Jews and the Parsis. The fossils were, in fact, church chrysalises which had failed to deliver their butterflies. The process by which a civilization is affiliated to a predecessor will be found, in the survey of examples which follows, to be analyzable into three phases which, from the standpoint of the chrysalis church, we may label conceptive, gestative, and parturient. These three phases may also be roughly equated chronologically with the disintegration phase of the old civilization, the interregnum, and the genesis phase of the new civilization. The conceptive phase of the affiliation process sets in when the church seizes the opportunities offered by its secular environment. One of the features of that environment is that the universal state will, inevitably, have put out of action many of the institutions and ways of life that gave vitality to the society in its growth phase and even in its time of troubles. The purpose of the universal state is tranquility, but the ensuing sense of relief is soon tempered by a sense of frustration, for life cannot preserve itself simply by bringing itself to a halt. In this situation, a nascent church may make its own fortune by doing for a stagnant secular society the service that is now its most urgent need. It can open new channels for the balked energies of mankind. In the Roman Empire, the victory of Christianity over paganism furnished the orator with new topics of declamation and the logician with new points of controversy. Above all, it produced a new principle, of which the operation was constantly felt in every part of society. It stirred the stagnant mass from the inmost depths. It excited all the passions of a stormy democracy in the listless population of an overgrown empire. The fear of heresy did what the sense of oppression could not do. It changed men, accustomed to be turned over like sheep from tyrant to tyrant, into devoted partisans and obstinate rebels. The tones of an eloquence which had been silent for ages resounded from the pulpit of Gregory. A spirit which had been extinguished on the plains of Philippi revived in Athanasius and Ambrose. 1. This is as true as it is eloquent, but its theme is the second, or gestative, phase. The first phase, the struggle preceding the victory, had given to ordinary men and women an exhilarating opportunity for making a supreme sacrifice, such as had been the glory and the tragedy of their ancestors in the days before the Roman Empire clamped down the dull peace of its universal state as an extinguisher on a time of troubles. Thus in the conceptive phase the Church receives into itself the energies that the state can no longer either liberate or utilize, and creates new channels along which they can find vent. The gestative phase that follows is marked by a vast increase in the Church's range of action. It draws into its service men of mark who have failed to find scope for their talents in secular administration. A landslide sets in towards the rising institution, and its speed and scope is regulated by the pace at which the disintegrating society collapses. For example, in the disintegrating Cynic civilization the success of the Mahayana was much more complete in the Yellow River Basin, which was overrun by Eurasian nomads, than in the Yangtze Basin, where they were longer held at bay. In the Hellenic world the landslide of the Latinized provincials towards Christianity in the 4th century coincided with the shift of the center of government to Constantinople and the virtual abandonment of the western provinces. The same features could be illustrated from the progress of Islam in a disintegrating Syriac world and the progress of Hinduism in a disintegrating Indic world. In the quaint but expressive imagery of Islamic mythology we may liken a church, in this heroic phase of its history, to the avatar of the Prophet Muhammad as a ram who sure-footedly crosses the bridge, narrow as a razor's edge, which is the only avenue of access to paradise across the yawning gulf of hell. Unbelievers, who hazard the adventure on their own feet, infallibly fall into the abyss. The only human souls that find their way across are those which, as a reward for their virtue or their faith, are permitted to cling to the ram's fleece in the conveniently portable shape of beatified ticks. When the crossing has been duly accomplished, the gestative phase in the Church's transmissionary service is succeeded by the parturient phase. The roles of Church and civilization are now reversed, and the Church, which previously, in the conceptive phase, had drawn vitality from an old civilization, and, in the gestative phase, had navigated the course through the storms of the interregnum, proceeds to give out vitality to the new civilization conceived within its womb. We can watch this creative energy flowing out, under religious auspices, into secular channels on the economic and political, as well as the cultural, planes of social life. On the economic plane, by far the most impressive existing legacy of a parturient universal church to an emergent civilization was to be seen in the economic prowess of a contemporary Western world. By the time of writing, a quarter of a millennium had passed since a new secular society had completed a long drawn-out process of extricating itself from the chrysalis of a Western Catholic Christian Church, yet the marvelous and monstrous apparatus of Western technology was still visibly a byproduct of Western Christian monachism. The psychological foundation of this mighty material edifice was a belief in the duty and dignity of physical labor, laborare est orare. This revolutionary departure from the Hellenic conception of labor as vulgar and servile would not have established itself if it had not been hallowed by the rule of Saint Benedict. On this foundation the Benedictine order had planted the agricultural groundwork of Western economic life, and this groundwork had given the Cistercian order a basis for the industrial superstructure which their intelligently directed activities had erected, until the cupidity that this monk-built Tower of Babel had aroused in the hearts of the builder's secular neighbors reached a pitch at which they could no longer keep their hands off it. A spoliation of the monasteries was one of the origins of a modern Western capitalist economy. As for the political sphere, we have watched, in an earlier part of this study, the papacy molding a Respublica Christiana that promised to enable mankind to enjoy simultaneously the benefits of parochial sovereignties and of a universal state without suffering the drawbacks of either. In giving, through ecclesiastical coronation, its blessing to the political status of independent kingdoms, the papacy was bringing back into political life the multiplicity and variety that had been so fruitful in the growth stage of the Hellenic society, while the political disunity and dissension that had brought the Hellenic society to ruin were to be mitigated and controlled by the exercise of an overriding spiritual authority which the papacy claimed as the ecclesiastical heir of the Roman Empire. The secular parochial princes were to dwell together in unity under the guidance of an ecclesiastical shepherd. After several centuries of trial and error, this politico-ecclesiastical experiment miscarried, and the reasons for its miscarriage were discussed in an earlier part of this study. Here we have only to take note of it as an illustration of the role of the Christian Church in its parturient phase, and to observe the corresponding role played by the Brahmin ecclesiastical fraternity in the political articulation of the nascent Hindu civilization. The Brahmans conferred legitimacy on Rajput dynasties in much the same way as the Christian Church rendered a like service to a Clovis or a Pepin. When we pass to examine the Christian Church's political role in Orthodox Christendom and the Mahayanas in the Far East, we see the Church's field of activity circumscribed in both these societies by the evocation of a ghost of the antecedent civilization's universal state, the Sui and Tiang Renaissance of the Han Empire and the East Roman, Byzantine, Renaissance of the Roman Empire in the main body of Orthodox Christendom. In the Far Eastern society, the Mahayana found a new place for itself as one among a number of religions and philosophies existing side by side and catering for the spiritual needs of the same public. It continued unobtrusively to permeate the life of the Far Eastern society and contributed to the cultural conversion of Korea and Japan to the Far Eastern way of life. Its part here bears comparison with that played by the Western Catholic Church in the attraction of Hungary, Poland, and Scandinavia into the orbit of Western Christendom, and by the Eastern Orthodox Church in planting an offshoot of Orthodox Christian civilization in the soil of Russia. When we pass from the political to the cultural contributions of parturient churches to nascent civilizations, we find, for example, that the Mahayana, driven out of the political arena, reasserted itself effectively in the sphere of culture. Its enduring intellectual potency was part of the heritage of the Mahayana from the primitive Buddhist school of philosophy. Christianity, on the other hand, started without any philosophical system of its own and found itself constrained to attempt the tour de force of presenting its faith in the alien intellectual terms of the Hellenic schools. In Western Christendom, this Hellenic intellectual alloy became overwhelmingly dominant after it had been reinforced in the 12th century by the reception of Aristotle. The Christian Church made a notable contribution to the intellectual progress of the West by founding and fostering the universities, but it was in the sphere of the fine arts that the cultural influence of the Church made its greatest contribution, and this is a statement so obvious that it needs no illustration. We have now completed our survey of churches in the role of chrysalises, but, if we were to climb to the bird's-eye viewpoint from which all the civilizations known to history are simultaneously visible in their relations with one another, we should not be slow to observe that the church chrysalis is not the only medium through which one civilization can be affiliated to its predecessor. To take only one example, the Hellenic society was affiliated to the Minoan, but there is no evidence of a church developing within the Minoan world, and providing a church chrysalis for the Hellenic society, and, though some rudimentary forms of higher religion were developed in the internal proletariats of some of the civilizations of the first generation, and may have developed, unknown to modern research, in others, it is plain that none of these rudiments got far enough to serve as efficient chrysalises for the civilizations which followed. A scrutiny of all available examples shows that none of the civilizations of the second generation Hellenic, Syriac, Indic, and C was affiliated to its predecessor through the medium of a church, that all the known universal churches were developed within the disintegrating bodies social of civilizations of the second generation, that none of the civilizations of the third generation, though several of them are, and all of them may be, broken down and disintegrating, shows any convincing evidence of producing a second crop of universal churches. We have therefore an historical series which may be tabulated as follows. Primitive societies. Civilizations of the first generation. Civilizations of the second generation. Universal churches. Civilizations of the third generation. With this table in mind, we are now in a position to approach the question whether the churches are, or are not, something more than the reproductive conveniences of a particular generation of civilizations. 3. Churches as a higher species of society. A new classification. So far we have worked on the assumption that civilizations have been the protagonists in history and that the role of churches, whether as hindrances, cancers, or helps, chrysalises, has been subordinate. Let us now open our minds to the possibility that the churches might be the protagonists, and that the histories of the civilizations might have to be envisaged and interpreted in terms, not of their own destinies, but of their effect on the history of religion. The idea may seem novel and paradoxical, but it is, after all, the method of approach to history employed in the collection of books that we call the Bible. On this view we shall have to revise our previous assumptions about the raison d'être of civilizations. We shall have to think of the civilizations of the second generation as having come into existence, not in order to perform achievements of their own, nor in order to reproduce their kind in a third generation, but in order to provide an opportunity for fully fledged higher religions to come to birth, and, since the genesis of these higher religions was a consequence of the breakdowns and disintegrations of the secondary civilizations, we must regard the closing chapters of their histories. Chapters which, from their standpoint, spell failure as being their title to significance. In the same line of thought, we shall have to think of the primary civilizations as having come into existence for the same purpose. Unlike their successors, these first civilizations failed to bring fully fledged higher religions to birth. The rudimentary higher religions of their internal proletariats, the worship of Tammuz and Ishtar and the worship of Osiris and Isis, did not come to flower. Yet these civilizations accomplished their mission indirectly by giving birth to secondary civilizations, out of which the fully fledged higher religions did eventually arise, and the rudimentary religious products of the first civilizations made their contribution in course of time to the inspirations of the higher religions produced by the second generation. On this showing, the successive rises and falls of the primary and the secondary civilizations are examples of a rhythm observed in other contexts in which the successive revolutions of a will carry forward the vehicle which the will conveys. And, if we ask why the descending movement in the revolution of the will of civilization should be the means of carrying forward the chariot of religion, we shall find the answer in the truth that religion is a spiritual activity and that spiritual progress is subject to a law proclaimed by Aeschylus in the two words we learn by suffering. If we apply this intuition of the nature of spiritual life to a spiritual endeavor that culminated in the flowering of Christianity and her sister higher religions, the Mahayana, Islam, and Hinduism, we may discern in the passions of Tammuz and Attis and Adonis and Osiris a foreshadowing of the passion of Christ. Christianity had arisen out of spiritual travail that was a consequence of the breakdown of the Hellenic civilization, but this was the latest chapter of a longer story. Christianity had Jewish and Zoroastrian roots, and these roots had sprung from the earlier breakdowns of two other secondary civilizations, the Babylonic and the Syriac. The kingdoms of Israel and Judah, in which the wellsprings of Judaism were to be found, had been two of the many warring parochial states of the Syriac world, and the overthrow of these mundane commonwealths and the extinction of all their political ambitions were the experiences that had brought the religion of Judaism to birth and had evoked its highest expression in the elegy of the suffering servant, one composed in the 6th century BC during the last throes of the Syriac time of troubles. On the eve of the foundation of the Achaemenian Empire. This was not, however, the beginning of the story, for the Judaic root of Christianity had a Mosaic root of its own, and this pre-prophetic phase of the religion of Israel and Judah had been the outcome of a previous secular catastrophe, the breakup of the new empire of Egypt, into whose internal proletariat the Israelites had been, according to their own traditions, conscripted. These same traditions told that the Egyptiac episode in their history had been preceded by a Sumeric initiation, in which Abraham, having received a revelation from the one true God, had been led to extricate himself from the doomed imperial city of Ur, at some time during the disintegration of the Sumeric civilization. Thus the first step in the spiritual progress which was to culminate in Christianity was traditionally associated with the first instance known to historians of the collapse of a universal state. In this perspective, Christianity could be seen to be the climax of a spiritual progress which had not merely survived successive secular catastrophes but had drawn from them its cumulative inspiration. On this reading, the history of religion appears to be unitary and progressive by contrast with the multiplicity and repetitiveness of the histories of civilizations, and this contrast in the time dimension presents itself in the space dimension as well, for Christianity and the other three higher religions surviving in the 20th century of the Christian era had a closer affinity among themselves than coeval civilizations had been apt to have with one another. This affinity was conspicuously close as between Christianity and the Mahayana, which shared the same vision of God as a self-sacrificing savior. As for Islam and Hinduism, they too reflected insight into the nature of God which gave them a distinctive meaning and mission of their own. Islam was a reaffirmation of the unity of God against the apparent weakening of Christianity's hold on this important truth, and Hinduism reaffirmed the personality of God as an object of human devotion against an apparent denial of the existence of personality in the primitive Buddhist system of philosophy. The four higher religions were four variations on a single theme. But, if so, why was it that, at least in the religions of Judaistic origin, Christianity and Islam, man's glimpse of the unity of revelation had been confined hitherto to a few rare spirits, whereas the ordinary outlook had been the opposite? In the official view of each of the Judaistic higher religions, the light that shone through its own private window was the only full light, and all its sister religions were sitting in twilight, if not in darkness. The same standpoint was maintained by each sect of each religion as against its sister sects, and this refusal of diverse denominations to recognize what they had in common and to admit each other's claims gave occasion for the agnostic to blaspheme. When we ask the question whether this deplorable state of affairs is likely to continue indefinitely, we have to remind ourselves what the word indefinitely in this context implies. We have to remember, that is to say, that, unless the human race uses its newly found techniques to extinguish animal life on this planet, human history is still in its infancy, and is likely to continue for countless thousands of years. In the light of that prospect, the notion of an indefinite continuance of the present state of religious parochialism becomes absurd. Either the various churches and religions will snarl each other out of existence until no more is left of any of them than was left of the Kilkenny cats at the end of their strictly similar activities, or else a unified human race will find salvation in a religious unity. We have now to see if we can envisage, however tentatively, what the nature of that unity might be. Lower religions are, of their nature, local, they are the religions of tribes or parochial states. The establishment of universal states obliterates the raison d'etre of these religions and establishes large areas within which religions, higher or other, compete for converts. Religion thus begins to become a matter of personal choice. We have seen, more than once already in this study, how a variety of religions competed for the prize won by Christianity within the Roman Empire. What would be the outcome of a new outburst of simultaneous missionary activities in a single field this time, on a worldwide range? The histories of corresponding activities within the frameworks of the Achaemenian, Roman, Kushan, Han, and Guptan empires showed that the outcome might be either of two alternatives. Either a single religion might prove victorious or the competing religions might reconcile themselves to living side by side, as in the Cynic and Indic worlds. The two denouements were not quite so different as they might appear, for a victorious religion had usually achieved its victory by taking over some of the leading features of its rivals. In the pantheon of a triumphant Christianity, the figures of Cybele and Isis had reasserted themselves in the transfiguration of Mary as the great Mother of God, and the lineaments of Mithras and of Sol Invictus were visible in the militant presentation of Christ. Similarly, in the pantheon of a triumphant Islam, a banished God incarnate had stolen back in the guise of a deified Ali, while a forbidden idolatry had reasserted itself in the founder's own act of reconsecrating the fetish worship of the black stone in the Kaaba at Mecca. Nevertheless, the difference between the two alternative denouements is momentous, and the children of a 20th century westernizing world could not be indifferent about the prospects in their own case. Which was the more likely outcome? In the past, intolerance had prevailed when higher religions of Judaic origin had been in the field, while live and let live had been the rule when the Indic ethos had been paramount. The answer in the present case might be determined by the nature of the adversaries whom the higher religions would find in their path. Why did Christianity, after recognizing and proclaiming the Jewish insight that God is love, readmit the incongruous Jewish concept of the jealous God? This regression, from which Christianity had suffered grievous spiritual damage ever since, was the price that Christianity had paid for her victory in her life and death struggle with the worship of Caesar, and the restoration of peace through the Church's victory did not dissolve, but, on the contrary, confirmed, the incongruous association of Yahweh and Christ. In the hour of victory the intransigence of the Christian martyrs passed into the intolerance of the Christian persecutors. This early chapter of the history of Christianity was ominous for the spiritual prospects of a 20th century westernizing world, because the worship of Leviathan, on which the early Christian Church had inflicted a defeat which had appeared to be decisive, had reasserted itself with the sinister emergence of a totalitarian type of state in which the modern Western genius for organization and mechanization had been enlisted, with diabolic ingenuity, for the purpose of enslaving souls as well as bodies to a degree which had not been within the power of the worst-intentioned tyrants of the past. It looked as if, in a modern westernizing world, the war between God and Caesar might have to be waged again, and it looked as if, in that event, the morally honorable yet spiritually perilous role of serving as a church militant would once again fall upon Christianity. Christians born into the 20th century of the Christian era had therefore to reckon with the possibility that a second war with Caesar worship might cost the Christian Church a second setback towards Yahweh worship before she had recovered from the first. Yet, if they had faith to believe that, in the end, the revelation of God as love incarnate in a suffering Christ would turn stony hearts into hearts of flesh, they might venture to peer into the prospects for religion in a politically united world that would have been liberated by the Christian revelation from the worship of Yahweh as well as from the worship of Caesar. When, towards the end of the 4th century of the Christian era, the victorious church began to persecute those who refused to join it, the pagan Symmachus entered a protest which contained the words, "The heart of so great a mystery can never be reached by following one road only." In this sentence the pagan came nearer to Christ than his Christian persecutors. Charity is the mother of insight, and uniformity is not possible in man's approach to the one true God, because human nature is stamped with the fruitful diversity which is the hallmark of God's creative work. Religion exists to enable human souls to receive the divine light, and it could not fulfill this purpose if it did not faithfully reflect the diversity of God's human worshippers. On this showing it might be surmised that the way of life offered, and the vision of God presented, by each of the living higher religions might prove to correspond to one of the major psychological types whose distinctive lineaments were gradually being brought to light by 20th century pioneers in this new field of human knowledge. If each of these religions did not genuinely satisfy some widely experienced human need, it is hardly conceivable that each of them should have succeeded in securing for such long periods the allegiance of so large a portion of the human race. In this light the diversity of the living higher religions would cease to be a stumbling block and would reveal itself as a necessary corollary of the diversity of the human psyche. If this view of the prospects of religion were to carry conviction, it would open up a new view of the role of the civilizations. If the movement of the chariot of religion was constant in its direction, the cyclic and recurrent movement of the rises and falls of civilizations might be not only antithetical but subordinate. It might serve its purpose, and find its significance, in promoting the chariot's ascent towards heaven by periodic revolutions on earth of the sorrowful wheel of birth-death-birth. In this perspective, the civilizations of the first and second generations would clearly justify their existence, but the claims of those of the third generation would seem, at first sight, more dubious. The first generation had produced, in their decline, the rudiments of higher religions. The second generation had produced 4 fully fledged representatives of the species which were still active at the time of writing. Such new religions as might conceivably be discerned among the productions of the internal proletariats of the third generation seemed, at the time of writing, to make a very poor showing, and, though, as George Eliot wrote, prophecy is the most gratuitous form of human error, one might run no great risk in forecasting that they would prove to be of no account in the long run. Perhaps the one conceivable justification for the existence of the modern Western civilization, on the view of history that we are now presenting, was that it might perform for Christianity and her 3 living sister religions the service of providing them with a mundane meeting ground on a worldwide scale, by bringing home to them the unity of their own ultimate values and beliefs, and by confronting them all alike with the challenge of a recrudescence of idolatry in the peculiarly vicious form of man's corporate worship of himself. b. The significance of the Church's past. The position taken in the previous section of this chapter is open to attack both from those who regard all religion as make-believe and wishful thinking, and from those who condemn the churches as always and entirely unworthy of the faiths which they profess. To deal with the former line of attack would be outside the scope of the study of history, and, if we restrict ourselves to the latter, we shall heartily agree that our critic has plenty of material for his indictment. The leaders of the Christian Church, for example, at various times from the earliest to the most recent, might seem almost to have gone out of their way to deny their founder by appropriating to themselves the priestcraft and Pharisaism of the Jews, the polytheism and idolatry of the Greeks, and the legal-minded championship of vested interests which was the legacy of the Romans, and the other higher religions were not less vulnerable to criticism on similar lines. Such failures might be explained, though not of course excused, by the quip of a witty Victorian bishop who, when asked why the clergy were such fools, replied, "What can you expect? We have only the laity to draw on. Churches are composed not of saints but of sinners, and the churches, like the schools, of any society at any time cannot be very much in advance of the society in which they live and move and have their being." But the adversary might return to the charge and rudely reply to our Victorian bishop that the selection that his church had made from that same laity was not of the cream but of the dregs. One of the charges constantly brought by politically minded opponents against the Christian church in the modern Western world was that it had been a drag upon the wheels of progress. As a post-Christian Western civilization developed out of Western Christendom from the 17th century onwards, the Church, rightly fearing the spread of secularism and the reversion to neopaganism, wrongly identified the faith with the social system that was passing away. Thus, while conducting an intellectual rearguard action against liberal, modernist, and scientific errors, it incautiously fell into an attitude of political archaism, supporting feudalism, monarchy, aristocracy, capitalism, and the ancien regime generally, and became the ally and often the tool of political reactionaries who were as anti-Christian as the common revolutionary enemy. Hence the undefying political record of modern Christianity. In the 19th century it allied itself with monarchism and aristocracy in order to denounce liberal democracy. In the 20th century it allies itself with liberal democracy in order to denounce totalitarianism. Thus it had seemed, ever since the French Revolution, always to be one political phase behind the times. This, of course, is the gist of the Marxist criticism of Christianity in the modern world. The Christian answer would perhaps be that, when the Gadarene swine of a disintegrating civilization are engaged in their headlong downward rush, it may be the Church's responsibility to keep in the rear of the herd and direct the eyes of as many as possible backwards up the slope. 1. Those to whom religion was moonshine might merely be confirmed by these charges, and by many others which might be brought, in the standpoint which they had already adopted. On the other hand, those who, like the author of this study, believed that religion was the most important thing in life, might be moved by this belief to take a very long view, to recall a past which, though relatively short, nevertheless faded into the mists of antiquity, and to envisage a future which, unless cut short by race suicide, committed with a hydrogen bomb or some other chef d'oeuvre of Western technology, must be going to run to an almost inconceivably long tale of eons. C. The conflict between heart and head. How were souls in search of God to disengage the essence of religion from its accidents? How, in an oikoumene that was being united on a worldwide range, were Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, and Hindus to make further progress along this road? The only way open to these fellow seekers after spiritual light was the hard road along which their predecessors had arrived at the degree of religious enlightenment represented by the higher religions of the 20th century of the Christian era. By comparison with the stage embodied in primitive paganism, their relative enlightenment clearly represented a marvelous advance, but they could no longer rest on their predecessors' labors, because they were being racked by a conflict between heart and head which they could not leave unresolved, and which could be resolved only by a further spiritual move forward. In order to resolve this conflict, one had to understand how it had arisen, and fortunately the origin of the current conflict between heart and head was not obscure. It had been precipitated by the impact of modern Western science on the higher religions, and it had overtaken them at a stage in their course when they were still carrying along with them a mass of ancient traditions which would, by now, have been obsolescent in any view, even if the modern scientific view had never come to light. This was not the first instance of an encounter between religion and rationalism that was known to history. At least two previous instances were on record. To recall first the more recent of the two, we may remind ourselves that the four living higher religions had each encountered and each, in this instance, had succeeded in coming to terms with an older version of rationalism in an earlier chapter of each religion's history. The now orthodox theology of each of them had been the product of an accommodation with an established secular philosophy which the rising religion had found itself unable to reject, or even to ignore, because this school of thought had governed the mental climate of a cultivated minority in the society that had at that time been the Church's mission field. Christian and Islamic theology was a presentation of Christianity and Islam in terms of Hellenic philosophy, and Hindu theology was a presentation of Hinduism in terms of Indic philosophy, while the Mahayana was a school of Indic philosophy which had converted itself into a religion without ceasing to be a philosophy at the same time. That was not, however, the first chapter in this story, for the philosophies, which were already hard-set systems of ideas at the time when the rising higher religions had to reckon with them, had once been dynamic intellectual movements, and in this youthful stage of life and growth which was comparable to the growth stage of modern Western science, the Hellenic and Indic philosophies had had encounters with the pagan religions which the Hellenic and Indic civilizations had inherited from primitive man. At first sight it might look as if these two precedents were reassuring. If mankind had survived two past encounters between religion and rationalism, was not that a good augury for the outcome of the current conflict? The answer was that, in the earlier of these two previous encounters, the current problem had not arisen, while in the later encounter it had received a solution which had been so efficacious for the purposes of its own time and place that it had survived to become the crux of the problem confronting a 20th century westernizing world. In the encounter between a dawning philosophy and a traditional paganism there had been no problem of reconciling heart and head because there had been no common ground on which the two organs could have come into collision. The pith of primitive religion is not belief but action, and the test of conformity is not assent to a creed but participation in ritual performances. Primitive religious practice is an end in itself, and it does not occur to the practitioners to look beyond the rites that they perform for a truth which these rites might convey. The rites have no meaning beyond the practical effect which their correct execution is believed to produce. Accordingly, when, in this primitive religious setting, philosophers arise who set out to make a chart of man's environment in intellectual terms to which the labels true and false apply, no collision occurs so long as the philosopher continues to carry out his hereditary religious duties, and there can be nothing in his philosophy to inhibit him from doing this, because there is nothing in the traditional rites that could be incompatible with any philosophy. Philosophy and primitive religion encountered one another without colliding, and at least one conspicuous apparent exception to this rule takes on a different complexion under closer scrutiny. Socrates was not a philosophic martyr put to death by a persecuting paganism. An examination of the circumstances makes it clear that his judicial murder was an incident in the savage political strife between contending parties that followed the defeat of Athens in the Peloponnesian War. If the leader of the Athenian fascists had not been numbered among his pupils, Socrates would presumably have died as peacefully in his bed as did Confucius, his opposite number in the Cynic pagan world. A new situation arose when the higher religions came on the scene. These higher religions did, indeed, sweep up and carry along with them a heavy freight of traditional rites that happened to be current in the societies in which the new faiths made their first appearance, but this religious flotsam was not, of course, their essence. The distinctive new feature of the higher religions was that they based their claim to allegiance on personal revelations held to have been received by their prophets, and these deliveries of the prophets were presented, like the propositions of the philosophers, as statements of fact, to be labeled true or false. Therewith truth became a disputed mental territory. Henceforward there were two independent authorities, prophetic revelation and philosophical reason, each of which claimed sovereign jurisdiction over the intellect's whole field of action. Thus it became impossible for reason and revelation to live and let live on the auspicious precedent of the amicable symbiosis of reason and ritual. Truth, it now seemed, had two forms, each claiming an absolute and overriding validity, yet each at odds with the other. In this new and excruciating situation there were only two alternatives. Either the rival exponents of the two now coexisting forms of truth must arrive at a compromise, or they must fight it out until one party or the other had been driven off the field. In the encounters between Hellenic and Indic philosophy on one side and Christian, Islamic, Buddhist, and Hindu revelation on the other, the parties had arrived at a peaceful accommodation in which philosophy had tacitly consented to suspend the exercise of rational criticism against the deliveries of revelation in exchange for being allowed to reformulate the prophet's messages in the sophist's language. We need not doubt that the compromise was made in good faith on both sides, but we can see that it contained no real solution of the problem of the relation between scientific and prophetic truth. The would-be reconciliation of the two kinds of truth in terms of the new mental discipline called theology was no more than verbal, and the formulae consecrated in creeds were doomed to prove impermanent because they left the equivocal meaning of truth as ambiguous as they had found it. This pseudo-solution of the second conflict had been handed down the generations to become more of a hindrance than a help towards the solution of the conflict of religion and rationalism in the present-day westernizing world. The true solution could not be found until it had been recognized that the same word truth, when used by philosophers and scientists and when used by prophets, does not refer to the same realities but is a homonym for two different forms of experience. The conflict had been bound to break out again sooner or later as a result of the compromise that we have described, for, when once the truth of revelation had been formulated verbally in terms of the truth of science, men of science could not forever forbear to criticize a body of doctrine which purported to be scientifically true. On the other side, Christianity, when once its doctrine had been formulated in rational language, could not refrain from claiming authority over provinces of knowledge which were reason's legitimate domain, and, when, in the 17th century, a modern Western science began to cast off the spell of Hellenic philosophy and to break new intellectual ground, the first impulse of the Roman Church was to issue an injunction against the aggression of an awakening Western intellect upon the churches. Old Hellenic intellectual ally, as if a geocentric theory of astronomy had been an article of the Christian faith, and Galileo's correction of Ptolemy had been a theological error. By the year AD 1952 this war between science and religion had been raging for 300 years, and the position of the ecclesiastical authorities had come to be much the same as that of the governments of Great Britain and France after Hitler's destruction of the remnant of Czechoslovakia in March, 1939. For more than 200 years the churches had been seeing science capture from them one province after another. Astronomy, cosmogony, chronology, biology, physics, psychology had each in turn been seized and reconstructed on lines incompatible with the established religious teaching, and no end of these losses was in sight. As some ecclesiastical authorities saw the situation, the only remaining hope for the churches lay in complete intransigence. This die-hard spirit had found expression in the Roman Catholic Church in the decrees of the Vatican Council of AD 1869-70 and in the anathema pronounced against modernism in AD 1907. In the domain of the Protestant churches of North America it had entrenched itself in the fundamentalism of the Bible Belt. It was similarly manifested in the Islamic world in the militantly archaistic movements of Wahhabism, Idrisism, Sunnusism, and Mahdism. Such movements were symptoms, not of strength, but of weakness. They made it look as if the higher religions were riding for a fall. The prospect that the higher religions might irretrievably lose their hold upon the allegiance of mankind boded evil, for religion is one of the essential faculties of human nature. When people are starved of religion, the desperate spiritual straits to which they then find themselves reduced can fire them to extract grains of religious consolation out of the most unpromising ores. The classical example of this was the astonishing metamorphosis by which the religion of the Mahayana had been conjured out of the forbiddingly impersonal philosophy that had been the first attempt of the disciples of Siddhartha Gautama to formulate the message of the Buddha. In a westernizing world in the 20th century of the Christian era, the beginnings of a similar metamorphosis of the materialist philosophy of Marxism were perhaps discernible in Russian souls that had been deprived of their traditional religious sustenance. When Buddhism had been converted from a philosophy into a religion, a higher religion had been the happy outcome, but, if the higher religions were to be driven from the field, it was to be feared that lower religions would occupy the vacuum. In several countries the converts to new mundane ideologies, fascism, communism, National Socialism, and the like, had been strong enough to seize control of governments and to impose their doctrines and practices by methods of ruthless persecution. But these flagrant examples of the recrudescence of man's ancient worship of himself in the panoply of his corporate power gave no measure of the actual prevalence of the malady. The most serious symptom was that, in professedly democratic and professedly Christian countries, 4/5 of the religion of 5/6 of the population was, in practice, now the primitive pagan worship of the deified community concealed under the fine name of patriotism. Moreover, this corporate self-worship was far from being either the only revenant or the most primitive of these haunting ghosts, for all the surviving primitive societies and all the hardly less primitive peasantries of the non-Western civilizations, amounting to 3/4 of the living generation of mankind, were being conscripted into the Western society's swollen internal proletariat, and, in the light of historical precedents, the ancestral religious practices through which this host of humble new recruits would continue to seek satisfaction for their own religious needs seemed likely to find their way into the empty hearts of the proletariat's sophisticated masters. On this showing, a crushing victory of science over religion would be disastrous for both parties, for reason as well as religion is one of the essential faculties of human nature. During the quarter of a millennium ending in August 1914, the Western man of science had been buoyed up by the naive conviction that he had only to go on churning out fresh discoveries, to ensure that the world would go on getting better and better. When men of science find out something more, we shall be happier than we were before. 1. But the scientist's conviction was vitiated by two fundamental errors. He was mistaken in attributing the relative well-being of the 18th century and 19th century Western world to his own achievements, and he was mistaken in assuming that this recently achieved well-being was going to persist. It was not the promised land but the wasteland that was just round the corner. The truth is that the command over non-human nature, which science has in its gift, is of almost infinitely less importance to man than his relations with himself, with his fellow men, and with God. Man's intellect would never have had a chance of making man the lord of creation if man's pre-human ancestor had not been endowed with the capacity for becoming a social animal, and if primitive man had not risen to this spiritual occasion so far as to school himself in those rudiments of sociality that are the intellect's indispensable conditions for performing its cooperative and cumulative work. Man's intellectual and technological achievements have been important to him, not in themselves, but only in so far as they have forced him to face, and grapple with, moral issues which otherwise he might have managed to go on shirking. Modern science has thus raised moral issues of profound importance, but it has not, and could not have, made any contribution towards solving them. The most important questions that man must answer are questions on which science has nothing to say. This was the lesson that Socrates had sought to teach when he abandoned the study of physical science in order to seek communion with the spiritual power that informs and governs the universe. We are now in a position to see what is required of religion. It must be prepared to surrender to science every province of intellectual knowledge, including those traditionally within religion's field, to which science might succeed in establishing a title. Religion's traditional dominion over intellectual fields had been an historical accident, and she had been a gainer in so far as she had parted with her dominion over these fields, because the management of them was no part of her business, which is to lead man towards his true end of worshipping God and entering into communion with Him. Religion has unquestionably gained by relinquishing to science the intellectual provinces of astronomy, biology, and the rest of the lost provinces that we have already listed. Even the surrender of psychology, painful as it seemed, might prove as beneficent as it was painful, because it might strip away from a Christian theology some of those anthropomorphic veils that had proved in the past to be the most tenacious of all the barriers between the human soul and its maker. If it could succeed in doing this, science, so far from depriving the soul of God, would assuredly prove to have brought the soul one step nearer towards the infinitely distant goal of its journey. If religion and science could each acquire humility and retain self-confidence in the spheres in which, for each of them, self-confidence and humility were respectively in place, they might find themselves in a mood that would be propitious for a reconciliation, but a propitious state of feeling is not a substitute for action, and, if a reconciliation was to be achieved, the parties must seek it through some joint endeavor. This had been recognized in the past by the parties to the encounters between Christianity and Hellenic philosophy and between Hinduism and Indic philosophy. In both these encounters a conflict had been arrested by the pacificatory act of giving theological expression to religious ritual and myth in philosophical terms, but, as we have seen, this line of action had, in both cases, been an aberration based on a false diagnosis of the relation between spiritual and intellectual truth. It had proceeded on the mistaken assumption that spiritual truth could be formulated in intellectual terms. In a 20th century westernizing world, the heart and the head would be well advised to take warning from this ultimately unsuccessful experiment. Even if it were feasible to discard the classic theology of the four living higher religions and to substitute a newfangled theology expressed in terms of modern Western science, a successful achievement of this tour de force would merely be a repetition of a previous error. A scientifically formulated theology, if such could be conceived, would prove as unsatisfying and ephemeral as the philosophically formulated theologies which were hanging like millstones round the necks of Buddhists, Hindus, Christians, and Muslims in the year A.D. 1952. It would be unsatisfying because the language of the intellect is inadequate for conveying the insight of the soul, and it would be ephemeral because it is one of the merits of the intellect that it is constantly shifting its ground and discarding its previous conclusions. What then should the heart and the head do to be reconciled, in the light of their historic failure to build a common platform for themselves in the shape of theology? Was there any opening for a combined operation in a more promising direction? At the time when these words were being written, the mind of Western man was still obsessed by the mounting triumphs of physical science, which had recently been crowned by the superb achievement of dissecting the structure of the atom. Yet, if it were true that a mile gained in the progress of man's control over non-human nature is of less importance to him than an inch gained in the enhancement of his capacity to deal with himself, his fellow men, and God, then it was conceivable that, of all Western man's achievements in the 20th century of the Christian era, the feat that would loom largest in retrospect might be the breaking of new ground in the field of insight into human nature. A gleam of light might be caught in a passage from the shrewd pen of a contemporary English poet. No more across the ocean ships return. Fresh from the ends of earth, the globe astern. Homeward for Europe's tiny corner bound. Tense with the tidings of a world new found. Yet, even so, in spite of every change, One world remains where fancy still may range. Remote, mysterious seed, uncertain shored. And only recently by men explored. A world of phantom shapes, fear-haunted mists. Sailed not by seamen but psychologists. Without equator, latitude, or pole. The veiled, vague chaos of the human soul. 1. The sudden entry of the Western scientific mind into this realm of psychology had been, in part, a byproduct of 2 world wars waged with weapons capable of producing shattering effects on the psyche. Thanks to the unprecedented clinical experience thus provided, the Western intellect had descried the subconscious depths of the psyche and, in the act, had acquired a new conception of itself as a will-o'-the-wisp hovering over the surface of this unplumbed psychic abyss. The subconscious may be likened to a child, a savage, even a brute beast, which is at the same time also wiser, more honest, and less prone to error than the conscious self. It is one of those statically perfect works of creation that are the Creator's stopping places, whereas the conscious human personality is an infinitely imperfect approximation towards a being of an incommensurably higher order, who is himself the maker of both these diverse but inseparable organs of the human psyche. If modern Western minds were to have discovered the subconscious merely to find in it a new object for idolatrous worship, they would be placing a fresh barrier between themselves and God instead of seizing a fresh opportunity to draw nearer to Him. For undoubtedly there was an opportunity here. If science and religion could seize their opportunity of drawing nearer to God by jointly seeking to comprehend God's protean creature, the psyche, in its subconscious depths as well as on its conscious surface, what would be the rewards that they might expect to win, if success were to crown such a joint endeavor? The prize would indeed be splendid, for the subconscious, not the intellect, is the organ through which man lives his spiritual life. It is the fount of poetry, music, and the visual arts, and the channel through which the soul is in communion with God. In this enthralling voyage of spiritual exploration, the first objective would be to seek insight into the workings of the heart, for the heart has its reasons which the reason does not know. The second objective would be to explore the nature of the difference between rational truth and intuitive truth, in the belief that each of them is genuine truth, each in its own sphere. The third objective would be to seek to strike the underlying rock of fundamental truth on which rational and intuitive truth alike must be founded. And the final objective, in striving to strike rock bottom in the psychic cosmos, would be to attain to a fuller vision of God the dweller in the innermost. The warning, so unfortunately ignored by well-intentioned theologians, that it hath not pleased God to give his people salvation in dialectic, is one of the refrains of the Gospels. Suffer little children, and forbid them not, to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. Except ye be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. From the standpoint of the reason, the subconscious is indeed a childlike creature, both in its humble-minded attunedness to God, which the reason cannot emulate, and in its undisciplined inconsequence, which the reason cannot approve. Conversely, in the sight of the subconscious, the reason is a heartless pedant who has purchased a miraculous command over nature at the price of betraying the soul by allowing her vision of God to fade into the light of common day. Yet the reason is not, of course, the enemy of God, any more than the realm of the subconscious is, in truth, outside nature's bounds. The reason and the subconscious alike are God's creatures, each has its appointed field and task, and they need not scandalize one another if they cease to trespass. D. The promise of the Church's future. If a generation born into the 20th century of the Christian era might look forward to a day when heart and head would have been reconciled, they might also hope to persuade heart and head to concur in a reading of the significance of the Church's past, which would provide a starting point for entering on the last stage of our inquiry into the relation between churches and civilizations. After having found that churches are not cancers, and that they are no more than incidentally chrysalises, we have been looking into the possibility that they may be a higher species of society. We cannot give our verdict on this issue without asking ourselves what light the Church's past may throw on the promise of their future, and here we have to remember first of all that, on the scale of historical time, the higher religions, and the churches in which they were embodied, were still exceedingly young. There is a hymn, popular in Victorian places of worship, which contains the verse, "Far down the ages now, her journey well nigh done. The Christian Church pursues her way, and longs to reach her home." It is recorded of one incumbent that he instructed his congregation to alter the second line and sing "her journey just begun," and his action was entirely in accord with the facts of the case as understood by the writer of this study. Civilizations were mere creatures of yesterday in comparison with the primitive societies, and the churches of the higher religions were less than half as old as the oldest civilizations. What was the feature in a church, which differentiated it from both a civilization and a primitive society, and which led us to classify churches as a distinct, and higher, species of the genus in which all these three types of society were embraced? The distinguishing mark of the churches was that they all had as a member the one true God. This human fellowship with the one true God, which had been approached in the primitive religions and had been attained in the higher religions, gave to these societies certain virtues not to be found in primitive societies or civilizations. It gave power to overcome the discord which was one of the inveterate evils of human society. It offered a solution of the problem of the meaning of history. Discord is inveterate in human life because man is the most awkward of all things in the world that man is compelled to encounter. He is at one and the same time a social animal and an animal endowed with free will. The combination of these two elements means that, in a society consisting exclusively of human members, there will be a perpetual conflict of wills, and this conflict will be carried to suicidal extremity unless man experiences the miracle of conversion. Man's conversion is necessary for man's salvation because his free and insatiable will gives him his spiritual potency at the risk of alienating him from God. This risk will not have beset a pre-human social animal not blessed or cursed with a spiritual capacity for rising above the level of the subconscious psyche, for the subconscious psyche enjoys the same effortless harmony with God that its innocence assures to every non-human creature. This negatively blissful yin state was broken up when human consciousness and personality were created through a yang movement in which God divided the light from the darkness. Man's conscious self, which can serve as God's chosen vessel for the achievement of a miraculous spiritual advance, can also condemn itself to a lamentable fall, if its awareness of being made in God's image intoxicates it into idolizing itself. This suicidal infatuation, which is the wages of the sin of pride, is a spiritual aberration to which the soul is perpetually prone in the unstable equilibrium which is the essence of human personality, and the self cannot escape from itself by a spiritual retreat into the yin state of nirvana. The recovered yin state in which salvation is to be found by man is the peace not of nerveless self-annihilation but of taut-strung harmony. Psyche's task is to recapture a childlike virtue after having put away childish things. The self has to achieve its childlike reconciliation with God by the manful exertion of a God-given will to do the will of God and thereby evoke God's grace. If this is man's way of salvation, he has a rough road to tread, for the mighty act of creation which made him Homo sapiens made it, by the same stroke, mortally hard for him to become Homo conquers, and a social animal that is Homo faber must be cooperative if it is not to destroy itself. In virtue of man's innate sociality, every human society is potentially all-embracing. Down to the year AD 1952 no human society had ever yet become worldwide on every plane of social activity, but a secularized modern Western civilization had latterly attained a virtual universality on the economic and technological plane without having achieved any comparable political or cultural success, and, after the shattering experience of 2 world wars, it was uncertain whether a political unification of the world could come to pass without the grimly familiar knockout blow that had been the traditional price of ecumenical unity in the histories of civilizations. In any case, the unity of mankind cannot be achieved by so coarse an expedient. It can be achieved only as an incidental result of acting on a belief in the unity of God and by seeing this unitary terrestrial society as a province of God's commonwealth. The great gulf fixed between the open society of the commonwealth of God and the closed society exemplified in all the civilizations, and the spiritual leap without which this gulf cannot be crossed, had been pictured by a modern Western philosopher. Man was designed for very small societies. That primitive societies were such is generally admitted, but it must be added that the primitive human soul continues to exist, concealed under habits without which civilizations could not have been created. Civilized man differs from primitive mainly in the enormous mass of knowledge and of habits which he has acquired. The natural man is buried under the acquired characteristics, but he is still there, practically unchanged. It was a mistake to say drive out nature, she will return at the gallop, for you cannot drive her out. She is there all the time. Acquired characteristics are far from impregnating the organism and transmitting themselves hereditarily, as people used to suppose. Repressed though it may be, primitive nature persists in the depths of the consciousness, it remains very much alive, in the most civilized societies. Our civilized societies, different though they are from the kind of society for which we were originally intended, none the less resemble it in one essential respect. Both alike are closed societies. Vast though the civilizations may be in comparison with the petty groups for which we are adapted instinctively, they yet have the same characteristic of including some people and excluding others. Between the nation, however great it may be, and humanity there is all the difference between the finite and the infinite, the closed and the open. Between the closed society and the open, the city and humanity, there is a difference not just of degree, but of kind. The solidarity of a state is due primarily to its need to defend itself against other states. One loves one's fellow countrymen because one hates foreigners. That is primitive instinct, and it is still there beneath the superficial covering of civilization. We still feel a natural love for our relations and our neighbors, whereas love of humanity is a cultivated taste. We reach the former direct, the latter only at second hand, for it is through God alone that religion leads man to love the human race, as also it is only through reason that philosophers teach us the dignity of human personality, and the right of all men to be respected. Neither in the one case nor in the other do we reach the conception of humanity by stages, by way of the family and the nation. 1. There can be no unity of mankind without the participation of God, and, conversely, when the heavenly pilot is dropped, man not only lapses into a discord which is at variance with his natural sociality, he is also tormented by a tragic crux which is inherent in his being a social creature, and which therefore presents itself the more sharply, the better he succeeds in living up to the moral requirements of his social nature, so long as he is seeking to play his part in a society of which the one true God is not a member. This crux is that the social action in which a human being fulfills himself immensely exceeds in its range, in both time and space, the limits of an individual's life on earth. Thus history, seen solely from the standpoint of each individual human participant in it, is a tale told by an idiot, signifying nothing. But this apparently senseless sound and fury acquires spiritual meaning when man catches in history a glimpse of the operation of the one true God. Thus, while a civilization may be a provisionally intelligible field of study, the commonwealth of God is the only morally tolerable field of action, and membership of the Civitas Dei on earth is offered to human souls by the higher religions. Man's fragmentary and ephemeral participation in terrestrial history is indeed redeemed for him when he can play his part on earth as the voluntary coadjutor of a God whose mastery of the situation gives a divine value and meaning to man's otherwise paltry endeavors, and this redemption of history is so precious for man that, in a secularized modern Western world, a crypto-Christian philosophy of history had been retained by would-be ex-Christian rationalists. Because they put faith in the Bible and the Gospel, in the story of creation and in the announcement of the kingdom of God, Christians were able to venture on a synthesis of the totality of history. All subsequent attempts of the same kind merely replaced the transcendent end that assured the unity of the medieval synthesis by various immanent forces that served as substitutes for God, but the enterprise remained substantially the same, and it was the Christians who first of all conceived it, namely, to provide the totality of history with an intelligible explanation, which shall account for the origin of humanity and assign its end. The whole Cartesian system is based on the idea of an omnipotent God who, in a way, creates himself and therefore, a fortiori, creates the eternal truths, including those of mathematics, creates also the universe ex nihilo, and conserves it by an act of continuous creation, without which all things would lapse back into that nothingness whence his will had drawn them. Consider the case of Leibniz. What would be left of his system if the properly Christian elements were suppressed? Not even the statement of his own basic problem that, namely, of the radical origin of things and the creation of the universe by a free and perfect God. It is a curious fact, and well worth noting, that, if our contemporaries no longer appeal to the city of God and the gospel as Leibniz did not hesitate to do, it is not in the least because they have escaped their influence. Many of them lie by what they choose to forget. 1. Finally, it is only in a society which worships the one true God that there can be a promise of exorcising what, in an earlier part of this study, was described as the perilousness of mimesis. The Achilles heel in the social anatomy of a civilization is, as we have seen, its dependence on mimesis, imitation, as a social drill for ensuring that the rank and file of mankind shall follow their leaders. In the changeover from a yin state into a yang activity which takes place at the genesis of a civilization through a mutation in the character of a primitive society, the rank and file transfer their mimesis from their ancestors to the creative human personalities of the living generation, but the avenue thereby opened for a social advance may end in the gates of death, since no human being can be creative except within limits, and then no more than precariously, and, when an inevitable failure has bred an equally inevitable disillusionment, the discredited leaders are apt to resort to force in order to retain an authority that is morally forfeit. In the Civitas Dei this peril is exorcised by a fresh transfer of mimesis from the ephemeral leaders of mundane civilizations to a God who is the source of all human creativity. This mimesis of God can never expose human souls that devote themselves to it to those disillusionments that are apt to attend the mimesis of even the most godlike human beings and that lead, when they arise, to the moral alienation of a restive proletariat from a now merely dominant minority. The communion between the soul and the one true God cannot thus degenerate into the bondage of a slave to a despot, for in each of the higher religions, in diverse measure, the vision of God as power is transfigured by the vision of Him as love, and the presentation of this loving God as a dying God incarnate is a theodicy which makes the imitation of Christ immune against the tragedy inherent in any mimesis that is directed towards unregenerate human personalities. 1 Rutilius Nemesianus, c. Derrida Book I, lines 439-46, trans. By Dr. G. F. Savage Armstrong, London 1907, Bell. 1 Ibid, lines 515-26. 1 Fraser, Sir J. G., The Golden Bough, Adonis, Attis, Osiris, Studies in the History of Oriental Religion 2 nd ed. London 1907, Macmillan, pages 251-3. In a footnote the author concedes that the spread of Oriental religion was not the only cause of the downfall of ancient civilization. 1 Matt XXII. 37-39. 2 No doubt the pilgrimage of Christian and his two companions in the first part of the Pilgrim's Progress is a career of what we might call holy individualism, but in the second part this imperfect conception is corrected, and we have a growing society of pilgrims not only traveling towards their spiritual goal but also rendering mundane social services to one another on the way. This contrast inspired Monsignor Knox's Jeu d'Esprit, in which he develops the thesis that, though the first part was the work of Bunyan the Puritan, the second was the work of a pseudo-Bunyan whose nom de plume concealed a devout Anglo-Catholic lady. Knox, Ronald A. Essays in Satire, London 1928, Sheed and Ward, ch. 7, The Identity of the Pseudo-Bunyan. 1 Dawes, E. and Baines, N.H., 3 Byzantine Saints, Oxford 1948, Blackwell, pages 198 and 197. 1 Burkitt, F.C. Early Eastern Christianity, London 1904, Murray, pages 210-11. 2 In a spiritually sensitive soul the same view may, of course, breed a mood of melancholy rather than complacency. As classical civilization collapsed, Christianity ceased to be the noble faith of Jesus the Christ, it became a religion useful as the social cement of a world in dissolution. As such, it assisted at the rebirth of Western European civilization after the Dark Ages. It has endured to be the nominal creed of clever and restless peoples who are ceasing to give even lip service to its ideals. As to its future, who can prophesy? Barnes, E.W., The Rise of Christianity, London 1947, Longmans, Green, p. 336. 1 Macaulay, Lord, History, in Miscellaneous Writings, London I 8060, Longmans, Green, 2 volumes, Volume I, p. 267. 1 Various passages in Deutero-Isaiah, notably ch. 53. 1 Comment given to the author by Mr. Martin White, and printed in A Study of History, Volume 7, p. 457. 1 Belloc, H., Electric Light, a burlesque Newdigate Prize poem, the subject impertinently presumed to have been chosen by the authorities of the University of Oxford in, perhaps, the 189,0s. 1 Skinner, Martin, Letters to Malaya High and 4, London 1943, Putnam, pages 41 and 43. 1 Ambrose, De Fide Book I, ch. 5, 42. 1 Bergson, H., Les deux sources de la moralité de la religion, Paris 1932, Alien, pages 24 to 28, 288, 293, 297. 1 Gilson, E., The Spirit of Medieval Philosophy, English translation, London 1936, Sheed and Ward, pages 390 to 1 and 14 to 17. XXVII The Role of Civilizations in the Lives of Churches. 1. Civilizations as Overtures. If the foregoing inquiry has convinced us that the churches embodying the higher religions are diverse approximations on earth to one and the same civitas Dei, and that the species of society of which this commonwealth of God is the sole and unique representative is of a spiritually higher order than the species represented by the civilizations, we shall be encouraged to go farther in our experiment of inverting our original assumption that the role of civilizations is dominant in history and the role of churches subordinate. Instead of dealing with churches in terms of civilizations, we shall boldly make the new departure of dealing with civilizations in terms of churches. If we are looking for a social cancer, we shall find it, not in a church which supplants a civilization, but in a civilization which supplants a church, and, if we have thought of a church as a chrysalis through which one civilization reproduces itself in another, we shall now have to think of the apparent civilization as being an overture to the epiphany of a church and of the affiliated civilization as being a regression from this higher level of spiritual attainment. If we take, as a test case for the verification of this thesis, the genesis of the Christian Church, and cite the tenuous yet significant evidence afforded by the transference of words from a secular to a religious meaning and usage, we shall find this philological testimony supporting the view that Christianity is a religious theme with a secular overture, and that this overture consisted, not merely in the Roman political achievement of an Hellenic universal state, but in Hellenism itself, in all its phases and aspects. The Christian Church is indebted for its very name to the technical term employed, in the city-state of Athens, to denote the general assembly of the citizens for the transaction of political business, but, in thus borrowing the word ecclesia, the Church gave it a dual meaning which was a reflection of the political order of the Roman Empire. In Christian usage, ecclesia came to mean both a local Christian community and the Church universal. When the Christian Church, local and universal, came to be articulated into the two religious classes of laity and clergy, and when the clergy, in turn, came to be graded in a hierarchy of orders, the requisite terms were likewise borrowed from an existing secular Greek and Latin vocabulary. The laity of the Christian Church was designated by an archaic Greek word laos, which denoted the people as distinct from those in authority over them. The clergy took its name from a Greek word kleros, whose general meaning of lot had been specialized in a judicial sense to mean an allotted share of an inherited estate. The Christian Church adopted the word to mean the portion of the Christian community that God had allotted to himself to serve him as his professional priesthood. As for the orders, ordens, they took their name from the politically privileged classes of the Roman body politic, the senatorial order for example. The members of the highest order came to be known as overseers, episkopoi, bishops. The Christian Church's sacred book, insofar as it was not referred to as ta biblia, the books, was designated by a term long since current in the vocabulary of the Roman inland revenue, scriptura. As for the two testaments, they were called diatheke in Greek and testamenta in Latin because they were thought of as being the equivalent of legal instruments, or covenants, in which God had declared to mankind, in two installments, his will and testament for the ordering of human life on earth. The training, ascesis, hence ascetic, to which a spiritual elite in the early Christian Church subjected itself took its name from the physical training of athletes for the Olympian and other Hellenic games, and, when, in the 4th century, training to be an anchorite took the place of training to be a martyr, the action of this new model Christian athlete, whose ordeal was to endure the solitude of the desert instead of facing the publicity of the criminal court and the amphitheater, came to be designated by a Greek term, anachoretes, originally applied to persons who had withdrawn from practical life, either to devote themselves to philosophical contemplation or as a protest against oppressive taxation. The word came to be applied to Christian enthusiasts, particularly in Egypt, who withdrew to the desert, the eremos, whose denizen was an eremite or hermit, in search of communion with God and as a protest against mundane wickedness. When these solitaries, monachoi, monks, in defiance of the literal meaning of their name, took to living in disciplined communities, this creative contradiction in terms a society of solitaries, monasterian, took its Latin name, conventus, from a word which, in the secular usage, had combined the two meanings of a quarter sessions and a chamber of commerce. When the originally informal proceedings at the periodic meetings of each local church crystallized into a hard and fast ritual, this religious public service, liturgia, liturgy, took its name from the nominally voluntary expenditure which, in the Athenian Commonwealth of the 5th and 4th centuries BC, had been euphemistically known by that honorable name to disguise the fact that they were virtually surtaxes. In this liturgy the crucial rite was a Holy Communion in which the worshippers achieved a living experience of their fellowship in and with Christ by partaking together of the sacrament, sacramentum, of eating bread and drinking wine. This Christian sacrament took its name from a pagan Roman rite in which a new recruit was sworn into membership in the Roman army. The Holy Communion, which the sacrament consummated, took its name from a word which, both in its Greek form, koinonia, and its Latin translation, communio, had signified participation in any social concern, but, first and foremost, in a political community. The evocation of a spiritual meaning out of a material one is an example of a process which, in an earlier part of this study, we called etherealization and have recognized as a symptom of growth. Our survey of the etherealization of the Greek and Latin vocabulary, which could easily be prolonged, suffices to indicate that Hellenism was an authentic preparatio evangelii and that, in looking for the raison d'etre of Hellenism in its service as an overture to Christianity, we have at any rate set our feet on a promising line of inquiry. On this showing, when the life of a civilization has served as an overture to the birth of a living church, the death of the precursor civilization may be regarded not as a disaster but as the proper conclusion of the story. 2. Civilizations as regressions. We have been trying to see how history looks if we break with our modern Western habit of viewing the histories of churches in terms of the histories of civilizations and adopt, instead, the inverse standpoint, and this has led us to think of civilizations of the second generation as overtures to the living higher religions, and consequently to regard these civilizations, not as failures branded by their breakdowns and disintegrations, but as successes in virtue of their service in helping these higher religions to come to birth. On this analogy, the civilizations of the third generation are presumably to be thought of as regressions from the higher religions that had arisen out of the preceding civilization's ruins, for, if the mundane miscarriage of those now defunct civilizations ought to be judged to have been redeemed by its spiritual sequel, then the mundane achievement of the living civilizations in breaking out of their ecclesiastical chrysalises and setting out to live a new secular life of their own ought Likewise to be judged on the criterion of its effect on the life of the soul, and this effect has manifestly been an adverse one. If we take as a test case the eruption of a modern Western secular civilization out of the medieval Western Respublica Christiana, we may find it illuminating to begin, on the lines of our inquiry in the first half of this chapter, by citing the evidence of words that had undergone a change of meaning and usage, and we may begin with the word cleric. Side by side with the clerk in holy orders we have the humble secular clerk who in England performs minor office work and in America serves behind the counter in a store. Conversion, which once implied the turning of the soul towards God, is now more familiar in such contexts as the conversion of coal into electric power or the conversion of a 5%er into a 3%er stock. We hear little of a cure of souls but much of the cures of the body performed by drugs, and holy day has become holiday. All this betokens a linguistic disetherealization, which merely symbolizes a secularization of society. Frederick too had been the ward and pupil of the great Innocent, founder of the Church as a state. He was an intellectual man, and we need not wonder to find in his conception of the empire a reflection of the Church. The whole Italian Sicilian state, which the popes coveted as their patrimony of Peter, became, as it were, the patrimony of Augustus for this gifted monarch, who sought to release the secular and intellectual powers that were fused into the spiritual unity of the Church and to build a new empire based on these. Let us grasp the full significance of Frederick's Italian-Roman state, a mighty pan-Italian signory, which for a short time united in one state Germanic, Roman, and Oriental elements. Frederick himself, Emperor of the world, being the grand Signior and grand tyrant thereof, the last of these princes to wear the diadem of Rome, whose Caesarhood was not only allied with German kingship, like Barbarossa's, but with Oriental Sicilian despotism. Having grasped this, we perceive that all the tyrants of the Renaissance, the Scala and Montefeltro, the Visconti, Borgia, and Medici, are, down to the tiniest features, the sons and successors of Frederick II, the Diadochi of this second Alexander. 1. The list of Frederick of Hohenstaufen's successors could be prolonged down to the 20th century of the Christian era, and the secular civilization of the modern Western world may be regarded, in one of its aspects, as an emanation of his spirit. It would, of course, be absurd to pretend that, in the struggle between the Church and the secular princes, all the faults were on one side, but what we are concerned to observe here is that the monstrous birth of a secular civilization out of the womb of a Respublica Christiana had been made practicable by the renaissance of the Hellenic institution of an absolute state, in which religion had been a department of politics. When a civilization of the third generation breaks its way out of a body ecclesiastic, is a renaissance of the apparent civilization of the second generation an invariable and indispensable means to its accomplishment. If we look at the history of the Hindu civilization, we shall find there no parallel resuscitation of the empire of the Mauryas or that of the Guptas, but, when we turn from India to China and look at the history of the Far Eastern civilization in its homeland, we do here find an unmistakable and striking counterpart to the revival of the Roman Empire in the Sui and Tiang revival of the Empire of the Han. The difference will be found in the circumstance that this Cynic renaissance of imperialism was far more successful than the Hellenic renaissance of a Holy Roman Empire, and indeed more successful than the parallel Hellenic renaissance of a Byzantine Empire in the realm of the Eastern Orthodox Christian society. For the purpose of our present inquiry, it is significant that the civilization of the third generation, in whose history the renaissance of its predecessor had been carried to the greatest lengths, should likewise have been the most successful in shaking itself free from the trammels of the Church which its predecessor had brought to birth. The Mahayanian Buddhism, which had bidden fair to captivate a moribund Cynic world as thoroughly as a moribund Hellenic world had been captivated by Christianity, had reached its zenith in the Far East at the nadir of the post-Cynic interregnum, but it had swiftly declined thereafter. On this showing, we must conclude that the renaissance of a dead civilization spells a regression from a living higher religion, and that, the farther the revival is pushed, the greater the backsliding will be. 1 Cantaroas, E. Frederick II, 1194–1250, English translation, London 1931, Constable, pages 561–2, 493-4. XXVIII The challenge of militancy on earth. In the preceding chapter we observed that a secular civilization that breaks out of a body ecclesiastic is apt to win its way with the aid of elements from the life of the antecedent civilization, but we have still to see how the opportunity for this breakaway arises, and evidently this beginning of evils is to be looked for in some weak point, or false step, of the church at whose cost the eruption is achieved. One formidable crux for a church is inherent in its raison d'être. A church is militant on earth for the purpose of winning this world for the Civitas Dei, and this means that a church has to deal with secular as well as spiritual affairs and to organize itself on earth as an institution. The gross institutional integument with which a church thus finds itself compelled to clothe its ethereal nakedness, in order to do God's business in a recalcitrant environment, is incongruous with the church's spiritual nature, and it is not surprising to see disaster overtaking a terrestrial outpost of the communion of saints which, in this world, cannot do its spiritual work without being drawn into grappling with secular problems, which it has to attack with institutional tools. The most celebrated tragedy of the kind is the history of the Hildebrandine papacy, and in an earlier part of this study we have observed how Hildebrand was dragged over the precipice by an apparently inevitable concatenation of causes and effects. He would not be a true servant of God if he did not throw himself into the struggle to reclaim the clergy from sexual and financial corruption. He could not reform the clergy unless he tightened up the organization of the church. He could not tighten up the organization of the church without arriving at a demarcation of the jurisdictions of church and state, and, since the functions of church and state were, in the feudal age, inextricably entangled, he could not arrive at a demarcation satisfactory to the church without encroaching on the sphere of the state in a manner which the state was justified in resenting. Hence a conflict which began as a war of manifestos and rapidly degenerated into a war of force, in which the resources of each side were money and guns. The tragedy of the Hildebrandine Church is a prominent example of spiritual regression precipitated by a church's becoming entangled in mundane affairs and committed to secular modes of action as an incidental consequence of its trying to do its own business. There is, however, another broad road leading to the same spiritually destructive worldliness. A church incurs the risk of falling into a spiritual regression in the very act of living up to its own standards. For the will of God is partially expressed in the righteous social aims of mundane societies, and these mundane ideals may be achieved all the more successfully by those who are aiming, not at these ideals as ends in themselves, but at something higher. Two classic examples of the working of this law were the achievements of Saint Benedict and those of Pope Gregory the Great. Both these saintly souls were bent upon the spiritual aim of promoting the monastic way of life in the West, yet, as a byproduct of their spiritual work, these two unworldly men performed economic prodigies that were beyond the powers of secular statesmen. Their economic achievement would be praised by Christian and Marxian historians alike, yet, should these praises become audible to Benedict and Gregory in an other world, these saints would assuredly recall, with a pang of misgiving, their masters saying, "Woe unto you when all men shall speak well of you," and their misgiving would certainly turn to anguish if they were enabled to revisit this world and to see with their own eyes the ultimate moral consequences of the eventual economic effects of their immediate spiritual endeavors during their life on earth. The disconcerting truth is that the incidental material fruits of the spiritual labors of the Civitas Dei are not only certificates of its spiritual success, they are also snares in which the spiritual athlete may be trapped more diabolically than an impetuous Hildebrand is ruined by entanglement in politics and war. The 1,000 years of monastic history between the times of Saint Benedict and the pillaging of ecclesiastical institutions in the so-called Reformation is a familiar story, and it is unnecessary to believe all the allegations of Protestant and anti-Christian writers. The quotation which follows is taken from the work of a modern writer who is above suspicion of anti-monastic bias, and it may be noted that his description does not refer to what is commonly regarded as the latest and worst period of pre-Reformation monasticism. The gulf which appeared between abbot and convent was largely caused by the accumulation of wealth. As time went by, the estates of the monasteries became so enormous that the abbot found himself almost fully occupied in the administration of his lands and in the various responsibilities which these entailed. A similar process of division of estates and duties was taking place at the same time among the monks themselves. Each monastery was divided into what were practically separate departments, each with its own income and its own special responsibilities. As Dom David Knowles says, save in monasteries such as Winchester, Canterbury, and St. Albans, where strong intellectual or artistic interests existed, business of this kind was the career that absorbed all the talent of the house. For such as had administrative gifts, but were not blessed with any property on which to exert them, the monasteries, with their vast estates, offered much scope. 1. Yet the monk who has degenerated into a successful man of business does not exemplify the most deadly form that spiritual regression can take. The worst temptation that lies in wait for the citizens of the Civitas Dei in this world is neither to plunge into politics nor to slide into business but to idolize the terrestrial institution in which a church militant on earth is imperfectly though unavoidably embodied. If corruptio optimi is pessima, an idolized church is the one idol that is more pernicious than the idolized human ant-heap that men worship as Leviathan. A church is in danger of lapsing into this idolatry in so far as she lapses into believing herself to be, not merely a depository of truth, but the sole depository of the whole truth in a complete and definitive revelation of it, and she is specially prone to set her feet on this descent of avernus after she has suffered some heavy blow, and particularly if the stroke has been struck by members of her own household. The classic example had been the counter-reformational Tridentine Roman Catholic Church, as non-Catholics saw her. For 400 years already, down to the time of writing, she had been standing on guard, in a posture that was as rigid as her vigilance was unrelaxing, massively armored with the helmet of the papacy and the breastplate of the hierarchy, and continually presenting arms to God in the recurrent rhythm of an exacting liturgy. The subconscious purpose of this heavy institutional panoply was to outlast the very toughest of the contemporary secular institutions of this world. In the 20th century of the Christian era, a Catholic critic could argue with force, in the light of 400 years of Protestant history, that a Protestant impatience of even the lighter equipment of pre-Tridentine Catholicism had been premature. Yet that verdict, even if cogent, would not prove either that the casting off of impedimenta would always be a mistake or that the Tridentine multiplication of them had not also been an error. 2. We have now laid our finger on some of the causes of regression from higher religions to vain repetitions of secular civilizations, and in each case we have found that the calamity is precipitated, not by a siva necessitas or by any other external force, but by an original sin which is innate in terrestrial human nature. But, if regressions from higher religions are effects of original sin, are we driven to conclude that such regressions are inevitable? If they are, this would mean that the challenge of militancy on earth was so prohibitively severe that no church would ever be capable of standing up to it in the long run, and that conclusion, in turn, would drive us back towards the view that the churches are good for nothing better than to serve as ephemeral chrysalises for vainly repetitive civilizations. Is this the last word? Before we resign ourselves to a suggestion that God's inflowing light is doomed to be perpetually overwhelmed by an uncomprehending darkness, let us cast our eyes back once again over the series of spiritual illuminations brought into the world by the epiphanies of the higher religions, for these chapters of past spiritual history may prove to be auguries of spiritual recovery from the regressions to which a church militant is prone. We have noticed that the successive milestones in man's spiritual advance which are inscribed with the names of Abraham, Moses, the prophets, and Christ all stand at points where a surveyor of the course of secular civilization would report breaks in the road and breakdowns in the traffic, and the empirical evidence has given us reason to believe that this coincidence of high points in man's religious history with low points in his secular history may be one of the laws of man's terrestrial life. If so, we should expect to find, also, that the high points in secular history coincide with low points in religious history, and that the religious achievements that accompany mundane declines are therefore not merely spiritual advances but also spiritual recoveries. They are, of course, presented as recoveries in the traditional version of the story. The call of Abraham, for example, is presented in Hebrew legend as a sequel to a defiance of God by the self-confident builders of the Tower of Babel. The mission of Moses is presented as a move to rescue God's chosen people from a spiritually unpropitious enjoyment of the flesh pots of Egypt. The prophets of Israel and Judah were inspired to preach repentance from the spiritual backslidings into which Israel had lapsed when he made a material success of the exploitation of the land flowing with milk and honey which Yahweh had provided for him. The ministry of Christ, whose passion, as a secular historian sees it, is fraught with all the anguish of an Hellenic time of troubles, is presented in the Gospels as an intervention of God Himself for the purpose of extending to the whole of mankind a covenant previously made by God with an Israel whose descendants had alloyed their spiritual heritage with a Pharisaic formalism, a Sadducean materialism, an Herodian opportunism, and a zealot fanaticism. On this showing, 4 outbursts of spiritual illumination had been sequels to spiritual eclipses, besides having been accompaniments of mundane disasters, and we may surmise that this is no chapter of accidents. We observed in an earlier part of this study that physically hard environments are apt to be nurseries of mundane achievements, and, on this analogy, it is to be expected that spiritually hard environments will have a stimulating effect on religious endeavor. A spiritually hard environment would be one in which the soul's aspirations are choked by material prosperity. A miasma of worldly prosperity, which stupefies the mass, might well provoke spiritually sensitive and strenuous souls into a defiance of the charms of this world. Would a return to religion in the world of the 20th century of the Christian era mark a spiritual advance, or would it be an abject attempt at an impossible evasion of the hard facts of life as we know it? Our answer to this question will partly depend on our estimate of the possibilities of spiritual growth. We have already touched upon the probability that the worldwide expansion of a secular modern Western civilization would translate itself into political form at no distant date through the establishment of a universal state which would fulfill at last the ideal of a polity of this species by embracing the entire surface of the planet in a commonwealth that would have no physical frontiers. In the same context we considered the possibility that, within such a framework, the respective adherents of the 4 living higher religions might come to recognize that their once rival systems were so many alternate approaches to the one true God along avenues offering diverse partial glimpses of the beatific vision. We threw out the idea that, in this light, the historic living churches might eventually give expression to this unity in diversity by growing together into a single church militant. Supposing that this were to happen, would it mean that the kingdom of heaven would then have been established on earth? In the Western world of the 20th century of the Christian era this was an inevitable question, because some kind of earthly paradise was the goal of most of the secular ideologies. In the writer's opinion, the answer was in the negative. The manifest reason for a negative answer is exhibited by the nature of society and the nature of man. For society is nothing but the common ground between the fields of action of personalities, and human personality has an innate capacity for evil as well as for good. The establishment of such a single church militant as we have imagined would not purge man of original sin. This world is a province of the kingdom of God, but it is a rebellious province, and, in the nature of things, it will always remain so. 1 Mormon, J.R.H., Church Life in England in the 13th Century, Cambridge 1945, University Press, pages 279-80, 283, 353. To the foregoing paragraph, together with all the rest of this part of the study of history, was submitted in typescript to the author's friend, Mr. Martin White, and the full version of the book reproduces a number of comments by him, including the following: a Roman Catholic critic would reply to you here, in words that you so often quote, respis finum. The whole of the foregoing passage is anticipation, it has not yet come true. Is it not the fact that the Roman Church is incomparably more vigorous and influential in the 20th century than at any time since the Council of Trent? Whereas in 1870 it inscribed the infallibility of the Pope among its dogmas, at the apparent nadir of its fortunes, as an act of defiance, In 1950 it was able still further to scandalize a secular Western world by adding the dogma of the Assumption of the Virgin as an act of self-confidence. Is it not equally likely, at the time of writing, that the Roman Church in its Tridentine panoply will be the only Western institution capable of challenging and withstanding the neo-pagan totalitarian communist state, and is not this borne out by the particular fear and hatred with which Moscow regards the Vatican? If this be so, the figure of the dinosaur's carapace will be less apt than that of a long and successfully sustained siege, and the Tridentine phase of Catholic history may appear in retrospect like the Churchillian phase of British history from the fall of France to D-Day. You prejudge the outcome. Respice finum. 8. Heroic Ages. XXIX The course of the tragedy. 1. A social barrage. When a growing civilization breaks down through the deterioration of an attractively creative into an odiously dominant minority, one of the results is the estrangement of its former proselytes in the once primitive societies round about, which the civilization in its growth stage was influencing in divers degrees by the effect of its cultural radiation. The ex-proselyte's attitude changes from an admiration expressing itself in mimesis to a hostility breaking out into warfare, and this warfare may have one or other of two alternative outcomes. On a front on which the local terrain offers the aggressive civilization the possibility of advancing up to a natural frontier in the shape of some unnavigated sea or untraversed desert or unsurmounted mountain range, the barbarians may be decisively subjugated, but, where such a natural frontier is absent, geography is apt to militate in the barbarian's favor. Where the retreating barbarian has opened to him, in his rear, an unlimited field of maneuver, the shifting battlefront is bound, sooner or later, to arrive at a line at which the aggressive civilization's military superiority will be neutralized by the handicap of the ever-lengthening distance of the front from the aggressor's base of operations. Along this line a war of movement will change into a static war without having reached any military decision, and both parties will find themselves in stationary positions in which they will be living side by side, as the creative minority of the civilization and its prospective proselytes were living before the breakdown of the civilization set them at variance with one another. But the psychological relation between the parties will not have reverted from hostility to its previous creative interplay, and there will have been no restoration, either, of the geographical conditions under which this cultural intercourse once took place. In the growth stage, the civilization gradually shaded off into a surrounding barbarism across a broad threshold which offered the outsider an easy access to an inviting vista within. The change from friendship to hostility has transformed this conductive cultural threshold, limen, into an insulating military front, limes. This change is the geographical expression of the conditions that generate an heroic age. An heroic age is, in fact, the social and psychological consequence of the crystallization of a limes, and our purpose now is to trace the sequence of events. A necessary background to this undertaking is, of course, a survey of the barbarian warbands that had breasted divers sections of the limites of divers universal states, and a survey of this kind has already been attempted in an earlier part of this study, in the course of which we have noted the distinctive achievements of these warbands in the fields of sectarian religion and epic poetry. In our present inquiry this foregoing survey can be drawn upon for purposes of illustration without having to be recapitulated. A military limes may be likened to a forbidding barrage across a no longer open valley, an imposing monument of human skill and power setting nature at defiance, and yet precarious, because a defiance of nature is a tour de force on which man cannot venture with impunity. The Arab-Muslim tradition relates that once upon a time there was to be seen in the Yemen a colossal work of hydraulic engineering known as the dam or dike of Marib, where the waters descending from the eastern mountains of the Yemen collected in an immense reservoir and thence irrigated an immense tract of country, giving life to an intensive system of cultivation and thereby supporting a dense population. After a time, the tradition goes on to relate, this dam broke, and, in breaking, devastated everything and cast the inhabitants of the country into a state of such dire distress that many tribes were compelled to emigrate. 1. This story has served to account for the initial impulse behind an Arab Völkerwanderung that eventually swept out of the Arabian Peninsula with an impetus which carried it across the Tian Shan and the Pyrenees. Translated into a simile, it becomes the story of every limes of every universal state. Is this social catastrophe of the bursting of the military dam an inevitable tragedy or an avoidable one? To answer this question, we must analyze the social and psychological effects of the barrage builders' interference with the natural course of relations between a civilization and its external proletariat. The first effect of erecting a barrage is, of course, to create a reservoir above it, but the reservoir, however large, will have its limits. It will never cover more than a fraction of even its own catchment basin. There will be a sharp distinction between the submerged tract immediately above the barrage and a region at the back of beyond which is left high and dry. In a previous context we have already observed the contrast between the effect of limes on the life of barbarians within its range and the undisturbed torpidity of primitive peoples in a more distant hinterland. The Slavs continued placidly to lead their primitive life in the Pripet marshes throughout the span of 2 millennia, which first saw the Achaean barbarians convulsed by their proximity to the European land frontier of the thalassocracy of Minos, and then saw the Teuton barbarians going through the same experience as a result of their proximity to the European land frontier of the Roman Empire. Why are the barbarians in the reservoir so exceptionally upset? And what is the source of a subsequent access of energy which has enabled them invariably to break through the limes? We may find answers to these questions if we follow out our simile in terms of its geographical setting in Eastern Asia. Let us suppose the imaginary dam that symbolizes a limes in our simile to have been built astride some high valley in the region actually traversed by the Great Wall within the latter-day Chinese provinces of Shinxi and Shanxi. What is the ultimate source of that formidable body of water pressing in ever-increasing volume upon the dam's upstream face? Though the water must manifestly all have come downstream from above the dam, its ultimate source cannot lie in that direction, for the distance between the dam and the watershed is not great, and behind the watershed stretches the dry Mongolian plateau. The ultimate source of supply is, in fact, to be found, not above the dam but below it, not on the Mongolian plateau but in the Pacific Ocean, whose waters have been transformed by the sun into vapor and carried by an east wind until, condensed by cold air, they fall as rain into the catchment basin. The psychic energy that accumulates on the barbarian side of the limes is derived only in an inconsiderable measure from the transfrontier barbarians' own exiguous social heritage. The bulk of it is drawn from the vast stores of the civilization which the barrage has been built to protect. How is this transformation of psychic energy brought about? The transformation process is the decomposition of a culture and its recomposition in a new pattern. Elsewhere in this study we have compared the social radiation of culture to the physical radiation of light, and here we must recall the laws at which we arrived in that context. The first law is that an integral culture ray, like an integral light ray, is diffracted into a spectrum of its component elements in the course of penetrating a recalcitrant object. The second law is that the diffraction may also occur, without any impact on an alien body social, if the radiating society has already broken down and gone into disintegration. A growing civilization can be defined as one in which the components of its culture, the economic, the political, and the cultural in the stricter sense, are in harmony with one another, and, on the same principle, a disintegrating civilization can be defined as one in which these three elements have fallen into discord. Our third law is that the velocity and penetrative power of an integral culture, ray, are averages of the diverse velocities and penetrative powers which its economic, political, and cultural components display when, as a result of diffraction, they travel independently of each other. The economic and political components travel faster than the undiffracted culture, the cultural component travels more slowly. Thus, in the social intercourse between a disintegrating civilization and its alienated external proletariat across a military limes, the diffracted radiation of the civilization suffers a woeful impoverishment. Practically all intercourse is eliminated except what is economic and political, trade and war, and of these the trade, for various reasons, comes to be more and more restricted and the warfare to be more and more inveterate. Under these sinister auspices, such selective mimesis as occurs takes place on the barbarian's own initiative. They show their initiative in imitating those elements which they accept in a manner which will disguise the distasteful source of what has been imitated. Examples both of recognizable adaptations and of virtually new creations have been given already in an earlier part of this study. Here we need only recall that the reservoir barbarians are apt to borrow the higher religion of an adjoining civilization in the form of a heresy, for example, the Arian heretical Christianity of the Goths, and the Caesarism of an adjoining universal state in the form of an irresponsible kingship, resting not on tribal law but on military prestige, while the barbarian capacity for original creation is displayed in heroic poetry. 2. The accumulation of pressure. The social barrage created by the establishment of a limes is subject to the same law of nature as the physical barrage created by the construction of a dam. The water piled up above the dam seeks to regain a common level with the water below it. In the structure of a physical dam, the engineer introduces safety valves in the form of sluices, which can be opened or closed as circumstances require, and this safeguarding device is not overlooked by the political engineers of a military limes, as we shall see. In this case, however, the device merely precipitates the cataclysm. In the maintenance of a social dam, the relief of pressure by a regulated release of water is impracticable. There can be no discharge from the reservoir without the undermining of the dam, for the water above the dam, instead of rising and falling with the alternations of wet and dry weather, is, in the nature of the case, continuously on the rise. In the race between attack and defense, the attack cannot fail to win in the long run. Time is on the side of the barbarians. The time, however, may be long drawn out before the barbarians behind the limes achieve their breakthrough into the coveted domain of the disintegrating civilization. This long period, during which the spirit of the barbarians has been profoundly affected, and distorted, by the influence of the civilization from which they have been barred out, is the necessary prelude to an heroic age, in which the limes collapses and the barbarians have their fling. The erection of a lime sets in motion a play of social forces which is bound to end disastrously for the builders. A policy of non-intercourse with the barbarians beyond is quite impracticable. Whatever the imperial government may decide, the interests of traders, pioneers, adventurers, and so forth will inevitably draw them beyond the frontier. A striking illustration of this tendency among the marchmen of a universal state to make common cause with the barbarians beyond the pale is afforded by the history of the relations between the Roman Empire and the Hun Eurasian nomads who broke out of the Eurasian steppe towards the end of the 4th century of the Christian era. Though the Huns were unusually ferocious barbarians, and though their ascendancy along the European limes of the Roman Empire was ephemeral, a record of 3 notable cases of fraternization has survived among the fragmentary remnants of contemporary accounts of this brief episode. The most surprising of these cases is that of a Pannonian Roman citizen named Orestes, whose son Romulus Augustulus was to achieve an ignominious celebrity as the last Roman emperor in the West. This same Orestes was for a time employed by the celebrated Hun warlord Attila as his secretary. Of all the goods which passed outwards across the ineffectively insulating limes, weapons of war were perhaps the most significant. The barbarians could never have attacked effectively without the use of the weapons forged in the arsenals of civilization. On the northwest frontier of the British Indian Empire from about 1890 onwards, the influx of rifles and ammunition into tribal territory, completely changed the nature of border warfare, and, while the trans-frontier Pathans and Baluchis' earliest source of supply of up-to-date Western small arms was systematic robbery from the British Indian troops on the other side of the line, there would have been little cause for apprehension, had it not been for the enormous growth of the arms traffic in the Persian Gulf, which, both at Bushire and at Muscat, was at first in the hands of British traders, one a striking example of the tendency for private interests of the empire's subjects in doing business with the trans-frontier barbarians to militate against the public interest of the imperial government in keeping the barbarians at bay. The trans-frontier barbarian is not, however, content simply to practice the superior tactics which he has learned from an adjoining civilization, he often improves upon them. For example, on the maritime frontiers of the Carolingian Empire and of the Kingdom of Wessex, the Scandinavian pirates turned to such good account a technique of shipbuilding and seamanship which they had acquired, perhaps, from the Frisian maritime marchmen of a nascent western Christendom, that they captured the command of the sea and, with it, the initiative in the offensive warfare which they proceeded to wage along the coasts and up the rivers of the western Christian countries that were their victims. When, pushing up the rivers, they reached the limits of navigation, they exchanged one borrowed weapon for another and continued their campaign on the backs of stolen horses, for they had mastered the Frankish art of cavalry fighting as well as the Frisian art of navigation. In the long history of the war horse, the most dramatic case in which this weapon had been turned by a barbarian against the civilization from which he had acquired it was to be found in the New World, where the horse had been unknown until it had been imported by post-Columbian Western Christian intruders. Owing to the lack of a domesticated animal which, in the Old World, had been the making of the nomad stock breeder's way of life, the Great Plains of the Mississippi Basin, which would have been a herdsman's paradise, had remained the hunting ground of tribes who followed their game laboriously on foot. The belated arrival of the horse in this ideal horse country had effects on the life of the immigrant and the life of the native which, while in both cases revolutionary, were different in every other respect. The introduction of the horse onto the plains of Texas, Venezuela, and Argentina made nomad stock breeders out of the descendants of 150 generations of husbandmen, while at the same time it made mobile mounted warbands out of the Indian tribes of the Great Plains beyond the frontiers of the Spanish Viceroyalty of New Spain and of the English colonies that eventually became the United States. The borrowed weapon did not give these trans-frontier barbarians the ultimate victory, but it enabled them to postpone their final discomfiture. While the 19th century of the Christian era saw the prairie Indian of North America turn one of the European intruders' weapons against its original owner by disputing with him the possession of the plains with the aid of the imported horse, the 18th century had already seen the forest Indian turn the European musket to account in a warfare of sniping and ambuscades which, with the screening forest as the Indian's confederate, had proved more than a match for contemporary European battle tactics, in which close formations, precise evolutions, and steady volleys courted destruction when unimaginatively employed against adversaries who had adapted the European musket to the conditions of the American forest. In days before the invention of firearms, corresponding adaptations of the current weapons of an aggressive civilization to forest conditions had enabled the barbarian denizens of the Transrhenane forests of northern Europe to save a still forest-clad Germany from the Roman conquest that had overtaken an already partially cleared and cultivated Gaul, by inflicting on the Romans a decisively deterrent disaster in the Teutoburger Wald in AD 9. The line along which the military frontier between the Roman Empire and the North European barbarians consequently came to rest for the next 4 centuries carries its own explanation on the face of it. It was the line beyond which a forest that had reigned since the latest bout of glaciation was still decisively preponderant over the works of Homo Agricola, works which had opened the way for the march of Roman legions from the Mediterranean up to the Rhine and the Danube. Along this line, which happened, unfortunately for the Roman Empire, to be just about the longest that could have been drawn across continental Europe, the Roman imperial army had henceforward to be progressively increased in numerical strength to offset the progressive increase in the military efficiency of the trans-frontier barbarians whom it was its duty to hold at bay. On the local anti-barbarian frontiers of the still surviving parochial states of a westernizing world which, at the time of writing, embraced all but a fraction of the total habitable and traversable surface of the planet, 2 of the recalcitrant barbarians' non-human allies had already been outmaneuvered by a modern Western industrial technique. The forest had long since fallen a victim to cold steel, while the steppe had been penetrated by the motor car and the aeroplane. The barbarians' mountain ally, however, had proved a harder nut to crack, and the Highlander rearguard of barbarism had been displaying, in its latest forlorn hopes, an impressive ingenuity in turning to its own advantage, on its own terrain, some of the latter-day devices of an industrial Western military technique. By this tour de force the Rifai Highlanders astride the theoretical boundary between the Spanish and French zones of Morocco had inflicted on the Spaniards at Anwail in AD 1921 a disaster comparable with the annihilation of Varus's 3 legions by the Cherusei and their neighbors in the Teutoburger Wald in AD 9, and had made the French government in Northwest Africa rock on its foundations in AD 1925. By the same sleight of hand the Mossuds of Waziristan had baffled repeated British attempts to subdue them during the 98 years between AD 1849, when the British had taken over this anti-barbarian frontier from the Sikhs, and AD 1947, when they disencumbered themselves of a still unsolved Indian northwest frontier problem by bequeathing this formidable legacy to Pakistan. In AD 1925 the Rifa'i offensive came within an ace of cutting the corridor which linked the effectively occupied part of the French zone of Morocco with the main body of French Northwest Africa, and, if the Rifa'is had succeeded in an attempt which failed by so narrow a margin, they would have put in jeopardy the whole of the French Empire on the southern coast of the Mediterranean. Interests of comparable magnitude were at stake for the British Raj in India in the trial of strength between the Mossad barbarians and the armed forces of the British Indian Empire in the Waziristan campaign of AD 1919-20. In this campaign, as in the Rifa'i warfare, the barbarian belligerent's strength lay in his skillful adaptation of modern Western arms and tactics to a terrain that was unpropitious for their use on the lines that were orthodox for their Western inventors. The elaborate and costly equipment which had been invented on the European battlefields of the War of AD 1914-18, in operations on level ground between organized armies, was much less effective against parties of tribesmen lurking in a tangle of mountains. 1. In order to defeat, even inconclusively, transfrontier barbarians who have attained the degree of military expertise shown by the Mossuds in AD 1919 and by the Rifa'is in AD 1925, the power behind the threatened limes has to exert an effort that measured in terms either of manpower or of equipment or of money is quite disproportionate to the slender resources of its gadfly opponents, to which this ponderous counterattack is the irreducible minimum of effective response. Indeed, what Mr. Gladstone in AD 1881 called the resources of civilization one could be almost as much of a hindrance as a help in warfare of this kind, for the mobility of British Indian forces was impaired by the multitude of the gadgets on which it depended for the assertion of its superiority. Again, if the British Indian forces were hindered by their too muchness from striking rapidly and effectively, the Mossuds presented too little to strike at. The purpose of a punitive expedition is to punish, but how was one to punish such people as these? Reduce them to destitution? They were destitute already, they took this state of life for granted, even if they did not enjoy it. Their lives were already in the terms of Thomas Hobbes's description of the state of nature solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. It was hardly possible to make them more solitary, poorer, nastier, more brutish, and shorter, and, if it were possible, could one be sure that they would greatly care? We are here reaching a point that has been made in a different context in an earlier part of the study, that a primitive body social recovers more easily and rapidly than a body social enjoying high material civilization. It is like the humble worm which, when cut in half, takes no notice and carries on as before. But we must return from the Rifa'is and Mossuds, who have failed so far to carry through to a successful conclusion their assaults upon civilizations, and resume our examination of the process of the tragedy in cases where it has gone through to its fifth act. The crescendo of frontier warfare, which produced this progressive change in the balance of military power, progressively weakens the civilization involved by putting its monetary economy under the strain of an ever-increasing burden of taxation. On the other hand, it merely stimulates the military appetite of the barbarians. If the transfrontier barbarian had remained an unmodified primitive man, a much greater proportion of his total energies would have been devoted to the arts of peace, and a correspondingly greater coercive effect would have been produced upon him by the punitive destruction of the products of his pacific labors. The tragedy of a hitherto primitive society's moral alienation from the neighboring civilization is that the barbarian has neglected his former peaceful productivity in order to specialize in the art of border warfare, first in self-defense but afterwards as an alternative and more exciting method of earning his living to plow and reap with sword and spear. This striking inequality in the material consequences of border warfare for the two belligerents is reflected in the great and growing inequality between them in moral. For the children of a disintegrating civilization, the interminable border warfare spells the burden of an ever-increasing financial charge. For the barbarian belligerents, on the other hand, the same warfare is not a burden but an opportunity, not an anxiety but an exhilaration. In this situation it is not surprising that the party which is both author and victim of the limes should not resign himself to his doom without trying the last expedient of enlisting his barbarian adversary on his own side. We have already examined the consequences of this policy in an earlier part of this study, and here we need only recall our previous finding, that this expedient for averting the collapse of a limes actually precipitates the catastrophe which it was designed to forestall. In the history of the Roman Empire's struggle to arrest an inexorable inclination of the scales in favor of the transfrontier barbarians, the policy of enlisting barbarians to keep their fellow barbarians at bay defeated itself if we are to believe a hostile critic of the Emperor Theodosius I's administration by initiating the barbarians into the Roman art of war and at the same time apparizing them of the empire's weakness. In the Roman forces, discipline was now at an end, and all distinction between Roman and barbarian had broken down. The troops of both categories were all completely intermingled with one another in the ranks, for even the register of the soldiers born on the strength of the military units was now no longer being kept up to date. The barbarian deserters from the transfrontier barbarian warbands to the Roman imperial army thus found themselves free, after having been enrolled in Roman formations, to go home again and send off substitutes to take their place until, at their own good time, they might choose to resume their personal service under the Romans. This extreme disorganization that was thus now prevalent in the Roman military formations was no secret to the barbarians, since with the door thrown wide open, as it had been, for intercourse the deserters were able to give them full intelligence. The barbarians' conclusion was that the Roman body politic was being so grossly mismanaged as positively to invite attack. 1. When such well-instructed mercenaries change sides en masse, it is no wonder that they are often able to give the coup de grace to a tottering empire, but we have still to explain why they should be moved, as they so frequently have been, to turn against their employers. Does not their personal interest coincide with their professional obligation? The regular pay they are now drawing is both more lucrative and more secure than the plunder that they used to snatch on occasional raids. Why, then, turn traitor? The answer is that, in turning against the empire that he has been hired to defend, the barbarian mercenary is indeed acting against his own material interests, but that in doing so he is not doing anything peculiar. Man seldom behaves primarily as homo economicus, and the traitor mercenary's behavior is determined by an impulse stronger than any economic considerations. The plain fact is that he hates the empire whose pay he has taken, and the moral breach between the two parties cannot be permanently mended by a business deal which is not underwritten by any real desire, on the barbarian's side, to share in the civilization that he has undertaken to guard. His attitude towards it is no longer one of reverence and mimesis, as was that of his ancestors in happier days when the same civilization was still in its attractive growth stage. The direction of the current of mimesis has, indeed, long since been reversed, and, so far from the civilizations retaining prestige in the barbarian's eyes, it is the barbarian who now enjoys prestige in the eyes of the representative of civilization. Early Roman history has been described as the history of ordinary people doing extraordinary things. In the later empire it took an extraordinary man to do anything at all except carry on a routine, and, as the empire had devoted itself for centuries to the breeding and training of ordinary men, the extraordinary men of its last ages Stilicho, Aetius, and their like were increasingly drawn from the barbarian world. 1. 3. The cataclysm and its consequences. When the barrage bursts, the whole body of water that has been accumulating above the dam runs violently down a steep place into the sea, and this release of long pent-up forces produces a threefold catastrophe. In the first place, the flood destroys the works of man in the cultivated lands below the broken barrage. In the second place, the potentially life-giving water pours down to the sea and is lost without ever having served man for his human purposes. In the third place, the discharge of waters empties the reservoir, leaving its shores high and dry and thus dooming to death the vegetation which had been able to strike root there. In short, the waters which were fructifying so long as the barrage held, make havoc everywhere, in the lands that they lay bare as well as in the lands that they submerge, so soon as the bursting of the barrage releases them from the control which the presence of the barrage had imposed upon them. This episode in man's contest with physical nature is an apt simile of what happens on the collapse of a military limes. The resulting social cataclysm is a calamity for all concerned, but the incidence of the devastation is unequal and the reverse of what might have been expected, for the principal sufferers are not the ex-subjects of the defunct universal state but the ostensibly triumphant barbarians themselves. The hour of their triumph proves to be the occasion of their discomfiture. What is the explanation of this paradox? It is that the limes had served not only as a bulwark of civilization but also as a providential safeguard for the aggressive barbarian himself against demoniacally self-destructive forces within his own bosom. We have seen that the proximity of a limes induces a malaise among the trans-frontier barbarians within range of it because their previously primitive economy and institutions are disintegrated by a rain of psychic energy, generated by the civilization within the limes, that is wafted across a barrier which is itself an obstacle to the fuller and more fruitful intercourse characteristic of the relations between a growing civilization and the primitive proselytes beyond its open and inviting limen. We have also seen that, so long as the barbarian is confined beyond the pale, he succeeds in transmuting some, at least, of this influx of alien psychic energy into cultural products political, artistic, and religious which are partly adaptations of civilized institutions and partly new creations of the barbarian's own. In fact, so long as the barrage holds, the psychological disturbance to which the barbarian is being exposed is being kept within bounds within which it can produce a not wholly demoralizing effect, and this saving curb is provided by the existence of the very limes which the barbarian is bent on destroying. For the limes, so long as it holds, supplies a substitute, in some measure, for the discipline of which primitive man is deprived when the breaking of his cake of primitive custom converts him into a trans-frontier barbarian. The limes disciplines him by giving him tasks to perform, objectives to reach, and difficulties to contend with that constantly keep his efforts up to the mark. When the sudden collapse of the limes sweeps the safeguard away, the discipline is removed and at the same time the barbarian is called upon to perform tasks which are altogether too difficult for him. If the trans-frontier barbarian is a more brutal, as well as a more sophisticated, being than his primitive ancestor, the latter-day barbarian who has broken through the frontier and carved a successor state out of the derelict domain of the defunct empire becomes much more demoralized than before. While the limes still stood, his orgies of idleness spent in consuming the loot of a successful raid had to be paid for with the hardships and rigors of defense against the punitive expedition that his raid was bound to provoke. With the limes broken down, orgies and idleness could be prolonged with impunity. As we observed in an earlier part of this study, the barbarians in partibus civilium condemned themselves to the sordid role of vultures feeding on carrion or maggots crawling in a carcass. If these comparisons appear too brutal, we may liken the hordes of triumphant barbarians running amok amid the ruins of a civilization which they cannot appreciate to the gangs of vicious adolescents who had escaped the controls of home and school and were among the problems of overgrown urban communities in the 20th century of the Christian era. The qualities exhibited by these societies, virtues and defects alike, are clearly those of adolescence. The characteristic feature is emancipation social, political, and religious from the bonds of tribal law. The characteristics of heroic ages in general are those neither of infancy nor of maturity. The typical man of the heroic age is to be compared rather with a youth. For a true analogy we must turn to the case of a youth who has outgrown both the ideas and the control of his parents, such a case as may be found among the sons of unsophisticated parents who, through outside influence, at school or elsewhere, have acquired knowledge which places them in a position of superiority to their surroundings. 1. One of the results of the decadence of primitive custom among primitive-turned-barbarian peoples is that the power formerly exercised by kindred groups is transferred to the comitatus, a body of individual adventurers pledged to personal loyalty to a chief. So long as a civilization maintained within its universal state a semblance of authority, such barbarian warlords and their comitatus could, on occasion, perform with success the service of providing buffer states. The history of the Salian Frankish guardians of the Roman Empire's lower Rhenish frontier from the middle of the 4th to the middle of the 5th century of the Christian era may be adduced as one of many examples of this state of affairs. But the fates of successor states established by barbarian conquerors in the interior of an extinct universal state's former domain show that this coarse product of a jejune barbarian political genius was quite unequal to the task of bearing burdens and solving problems that had already proved too much for the statesmanship of an ecumenical power. A barbarian successor state blindly goes into business on the strength of the disinured credits of a bankrupt universal state, and these boors in office hasten the advent of their inevitable doom by a self-betrayal through the outbreak, under stress of a moral ordeal, of something fatally false within, for a polity based solely on the fickle loyalty of a gang of armed desperados to an irresponsible military leader is morally unfit for the government of a community that has made even an unsuccessful attempt at civilization. The dissolution of the primitive king rope in the barbarian comitatus is swiftly followed by the dissolution of the comitatus itself in the alien subject population. The barbarian trespassers in partibus civilium have, in fact, condemned themselves to suffer a moral breakdown as an inevitable consequence of their trespass, yet they do not yield to their fate without a spiritual struggle that has left its traces in their literary records of myth and ritual and standards of conduct. The barbarian's ubiquitous master myth describes the hero's victorious fight with a monster for the acquisition of a treasure which the unearthly enemy is withholding from mankind. This is the common motif of the tales of Beowulf's fight with Grendel and Grendel's mother, Siegfried's fight with the dragon, and Perseus' feat of decapitating the Gorgon and his subsequent feat of winning Andromeda by slaying the sea monster who was threatening to devour her. The motif reappears in Jason's outmaneuvering of the serpent guardian of the Golden Fleece and in Heracle's kidnapping of Cerberus. This myth looks like a projection, onto the outer world, of a psychological struggle, in the barbarian's own soul, for the rescue of man's supreme spiritual treasure, his rational will, from a demonic spiritual force released in the subconscious depths of the psyche by the shattering experience of passing, at one leap, from a familiar no man's land outside the limes into the enchanted world laid open by the barrier's collapse. The myth may, indeed, be a translation into literary narrative of a ritual act of exorcism in which a militarily triumphant but spiritually afflicted barbarian has attempted to find a practical remedy for his devastating psychological malady. In the emergence of special standards of conduct applicable to the peculiar circumstances of an heroic age, we can see a further attempt, from another line of approach, to set moral bounds to the ravages of a demon that has been let loose in the souls of barbarian lords and masters of a prostrate civilization by the fall of the material barrier of the limes. Conspicuous examples are the Achaeans' Homeric Eidos and Nemesis, shame and indignation, and the Umayyads' historic Hilm, a studied self-restraint. The great characteristic of Eidos and Nemesis, as of honor generally, is that they only come into operation when a man is free, when there is no compulsion. If you take people, who have broken away from all their old sanctions and select among them some strong and turbulent chief who fears no one, you will first think that such a man is free to do whatever enters his head. And then, as a matter of fact, you find that, amid his lawlessness, there will crop up some possible action which somehow makes him feel uncomfortable. If he has done it, he rues the deed and is haunted by it. If he has not done it, he shrinks from doing it. And this, not because anyone forces him, nor yet because any particular result will accrue to him afterwards, but simply because he feels eidos. Eidos is what you feel about an act of your own, nemesis is what you feel for the act of another. Or, most often, it is what you imagine that others will feel about you. But suppose no one sees. The act, as you know well, remains a thing to feel nemesis about, only there is no one there to feel it. Yet, if you yourself dislike what you have done, and feel eidos for it, you inevitably are conscious that somebody or something dislikes or disapproves of you. The earth, water, and air are full of living eyes, of theoi, of diem ones, of kirs. And it is they who have seen you and are wroth with you for the thing which you have done. 1. In a post-Minoan heroic age, as depicted in the Homeric epic, the actions that evoke feelings of Ados and Nemesis are those implying cowardice, lying, and perjury, lack of reverence and cruelty or treachery towards the helpless. Apart from any question of wrong acts done to them, there are certain classes of people more objects of Ados than others. There are people in whose presence a man feels shame, self-consciousness, awe, a sense keener than usual of the importance of behaving well. And what sort of people chiefly excite this Ados? Of course there are kings, elders, and sages, princes and ambassadors, and the like, all of them people for whom you naturally feel reverence, and whose good or bad opinion is important in the world. Yet, you will find that it is not these people, but quite others, who are most deeply charged, as it were, with Ados, before whom you feel still more keenly conscious of your unworthiness, and whose good or ill opinion weighs somehow inexplicably more in the last account, the disinherited of the earth, the injured, the helpless, and, among them the most utterly helpless of all, the dead. 2. In contrast to Ados and Nemesis, which enter into all aspects of social life, Hilm is a virtute politiques. 1. It is something more sophisticated than Ados and Nemesis, and consequently less attractive. Hilm is not an expression of humility. Its aim is rather to humiliate an adversary, to confound him by presenting the contrast of one's own superiority, to surprise him by displaying the dignity and calm of one's own attitude. At bottom, Hilm, like most Arab qualities, is a virtue for bravado and display, with more ostentation in it than real substance. A reputation for Hilm can be acquired at the cheap price of an elegant gesture or a sonorous mot. Opportune above all in an anarchic milieu, such as the Arab society was, where every act of violence remorselessly provoked a retaliation. Hilm, as practiced by Muawiyah's Umayyad successors, facilitated their task of giving the Arabs a political education. It sweetened for their pupils the bitterness of having to sacrifice the anarchic liberty of the desert in favor of sovereigns who were condescending enough to draw a velvet glove over the iron hand with which they ruled their empire. 2. These masterly characterizations of the nature of Hilm, Ados, and Nemesis show how nicely adapted these standards of conduct are to the peculiar circumstances of the heroic age, and, if, as we have intimated already, the heroic age is, intrinsically, a transient phase, the surest signs of its advent and its recession are the epiphany and the eclipse of its specific ideals. As Ados and Nemesis fade from view, their disappearance evokes a cry of despair. Pain and grief are the portion that shall be left for mortal men, and there shall be no defense against the evil day. 3. Hesiod is harrowed by his illusory conviction that the withdrawal of these glimmering lights that have sustained the children of the Dark Age is a portent of the onset of perpetual darkness. He has no inkling that this extinguishing of the night lights is a harbinger of the return of day. The truth is that Ados and Nemesis reascend to heaven as soon as the imperceptible emergence of a nascent new civilization has made their sojourn on earth superfluous by bringing into currency other virtues that are socially more constructive though aesthetically they may be less attractive. The Iron Age into which Hesiod lamented that he had been born was in fact the age in which a living Hellenic civilization was arising out of a dead Minoan civilization's ruins, and the Abbasids, who had no use for the Hilm that had been their Umayyad predecessors' Arcanum Imperii, were the statesmen who set the seal on the Umayyads' tour de force of profiting by the obliteration of the Syrian limes of the Roman Empire in order to re-inaugurate the Syriac universal state. The demon who takes possession of the barbarian's soul as soon as the barbarian's foot has crossed the fallen limes is indeed difficult to exorcise, because he contrives to pervert the very virtues with which his victim has armed himself. One might well say of AIDS what Madame Roland said of liberty: what crimes have been committed in thy name? The barbarian's sense of honor roars like a rapacious beast that never knows when it has had its fill. Wholesale atrocities are the outstanding features of the heroic age, both in history and in legend. The demoralized barbarian society in which these dark deeds are perpetrated is so familiar with their performance and so obtuse to their horror that the bards whose task it is to immortalize the memory of the warlords do not hesitate to saddle their heroes and heroines with sins of which they may well have been innocent, when a blackening of their characters will magnify their prowess. Nor is it only against their official enemies that the heroes perform their appalling atrocities. The horrors of the sack of Troy are surpassed by the horrors of the family feud of the house of Atreus. Houses thus divided against themselves are not likely to stand for long. A sensationally sudden fall from an apparent omnipotence is, indeed, the characteristic fate of an heroic age barbarian power. Striking historical examples are the eclipse of the Huns after the death of Attila, and that of the Vandals after the death of Genseric. These and other historically attested examples lend credibility to the tradition that the wave of Achaean conquest likewise broke and collapsed after engulfing Troy, and that a murdered Agamemnon was the last Pan-Achaean warlord. However widely these warlords might extend their conquests, they were incapable of creating institutions. The fate of the empire of even so sophisticated and comparatively civilized a warlord as Charlemagne provides a dramatic illustration of this incapacity. 4. Fancy and fact. If there is truth in the picture presented in the preceding chapter, the verdict on the heroic age can only be a severe one. The mildest judgment will convict it of having been a futile escapade, while sterner judges will denounce it as a criminal outrage. The verdict of futility makes itself heard through the mellow poetry of a Victorian man of letters who had lived on to feel the frost of a neo-barbarian age. Follow the path of those fair warriors, the tall Goths. From the day when they led their blue-eyed families off Vistula's cold pasture lands, their murky home, by the amber-strewn foreshore of the Baltic Sea, and, in the incontaminate vigor of manliness, feeling their rumored way to an unknown promised land, tore at the raveled fringes of the purple power, and trampling its wide skirts, defeating its armies, slaying its emperor, and burning his cities, sacked Athens and Rome, until supplanting Caesar, they ruled the world where Romans reigned before. Yet from those 3 long centuries of rapine and blood, inhumanity of heart and wanton cruelty of hand, there is little left. Those Goths were strong but to destroy. They neither wrote nor wrought, thought not nor created. But, since the field was rank with tares and mildewed wheat, their scything won some praise, else have they left no trace. 1. This measured judgment, delivered across a gulf of 15 centuries, could hardly have satisfied an Hellenic poet who was bitterly conscious of still living in a moral slum made by barbarian successors of the thalassocracy of Minos. Criminality, and not mere futility, is the burden of Hesiod's indictment against a post-Minoan heroic age that, in his day, was still haunting a nascent Hellenic civilization. His judgment is merciless. And Father Zeus made yet a third race of mortal men, a race of bronze, in no wise like unto the silver, fashioned from ash stems, mighty and terrible. Their delight was in the grievous deeds of Ares, and in the trespasses of pride no bread ever passed their lips, but their hearts in their breasts were strong as adamant, and none might approach them. Great was their strength, and unconquerable were the arms which grew from their shoulders upon their stalwart frames. Of bronze were their panoplies, of bronze their houses, and with bronze they tilled the land. Dark iron was not yet. These were brought low by their own hands and went their way to the mouldering house of chilly Hades, nameless. For all their mighty valor, death took them in his dark grip, and they left the bright light of the Sunday. 2. In posterity's judgment on the overflowing measure of suffering which the barbarians bring on themselves by their own criminal follies, this passage in Hesiod's poem might have stood as the last word, had not the poet himself run on as follows. Now when this race also had been covered by earth, yet a 4th race was made, again, upon the face of the All-Mother, by Zeus son of Cronos, a better race and more righteous, a divine race of men heroic, who are called demigods, a race that was aforetime on the boundless earth. These were destroyed by evil war and dread battle some below 7 gate Thebes in the land of Cadmus, as they fought for the flocks of Oedipus, while others were carried for destruction to Troy in ships over the great gulf of the sea, for the sake of Helen of the lovely hair. There verily they met their end and vanished in the embrace of death, yet a few there were who were granted a life and a dwelling place, apart from mankind, by Zeus son of Cronos, who made them to abide at the ends of the earth. So there they abide, with hearts free from care, in the Isles of the Blessed, beside the deep eddies of ocean stream happy heroes, for whom a harvest honey sweet, thrice ripening every year, is yielded by fruitful fields. 1. What is the relation of this passage to the one which immediately precedes it, and indeed to the whole catalogue of races in which it is embedded? The episode breaks the sequence of the catalogue in two respects. In the first place, the race here passed in review, unlike the preceding races of gold, silver, and bronze and the succeeding race of iron, is not identified with any metal, and, in the second place, all the other four races are made to follow one another in a declining order of merit. Moreover, the destinies of the three preceding races after death are consonant with the tenure of their lives on earth. The race of gold became good spirits by the will of great Zeus, spirits above the ground, guardians of mortal men, givers of wealth. The inferior race of silver still gained among mortals the name of blessed ones beneath the ground, second in glory, and yet, even so, they too are attended with honor. When we come, however, to the race of bronze, we find that their fate after death is passed over in ominous silence. In a catalogue woven on this pattern, we should expect to find the fourth race condemned after death to suffer the torments of the damned, yet, so far from that, we find at least a chosen few of them transported after death to Elysium, where they live, above ground, the very life that had been lived by the race of gold. Manifestly, the insertion of a race of heroes between the race of bronze and the race of iron is an afterthought, breaking the poem's sequence, symmetry, and sense. What moved the poet to make this clumsy insertion? The answer must be that the picture here presented of a race of heroes was so vividly impressed on the imagination of the poet and his public that a place had to be found for it. The race of heroes is, in fact, the race of bronze described over again, in terms, not of somber Hesiodic fact, but of glamorous Homeric fancy. In social terms, the heroic age is a folly and a crime, but in emotional terms it is a great experience, the thrilling experience of breaking through the barrier which has baffled the barbarian invaders' ancestors for generations, and bursting out into an apparently boundless world that offers what seem to be infinite possibilities. With one glorious exception, all these possibilities turn out to be Dead Sea fruit, yet the sensational completeness of the barbarians' failure on the social and political planes paradoxically ministers to the success of their bard's creative work, for in art there is more to be made out of failure than out of success. No success story can achieve the stature of a tragedy. The exhilaration generated by the Völkerwanderung, which breaks down into demoralization in the intoxicated souls of the men of action, inspires the barbarian poet to transmute the memory of his hero's wickedness and ineptitude into immortal song. In the enchanted realm of this poetry, the barbarian conquistadores achieve vicariously the splendor that eluded their grasp in real life. Dead history blossoms into immortal romance. The fascination exercised by heroic poetry over its latter-day admirers deludes them into visualizing what was in fact a sordid interlude between the death of one civilization and the birth of its successor as what we have called it, not without intentional irony, in the terminology of this study, an heroic age, an age of heroes. The earliest victim of this illusion is, as we have seen, the poet of a dark age, which is the heroic age's sequel. As is manifest in retrospect, this later age has no reason to be ashamed of a darkness which signifies that the barbarian incendiary bonfires have at last burnt themselves out, and, though a bed of ashes smothers the surface of the flame-scarred ground, the dark age proves to be creative, as the heroic age certainly was not. In the fullness of time, new life duly arises to clothe the fertile ash field with shoots of tender green. The poetry of Hesiod, so pedestrian when set beside that of Homer, is one of these harbingers of a returning springtime, yet this honest chronicler of the darkness before the dawn is still so bedazzled with a poetry inspired by the recent nocturnal incendiarism that he takes on faith, as historical truth, an imaginary Homeric picture of a race of heroes. Hesiod's illusion seems strange, considering that, in his picture of the race of bronze, he has preserved for us, side by side with his reproduction of an Homeric fantasy, a merciless exposure of the barbarian as he really is. Yet, even without this clue, the heroic myth can be exploded by detonating the internal evidence. The heroes turn out to have lived the evil lives and died the cruel deaths of the race of bronze, and Valhalla likewise turns out to be a slum when we switch off all the artificial lights and scrutinize by the sober light of day this poetic idealization of turbulent fighting and riotous feasting. The warriors who qualify for admission to Valhalla are in truth identical with the demons against whom they have exercised their prowess, and, in perishing off the face of the earth by mutual destruction, they have relieved the world of a pandemonium of their own making and have achieved a happy ending for everyone but themselves. Hesiod may have been the first, but he was by no means the last, to be beguiled by the splendors of barbarian epic. In a supposedly enlightened 19th century of the Christian era we find a philosopher mountebank launching his myth of a salutary barbarian Nordic race whose blood acts as an elixir of youth when injected into the veins of an effete society, and we may still be cut to the heart as we watch the lively French aristocrats' political jeu d'esprit being keyed up into a racial myth by the prophets of a demonic German neo-barbarism. Plato's insistence that poets should be banished from his Republic gains a vivid significance as we trace the line of cause and effect between the authors of the sagas and the founders of the Third Reich. Yet there have been occasions when the barbarian interloper has performed, after all, a humble service for posterity. At the transition from the civilizations of the first generation to those of the second, the interloping barbarians did in some cases provide a link between the defunct civilization and its newborn successor, as, in the subsequent transition from the second generation to the third, a link was provided by the chrysalis churches. The Syriac and Hellenic civilizations, for instance, were thus linked with an antecedent Minoan civilization through this Minoan society's external proletariat, and the Hittite civilization stood in the same relation to an antecedent Sumeric civilization, and the Indic civilization to an antecedent Indus culture, if, in fact, this last had a life of its own that was independent of the Sumeric civilization. The modesty of the service thus performed is brought out by comparing it with the role of the chrysalis churches. While the internal proletariat that builds churches, like the external proletariat that breeds warbands, is the offspring of a psychological secession from a disintegrating civilization, the internal proletariat obviously acquires and hands on to future generations a far richer heritage of the past. This becomes obvious if we compare the debt of the Western Christian civilization to the Hellenic with the debt of the Hellenic civilization to the Minoan. The Christian church was Hellenized to saturation point, the Homeric poets knew next to nothing of Minoan society, they present their heroic age in vacuo, with no more than a casual reference to the mighty carcass on which the bards vulture heroes sackers of cities as they are proud to call themselves are making their carrion feasts. On this showing, the service of the Achaeans and the other barbarians of their generation who played the same transmissive role might seem to dwindle to vanishing point. What did it really amount to? Its reality becomes evident when we compare the destinies of those civilizations of the second generation that were affiliated to predecessors by this tenuous barbarian link with the destinies of the rest of the secondary civilizations. Any secondary civilization not affiliated through its predecessor's external proletariat must have been affiliated through its predecessor's dominant minority. These are the only alternatives, since no chrysalis churches came out of the rudimentary higher religions of the internal proletariats of the primary civilizations. We have, then, two groups of civilizations of the second generation, those affiliated to their predecessors through external proletariats and those affiliated through their predecessors' dominant minorities, and in other respects also these two groups stand at opposite poles. The former group are so distinct from their predecessors that the very fact of affiliation becomes dubious. The latter are so closely linked with their predecessors that their claims to separate existence may be disputed. The three known examples of the latter group are the Babylonic, which may be regarded either as a separate civilization or as an extension of the Sumeric, and the Yucatec and the Mexic, which are similarly related to the Mayan. Having sorted out these two groups, we may go on to observe another difference between them. The group of supra-affiliated secondary civilizations, or dead trunks of primary civilizations, all failed, where civilizations of the other group, the Hellenic, the Syriac, the Indic succeeded, none of the supra-affiliated civilizations gave birth, before its own expiry, to a universal church. If we call to mind our conclusion that our serial order of chronologically successive types of society is at the same time an ascending order of value, in which the higher religions would be the highest term so far attained, we shall now observe that the barbarian chrysalises of civilizations of the second generation, but not those of the third, would have to their credit the honor of having participated in the higher religion's evolution. The proposition can be conveyed most clearly by means of the following table. Note, the monstrous regiment of women. The heroic age might have been expected to be a masculine age par excellence. Does not the evidence convict it of having been an age of brute force? And, when force is given free rein, what chance can women have of holding their own against the physically dominant sex? This a priori logic is confused, not only by the idealized picture presented in heroic poetry, but also by the facts of history. In the heroic age the great catastrophes are apt to be women's work, even when the woman's role is ostensibly passive. If Alboin's unsatisfied desire for Rosamund was the cause of the extermination of the Gepidae, it is credible that the sacking of Troy was provoked by the satisfaction of Paris's desire for Helen. More commonly the women are undisguisedly the mischief makers whose malice drives the heroes into slaying each other. The legendary quarrel between Brunhild and Kriemhild, which eventually discharged itself in the slaughter in Etzel's Danubian Hall, is all of a piece with the authentic incidents of the quarrel between the historic Brunhild and her enemy Friedgund, which cost the Merovingian successor state of the Roman Empire 40 years of civil war. The influence of women over men in the heroic age was not, of course, exhibited solely in the malevolence of goading their menfolk into fratricidal strife. No women left deeper marks on history than Alexander's mother, Olympia's, and Muawiya's mother Hind, both of whom immortalized themselves by their lifelong moral ascendancy over their redoubtable sons. Yet a list of Goneril's, Regan's, and Lady Macbeth's, culled from the records of authenticated history, could be indefinitely prolonged. There are perhaps two lines of explanation of this phenomenon, one sociological and the other psychological. The sociological explanation is to be found in the fact that the heroic age is a social interregnum in which the traditional habits of primitive life have been broken up, while no new cake of custom had yet been baked by a nascent civilization or a nascent higher religion. In this ephemeral situation a social vacuum is filled by an individualism so absolute that it overrides the intrinsic differences between the sexes. It is remarkable to find this unbridled individualism bearing fruits hardly distinguishable from those of a doctrinaire feminism altogether beyond the emotional range and the intellectual horizon of the women and men of such periods. Approaching the problem on the psychological side, it may be suggested that the winning cards in the barbarians' internecine struggles for existence are not brute force but persistence, vindictiveness, implacability, cunning, and treachery, and these are qualities with which sinful human nature is as richly endowed in the female as in the male. If we ask ourselves whether these women who exercise their monstrous regiment in the inferno of the heroic age are heroines or villainesses or victims, we shall arrive at no clear answer. What is plain is that their tragic moral ambivalence makes them ideal subjects for poetry, and it is not surprising that, in the epic legacy of a post-Minoan heroic age, one of the favorite genres should have been catalogues of women, in which the recital of one legendary virago's crimes and sufferings called up the legend of another, in an almost endless chain of poetic reminiscence. The historic women whose grim adventures echo through this poetry would have smiled, with wry countenances, could they have foreknown that a reminiscence of a reminiscence would one day evoke a dream of fair women in the imagination of a Victorian poet. They would have felt decidedly more at home in the atmosphere of the third scene in the first act of Macbeth. 1 Citani, L. Studi d'Historia Orientale, Volume I, Milan IQII, Hoepli, p. 266. 1 Davies, C.C., The Problem of the Northwest Frontier, 1890-1908, Cambridge 1932, University Press, p. 176. 1 Ibid, p. 177. 1 Similarly, veterans of the Peninsular War of AD 1808-14, employing the tactics that had defeated again and again the armies of Napoleon, were routed with ridiculous ease at New Orleans in AD 1814 by the frontiersmen's methods employed against them by Andrew Jackson. 1. The resources of civilization are not exhausted, said Mr. Gladstone in the House of Commons, meaning thereby that British administration would in the long run prove too much for nationalist agitation and crime in Ireland. He was wrong. 40 years later civilization admitted its exhaustion, and signed the treaty establishing the Irish Free State. 1 Zosimus, Historiae, Book 4, Chap. XXXI, 1-3. 1 Collingwood, R.G., in Collingwood, R.G., and Myers, J.N.L., Roman Britain and the English Settlements, 2nd ed. Oxford 1937, Clarendon Press, p. 307. 1 Chadwick, H.M., The Heroic Age, Cambridge 1912, University Press, pages 442-4. 1 Murray, Gilbert, The Rise of the Greek Epic, 3rd ed. Oxford 1924, Clarendon Press, pages 83-84. 2 Ibid, pages 87-88. 1 Lamens, S.J., Pierre H., Études sur la règne du calife Ommeyadi Mo Atma 1 er, Beirut 1908, Imprimerie Catholique, Paris 1908, Githner, p. 81, and 2. The quotations from this book have been made with the permission of the publishers. 2 Ibid, pages 81, 87, 103. 3 Hesiod, Works and Days, lines 197-200. 1 Gronbeck, v. The Culture of the Teutons, London 1931, Milford, 3 volumes in Z, vols. 2-3, p. 305. 1 Bridges, Robert, The Testament of Beauty, Oxford 1929, Clarendon Press, Book I, lines 535-55. 1 Hesiod, Works and Days, lines 143-55. 1 Hesiod, Works and Days, lines 136-73. 9. Contacts between civilizations in space. XXX An expansion of the field of study. The initial working hypothesis of this study of history was that the historic civilizations are so many intelligible fields of study, and, if this had proved to hold good for all phases of their histories, our task would now be completed. Actually, however, we have found that, though a civilization proves to be an intelligible unit so long as we are considering its genesis, growth, and breakdown, it ceases to be so in the phase of its disintegration. We cannot understand this last phase of a civilization's history without extending our mental range of vision beyond its bounds and taking account of the impact of external forces. To mention only a single conspicuous example, the Roman Empire provided an Hellenic cradle for a Syriac-inspired Christianity. The importance of the part played in the genesis of higher religions by encounters between different civilizations is illustrated by one of the commonplaces of historical geography. When we mark down the birthplaces of the higher religions on a map, we find them clustering in and round two relatively small patches of the total land surface of the Old World, on the one hand the Oxus-Jaxartes Basin and on the other hand Syria, using that term in its broader sense to cover an area bounded by the North Arabian steppe, the Mediterranean Sea, and the southern escarpments of the Anatolian and Armenian plateaus. The Oxus-Jaxartes Basin was the birthplace of the Mahayana, in the form in which it spread over the Far Eastern world, and, before that, perhaps, of Zoroastrianism. In Syria, Christianity acquired at Antioch the form in which it spread from there over the Hellenic world, after having made its first appearance as a variety of Pharisaic Judaism in Galilee. Judaism and the sister religion of the Samaritans arose in southern Syria. The monothelite Christianity of the Maronites and the Hakim-worshipping Shiism of the Druzes both came to birth in central Syria. This geographical concentration of the birthplaces of higher religions becomes still more conspicuous when we extend our horizon to take in adjacent regions. The Hijazi prolongation of Syria southwards along the highlands fringing the Red Sea contains the birthplace of a Christian heresy which became the new religion of Islam, and, When we similarly extend the radius of our observation of the Oxus-Jaxartes basin, we cite the birthplace of the Mahayana in its first appearance in the basin of the Indus, and the birthplace of primitive Buddhism, and also of post-Buddhaic Hinduism, in the middle basin of the Ganges. What is the explanation? When we look into the characteristics of the Oxus-Jaxartes basin and of Syria and compare them with each other, we find that each of them had been endowed by nature with the capacity for serving as a roundabout, where traffic coming in from any point of the compass could be switched to any other point of the compass in any number of alternative combinations. On the Syrian roundabout, routes converged from the Nile basin, from the Mediterranean, from Anatolia with its southeast European hinterland, from the Tigris-Euphrates basin, and from the Arabian steppe. On the Central Asian roundabout, similarly, routes converged from the Tigris-Euphrates basin via the Iranian plateau, from India through the passes over the Hindu Kush, from the Far East via the Tarim basin, and from an adjacent Eurasian steppe that had taken the place, and inherited the conductivity, of a now desiccated Second Mediterranean, whose former presence there was attested by its fragmentary survival in the Caspian Sea, the Sea of Aral, and Lake Balkhash. The role for which nature had thus designed these two potential traffic centers had actually been played by each of them again and again during the 5,000 or 6,000 years since the emergence of the earliest civilizations. Syria had been the scene of encounters, in successive periods, between the Sumeric and Egyptiac civilizations, between the Egyptiac, Hittite, and Minoan civilizations, between the Syriac, Babylonic, Egyptiac, and Hellenic civilizations, between the Syriac, Orthodox Christian, and Western Christian civilizations, and, in a final bout of contacts, between the Arabic, Iranic, and Western civilizations. The Oxus-Jaxartes basin had similarly been the scene of encounters in successive periods between the Syriac and Indic civilizations, between the Syriac, Indic, Hellenic, and Cynic civilizations, and between the Syriac and Far Eastern civilizations. As a result of these encounters, each of these two peculiarly numaniferous, religion-bearing, regions had been included in the universal states of a number of different civilizations, and the exceptionally active intercourse between civilizations in these two areas explains the extraordinary concentration, within their limits, of the birthplaces of higher religions. On the strength of this evidence, we may venture to propound a law to the effect that, for a study of the higher religions, the minimum intelligible field must be larger than the domain of any single civilization, since it must be a field in which two or more civilizations have encountered each other. Our next step will be to take a wider survey of those encounters that, in certain historic instances, have had the effect of bringing higher religions to birth. The encounters in question are contacts in the space dimension between civilizations which, ex hypothesi, must be contemporaries with each other, but before passing on to this, the subject of the present part of this study, we may remark that civilizations have had contacts with each other in the time dimension also, and this of two kinds. One kind of contact in time is the apparentation and affiliation relation between successive civilizations, a subject which has been with us throughout this study. The other is a relation between a grown-up civilization and the ghost of its long-dead predecessor. We may call encounters of this type renaissances, from the name invented by a French writer in the 19th century of the Christian era to describe a particular example, by no means the only example of this historical phenomenon. These encounters of civilizations in time will be reserved for the following part of this study. XXXI. A survey of encounters between contemporary civilizations. 1. A plan of operations. In setting out to make a survey of encounters between contemporary civilizations, we are confronted with a formidably intricate maze of history, and we shall be well advised, before plunging into the thicket, to look for a favorable point of entry. The number of civilizations that we originally located on our cultural map was 21, and, if the progress of archaeological discovery were to warrant us in regarding the Indus culture as a separate society from the Sumeric civilization, and the Shang culture as a civilization antecedent to the Cynic, this change in our reckoning would raise our total muster to 23. It is obvious, however, even when we allow for the fact that two civilizations with no contemporaneous overlap cannot have had an encounter of the kind with which we are here concerned, that the number of encounters between contemporary civilizations might enormously exceed, and in fact does greatly exceed, the number of the civilizations themselves. We have, as we have often already observed, 3 generations of civilizations. If the first generation had all died simultaneously, and the second likewise, the weave of encounters in the space dimension would be simplified. We should have to consider, let us say, the mutual encounters of A, B, C, D, and E, civilizations of the first generation, without allowing for the possibility that any of these had had encounters with F, G, H, I, and J, civilizations of the second generation, but, of course, it is not so. Though the Sumeric civilization may have submitted to being decently interred before it could encounter any lusty youngster of the second generation, that Tithonus of the first generation, the Egyptian civilization, behaved very differently. There was one factor which, until modern times, caused the number of actual encounters between contemporary civilizations in space to fall mercifully short of the mathematically possible maximum. The space itself might be so great, or of such a nature, as to forbid mutual encounter. There were, for example, no encounters between the civilizations of the Old World and the New World before the mastering of the technique of oceanic navigation by the Western Christian civilization in the modern chapter of its history, circa AD 1475 to 1875. This achievement is an historical landmark, and it may give us our clue to finding a point of entry into the historical maze that we have undertaken to explore. When, in the course of the 15th century of the Christian era, West European mariners did master the technique of oceanic navigation, they thereby won a means of physical access to all the inhabited and habitable lands on the face of the planet. In the lives of all other societies, the impact of the West gradually came to be the paramount social force. As Western pressure on them increased, their lives were turned upside down. The Western society alone appeared at first to remain unaffected, in its own life, by the havoc that it was thus making of the rest of the world, but, within the lifetime of the writer of this study, one of the encounters between the West and its contemporaries had come to darken the horizon of the Western society itself. The dominating role in Western affairs that had thus come to be played by a collision between the West and a foreign body social was a novel feature in recent Western history. From the failure of the Second Ottoman assault on Vienna in AD 1683 down to the defeat of Germany in the General War of AD 1939-45, the West as a whole had been so overwhelmingly superior in power to the rest of the world that the Western powers had virtually nobody to reckon with outside their own circle. This Western monopoly of power came to an end, however, in 1945, for, from that date onwards, for the first time since 1683, one of the protagonists in power politics was once again a power of a non-Western complexion. There was, it is true, an ambiguity in the relation of both the Soviet Union and the communist ideology to the Western civilization. The Soviet Union was the political heir of a Petrine Russian Empire which had become a voluntary convert to the Western way of life at the turn of the 17th and 18th centuries of the Christian era and had participated thereafter in the Western game on a tacit understanding that the proselyte would abide by the accepted Western rules. Communism, again, was, in origin, like liberalism and fascism, one of the secular ideologies that had arisen in the modern West as substitutes for Christianity. And thus, from one point of view, the competition between the Soviet Union and the United States for the hegemony of the world, and between communism and liberalism for the allegiance of mankind, might still be regarded as a domestic issue within the household of the Western society. From another point of view, however, the Soviet Union could be looked upon, like its Petrine predecessor, as a Russian Orthodox Christian universal state clinging to life in a Western dress which it had adopted as a convenience and a disguise. From the same angle of vision, communism could be looked upon as an ideological substitute for Eastern Orthodox Christianity, chosen in preference to liberalism because liberalism was a Western orthodoxy, whereas communism, though of Western origin, was in Western eyes an abominable heresy. However that might be, it was unquestionable that a sharp re-accentuation of the anti-Western tendency in Russian feeling and thought had been one of the consequences of the Russian Communist Revolution of AD 1917, and that the emergence of the Soviet Union as one of two surviving rival world powers had reintroduced a cultural conflict into a political arena which, for some 250 years previously, had been reserved for domestic political quarrels between powers of the same cultural complexion. It is also to be observed that, in thus re-engaging in their struggle against Westernization after having apparently long since given up the battle for lost, the Russians were setting an example which, within 31 years had already been followed by the Chinese and which might well be followed, in time, by the Japanese, Hindus, and Muslims, and even by societies that had become so deeply dyed with a Western color as the main body of Orthodox Christendom in southeastern Europe and the three submerged pre-Columbian civilizations of the New World. These considerations suggest that a scrutiny of the encounters between the modern West and the other living civilizations might prove to be a convenient point of departure. The next set of encounters to be examined would then naturally be those of Western Christendom in its earlier, so-called medieval, period with its neighbors in that age. Thereafter our plan would be to single out, among civilizations now extinct, those which had made an impact on their neighbors comparable with that of the West on its contemporaries, without committing ourselves to examine every single encounter which a meticulous examination of history might discover. Before starting on this plan of operations, however, we have to determine the date at which the modern chapter of Western history begins. Non-Western observers would date its beginning from the moment when the first Western ships made a landfall on their coasts, for, in non-Western eyes, Homo occidentalis, like life itself according to one scientific hypothesis, was a creature of marine origin. Far Eastern scholars, for example, when they set eyes on their first specimens of Western humanity in the Ming Age, labeled the new arrivals South Sea barbarians, on the evidence of their immediate provenance and their apparent level of culture. In this and other encounters, the ubiquitous Western mariners went through a series of rapid metamorphoses in their victims' bewildered eyes. At their first landing they looked like harmless marine animalculae of a previously unknown breed, soon they revealed themselves to be savage sea monsters, and eventually they proved to be predatory amphibians as mobile on dry land as in their own element. From the modern West's own point of view, its modernity had begun at the moment when Western man thanked not God but himself that he had outgrown his medieval Christian discipline. This hopeful discovery had been made first in Italy, and it so happened that the generation which saw the Italianization of the transalpine majority of Western peoples was the same as that which saw the conquest of the ocean by the Western peoples of the Atlantic seaboard. With these two historic landmarks in view we may confidently place the beginning of the modern chapter of Western history in the last quarter of the 15th century. When we come to consider the results of the encounters between the modern West and the rest of the world, we shall find, however, that the period of 4.5 centuries that has elapsed since the opening of the drama is inconveniently short and that we are dealing with an unfinished story. This becomes at once apparent if we turn our attention back to an earlier story of the same kind. If we measure off the history of the impact of the modern West on its contemporaries down to the time of writing against the history of the impact of the Hellenic civilization on the Hittite, Syriac, Egyptiac, Babylonic, Indic, and Cynic societies, and if, for the purposes of this chronological comparison, we equate Alexander's crossing of the Hellespont in 334 BC with Columbus's crossing of the Atlantic in AD 1492, the 460 years that bring us down to AD 1952 in the modern Western record will bring us, on the other record, down only to the year AD 126, which is only a few years later than the date of the correspondence between the Emperor Trajan and his High Commissioner Pliny, on the subject of the treatment of the obscure sect of the Christians in the province of Bithynia and Pontus. Who, at that date, could have guessed the subsequent triumph of Christianity? This historical parallel indicates how utterly the future might be hidden in AD 1952 from the mental vision of a Western student of the impact of the West on the rest of the world. At the time of writing in the 20th century of the Christian era, the encounter between Hellenism and its contemporaries had long since been over, so that it was possible for the historian to follow the story from beginning to end, but where was that end to be found? The searcher for it did not have to probe farther back in time from his own day than the 12th century of the Christian era, when both the Far Eastern world and the Syriac world were reacting to the impact of Hellenism with a vigor that left no room for doubt. In the Far Eastern world the visual arts were then still being inspired by Hellenic influences, and in the Syriac world Aristotelian philosophy and science were then still stimulating Oriental thinkers through the medium of the Arabic language. Such considerations, which could be indefinitely elaborated and fortified by examples from other sources, are a reminder of the wise saw that the writing of contemporary history is impossible. It is, however, at the same time one of those impossible things that historians quite rightly refuse to refrain from attempting, and hereupon, with our own eyes open and with due warning given to the reader, we enter upon the particular field of this impossible undertaking which is the task immediately ahead of us. 2. Operations according to plan. A. Encounters with the modern Western civilization. I. The modern West and Russia. The establishment of the Russian Orthodox Christian Universal State through the incorporation of the Republic of Novgorod with the Grand Duchy of Muscovy was achieved in the 8th decade of the 15th century and is thus practically coincident with the opening of the modern chapter of Western history. The Western question, however, was already familiar to Russian minds before that date, for in the 14th and 15th centuries Polish and Lithuanian rule had been extended over large stretches of the original patrimony of Russian Orthodox Christendom. In the course of the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries the Western civilizations hold over the Russian populations in Poland and Lithuania. These two kingdoms were united in AD 1569 was strengthened by the ecclesiastical union of a part of the subject Russian Orthodox Christian community with the Roman Catholic Church. The landowning aristocracy was to a large extent converted by Jesuit missionaries, while a considerable part of the peasantry became members of a Uniate church, which was allowed to retain most of its traditional rites and discipline. The irrepressible conflict between Muscovy and the West over the allegiance of these white Russian and Ukrainian populations that had then been segregated from their fellow Russian Eastern Orthodox Christians continued until the end of the General War of AD 1939-45, when, willy-nilly, the last remnants of them were once again brought within the Russian fold. This originally Russian but latterly semi-westernized borderland had not, however, been the principal field in which the encounter between Russia and the modern West had been taking place, for the Polish reflection of the modern Western culture was too dim to impress itself deeply on Russian souls. In the crucial encounter the principals on the western side had been those maritime peoples on the Atlantic coast who had taken over from the Italians the leadership of the Western world. This dominant group had come to include Russia's immediate neighbors along the east coast of the Baltic, but, though the German barons and bourgeoisie of the Baltic provinces exercised an influence on Russian life out of proportion to their numbers, the influence of the Atlantic peoples, filtering through ports of entry which the Imperial Russian government deliberately opened to receive it, was to count for much more. In this intercourse the plot of the drama was dictated by a perpetual interplay between the technological prowess of the West and the determination of Russian souls to preserve their spiritual independence. The Russian conviction of the uniqueness of Russia's destiny had found expression in the belief that the mantle of Constantinople II Rome had fallen on Russia's shoulders. Moscow's assumption of the role of a unique repository and citadel of Christian orthodoxy had culminated in the establishment of an autocephalous Patriarchate of Moscow in AD 1589, at the very moment when the Russian domain, already much reduced by medieval Western encroachments, was beginning to be threatened by the opening triumphs of modern Western technology. To this challenge there were three diverse Russian responses. One was a totalitarian zealot reaction which found its typical exponents in the fanatical sect of the Old Believers. The second response was the thoroughgoing Herodianism which found an exponent of genius in Peter the Great. The Petrine policy was to convert the Russian Empire from an Orthodox Christian universal state into one of the parochial states of a modern Western world. In acquiescing in the Petrine policy, the Russians were resigning themselves to being, after all, like other nations, and implicitly renouncing Moscow's pretension to the unique destiny of being the citadel of orthodoxy, the one society pregnant, as the old believers maintained, with the future hopes of mankind. Though the Petrine policy was adopted with apparent success for over 200 years, it never won the Russian people's wholehearted support. The ignominious collapse of Russia's military effort during the General War of AD 1914-18 offered lurid evidence that, after having been tried for more than 200 years, the Petrine policy of westernization had not only been un-Russian but had also been unsuccessful. It had not delivered the goods, and in these circumstances a long-suppressed insistence on the uniqueness of Russia's destiny reasserted itself through the Communist Revolution. Russian communism was an attempt to reconcile this irrepressible sense of Russian destiny with the ineluctable necessity of coping with modern Western technological prowess. This adoption of a modern Western ideology, even though an ideology in rebellion against current Western liberalism, was a paradoxical way of reasserting, against the modern West, Russia's pretension to be the heir to a unique heritage. Lenin and his successors divined that a policy of fighting the West with a selection of its own weapons could not hope to succeed if the weapons were conceived of in purely material terms. The secret of the amazing success of the modern West had lain in a masterly cooperation of the spiritual with the temporal arm. The breaches blown by the blast of modern Western technology had opened a passage for the spirit of modern Western liberalism. If Russia's reaction against the West was to succeed, she must appear as the champion of a faith that could contend on equal terms with liberalism. Armed with this faith, Russia must compete with the West for the spiritual allegiance of all the living societies that were neither Western nor Russian in their native cultural traditions, and not content with that, she must have the audacity to carry the war into the enemy's camp by preaching the Russian faith in the West's own homeland. This is a subject to which we shall inevitably return in a later part of this study. 2. The modern West and the main body of Orthodox Christendom. The reception of modern Western culture in the main body of Orthodox Christendom was coeval with its reception in Russia. In both cases the Westernizing movement set in towards the close of the 17th century of the Christian era. In both cases the movement marked a revulsion from a previously long-sustained attitude of hostility, and, in both cases again, one cause of this change of attitude in Orthodox Christian souls was an antecedent psychological change in the West, from an intolerant religious fanaticism to an irreligious tolerance, reflecting the profound disillusionment of Western souls which was an aftermath of the West's so-called religious wars. On the political plane, however, these two separate Orthodox Christian Westernizing movements followed different courses. Both the Orthodox Christian societies were, at the date in question, clamped together in universal states, but, whereas the Russian universal state was an indigenous production, that of the main body of Orthodox Christendom had been imposed upon it from outside by the Ottoman Turks. Thus in Russia the Westernizing movement was designed to strengthen the existing imperial government and was launched from above downwards by a revolutionary genius who was also Tsar, whereas, in the Ottoman Empire, the Westernizing movements aspired ultimately to recapture political independence for Serbs, Greeks, and other subject Orthodox Christian peoples by subverting the Ottoman power, and were launched from below upwards, not by princes performing acts of state, but through the enterprise of private individuals. The 17th century revolution in the attitude of Orthodox Christians towards the West signified an even greater change in Serb and Greek than in Russian hearts, if one compares the respective degrees of their previous hostility to the West. In the 13th century of the Christian era the Greeks had reacted violently against the so-called Latin Empire imposed upon them for half a century by the Franks of the Fourth Crusade. In the 15th century they had repudiated the union of the Orthodox and Catholic churches, achieved on paper at the Council of Florence in AD 1439, though this union appeared to offer them their only chance of Western support against the Turkish invader. They preferred the Padishah to the Pope. As late as AD 1798 the Greek press at Constantinople published a statement from the Patriarch of Jerusalem in which he told his readers that When the last emperors of Constantinople began to subject the Oriental Church to papal thraldom, the particular favor of heaven raised up the Ottoman Empire to protect the Greeks against heresy, to be a barrier against the political power of the Western nations, and to be the champion of the Orthodox Church. 1. This exposition of a traditional zealot thesis was, however, a parting shot in a losing cultural battle which had taken its decisive turn more than 100 years before. The date of the beginning of this transfer of the Orthodox Christians' cultural allegiance from their Ottoman masters to their Western neighbors is proclaimed by the psychologically significant index of changes in fashions of dress, and this sartorial testimony is corroborated by evidence in the cultural field. In the 7th decade of the 17th century, Ottomanization was still the goal of the Arayiya's social ambition, as was observed at the time by the shrewd secretary of the English embassy at Constantinople, Sir Paul Ricaud. It is worth a wise man's observation how gladly the Greeks and Armenian Christians imitate the Turkish habit, and come as near to it as they dare, and how proud they are when they are privileged upon some extraordinary occasion to appear without their Christian distinction. 1. On the other hand, Demetrius Cantemir, the Rumen Orthodox Christian grandee who was appointed Prince of Moldavia by the Porte in AD 1710 and deserted to the Russians in the following year, is represented in a contemporary portrait wearing a bagwig, coat and waistcoat, and rapier. Such changes in dress were, of course, outward signs of corresponding changes in cast of mind. Cantemir, for example, could read and write Latin, Italian, and French, and the Phanariot Greek Orthodox Christians in the Turkish service were valued by their Turkish employers in the 18th century on account of their knowledge of Western ways of life, in an age when the Ottoman government found itself having to employ wily diplomatists to deal with Western powers that it could no longer simply defeat in battle. The sufferings of the Orthodox Christian subjects of the Ottoman Porte in the 18th century were largely due to the misgovernment into which the empire lapsed on its way to dissolution. By contrast, the onset of religious scepticism in Western Christendom was accompanied there by an advance in administrative efficiency and a dawn of political enlightenment. The Catholic Habsburg monarchy now ceased to persecute its non-Catholic subjects, and its Serb Orthodox Christian subjects, refugees from the Ottoman Empire settled in ex-Ottoman territories conquered by the Habsburg monarchy in Hungary, became the psychologically conductive medium through which the modern Western culture penetrated the Serb people as a whole. Another channel of Western cultural influence ran through Venice, which, for 4.5 centuries preceding the year AD 1669, had been in occupation of the Greek Orthodox Christian island of Crete and had for shorter periods ruled parts of continental European Greece. Another westernizing force was the Western diplomatic corps in Constantinople, who took advantage of the classic Ottoman principle of non-territorial autonomy for all communities within the empire to create miniature imperia in imperio in which they reigned not only over their own nationals resident in the Ottoman Empire but also over Ottoman subjects who had become their official protégés. Yet another channel was opened up by the Greek commercial communities which came to be established in the Western world as far afield as London, Liverpool, and New York. The modern Western influence that thus radiated into the main body of Orthodox Christendom through these overland and maritime channels was playing upon a society that was living under an alien universal state. Thus the attempt to adopt a modern Western way of life was made on the educational plane before being extended to the political. The academic work of an Adhamandios Koreas in Paris and of a Vuk Karadžić in Vienna preceded the insurrections of a Karageorge and a Milos Obrenović. At the opening of the 19th century of the Christian era, it might safely have been forecast that the European territories of the Ottoman Empire would undergo some kind of westernizing transformation, but the form which that transformation would take was then still obscure. In the course of the century ending in AD 1821, the Phanariot Greek entourage of the ecumenical patriarch had transmuted their old dream of raising from the dead the East Roman ghost of the Roman Empire into a new dream of solving the Western question on the political plane by converting the Ottoman Empire, as Peter the Great had converted the Russian Empire, into a replica of such contemporary Western multinational enlightened monarchies as the Danubian Habsburg monarchy, and this. Ambitious Phanariot Greek aspiration was fostered by an encouraging series of progressive political successes. In making the ecumenical patriarch the official head of all the Eastern Orthodox Christian area of an expanding Ottoman Empire, the Sultan had given this Constantinopolitan prelate political authority over Christian peoples that had never been under the rule of any Constantinopolitan emperor since the Arab conquest of Syria and Egypt in the 7th century of the Christian era, and in the 17th and 18th centuries the political power of the Phanar had been further extended by the action of their free Muslim fellow subjects. During the 100 years following the death, in AD 1566, of Suleiman the Magnificent, the free Muslims had compelled the Padishah's slave household to take them into partnership in the government of the Ottoman Empire, and they had followed up this political victory by taking the Greek area into partnership with themselves. The creation of the offices of Dragoman of the Port and Dragoman of the Fleet, with a view to employing Ottoman Greek ability in the service of the empire, had been followed by further measures in favor of the Greeks at the expense of the non-Greek Orthodox Christian area. In the half-century preceding AD 1821 the Phanariot Greeks might have fancied that they had within their reach an ascendancy in the Ottoman Empire of the kind that the contemporary King Emperor Joseph II had been working to secure for the Germans in the Danubian Habsburg monarchy. By this time, however, the Phanariots' ascendancy had been undermined by the repercussions of revolutionary events in the West. Enlightened monarchy had been abruptly supplanted by nationalism as the dominant Western political idea, and the non-Greek Orthodox Christian area of the Ottoman Empire foresaw no satisfaction for their own awakening nationalist aspirations in the substitution of a Phanariot Greek for a Turkish Muslim domination, as the Romanian population of the Danubian principalities showed when in AD 1821, after 110 years of local experience of Phanariot Greek rule, they made a fiasco of Hypsilandes. Raid by turning a deaf ear to this Greek summons to them to rally to him as fellow members of an Orthodox Christian community that was to liberate itself from Ottoman rule by taking up arms under Phanariot Greek leadership. The frustration of the Phanariots' great idea was an intimation that a multinational Orthodox Christian population in the Ottoman Empire, which had set its heart on adopting a Western way of life, would have to sort itself out into a patchwork of parochial states, Greek, Roman, Serb, Bulgar, Albanian, and Georgian, on the pattern of France, Spain, Portugal, and Holland, in each of which a particular language, instead of a particular religion, would be the shibboleth uniting fellow countrymen and distinguishing them from foreigners. But at the beginning of the 19th century the outlines of this exotic modern Western pattern were hard to discern. At that date there were few districts in the Ottoman Empire whose population was even approximately homogeneous in linguistic nationality, and also few which possessed even the rudiments of statehood. The radical reconstruction of the political map, in order to make it conform to a revolutionary modern Western design, spelled misery for millions of human beings, and the suffering inflicted became more widespread and more intense as the Procrustean operation was successively performed on territories and populations that were less and less amenable to being organized politically on a nationalistic basis. The horrible story extends from the extermination of the Ottoman Muslim minority in the Morea by Greek nationalists in AD 1821 to the wholesale flight of a Greek Orthodox Christian minority from Western Anatolia in AD 1922. The Orthodox Christian national states that had come into existence in these untoward circumstances and on this petty scale could not, of course, indulge, like a westernizing Russian Empire, in the ambition of playing, vis-a-vis the modern West, the role of the East Roman Empire vis-a-vis a medieval Western Christendom. Their feeble energies were absorbed in local disputes over small parcels of territory, and their bitterest animosities were those which they harbored against each other. In relation to the outside world they found themselves in a situation not unlike that of their predecessors during the centuries immediately preceding the establishment of the Pax Ottomanica. In that age Greeks, Serbs, Bulgars, and Rumans had been confronted by a choice between domination by their medieval Western fellow Christians and domination by the Osmanlis. In a post-Ottoman age the alternatives that confronted them were incorporation into a secular modern Western body social or subjection, first to a Petrine, and thereafter to a communist, Russia. In AD 1952 a majority of these non-Russian Orthodox Christian peoples were actually under Russia's military and political control. The only exceptions were Greece, where the Russians had been worst in an undeclared war after the war between the Soviet Union and the United States, in which the combatants on each side had been Greek proxies of the foreign belligerents, and Yugoslavia, which had thrown off a post-war Russian hegemony and had accepted American aid. In the states under Russian domination, however, it was apparent that even an indirect exercise of Russian power was odious to all but a small minority of communists who were governing these countries as the Soviet government's agents. This recalcitrance against a Russian ascendancy was an old story which could be illustrated from the history of Russia's relations with Romania, Bulgaria, and Serbia in the 19th century, at dates long previous to the Communist Revolution in Russia. On the morrow of the Russo-Turkish War of AD 1877-8, for example, Russia had looked forward to exercising a paramount influence over a Serbia whom she had just rescued from defeat by Turkish armies, over a Romania to whom she had just presented the Dobruja, and, above all, over a Bulgaria whom she had just called into existence, ex nihilo, by the sheer force of Russian arms. But the sequel proved, as had been proved many times before and in many different places, that there is no such thing as gratitude in international politics. This anti-Russian feeling in non-Russian Orthodox Christian countries might seem at first sight surprising at a time when Orthodox Christianity was still the established religion of the Russian state, and when the old Slavonic dialects still provided a common liturgical language for the Russian, Romanian, Bulgarian, and Serbian Orthodox churches. Why did Panslavism and Pan-Orthodoxy prove of so little avail to Russia in her dealings with these peoples, to whom she had also given such effective help in their struggles to extricate themselves from Ottoman toils? The answer appears to be that the Ottoman Orthodox Christians had fallen under the spell of the West, and that, in so far as Russia attracted them at all, it was not because she was Slav nor because she was Orthodox, but because she was a pioneer in the enterprise of Westernization on which they too had set their hearts. But, the closer their acquaintance with Russia, the more alive did these non-Russian westernizing peoples become to the superficiality of a Petrine Russia's Western veneer. Scratch a Russian and you will find a Tartar. A good deal of documentary evidence could be produced to show that Russian cultural prestige among Ottoman Christians had stood highest in the age of Catherine the Great, reigned AD 1762-96, and that thereafter it had tended to decline, as Russian interference in the affairs of the Ottoman Empire increased and as Russian characteristics came to be more familiar to the oppressed Christian peoples of whom Russia had sought to constitute herself the champion. 3. The modern West and the Hindu world. The circumstances in which the Hindu world encountered the modern West were in some points remarkably similar to those in which the main body of Orthodox Christendom underwent the same experience. Each of these civilizations had already entered into its universal state, and in each case this regime had been imposed by alien empire builders who were children of the Iranic Muslim civilization. In Mughal India, as in Ottoman Orthodox Christendom, the subjects of these Muslim rulers were feeling the attraction of their masters' culture at the time when the modern West appeared above their horizons, and in both regions they subsequently transferred their allegiance to this later risen star, as the West manifestly increased and the Islamic society declined in potency. But these points of similarity throw into relief some no less striking points of difference. For example, when the Ottoman Orthodox Christians turned towards the West, they had to overcome a traditional antipathy resulting from their unfortunate experience of an encounter with that civilization in its preceding medieval phase. The Hindus, on the other hand, in their corresponding cultural reorientation, had no such unhappy memories to live down, for the encounter between the Hindu world and the West, which began when Da Gama made his landfall at Calicut in AD 1498, was virtually the first contact that had ever occurred between these two societies. Moreover, this difference in the antecedents is overshadowed by a far more important difference in the sequel. In the history of Orthodox Christendom, the alien universal state remained in the hands of its Muslim founders until it went into dissolution, whereas the empire which the feeble successors of the Timurid Mughal warlords failed to hold together was reconstituted by British businessmen, who stepped into Akbar's shoes when they became aware that the framework of law and order in India, without which no Westerner could carry on his business there, was going to be restored by the French if the British did not forestall these rivals by doing the work themselves. Thus the westernization of the Hindu world entered on its critical stage in a period in which India was under Western rule, and, in consequence, the reception of the modern Western culture was initiated in India, as in Russia, from above downwards, and not from below upwards as in Ottoman Orthodox Christendom. In this situation the Brahmin and Banya castes of the Hindu society, between them, succeeded in playing the part in Hindu history for which, in non-Russian Orthodox Christian history, the Phanariot Greeks had made an unsuccessful bid. Under all political regimes in India, one of the prerogatives of the Brahmans had been to serve as ministers of state. They had played this part in the Indic world before playing it in the affiliated Hindu society. The Mughals' Muslim forerunners and the Mughals themselves in their turn had found it convenient to follow the example of the Hindu states which they were supplanting. Brahmin ministers and minor officials in the service of Muslim rulers made this alien rule less odious to Hindus than it would otherwise have been, and the British Raj, in its turn, followed the example of the Mughal Raj, while British economic enterprise opened up corresponding opportunities for the Banyas. As a consequence of the transfer of the government of India to British hands, the British policy of making English, instead of Persian, the official language of the imperial administration, and giving Western literature a preference over Persian and Sanskrit literature as a medium of higher education, had as great an effect on Hindu cultural history as was made on Russian cultural history by the westernizing policy of Peter the Great. In both cases a veneer of Western life came into vogue through the fiat of an ecumenical autocratic government. High caste Hindus acquired a Western education because the government had ruled that this education should be the key to entry into the British Indian public service. The westernization of Indian business and government called into existence in India two Western liberal professions, the university faculty and the bar, and in a westernized business world based on private enterprise the most profitable openings could not be made a monopoly for European British subjects. It was inevitable that this new element in the Hindu society should aspire, as in Ottoman Orthodox Christendom the Phanariot Greeks had aspired, to take over the ecumenical empire under which they were living from the alien hands by which it had been built, and to turn it into one of the parochial states of a westernizing world on the constitutional pattern prevalent at the time. At the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries the Phanariots had dreamed of turning the Ottoman Empire into an 18th century enlightened monarchy. At the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries the westernizing political leaders of the Hindu world paid homage to a change in Western political ideals by setting themselves the far more difficult task of turning the British Indian Empire into a democratic Western national state. At a date less than 5 years after the completion of the transfer of the government of India from British to Indian hands on the August 15, 1947, it was still far too early to forecast the outcome of this enterprise, but it was already possible to say that Hindu statesmanship had been more successful than foreign well-wishers could have dared to hope in its efforts to salvage as much as possible of the political unity which had been perhaps the most precious British gift to the Indian sub-continent. Many British observers of the trend of events had foretold that the downfall of the British Raj would be followed by a balkanization of the whole subcontinent. The forecast had proved to have been mistaken, though unity was marred, from the Hindu standpoint, by the secession of Pakistan. The Indian Muslims' motive in insisting upon the creation of Pakistan was a fear arising from a consciousness of weakness. They had not forgotten how, in the 18th century of the Christian era, the Mughal Raj had failed to maintain with the sword a dominion which the sword alone had won, and they were aware that, by the same arbitrament, the greater part of the Mughals' former domain would have become the prize of Maratha and Sikh Hindu successor states if British military intervention had not given the course of Indian political history a different turn. They also knew that, under the British Raj, they had again allowed themselves to be outstripped by the Hindus in a phase of the perennial conflict between these two communities, in which a British arbiter had decreed that the pen should be substituted for the sword as the instrument with which the competition was to be conducted. For these reasons the Indian Muslims insisted in AD 1947 on having a separate successor state of their own, and the consequent partition threatened to reproduce the tragic consequences that had followed from the partition of the Ottoman Empire in the previous century. The attempt to sort out geographically intermingled communities into territorially separate national states led to the drawing of frontiers that were execrable from the administrative and economic points of view. Even at this price, huge minorities were left on the wrong sides of the dividing lines. There was a panic flight of millions of refugees who abandoned their homes and property, were harried by embittered adversaries in the course of a terrible trek, and arrived destitute in unfamiliar country in which they had to start their lives afresh. Worse still, there was one section of the border between India and Pakistan where an undeclared war ensued for the possession of Kashmir. By the year AD 1952, however, effective efforts had been made by Indian statesmen, at both Delhi and Karachi, to save India from following the dreadful Ottoman course to the bitter end. Thus, at the time of writing, Indian prospects were on the whole encouraging from a short-term political point of view, and, if the impact of the modern West still threatened the Hindu world with serious perils, these were to be looked for not so much on the political surface of life as in its economic subsoil and its spiritual depths, and were perhaps likely to take some time in coming to a head. The obvious perils of westernization which the Hindu world had to apprehend were two. In the first place, the Hindu and Western civilizations had hardly any common cultural background, and, in the second place, the Hindus who had mastered the intellectual content of an exotic modern Western culture were a tiny minority perched on the backs of a vast mass of ignorant and destitute peasants. There was no ground for supposing that the process of Western cultural penetration would stop at that level, and there were strong grounds for forecasting that, when it began to leaven the peasant mass beneath, it would also begin to produce there some novel and revolutionary effects. The cultural gulf between the Hindu society and the modern West was no mere diversity, it was an outright contradiction, for the modern West had fabricated a secular version of its cultural heritage from which religion was eliminated, whereas the Hindu society was and remained religious to the core, so much so, indeed, as to be open to the charge of religiosity if, as that pejorative word implies, there can in truth be such a thing as an excessive concentration on man's most important pursuit. This antithesis between a passionately religious and a deliberately secular outlook on life cut deeper than any diversity between one religion and another, and in this point the Hindu, the Islamic, and the medieval Western Christian cultures were more in accord with each other than any of them were with the secular culture of the modern West. On the strength of this common religiousness it had been possible for Hindus to become converts to Islam and to Roman Catholic Christianity without subjecting themselves to intolerable spiritual tension, as was manifest in the Muslims of eastern Bengal and in the Roman Catholics of Goa. This proven ability of Hindus to make their way onto alien cultural ground by a religious approach was significant, because, if religiosity was their civilization's chief distinguishing mark, its next most conspicuous feature was aloofness. This aloofness had, no doubt, been overcome in the intellectual compartment of their spiritual life by those Hindus who had acquired a secular modern Western education and had thereby qualified for playing a part in the reconstruction of the political and economic sides of Indian life on a modern Western basis. But the recruits of this unhappy intelligentsia performed their useful services at the cost of a schism in their own souls. This Hindu intelligentsia bred by the British Raj remained aloof in their hearts from the Western ways with which their minds had become familiar, and this discord produced a deep-seated spiritual malaise that could not be cured by the political panacea of obtaining independence for an Indian national state organized on the Western pattern. The unyielding spiritual aloofness of Western-educated Hindu minds had been matched by an accentuated spiritual aloofness in the souls of the Western rulers with whom the Hindu intelligentsia had had to do business under the British Raj. Between the year AD 1786, in which Cornwallis had assumed the governor-generalship with a mandate to reform the administration, and the year AD 1858, which saw the completion of the transfer of British political authority from the East India Company to the Crown, there was a profound, and on the whole untoward, change in the attitude of the European-born British ruling class in India towards their Indian-born fellow subjects. In the 18th century the English in India had followed the customs of the country, not excluding the custom of abusing power, and had been on familiar terms of personal intercourse with the Indians whom they cheated and oppressed. In the course of the 19th century they achieved a notable moral rally. The intoxication with suddenly acquired power which had disgraced the first generation of English rulers in Bengal was successfully overcome by a new ideal of moral integrity, which required the English civil servant in India to regard his power as a public trust and not as a personal opportunity. But the moral redemption of the British administration was accompanied by a waning of personal intercourse between English residents in India and their Indian neighbours, until the all too humanly Indianized English nabob of the bad old days had been transformed into the professionally irreproachable and personally unapproachable British civil servant who said goodbye in AD 1947 to an India to which he had dedicated his working life without making her his home. Why was it that the former free and easy personal relations died away so unluckily in an age when the loss of their beneficent influence could least well be afforded? No doubt the change was due to a number of causes. In the first place, the latter-day British official in the Indian civil service might fairly plead that his aloofness was the inevitable price of his moral integrity in the discharge of his duties. How could a man be expected to act professionally as a god without also maintaining a godlike aloofness in his social relations? Another, and less estimable, cause of the change was perhaps the pride inspired by conquest, for by AD 1849, and indeed by AD 1803, the military and political power of the British in India had become sensationally stronger than it had been in the 18th century. The operation of these two causes has been analyzed acutely by a 20th century English student of the history of Indo-British social and cultural relations. As the 18th century drew to its close, a change in the social atmosphere gradually came about. The frequency of reciprocal entertainments decreased, the formation of intimate friendships with Indians ceased. The higher posts of the government were filled with appointments from England, its designs became more imperial and its attitude more haughty and aloof. The gulf which Mussulman Nawabs and English bones viveurs, diplomatic pundits, and English scholars had for a time bridged over began ominously to widen again. A superiority complex was forming which regarded India not only as a country whose institutions were bad and people corrupted, but one which was by its nature incapable of ever becoming any better. It is one of the ironies of Indo-European relations in India that the purging of the administration coincided with the widening of the racial gulf. The days of corrupt company officials, of ill-gotten fortunes, of oppression of riots, of zananas, and of illicit sexual connections, were also the days when Englishmen were interested in Indian culture, wrote Persian verses, and foregathered with pundits and Malvis and Nawabs on terms of social equality and personal friendship. The tragedy of Cornwallis was that in uprooting the acknowledged evils of corruption he upset the social balance without which mutual understanding was impossible. Cornwallis made a new governing class by his exclusion of all Indians from the higher governmental posts. Corruption was stamped out at the cost of equality and cooperation. In his own mind, as in the commonly accepted view, there was a necessary connection between the two measures. Every native of Hindustan, he said, I verily believe, is corrupt. He thought English corruption could be solved by reasonable salaries, and did not stop to consider that the advantage of Indian goodwill made it at least worth trying as a remedy for Indian corruption also. He never thought of creating an Indian imperial bureaucracy on the model of Akbar's Mansabdars, which, by special training, proper salaries, and the encouragement of equal treatment, promotion and honors, might have been bound to the company as the Mughal officials were bound to the emperor. 1. A third cause of estrangement was the speeding up of communications between India and England, which made it feasible for British people to travel frequently to and fro and to remain psychologically domiciled in a home on English ground. But there was perhaps a fourth cause more potent than all of the rest, of which the Englishman in India was the victim and not the originator. An Indian who had resented the latter-day English residents' aloofness might feel more charitably towards the intruder if he were to recollect that, for perhaps as long as 3,000 years before the advent of the English in India, the subcontinent had been saddled with the institution of caste, that the Hindu society had accentuated an evil which it had inherited from its Indic predecessor, and that after the departure of the English, as before their arrival, the people of India were still afflicting themselves with a social evil of their own making. Looked at in the long perspective of Indian history, the aloofness which the English developed during the 150 years of their Raj could be diagnosed as a mild attack of an endemic Indian malady. While the aggravating effect of a latter-day English aloofness might be relieved by the termination of the British Raj, the ameliorative effect of British administration on the condition and expectations of the Indian peasantry was a British legacy which might prove a millstone round the necks of the British civil servants' Hindu successors. Under the Pax Britannica, the natural resources of the subcontinent had been eked out in divers ways, by the building of railways, by irrigation, and, above all, by able and conscientious administration. By the time of the departure of their English rulers, the Indian peasantry had perhaps become just sufficiently alive to the material achievements of modern Western technology and to the political ideals of a Christian-hearted modern Western democracy to begin to question both the justice and the necessity of their own ancestral indigence. But at the same time an Indian peasantry that was beginning to dream these dreams had been doing its worst to prevent their realization by continuing to breed up to the limits of subsistence, with the result that the addition to India's food supply, which had been produced by British enterprise, had gone, not towards improving the peasant's individual lot, but towards increasing the peasantry's numbers. The population of an undivided India had risen from about 206 million in AD 1872 to 338,119,154 in AD 1931 and 388,997,955 in AD 1941, and the flood was still rising. How were the Hindu successors of the British to handle a political legacy which already allowed no margin for incompetence in the administration of the stewardship which they had taken over? The traditional cure for overpopulation was to allow famine, pestilence, civil disorder, and war to reduce the population again to a figure at which the survivors would once more find themselves able to lead their traditional life at their customary low standard, and Mahatma Gandhi, in his single-minded quest for Indian independence, had willed for her the same Malthusian end, without willing the necessary barbaric means. He had divined that mere political independence might prove an illusory emancipation if India still remained entangled in the economic tendrils of a westernized world, and he unerringly laid his axe to this economic banyan tree's technological root by launching his campaign for the abandonment of the use of machine-made cotton goods. The complete failure of his campaign was a proof that by this time India was inextricably entangled in the economic life of a westernized world. If and when India's population problem reached a crisis which even politicians could not ignore, Hindu statesmen responsible for the government of India would find themselves constrained by the moral atmosphere of a westernizing world to strive for a humane rather than a Gandhi-Malthusian solution. If the policies pursued by such Western-minded Hindu statesmen should fail, there could be little doubt that a rival Russian panacea would force its way onto India's national agenda, for Communist Russia, like Westernizing India, had inherited the problem of a depressed peasantry from her cultural past, and, unlike India, she had already responded to this challenge on lines of her own. These communist lines might be too ruthless and too revolutionary for either the Indian peasantry or the Indian intelligentsia to be able to follow them with any zest, but, as an alternative to the still grimmer fate of old-style depopulation, there was the possibility that, in an evil day, a communist program might find its way onto the government of India's agenda. 4. The modern West and the Islamic world. At the opening of the modern chapter of Western history, two sister Islamic societies, standing back to back, blocked all the overland lines of access from the domains of the Western and Russian societies to other parts of the Old World. The Arabic Muslim civilization was still, at the close of the 15th century, holding an Atlantic seaboard in Africa from the Straits of Gibraltar to Senegal. Western Christendom was thus cut off from tropical Africa overland, while waves of Arab influence were breaking upon the Dark Continent not only along its northern frontier in the Sudan out of the Sahara but also along its east coast, the Sawahil, out of the Indian Ocean. That ocean had indeed become an Arab lake, to which the Venetian trading partners of the Egyptian middlemen had no access, while Arab shipping was not only plying up and down the African shore from Suez to Sofala but had also found its way across to Indonesia, captured the archipelago from Hinduism for Islam, and pushed on eastwards to plant an outpost in the western Pacific by converting the pagan Malay inhabitants of the southern Philippines. At the same date the Iranic Muslim civilization held what seemed to be an even stronger strategic position. The Osmanli empire builders had occupied Constantinople, the Morea, Karaman, and Trebizond, and had turned the Black Sea into an Ottoman lake by the seizure of the Genos colonies in the Crimea. Other Turkish-speaking Muslim peoples had extended the domain of Islam from the Black Sea to the middle course of the Volga, and, behind this western front, the Iranic world extended southeastwards to the northwestern Chinese provinces of Kansu and Shenzi, and over Iran and Hindustan to Bengal and the Deccan. This massive Islamic roadblock was a challenge which evoked a correspondingly energetic response from pioneer communities in the two blockaded Christian societies. In Western Christendom the peoples of the Atlantic seaboard invented in the 15th century a new type of ocean-going sailing ship, three-masted and square-rigged, with a sprinkling first of lateen and later of fore and aft sails, which was capable of keeping the sea for months on end without putting into port. In such vessels Portuguese mariners, who had made their trial runs in deep-sea navigation by discovering Madeira circa AD 1420 and the Azores in AD 1432, succeeded in outflanking the Arab seafront on the Atlantic by rounding Cape Verde in AD 1445, reaching the equator in AD 1471, rounding the Cape of Good Hope in AD 1487-8, landing at Calicut on the west coast of India in AD 1498, seizing command of the Straits of Malacca in AD 1511, and pushing into the western Pacific to show their flag at Canton in AD 1516 and on the coast of Japan in AD 1542-3. In a flash the Portuguese had snatched out of Arab hands the thalassocracy of the Indian Ocean. While the eastward-faring Portuguese pioneers in a sudden oversea expansion of the Western world were thus outflanking an Arabic Muslim world on the south, eastward-faring Cossack river boatmen were as suddenly and sweepingly extending the borders of the Russian world by outflanking an Iranic Muslim world on the north. The way was opened for them by the Muscovite Tsar Ivan IV when he conquered Kazan in AD 1552, for Kazan had been the Iranic Muslim world's northeastern bastion, and after its fall there was no obstacle except forest and frost, which were the nomad fighting Cossacks' familiar allies, to prevent these pioneers of a Russian Orthodox Christendom from passing the Urals and working their way eastwards along the Siberian waterways until they were brought to a halt by stumbling in AD 1638 on the Pacific Ocean and, on the March 24, 1652, on the northeastern marches of the Manchu Empire. In reaching these new frontiers, an expanding Russian world had outflanked not only the Iranic world but the whole of the Eurasian steppe. Thus, in the course of little more than a century, an Islamic world, into which the Iranic and Arabic societies had coalesced, had been not only outflanked but completely encircled. By the turn of the 16th and 17th centuries the noose was round the victim's neck. Yet the suddenness with which the Islamic world had been caught in this potential stranglehold was not so extraordinary as the length of time that was to elapse before either the Muslims' adversaries or the Muslims themselves were to become sufficiently alive to the situation to be moved to take action on the Western and the Russian side, action to pounce on an apparently helpless prey, and, on the Muslim side, action to escape from apparently desperate straits. In AD 1952 Dar al-Islam was in essentials intact, having been shorn only of a few outlying provinces. The central core, from Egypt to Afghanistan and from Turkey to the Yemen, was free from alien political rule or even control. By that date Egypt, Jordan, the Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq had all re-emerged from beneath a flood of British and French imperialism which had submerged them successively in AD 1882 and in the course of the General War of AD 1914-18, and the residual threat to the heart of the Arabic world was now coming, not from the Western powers, but from the Zionists. The clues to an understanding of the Muslim people's approach to the Western question are to be found in three circumstances. At the time when the impact of the modern Western culture became the dominant problem of their lives, the Muslim peoples like the Russians and unlike the Ottoman Orthodox Christians at the corresponding crises in their histories were still politically their own masters. They were also the heirs of a great military tradition which was the warrant of the Islamic civilization's value in its own children's eyes, and the sudden demonstration of their latter-day military decadence by the unanswerable logic of defeat in battle was as surprising to them as it was humiliating. The Muslims' complacency over their historic military prowess was so deeply ingrained that the lesson implicit in the turn of the military tide against them, after their failure before Vienna in AD 1683, had not yet made any appreciable impression on them when, nearly 100 years later, this lesson was on the point of being driven home. When, after the outbreak of war between the Ottoman Empire and Russia in AD 1768, the Turks were told that the Russians intended to bring into action against them a navy that had been built in the Baltic, they obstinately refused to believe that there was a through route by water between the Baltic and the Mediterranean until the fleet in question actually arrived. Similarly, 30 years later, when the Mamluk warlord Murad Bey was warned by a Venetian businessman that Napoleon's seizure of Malta might be the prelude to a descent on Egypt, he burst out laughing at the absurdity of the idea. In the Ottoman world at the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries, as in the Russian world a century earlier, the aftermath of defeat by a modern Western war machine was a westernizing movement from above downwards, beginning with the remodeling of the armed forces, but there was at least one point of capital importance in which the Ottoman and the Petrine policies diverged. Peter the Great divined, with the insight of genius, that a policy of westernization must be all or nothing. He saw that, in order to make a success of it, he must apply it not only to the military but to every department of life, and though, as we have seen, the Petrine regime in Russia never succeeded in westernizing more than the urban superstructure of life and ultimately paid the penalty for its failure to leaven the rural mass by forfeiting its mandate to communism, the eventual arrest of Peter's cultural offensive, short of the complete attainment of his objectives, was due not so much to failure of vision on his part as to a lack of sufficient driving power in the Russian administrative machine. In Turkey, on the other hand, for a century and a half running from the outbreak of the Russo-Turkish War in AD 1768 till after the close of the First World War in AD 1918, the unwilling converts to a policy of westernizing the Ottoman fighting forces continued, in despite of successive painful exposures of their fallacy, to hug the illusion that, in adopting elements from an alien culture, it was possible to pick and choose. The judgment on all the successive doses of westernization that the Osmanlis administered to themselves, with wry faces, in the course of that period, is the damning verdict, each time too little and too late. It was not till 1919 that Mustafa Kemal and his companions launched out unreservedly, in Petrine fashion, on a policy of wholehearted westernization. The westernized Turkish national state of Mustafa Kemal's creation looked, at the time of writing, like a successful achievement. Nothing like it, however, had as yet been achieved in other parts of the Islamic world. The westernization of Egypt carried through in the second quarter of the 19th century of the Christian era by the Albanian adventurer Mehmed Ali, though much more thorough than anything attempted or achieved by Turkish sultans in the same century, turned rotten under his successors and proved in the upshot to be a Western Islamic hybrid exhibiting some of the worst features of both the original and the imitated civilization. The attempt of Amanullah of Afghanistan to ape Mustafa Kemal in the much more intractable field of his own semi-barbarian kingdom was an experiment which may be regarded, according to inclination, as a tragedy or as a comedy, but which in either case cannot escape being pronounced a failure. In the world as it was halfway through the 20th century of the Christian era, however, the success or failure of such parochial experiments as that of Amanullah was not going to decide the future of the Islamic world. In the immediate future, at any rate, the Islamic world's prospects would depend upon the issue of a trial of strength between a Western and a Russian world which encircled the Islamic world between them. To these combatants the Islamic world's importance had been enhanced, since the invention of the internal combustion engine, both as a source of key commodities and as a channel of key communications. The Islamic world embraced the homelands of 3 out of the 4 primary civilizations of the Old World, and the agricultural wealth which those now extinct societies had once wrested from the previously intractable valleys of the Lower Nile, the Tigris-Euphrates and the Indus had been increased in Egypt and the Punjab, and had been partially restored in Iraq, by the application of modern Western methods of water control. The principal addition, however, to the Islamic world's economic resources had been made by the discovery and utilization of subterranean deposits of mineral oil in regions that had never been of any outstanding agricultural value. The natural gushers which, in a pre-Islamic age, had been turned to religious account by Zoroastrian piety to keep alight a perpetual flame in honor of the holiness of fire, had been noted down in AD 1723 by the prospector's eye of Peter the Great as a potential economic asset, and, though some 150 years had still to pass before an intuition of genius was confirmed by a commercial exploitation of the Baku oil field, fresh discoveries in rapid succession thereafter showed that Baku was only a link in a golden chain stretching southeastwards through Iraqi Kurdistan and Persian Bakhtiyaristan into once reputedly valueless territories in the Arabian Peninsula. The results of the ensuing scramble for oil produced a tense political situation, since Russia's slice of the cake in the Caucasus and the Western powers' slices in Persia and the Arab countries were within point-blank range of each other. This tension was increased by the revival of the Islamic world's importance as a node of ecumenical communications. The shortest routes between Russia and a circumatlantic Western world on the one side and India, Southeast Asia, China, and Japan on the other all traversed Islamic ground, waters, or air, and on the route map, as on the oil map, the Soviet Union and the West were at dangerously close quarters. V. The modern West and the Jews. Whatever might be the ultimate verdict of mankind on Western civilization in the modern chapter of its history, it was manifest that modern Western man had branded himself by the commission of 2 crimes of indelible infamy. One was the shipping of Negro slaves from Africa to labor on plantations in the New World, the other was the extermination of a Jewish diaspora in its European homeland. The tragic issue of the encounter between the Western world and Jewry was the consequence of an interplay between original sin and a particular conjunction of social circumstances. Our task is to elucidate the latter. Jewry, in the form in which it collided with Western Christendom, was an exceptional social phenomenon. It was a fossilized relic of a civilization that was extinct in every other shape. The Syriac parochial state of Judah, from which Jewry was derived, had been one of a number of Hebrew, Phoenician, Aramean, and Philistine communities, but whereas Judah's sister communities had lost their identity as well as their statehood as a result of fatal injuries which the Syriac society had sustained from successive collisions with its Babylonic and Hellenic neighbors, the same challenges had stimulated the Jews to create for themselves a new mode of corporate existence in which they had managed to survive the loss of their state and their country by preserving their identity as a diaspora, dispersion, among an alien majority and under alien rule. This exceptionally successful Jewish reaction was not, however, unique, for the Jewish diaspora in the Islamic and Christian worlds had an historical counterpart in the Parsi diaspora in India, which was another fossilized relic of the same Syriac society. The Parsis were survivors of Iranian converts to the Syriac civilization who had given that society its universal state in the shape of the Achaemenian Empire. The Parsi, like the Jewish, community was the monument of a victorious will to outlive the loss of state and country, and the Parsis, too, had suffered this loss as a result of successive collisions between the Syriac world and neighboring societies. Like the Jews during the 3 centuries ending in AD 135, the Parsi Zoroastrian forefathers had sacrificed themselves in an unsuccessful effort to eject an intrusive Hellenism, and the penalty for failure, which had been inflicted on the Jews by the Roman Empire, had been inflicted on the Zoroastrian Iranians in the 7th century of the Christian era by primitive Muslim Arab invaders. In these similar crises of their histories, the Jews and the Parsis had preserved their identity by improvising new institutions and specializing in new activities. They had found in the elaboration of their religious law a new social cement and had survived the disastrous economic consequences of being uprooted from the land of their fathers by developing in exile a special skill in commerce and other urban business in place of a husbandry which these landless exiles were no longer able to pursue. Nor were these Jewish and Parsi diasporas the only fossils that an extinct Syriac society had left behind it. Anti-Hellenic Christian heresies of the period between the foundation of Christianity and the foundation of Islam had produced fossils in the shape of the Nestorian and Monophysite churches. Nor was the Syriac society the only one from which communities that had lost their statehood and had been uprooted from the soil had succeeded in surviving through a combination of ecclesiastical discipline with business enterprise. Under an alien Ottoman regime, a subjugated Greek Orthodox Christian community had been partially uprooted from the soil and had responded with changes in their social organization and their economic activities that carried them far along the road towards becoming a diaspora of the same type as those already mentioned. Indeed, the millet system in the Ottoman Empire was merely an organized version of a communal structure of society which had grown up spontaneously in the Syriac world after the Syriac state system had been pulverized and the Syriac peoples inextricably intermingled by the assaults of Assyrian militarism. The consequent re-articulation of society into a network of geographically intermingled communities in place of a patchwork of geographically segregated parochial states had been inherited from the Syriac society by its Iranic and Arabic Muslim successors, and had subsequently been imposed by Osmanli Iranic Muslim empire builders on a prostrate Orthodox Christendom. In this historical perspective, it is manifest that the Jewish diaspora encountered by Western Christendom was far from being a unique social phenomenon. On the contrary, it was a specimen of a type of community that had become the standard type throughout an Islamic world over which, as well as over Western Christendom, the Jewish diaspora was spread. So it may well be asked whether the peculiar social setting of the tragic encounter between Jewry and Western Christendom may not be found to consist in peculiarities on the Western side at least as much as on the Jewish side, and, when we put this question, we can see that the course of Western history was indeed peculiar in three respects that are all relevant to the history of Jewish-Occidental relations. In the first place, the Western society articulated itself into a patchwork of geographically segregated parochial states. In the second place, it gradually transformed itself from an ultra-rural society of peasants and landlords into an ultra-urban society of artisans and bourgeois. In the third place, this nationalist-minded and middle-class-minded latter-day Western society emerged from the relative obscurity of its medieval chapter and came rapidly to overshadow all the rest of the world. The interconnection between anti-Semitism and the Western Christian ideal of a homogeneous community embracing all the inhabitants of a particular territory reveals itself in the history of the Jewish diaspora in the Iberian Peninsula. As soon as the gulf between the Roman and Visigothic communities had been bridged by the conversion of the latter, from Arian to Catholic Christianity, in AD 587, tension began to arise in Visigothia between the unified Christian community and the consequently more conspicuously peculiar Jewish millet. The accentuation of this tension is registered in a series of anti-Jewish enactments that presents a painful contrast to the simultaneously increasing humanity of Visigothic legislation for protecting slaves against their masters. Both the morally ascending and the morally descending series of enactments are evidence of the influence of the Church on the state. In these circumstances, the Jews eventually conspired with their co-religionists in North Africa to procure the intervention of the Muslim Arabs. No doubt the Arabs might have come without this invitation. Anyway, they came, and there ensued in the peninsula 500 years of a Muslim regime, AD 711 to 1212, under which an autonomous Jewish diaspora was not a peculiar people. The social effect of the Arab conquest of the Iberian Peninsula was indeed to make the Jewish community at home there again by re-establishing the horizontally articulated structure of society which the conquerors brought with them from their Syriac world. But the well-being of the Jewish diaspora in the peninsula did not outlive the Muslim power's collapse, for the medieval Catholic Christian barbarian conquerors of the Andalusian Umayyad Caliphate's domain were dedicated to the ideal of a homogeneous Christian commonwealth, and between AD 1391 and AD 1497 the Jews were compelled either to go into exile or to profess conversion to Christianity. The ideal of communal homogeneity, which was the political motive of the peculiar inhospitality of Western Christendom to the Jewish strangers in its midst, was reinforced in course of time by economic and social developments. The birthplace of the Western society was an outlying tract of the Hellenic world where the urban culture of Hellenism had failed to strike root. The superstructure of urban life that had been erected in the western provinces of the Roman Empire on primitive agricultural foundations had proved an incubus instead of a stimulus, and, after this exotic Roman-built superstructure had collapsed under its own weight, the West sank back to the same low economic level at which it had lain before Hellenism had attempted to seed itself beyond the Apennines or across the Tyrrhene Sea. This peculiar economic handicap had two consequences. In the first stage, Western Christendom was invaded by a Jewish diaspora which found an opening for making a livelihood in the West by providing a rustic society with that minimum of commercial experience and organization without which even Ruritania could not live, but which Ruritania could not as yet provide out of her own resources. In the second stage the Western Christian Gentiles were inspired with an ambition to become their own Jews by mastering the lucrative Jewish arts. In the course of ages a more and more demonic concentration of Western Gentile willpower on this Jewish economic objective came to reap a sensational reward. By the 20th century of the Christian era even the eastern rearguard of the Western people's column of route in their long march towards the goal of economic efficiency was going through a metamorphosis that had been achieved 1,000 years earlier by the North Italian and Flemish pioneers of a movement which could be called with equal appropriateness either modernization or Judaization. In Western history the sign of the attainment of this social modernity was the emergence of an Antonio class who were capable of doing the whole of Shylock's work for themselves and were consequently eager to eject him. This economic quarrel between Jews and Western Gentiles ran through 3 acts. In the first act the Jews were as unpopular as they were indispensable, but the ill treatment which they incurred was kept within bounds by the inability of their Gentile persecutors to get on economically without them. The second act opened, in one Western country after another, as soon as a nascent Gentile bourgeoisie had acquired sufficient experience, skill, and capital of its own to feel itself capable of usurping the local Jew's place. At that stage which England reached in the 13th, Spain in the 15th, and Poland and Hungary in the 20th century of the Christian era the Gentile bourgeois used their newly won power to secure the expulsion of their Jewish rivals. In the third act, a now well-established Gentile bourgeoisie had become such past masters in Jewish economic arts that their traditional fear of succumbing to Jewish competition no longer constrained them to forego the economic advantage of re-enlisting Jewish ability in the service of their Gentile national economy. In this spirit the Tuscan government allowed crypto-Jewish refugees from Spain and Portugal to settle at Leghorn in and after AD 1593, Holland had already opened her doors to them since AD 1579, and England, who had felt strong enough to expel her Jews in AD 1290, felt strong enough to let them in again in AD 1655. This economic enfranchisement of the Jews in the modern age of Western history was rapidly followed by a social and political enfranchisement which was the consequence of the contemporary religious and ideological revolutions in Western Christendom. The Protestant Reformation broke the hostile front of a united Catholic Church, and in 17th century England and Holland refugee Jews received a welcome as victims of these Protestant countries' Roman Catholic enemies. Subsequently the Jews in general shared the benefits of the growth of toleration in Catholic and Protestant countries alike. By AD 1914 the official emancipation of the Jews on all planes of human activity was a long since accomplished fact in all provinces of the modern Western world outside those territories of the now extinct United Kingdom of Poland-Lithuania which had been annexed to the Russian Empire. At this stage the Jewish problem might have been thought to be finding a solution in a fusion of the Jewish and Christian communities with each other through a union that was voluntary on both sides. But such hopes were falsified. What had looked like a drama in 3 acts with a happy ending soon entered on a 4th act which was more horrifying than anything that had preceded it. What had gone wrong? One lesion was the survival of a psychological barrier between Western Gentiles and Jews after the juridical barriers between them had been officially removed. There was still an invisible ghetto within which the Western Gentile continued to confine the Jew, and the Jew, on his side, continued to segregate himself from the Western Gentile. Within an officially united society the Jew still found himself in various subtle ways an excluded person, while the Gentile found himself still faced by a Freemasonry among Jews who were eager to claim, without being willing to accord, the benefits that ought to have accrued equally to all members of a united society. Both parties continued to observe a double standard of behavior, a higher standard for dealing with members of its own crypto community and a lower standard for dealing with nominal fellow citizens on the other side of a supposedly no longer existent social pale, and this new coat of hypocrisy embalming the old vice of inequity made either party more contemptible, as well as less formidable, in the other party's eyes, and thereby made the situation more exasperating, as well as less onerous, for both parties. The precariousness of the relations between the two communities was revealed by the recrudescence of antisemitism wherever there was an appreciably rapid increase in the numerical ratio of the Jewish to the Gentile ingredient in the local population. This tendency was discernible by AD 1914 in London and New York as a result of Jewish immigration since AD 1881 from ex-Polish Lithuanian territories of the Russian Empire under pressure of Russian persecution, and after AD 1918 it became virulent in German Austria and in the German Reich as a result of further Jewish immigration from Galicia, Congress Poland, and the easterly provinces of the Pale during the First World War. This German antisemitism was not the least potent of the forces that carried the German National Socialists to power. The subsequent genocide of the Jews carried out by the German National Socialists need not be enlarged upon here. The facts are as notorious as they are appalling, and constitute an exhibition of wickedness on a national scale to which history perhaps afforded no parallel up to date. Modern Western nationalism attacked the Jewish diaspora in the Western world on 2 flanks simultaneously. It led the Western Jews by its attractiveness at the same time as it drove them by its pressure to invent a nationalism of their own which might be described as a collective form of Westernization, in contrast to the individual form of Westernization associated, for the Jews, with the preceding age of 19th-century liberalism. Like the Westernizing ideal of turning the individual Jew into a Western bourgeois of Jewish religion, the alternative ideal of concentrating the Jewish diaspora, or a part of it, in a parochial nation-state, with an exclusively and homogeneously Jewish population, was evidence that the emancipation of Western Jewry had been real enough to expose them to the influence of current Western ideals. At the same time, Zionism, on the testimony of its founder, Theodor Herzl himself, was also evidence of an anxiety lest the avenue of individual assimilation should be closed against them again by a nationalism that, among Western Gentiles, was now following fast on liberalism's heels. It is perhaps no accident that Jewish Zionism and German neo-antisemitism should have arisen successively in the same geographical zone, namely the German-speaking territories of the pre-1918 Austrian Empire. Of all the somber ironies of history none throws a more sinister light on human nature than the fact that the new-style nationalist Jews, on the morrow of the most appalling of the many persecutions that their race had endured, should at once proceed to demonstrate, at the expense of Palestinian Arabs whose only offense against the Jews was that Palestine was their ancestral home, that the lesson learned by Zionists from the sufferings which Nazis had inflicted on Jews was, not to forbear from committing the crime of which they themselves had been the victims, but to persecute, in their turn, a people weaker than they were. The Israeli Jews did not follow in the Nazis' footsteps to the extent of exterminating the Palestinian Arabs in concentration camps and gas chambers, but they did dispossess the majority of them, to the number of more than 500,000, of the lands which they and their fathers had occupied and cultivated for generations, and of the property that they were unable to carry with them in their flight, and thereby they reduced them to destitution as displaced persons. One result of the Zionist experiment was to prove a point made in an earlier part of the study, namely that the Jewish characteristics which Western Gentiles had long associated with the Jews in their midst were the result of the peculiar circumstances of the Jewish diaspora in the Western world and not of any peculiar inherited racial endowment. The paradox of Zionism was that, in its demonic effort to build a community that was to be utterly Jewish, it was working as effectively for the assimilation of Jewry to a Western Gentile world as the individual Jew who opted for becoming a Western bourgeois of Jewish religion or a Western bourgeois agnostic. The historic Jewry was a diaspora, and the distinctively Jewish ethos and institutions a meticulous devotion to the Mosaic law and a consummate virtuosity in commerce and finance were those which the diaspora, in the course of ages, had wrought into social talismans endowing this geographically scattered community with a magic capacity for survival. Latter-day Jewish westernizers, of the liberal and of the Zionist school alike, were breaking with this historic past, and Zionism's breach was much the more drastic of the two. In deserting the diaspora collectively in order to build up a new nation settled on the land, after the manner of the modern Western Protestant Christian pioneers who had created the United States, the Union of South Africa, and the Commonwealth of Australia, the Zionists were assimilating themselves to a Gentile social milieu, and, in so far as they were inspired by their own scriptures, the inspiration came neither from the law nor from the prophets but from the narratives in the books of Exodus and Joshua. In this spirit they set out defiantly and enthusiastically to turn themselves into manual laborers instead of brain workers, into country folk instead of city dwellers, into producers instead of middlemen, into agriculturists instead of financiers, into warriors instead of shopkeepers, into terrorists instead of martyrs. In their new roles, as in their old roles, they displayed an astonishing toughness and resiliency, but what the future had in store for the Israelis, as the Palestinian Jews now called themselves, only the future would show. The surrounding Arab peoples appeared to be determined to expel the intruder from their midst, and these Arab peoples in the Fertile Crescent far outnumbered the Israelis, yet, for the time, at any rate, their superiority in numbers was far more than offset by their inferiority in energy and efficiency. Moreover, all questions had now come to be world questions. On which side would the Soviet Union and the United States eventually find their Middle Eastern interests to lie? That was the question, and, so far as the Soviet Union was concerned, the answer was difficult to forecast. So far as the United States was concerned, the determining factor in her Palestinian policy up to date had been the immense disparity in numbers, wealth, and influence between the Jewish and the Arab element in her population. Compared with the American Jews, the American Arabs were an almost negligible quantity, even when account had been taken of those of Lebanese Christian origin. The Jewish contingent in the American citizen body wielded a political power that was disproportionate to its numbers, for they were concentrated in New York City, and, in the competition for votes in American domestic politics, this was a key city in a key state. But the calculations of cynical Gentile American politicians were not, as some equally cynical observers profess to believe, the complete explanation of the far-reaching support that the United States government had given to Israel in the critical years just after the end of the Second World War. This policy was a reflection, not merely of cold domestic political calculations, but also of disinterested and idealistic, though perhaps ill-informed, public feeling. Americans found themselves able to enter into the sufferings of Jews in Europe at Nazi hands because other Jews were familiar human figures in their everyday life. There were no familiar Arabs to bring the Palestinian Arabs' sufferings home to them, and the absent are always in the wrong. 6. The modern West and the Far Eastern and indigenous American civilizations. The living civilizations whose encounters with the modern West we have been surveying up to this point had all of them had experience of the Western society before they began to be affected by its impact in its modern phase. This is true even of the Hindu society, though its contacts had been comparatively slight. By contrast, the existence of the West was quite unknown in the Americas, and all but unknown in China and Japan, down to the moment when the modern Western pioneer navigators reached their shores. In consequence, the emissaries of the West were received at first without suspicion, and what they brought had the charm of novelty. In the event, however, the two stories took sharply different turns. The American civilizations were as unsuccessful as the Far Eastern civilizations were successful in coping with a difficult situation. The Spanish conquerors of the Middle American and Andean worlds immediately overwhelmed their ill-equipped and unsuspecting victims by force of arms. They virtually exterminated those elements of the population that were the repositories of the indigenous cultures. They substituted themselves as an alien dominant minority, and they reduced the rural population to the status of an internal proletariat of the Western Christian society by putting their labor at the disposal of Spanish economico. Religious entrepreneurs, on the understanding that these planter missionaries would make it a part of their business to convert their human flocks to the Roman Catholic form of Christianity. Even so, it could not be regarded as certain, at the time of writing, that the indigenous cultures would not in some form eventually re-emerge, as the Syriac society had re-emerged and reconstituted itself after 1,000 years of Hellenic domination. The two Far Eastern societies in China and Japan, on the other hand, survived the deadly peril to which they were exposed by their initial ignorance. They managed to weigh the Western civilization in the balance, find it wanting, make up their minds to cast it out, and muster the necessary force for putting into effect a considered policy of virtual non-intercourse. But this, as it turned out, was not the end of the story. In breaking off relations with the West in the form in which the West had first presented itself, the Chinese and Japanese had not disposed of their Western question once for all. A rebuffed West subsequently transformed itself, and then reappeared on the East Asian scene, now offering its technology instead of its religion as its principal gift, and the Far Eastern societies now found themselves confronted with the choice of either mastering this newfangled Western technology for themselves or else succumbing to it. In this Far Eastern drama, the Chinese and Japanese behaved alike in some ways and in other ways diversely. A striking point of likeness was that, in the second act, the reception of a secularized modern Western culture was initiated in both China and Japan from below upward. The Manchu Empire in China and the Tokugawa shogunate in Japan failed, alike, to seize the initiative, in contrast with the Petrine Tsardom in Russia. In the next scene of this act, however, Japan, unlike China, went over to the Petrine method. On the other hand, in the first act, that is to say in the 16th century encounters, the two Far Eastern societies had taken different courses from the outset. In their tentatively accorded and subsequently revoked reception of the modern Western culture in its 16th century and 17th century religious phase, the initiative had come throughout from above downwards in China and from below upwards in Japan. If one were to plot the reactions of the two Far Eastern societies to the modern West over the last 4 centuries in the form of graphs, one would find that the Japanese curves were much sharper than the Chinese. The Chinese never went to such lengths as the Japanese, either in surrendering themselves to the Western culture on either occasion or in insulating themselves from it during the intervening period of xenophobia. By the turn of the 16th and 17th centuries, a Japan whose political unification was still incomplete had come to be perilously exposed to the danger of having political unity imposed on her from abroad by the ruthless hands of alien conquistadores. The Spanish conquest of the Philippines in AD 1565–71 and the Dutch conquest of Formosa in AD 1624 were object lessons of the fate that might befall Japan. By contrast, the vast subcontinent of China had nothing very serious to fear from the advent of the Western pirates of that age. Such unmechanized sea raiders, however annoying they might be, were not potential conquerors. The dangers that gave serious cause for anxiety to a Chinese imperial government at that time were those of overland invasion from the Eurasian steppe, and after the Ming dynasty had been supplanted by the vigorous semi-barbarian Manchus in the course of the 17th century, a recurrence of danger from the interior of the continent did not present itself for another 200 years. This difference in the geographico-political situations of China and Japan goes far to explain why it was that in China the repression of Roman Catholic Christianity was postponed till the end of the 17th century and was the outcome not of political apprehensions but of a theological controversy, in contrast with the promptness and the ruthlessness of the suppression of Roman Catholic Christianity in Japan and the final cutting of all but one solitary Dutch thread in the nexus between Japan and the Western world. The succession of blows delivered by a newly established Japanese central government began with Hideyoshi's ordinance of AD 1587 decreeing the banishment of all Western Christian missionaries and culminated in the ordinances of AD 1636-9 forbidding Japanese subjects to travel abroad and Portuguese subjects to reside in Japan. In Japan, as in China, the abandonment of the policy of insulation came from below upwards and was inspired by a hunger to taste the fruits of modern Western scientific knowledge. Many of the pioneers of the movement suffered martyrdom for their faith in technology in the proscriptions of AD 1840-50, immediately before the so-called opening of Japan in AD 1853. In Japan the movement was wholly secular. On the other hand, the corresponding 19th-century movement in China was associated with the activities of Protestant Christian missionaries who accompanied British and American salesmen here, as their Portuguese forerunners in Japan had been accompanied by Roman Catholic Christian missionaries, and in China this Protestant missionary influence continued. Sun Yat-sen, the founder of Kuomintang, was the son of a convert to Protestant Christianity, and another Protestant Christian Chinese family played a paramount part in the Kuomintang's subsequent history in the persons of Madame Sun Yat-sen, her sister Madame Chiang Kai-shek, and their brother T.V. Soong. The Japanese and the Chinese westernizing movements were both confronted with the formidable task of having to liquidate and replace a well-established indigenous ecumenical regime, but the Japanese westernizers were more alert, prompt, and efficient than the Chinese. Within 15 years of the appearance of Commodore Perry's squadron in Japanese territorial waters in AD 1853, they had not only overthrown the Tokugawa regime, which had failed to rise to the occasion, they had also achieved the far more difficult task of installing in its place a new regime capable of putting into operation a comprehensive westernizing movement from above downwards. The Chinese took 118 years to accomplish even the negative half of this task. The arrival of Lord Macartney's embassy at Peking in AD 1793 was no less illuminating a demonstration of the enhanced potency of the West than the arrival of Commodore Perry's squadron in Yedo Bay 60 years later, yet in China the overthrow of the Ancien regime did not follow till AD 1911 and was then replaced, not by an effective westernizing new order, but by an anarchy which the Kuomintang failed to overcome during the quarter of a century, AD 1923-48, which this would-be liberal westernizing movement had at its disposal. The difference can be measured by the degree of Japan's military superiority over China during the 50 years running from the outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War of 1894-5. During that half-century China was militarily at Japan's mercy, and though, in the last round of this struggle, an effective conquest of the whole of China proved to be beyond Japan's resources, it was equally evident that, if the Japanese war machine had not been shattered by the United States, the Chinese would never have been able, unaided, to wrest back out of Japanese hands the captured ports, industrial areas, and railways that were the keys to the westernization of China. By the opening of the second half of the 20th century, however, the Japanese hare and the Chinese tortoise had arrived almost simultaneously at the same disastrous goal. Japan was lying passive under the military occupation of the greatest of the Western powers, while China had passed, by way of revolution, out of anarchy into its antithesis in the shape of the iron control of a communist regime. Whether we regard this as Western or anti-Western, a point already discussed in this study, it was in any case an alien ideology from the standpoint of the Far Eastern culture. What was the explanation of this uniformly disastrous ending of the first phase of the second encounter between these two Far Eastern societies and the modern West? In both China and Japan, the disaster had its root in an unsolved problem common to Asia and Eastern Europe, which has come to our attention already in considering the impact of the West upon the Hindu world. What was to be the effect of the Western civilization's impact on primitive peasant populations which had been accustomed for ages to breed up to the limits of bare subsistence, and which were now being inoculated with a novel discontent, but had not yet begun to face the fact that possibilities of economic betterment could be realized only at the price of an economic, a social, and, above all, a psychological revolution. In order to tap the bounty of Amalthea's horn, these hidebound peasants would have to revolutionize their traditional methods of land utilization and systems of land tenure, and would also have to regulate the number of their births. It had been possible to stabilize the political and economic life of Japan under the Tokugawa shogunate as far as it had been stabilized during that period because there had been a basis of demographic stability underpinning it. Population had been kept stationary at about 30 million by a variety of means, which had included abortion and infanticide. When this regime was liquidated, an unnaturally frozen Japanese body social thawed out, and population began to leap up. Unlike the changes on the political and economic planes, the resumption of unrestricted breeding was not due to Western influence but was simply a reversion to the traditional habits of a peasant society which had been put under restraint, by a psychological tour de force, in the glacial atmosphere of the Tokugawa age. Contemporary Westernization did, however, accentuate the demographic effect of this relapse into primitive habits by lowering the death rate. In these circumstances, Japan had either to expand or explode, and the only practicable forms of expansion were either to persuade the rest of the world to trade with her or to conquer additional territory, resources, and markets by force of arms from existing owners who were militarily too weak to defend their property against a militarily westernized Japan's aggression. The history of Japanese foreign policy from AD 1868 to AD 1931 is a history of oscillations between these alternatives. The gradual effect of a worldwide accentuation of economic nationalism in converting the Japanese people to the militarist alternative was clinched by the terrible experience of the economic blizzard which descended on Wall Street in the autumn of AD 1929 and then swept over the rest of the world. Almost exactly 2 years later, Japan launched at Mukden, on the night of 18 to 19 September 1931, her great venture in aggression which ended with VJ Day, AD 1945. Since the Chinese were not cooped up in a cluster of relatively small islands but sprawled over an enormous subcontinent, the population problem had not presented itself as urgently nor been tackled as ruthlessly in China as in Japan. It was nonetheless equally serious on a rather longer view, and the responsibility for dealing with it had now come to rest on the shoulders of Chinese communist dictators. This ideological conquest of China by communism was the latest move in a Russian assault on the main body of the Far Eastern society that had been in progress for some 300 years. We will not dwell on its earlier stages. In the 19th century, in a period before Japan had been seriously reckoned as a competitor, Russia and the Western powers had appeared as rival aggressors nibbling at the carcass of a moribund Chinese empire. At this stage the question had seemed to be whether Hong Kong and Shanghai would prove to be for British imperialism in China the growing points that Bombay and Calcutta had been for British imperialism in India. On the other hand, Russia had acquired sovereignty over Vladivostok in 1860 and a lease of the much more central and important Port Arthur in 1897. It had been Japan who had nipped this Russian effort in the bud in the epoch-making Russo-Japanese War of AD 1904-5. The end of the First World War had again seen Russia apparently dissolved in anarchy, while Japan had drawn exorbitant profits as a more or less sleeping partner in the victorious Western coalition. However, where Russian Tsardom had failed, Russian communism succeeded, for reasons which, in one shape or another, we have so often encountered in this study, reasons which are reducible to such platitudinous paradoxes as the copybook maxim which tells us that the pen is mightier than the sword. Marx's secular gospel of communism gave Russia a psychological appeal which naked Tsarism had not been able to make. Hence the Soviet Union could command in China as elsewhere a formidable fifth column. If a now communist Russia furnished the tools, or some of them, her Chinese admirers could be relied on to do her job for her. 7. Characteristics of the encounters between the modern West and its contemporaries. The most significant conclusion that suggests itself as arising out of a comparison of the encounters that we have now described is that the word modern in the term modern Western civilization could be given a more precise and concrete connotation by being translated middle class. Western communities had become modern as soon as they had produced a bourgeoisie capable of becoming the predominant element in society. We think of the new chapter of Western history that opened at the end of the 15th century as being modern because it was at that time that, in the more advanced Western communities, the middle class began to take control. It follows that, during the currency of the modern age of Western history, the ability of aliens to become Westernized depended on their capacity for entering into the middle-class Western way of life. When we examine examples, already noted, of Westernization from below upwards, we find that, in the pre-existing social structure of Greek Orthodox Christian, Chinese, and Japanese life, for example, there were already middle-class elements through which the Westernizing leaven worked. On the other hand, in cases where the process of Westernization proceeded from above downwards, the autocrats who set themselves to Westernize their subjects by fiat could not wait for an unforced process of evolution to provide them with authentic middle-class agents of indigenous origin, but were constrained to provide themselves with an artificial substitute for a homegrown middle class by manufacturing an intelligentsia. The intelligentsias thus called into existence in Russia and in the Islamic and Hindu worlds were, of course, successfully imbued by their makers with a genuine tincture of Western middle-class qualities. The Russian case suggests, however, that this tincture might prove ephemeral. For the Russian intelligentsia, which had originally been called into existence by the Petrine Tsardom to bring Russia into the middle-class Western fold, had revolted in its heart against both the Tsardom and the Western bourgeois ideal, long before the revolutionary explosion of AD 1917. It was possible that what had happened in Russia might happen elsewhere to other intelligentsias as well. In the light of this anti-bourgeois turn which the Russian intelligentsia had already taken, it was perhaps worth pausing to look into the likenesses and the differences between the non-Western intelligentsias and the Western middle class whose role they had been commissioned to play in a non-Western environment. One common feature of their histories was that both had come from beyond the pale of the societies in which they had established themselves. We have seen that the Western society, when it first emerged from the Dark Ages, was an agrarian society in whose life urban pursuits were so exotic that some of them were practiced originally by an alien Jewish diaspora, until a Gentile middle class was called into being by the Gentiles' aspiration to become their own Jews. Another experience that was common to the modern Western middle class and the contemporary intelligentsias was that both had won their eventual dominance by revolting against their original employers. In Great Britain, Holland, France, and other Western countries, the middle class had come into power by stepping into the shoes of monarchies whose patronage had inadvertently made the middle class's fortune. Similarly, in non-Western polities of the late modern age, the intelligentsia had come into power by successfully revolting against Westernizing autocrats who had deliberately called them into existence. If we take a synoptic view of this common episode in the histories of Petrine Russia, the latter-day Ottoman Empire, and the British Raj in India, we shall see that the revolt of the intelligentsia not only occurred in all three cases but came to a head in each case after the lapse of approximately the same length of time. In Russia, the abortive Decembrist revolution of AD 1825, which was the Russian intelligentsia's declaration of war on the Petrine system, broke out 136 years after Peter's effective advent to power in AD 1689. In India, political unrest began to reveal itself towards the end of the 19th century, rather less than 140 years after the establishment of British rule in Bengal. In the Ottoman Empire, the Committee of Union and Progress overthrew Sultan Abd al-Hamid II in AD 1908, 134 years after the Porte had first been impelled, by the shock of defeat in the Russo-Turkish War of AD 1768-74, to begin training an appreciable number of its Muslim subjects in the modern Western art of war. But these points of likeness are offset by at least one signal difference. The modern Western middle class was an indigenous element in the society that it came to dominate. It was, in a psychological sense, at home there. By contrast, the intelligentsia suffered from the double handicap of being both novae homines and exotics. They were products and symptoms, not of natural growth, but of their own society's discomfiture in collisions with an alien modern West. They were symbols not of strength but of weakness. The intelligentsias, for their part, were sensitively aware of this invidious difference. The social service that they had been created to perform made them aliens in the society for which they performed it. Their intuition of the thanklessness of their task conspired with an inexorable nervous strain arising from the inherent contractions in their social situation to breed in them a smoldering hatred of a Western middle class which was both their sire and their bane, their cynosure and their bugbear, and their excruciatingly ambivalent attitude towards this pirate sun, whose captivated planets they were, is poignantly conveyed in Catullus' elegiac couplet. Odiet amo, quare id faciam, fortis requiris. Nescio, sed fieri sentio et excruciare. 1. The intensity of an alien intelligentsia's hatred of the Western middle class gave the measure of its foreboding of its inability to emulate Western middle class achievement. The classic instance, up to date, in which this embittering prescience had been justified, was the Russian intelligentsia's catastrophic failure, after the first of the two Russian revolutions in AD 1917, to carry out its fantastic mandate to transform the wreck of the Petrine Tsardom into a parliamentary constitutional state in the 19th century Western style. The Kerensky regime was a fiasco because it was saddled with the task of making bricks without straw, of making a parliamentary government without having a solid, competent, prosperous, and experienced middle class to draw on. By contrast, Lenin succeeded because he set himself to create something which would meet the situation. His all-Union Communist Party was not, indeed, a thing entirely without precedent. In Iranic Muslim history it had been anticipated in the slave household of the Ottoman Padishah, in the Kizilbash fraternity of devotees of the Safavas, and in the Sikh Khalsa that had been called into being by a decision to fight the Mughal ascendancy with its own weapons. In these Islamic and Hindu fraternities the ethos of the Russian Communist Party is already unmistakably discernible. Lenin's claim to originality rests on his having reinvented this formidable political instrument for himself and on his priority in applying it to the special purpose of enabling a non-Western society to hold its own against the modern West by mastering the latest devices of Western technology while at the same time eschewing the West's current orthodox ideology. The success of Lenin's single-party type of dictatorial regime is proved by the number of its imitators. Passing over those imitators who professed and called themselves communists, we need only point to the regime established by Mustafa Kemal Ataturk for the masterful regeneration of Turkey, to the fascist regime of Mussolini in Italy, and to the National Socialist regime of Hitler in Germany. Of these three non-communist single-party regimes, the new order in Turkey has been unique in having succeeded in transforming itself into a two-party regime, on liberal Western lines, by a peaceful transition instead of paying the price of a catastrophe. B. Encounters with medieval Western Christendom. I. The flow and ebb of the Crusades. The term Crusades is commonly confined to those Western military expeditions which, at papal instigation and with papal blessings, set forth to win, to support, or to win again, a Christian kingdom at Jerusalem. We here use the term in a much wider sense to cover all the warfare of Western Christendom on its frontiers in the medieval chapter of its history, against Islam in Spain as well as in Syria, against the rival Christendom of the East Roman Empire, and against pagan barbarians on the northeastern frontier. All this warfare may well be called crusading, for the warriors consciously, and not entirely hypocritically, thought of themselves as extending or defending the frontiers of a Christendom. We may surmise that Chaucer would approve the extended use of the term. The knight, a very parfait gentil knight who figures first in the gallery of pen portraits presented in his prologue to the Canterbury Tales, was a veteran who might well in his youth have fought at Crécy and Poitiers, but it never occurs to his creator to connect him with such family quarrels between local Western states. Instead, he is portrayed as having fought all round the frontiers of Western Christendom from Grenade, Granada, to Rus and Prus and Leto, Russia and Prussia and Lithuania, and, though Chaucer does not actually call him a crusader, he clearly thinks of him as a warrior who had been engaged in distinctively Christian warfare. Our concern at present, before going on to analyze the impact of an aggressive Western Christendom on the other civilizations concerned, is to give some idea of the general course of these medieval wars of expansion. The medieval outbreak of the Western society in the 11th century of the Christian era was as surprisingly abrupt as its modern outbreak at the turn of the 15th and 16th centuries, and the eventual collapse of the medieval Western adventure came as swiftly as its initial success. An intelligent observer from, say, China, who had made his way to the other end of the Old World in the middle years of the 13th century of the Christian era, would have been as unlikely to foresee that the Western intruders were on the verge of being expelled from Dar al-Islam and Romania, the Orthodox Christian domain of the East Roman Empire, as he would have been had he arrived on the scene 300 years earlier to foresee that these same two worlds were on the verge of being attacked and overrun by the hitherto apparently backward and uncultivated natives of the western extremity of the cultivated visitors' oikoumene. As soon as he had learned to distinguish the two Hellenistic Christian societies from each other and from a Syriac society in process of conversion to the all but Christian heresy of Islam, he would probably have come to the conclusion that, of these three competitors for the control of the Mediterranean basin and its hinterlands, Orthodox Christendom had the best prospects and Western Christendom the worst. On the divers tests of comparative standing in wealth, education, administrative efficiency, and success in war, Orthodox Christendom would assuredly have come out at the top of our mid-10th century observers' list and Western Christendom at the bottom. Western Christendom was then an agrarian society in which urban life was exotic and coin a rare currency, whereas in contemporary Orthodox Christendom there was a money economy based on a prosperous commerce and industry. In Western Christendom only the clergy was literate, whereas in Orthodox Christendom there was a highly educated lay governing class. Western Christendom had relapsed into anarchy after the failure of Charlemagne's abortive New Roman Empire there, whereas the New Roman Empire created by Leo Cyrus in the same 8th century in Eastern Orthodox Christendom was still flourishing and was beginning to reconquer the lands that the original Roman Empire had lost in the 7th century to the primitive Muslim Arab conquerors. After the tide of Muslim conquest had begun to recede on land, it had continued for a time to advance at sea, and both the Christendoms had been roughly handled in the 9th century by Maghribi I Muslim buccaneers. Orthodox Christendom had, however, responded to their challenge by reconquering Crete from them, whereas no similar response is recorded from Western Christendom. On the contrary, the Muslim raiders were then still pushing inland from the Riviera and infesting the Alpine passes. A more penetrating vision than we can demand of our hypothetical Chinese observer might, no doubt, have discerned some underlying realities. It might have discerned deadly weaknesses beneath the imposing surface of Orthodox Christendom. It might have noticed that Western Christendom, which had made such a poor showing in the Mediterranean, had put up a valiant fight, in other quarters, against its Scandinavian and Magyar barbarian assailants. Even against the Muslims, the Western Christian frontier had already begun its long slow advance in the Iberian Peninsula. 10th century Western Christendom, unlike either of its rivals, was a civilization in the growth stage. Its spiritual citadel was monasticism, and the 10th century Cluniac rejuvenation of the Benedictine way of monastic life was the archetype of all subsequent Western social reforms, religious and secular. Yet these signs of vitality in a 10th century Western Christendom seem hardly adequate to account for the amazing outburst of Western energy in the 11th century, an outburst in which an outbreak of aggression against two neighboring societies was one of the less creative and less admirable episodes. The Western Christians followed up their feat of converting the Scandinavian colonists of Normandy and the Danelaw by bringing within their fold the Scandinavian warbands in their native lairs, as well as the barbarians of Hungary and Poland. The Cluniac reform of monastic life led to the Hildebrandine reform of the whole ecclesiastical system under papal leadership. An acceleration of the advance in the Iberian Peninsula was paralleled by a conquest of the East Roman Empire's dominions in southern Italy and of the Muslims' mastery of Sicily, and by a threatening, though as it turned out, abortive thrust across the Adriatic towards the East Roman Empire's heart. A climax came with the First Crusade, AD 1095-9, which established, at the expense of Islam, a chain of Western Christian principalities in Syria from Antioch and Edessa, beyond the Euphrates, to Jerusalem and Isla, at the head of the Gulf of Aqaba, which opens into the Red Sea. The eventual collapse of this medieval Western Christian ascendancy in the Mediterranean basin would have been no less surprising to our Far Eastern observer if he could have resurveyed the scene 150 years after the First Crusade. By then the Western aggressors had lost practically all their exposed outposts in Syria. In the Iberian Peninsula, on the other hand, the Muslim domain had been reduced to a mere enclave round Granada, and the Westerners had consoled themselves for their losses in Syria by assaulting and conquering the European dominions of the East Roman Empire. A Frankish prince was usurping the place and name of Roman emperor in Constantinople. Far away to the east a great Mongolian empire had arisen, and Western Christian visionaries had conceived a dream of taking Islam in the rear by converting the rulers of this new world power to the Western form of the Christian religion. Papal missionaries had made the long journey to Karakorum. Marco Polo would soon be on his way to the court of Kublai Khan. Nothing came of it, and, very soon after the date that we have assigned to our imaginary Chinese observer, the ramshackle edifice of the Latin Empire at Constantinople collapsed, AD 1261. The Greek Orthodox Christian Empire was restored, though the future here was to belong not to the Greeks but to the Ottoman Turks. Western Christendom now diverted its aggressive energies to its northeastern frontier. The Teutonic Knights decamped from Syria and sought their fortunes on the Vistula at the expense of the pagan Prussians, Letts, and Ests. Only in the Iberian Peninsula, southern Italy, and Sicily had the advance made at the beginning of the medieval period been increased and maintained right down to the end of it. The attempt of a medieval Western Christendom to extend its frontiers southwards and eastwards to include all the lands that had once belonged to its Hellenic parent had failed. If one considers the material resources of medieval Western Christendom in wealth and population and intelligence, any other result was hardly to be expected. 2. The medieval West and the Syriac world. When the medieval Western Christians launched their assault on the Syriac world in the 11th century of the Christian era, they found its inhabitants divided in their communal allegiance between Islam and a variety of Christian heresies, Monophysitism, Nestorianism, and others which represented pre-Islamic attempts of Syriac souls to de-Hellenize Christianity. In the first period after the Arab conquest, Islam had been the distinctive religion of these victorious barbarians, much as Arianism had been the religion of most of the Teutonic conquerors of various provinces of the Roman Empire. Throughout the period between the Muslim conquest in the 8th century and the First Crusade at the end of the 11th there was, for a variety of reasons, a steady drift towards Islam among these subject peoples, but it was by no means complete at the end of that period. The effect of the Crusades was to convert this drift into a landslide. The newborn Islamic societies, Arabic and Iranic, arose out of the ruins of the dead Syriac world. Considering that Muslims and Christians ranked officially as unbelievers in each other's eyes, and that the champions of these two fanatically exclusive-minded Judaic religions were chronically at war, we may marvel at the degree of mutual respect which their fighting men came to feel for one another, and at the amount and importance of the cultural nourishment which medieval Western Christendom imbibed through a Syriac channel in which the spirit and technique of an Arabic poetry were conveyed to them in a Romance language by Provençal troubadours, and the ideas of an Hellenic philosophy in the Arabic language through Muslim scholars. In the realm of the sword, the sympathy between the warriors in the two opposing camps arose from the discovery of an unexpected affinity. On the battlefields of Andalusia, the Andalusian Muslims and the trans-frontier Iberian Christian barbarians sometimes felt a closer kinship with one another than the Iberian Christians felt with their co-religionists from beyond the Pyrenees, or the Iberian Muslims with their co-religionists from North Africa. On the battlefields of Syria, the Turkish barbarians who had become converts to Islam in the act of overrunning the dominions of the Caliphate were not unsympathetic adversaries for the contemporary Christian knights who, in degree of civilization, were not far above their barbarian ancestors who had become Christians in the act of overrunning the Roman Empire. Indeed, the Normans, who were the spearhead of the Frankish offensive, were as recent converts from barbarism as the Seljuks. In the realm of the Pen, the Crusaders' temporary conquests in Syria, and, still more, their lasting conquests in Sicily and Andalusia, at the expense of Dar al-Islam, became so many transmitting stations through which the spiritual treasures of a moribund Syriac world were communicated to a medieval Western Christendom. The genial atmosphere of religious tolerance and intellectual curiosity, which temporarily captivated the Western Christian conquerors of Palermo and Toledo in virtue of its contrast to their own traditional fanaticism, was native to an early Islam, but the cultural treasures which, in this propitious environment, Western minds consented to receive from Muslim and Jewish hands during the next 2 centuries were of Hellenic as well as Syriac origin. The Syriac society was not the creator but was merely the carrier of authentic and apocryphal works of Aristotle which were made accessible to 12th century Western schoolmen by being translated into Latin out of Arabic. In mathematics, astronomy, and medicine, the Syriac-speaking Nestorian Christian pupils of the Hellenes and the Arabic-speaking Muslim pupils of the Nestorians had not only preserved and mastered the achievements of their Hellenic predecessors but had also taken lessons in an Indic school and had gone on to achieve original work of their own. In these fields a medieval Western Christendom took over from contemporary Muslim men of science the results of Muslim research, together with the so-called Arabic system of mathematical notation which the Muslims had acquired from India, and, when we raise our eyes from the intellectual to the poetic plane, we shall see that the treasure that was acquired from the Andalusian Muslim representatives of a dying Syriac culture was a native Arab achievement which was to inspire all the subsequent achievements of a Western school of poetry down to the end of the Western civilization's modern age, if it was true that the ideas and ideals, as well as the versification and rhyming, of this Western school's Provençal troubadour pioneers could be traced back to an Andalusian Muslim source. The modern West had gone far beyond its Muslim heritage in the field of science, yet the impact of the Syriac civilization on the youthfully impressionable imagination of a medieval Western Christendom was still being visually proclaimed in the realm of architecture by Gothic buildings which, in confutation of the absurd nickname which had been conferred upon them by 18th century antiquaries, bore on their face a patent certificate of derivation from models still extant in the ruins of Armenian churches and Seljuk caravanserais. In the 20th century the cities of Western Europe were still dominated by Gothic cathedrals which had superseded their Romanesque predecessors as the result of a medieval Western architectural revolution precipitated by the architectural impact of the Syriac world. 3. The medieval West and Greek Orthodox Christendom. These two Christendoms found it more difficult to come to terms with one another than with their Muslim neighbors. The discord was a consequence of the historical fact that the Hellenic civilization had given birth to 2 daughter societies, for, on the morrow of their simultaneous emergence, towards the close of the 7th century of the Christian era, some 500 years before the final breach between them in the tragic years AD 1182 to 1204, these 2 societies had already become alienated by a diversity of ethos and a conflict of interests. The conflict of interests came to a head in a struggle for predominance in southeastern Europe and southern Italy, a struggle embittered by their rival claims to be the sole legitimate heir of a Christian universal church, a Roman Empire, and an Hellenic civilization. The political conflict was apt to be masked under the form of ecclesiastical controversies. For example, when in the 8th century the Roman See took sides, in a quarrel in Eastern Orthodox Christendom over image worship, against the iconoclastic policy of the East Roman imperial government, it was declaring, on behalf of the people of the remaining fragments of the East Roman Empire in central Italy, a political decision to look beyond the Alps, to the grandfather and subsequently to the father of Charlemagne, for military assistance against the Lombards which it had failed to obtain from Constantinople. When, midway through the 11th century, rival movements for liturgical uniformity issuing from Rome and Constantinople came into collision, the conflict which led to the schism of AD 1054 was at the same time a political contest for the allegiance of ecclesiastical subjects of the papacy in southern Italy who were political subjects of the East Roman Empire. On neither occasion, however, was the breach between the two societies made absolute. At the time of the First Crusade, 40 years after the latter of these two ecclesiastico-political conflicts, the reigning East Roman Emperor Alexius I Comnenus, on whom the passage of the Crusaders through his dominions inflicted extreme political anxiety and personal discomfort, is credited by his daughter the historian Anna Comna with a scrupulous reluctance to authorize his troops to shed their fellow Christians' blood. One of the motives attributed by Anna to Alexius for his policy of sending East Roman forces to convoy the Crusaders across Anatolia is a concern to save them from being cut to pieces by the Turks. This wry-faced forbearance towards the Crusaders practiced by Alexius, reigned AD 1081 to 1118, was to be transformed in the attitude of his grandson, the Emperor Manuel I, reigned AD 1145 to 80, into a positive passion for Frankish comrades and customs, and there were prelates on both sides, as well as secular statesmen on the East Roman side, who were concerned to avert a breach between the two Christendoms. Why was it, then, that a breach between the two Christendoms came to pass, after all, in the years AD 1182 to 1204, and thereafter widened until, in the 15th century, the Eastern Orthodox Christians opted for political submission to the Turk in preference to accepting the Western Christian Pope's ecclesiastical supremacy? No doubt on that occasion the Roman terms were severe, but the ultimate cause of the catastrophe is perhaps to be found in a progressive divergence between the two cultures which had begun to show itself 700 or even 1,000 years earlier. An aggravating circumstance was the sudden, unexpected, and sensational reversal, in the 11th century, of the two Christian societies' relative strengths and prospects, to which we have called attention in the previous section of this chapter. One of the consequences of this political and economic reversal of fortunes was that, thenceforth, either party presented an insufferable appearance in the other's eyes. In the sight of the Eastern Orthodox Christians the Franks were parvenus cynically exploiting a brute force which a freak of fortune had conferred upon them. In the sight of the Franks the Byzantines were mandarins whose overweening pretensions were neither justified by merit nor backed by force. To the Greeks the Latins were barbarians, to the Latins the Greeks were on the way to becoming Levantines. Out of the copious Greek and Latin literature illustrating the Franks and Byzantines' mutual dislike we must be content to cite a few illuminating passages from one representative spokesman on either side. As evidence of the Franks' prejudice against the Byzantines we may quote a report by the Lombard bishop Liutprand of Cremona on a mission to the East Roman imperial court which he carried out on behalf of the West Roman Emperor Otto II in AD 968-9. As evidence of Byzantine prejudice against the Franks we may quote the Greek princess historian Anna Comna, who became disagreeably well acquainted with the Franks both before and during the First Crusade. Bishop Liutprand's official anxieties in the difficult diplomatic mission entrusted to him were aggravated by his personal disgust with all the incidental details of daily life in the Orthodox Christendom of his day. The palace assigned to him was always either too hot or too cold, and in these odious apartments he and his suite were kept isolated by security police. He was swindled by the tradesmen. The wine was undrinkable and the food uneatable. The poverty-stricken Greek bishops were uniformly inhospitable. The beds were as hard as stone and had neither mattress nor pillow. On his departure he took a schoolboy's revenge on his hosts by scrawling on the walls and table of his palace a screed of abusive Latin hexameters in which he recorded his joy at seeing the last of that once opulent and flourishing but now famine-stricken, perjured, lying, deceitful, rapacious, covetous, miserly, empty-headed city. Liutprand's conversations with the Emperor Nikephoros and his ministers were enlivened on both sides by vituperative sallies. His most telling shot was that it was the Greeks who bred heresies and the Westerners who killed them. True enough, no doubt, for the Greeks were intellectuals, and had been for centuries applying their brains to the minutiae of theology with disastrous results, whereas the Latins were men of law with no patience for that sort of nonsense. At a state banquet on the June 7, 968, the inflammatory word Romans, which was claimed by both empires, kindled into flame the perpetually smoldering resentment between the representatives of the two Christendoms. Nikephoros refused to give me a chance of replying to him, and added insultingly, "You are not Romans, you are Lombards." He wanted to go on, and motioned to me to be silent, but I lost my temper and took the floor. "It is a notorious historical fact," I declared, "that Romulus, after whom the Romans are called, was a fratricide and a son of a whore born, I mean, out of lawful wedlock, and that he set up an Alsatia for defaulting debtors, fugitive slaves, murderers, and perpetrators of other capital offenses. He harbored these criminals, collected a crowd of them, and called them Romans. This is the fine aristocracy from which your emperors, or as you call them, are descended. But we, and by us I mean us Lombards, Saxons, Frenchmen, Lorrainers, Bavarians, Swabians, Burgundians, we despise the Romans so utterly that, when we lose our tempers with our enemies, the one word Roman is all that we have to utter, because, in our parlance, this single bad name embraces the whole gamut of meanness, cowardice, avarice, decadence, untruthfulness, and all the other vices." 1. In provoking Liutprand to lose his temper, the emperor had stung his Latin guest into proclaiming his sense of solidarity with his Teutonic-speaking fellow Westerners in a common antipathy against all Romans. In a later and more genial conversation, Nikephoros used the word Franks to include both Latins and Teutons, and this usage had been justified by Liutprand's revealing outburst. Though Liutprand was a Latin of the Latins, in his intellectual culture well versed, as he was, in the Latin version of the classical Hellenic literature, a common Hellenic cultural background had not bred in his heart any feeling of affinity with the contemporary Greek heirs of the same culture. Between this 10th century Italian and these 10th century Greeks a great gulf was already fixed, whereas there was no gulf of the kind between Liutprand and his Saxon employers. All that we have cited throws, admittedly, quite as much light on the personality of Liutprand as on anything more important, and his coarse caricature of the emperor's personal appearance, if we were to quote it, would throw still more. The Lombard bishop was a man of coarse fibre, and, if the Byzantine pearls cast before him were only imitation pearls, in establishing the fact he simultaneously stamps himself as an unmistakably genuine swine. The measure of the Byzantine society's superiority over the contemporary Franks is given by the contrast between Liutprand's relatio and Anna Comnena's objective and discriminating portrait of the Norman adventurer Bohemond, a blonde beast whose pugnacity, treachery, and ambition had given her imperial father much more trouble than the Emperor Nikephoros had ever given to Liutprand and his Saxon imperial employers. A minute description of the physique of this magnificent specimen of Nordic man, whose build reproduced the proportions of the canon of Polycletus, is prefaced by Anna with a generous encomium. The like of him was not to be seen in all Romania. There was not a barbarian or a Hellene who could measure up to him. He was not only a marvel to behold, he was a legendary figure whose mere description took your breath away. The sting of this outburst of feminine eloquence was located in its tail. Nature had given him an outlet through his heroic nostrils for the mighty spirit boiling up from his heart, for it must be confessed that there was something attractive about the man's countenance, though the effect of this was marred by the intimidating impression which the whole ensemble conspired to convey. The mercilessness of a beast of prey was writ large over the whole man. It was betrayed by something about his look, and also by his laugh, which smote on other people's ears like a lion's roar. His spiritual and physical complexion was such that ferocity and lust were always rampant in him, and both these passions were perpetually seeking vent in war. This fascinating delineation of one of the arch-Franks of Anna's day is almost equalled in vividness by a panorama of Frankdom in the Mass which she introduces as an overture to her account of the descent of the First Crusade upon Orthodox Christendom. Intelligence of the approach of innumerable Frankish armies gave the Emperor Alexius considerable anxiety. he was only too familiar with the Franks' uncontrollable impetuosity, fickleness of mind and suggestibility, and with the other inveterate characteristics, primary and secondary, of the Western barbarians. He was likewise familiar with the insatiable covetousness that has made these barbarians a byword for the light-heartedness with which they take any excuse for tearing up treaties. This was the Franks' standing reputation, and it was completely confirmed by their acts. The event proved to be even more portentous and more fearful than the anticipations. It turned out that the entire West, including all the tribes of the barbarians living between the west coast of the Adriatic and the Straits of Gibraltar, had started a mass migration and was on the march, bag and baggage, for Asia through the intervening parts of Europe. The most sorely trying of the afflictions which the Emperor Alexius suffered from the passage of the First Crusade was the unlimited call which these unwelcome and obtusely inconsiderate visitors made upon the precious time of a hard-worked administrator. From crack of dawn, or at least from sunrise, Alexius made it his practice to sit on the imperial throne and to let it be known that every Western barbarian who desired an audience with him could have unrestricted access to his presence every day in the week. His motives were the immediate one of wishing to give them the opportunity of presenting their requests and the ulterior one of using the divers opportunities that conversation with them would offer to him for influencing them in the direction of his own policy. These Western barbarian barons have some awkward national characteristics: an impudence, an impetuosity, a covetousness, a lack of self-control in indulging any lust that seizes them, and, last but not least, a garrulousness for which they hold the world's record, and they showed a typical lack of discipline in their abuse of the emperor's accessibility. Each baron brought with him into the imperial presence as many retainers as he fancied, and one followed at another's heels, and a third at the second's heels, in a continuous queue. Worse still, when they held the floor they did not set themselves any time limit for their talk, such as the Attic orators used to have to observe. Each Tom, Dick, and Harry took just as much time as he chose for his talk with the emperor. Being what they were, with their inordinately wagging tongues and their entire lack of respect for the emperor, lack of sense of time, and lack of sensitivity to the indignation of the officials in attendance, they none of them thought of leaving any time over for those behind them in the queue. They just went on talking and making demands interminably. The volubility and mercenariness and banality of the Western barbarians' talk are, of course, notorious to all students of national characters, but first-hand experience has given a more thorough education in the Western barbarians' character to those who have had the misfortune to be present on these occasions. When dusk descended on the proceedings, the unfortunate emperor, who had labored through the livelong day without a chance of breaking his fast, would rise from his throne and make a motion in the direction of his private apartments, but even this broad hint did not avail to extricate him from being pestered by the barbarians. They would go on jockeying for priority with one another, and this game was played not only by those who were still left in the queue. Those who had already had their audience during the day would now keep on coming back and bringing up one pretext after another for speaking to the emperor again, while the poor man was being kept on his feet and was having to put up with this babble of chatter from the swarm of barbarians thronging round him. The affability with which this one devoted victim kept on responding to the interpellations of the multitude was a sight to see, and the unseasonable chatter had no end to it, for, whenever one of the chamberlains tried to shut the barbarians up, he would find himself shut up, instead, by the emperor, who was aware of the Franks' proneness to lose their tempers and was afraid of some trifling provocation producing an explosion that might inflict the gravest injury on the Roman Empire. A mutual antipathy of this intensity might have been expected to rule out any possibility of mutual cultural influences, yet the Crusades bore fruit in Franco-Byzantine, as well as in Franco-Muslim, interchanges of cultural goods. After acquiring from the Muslims a philosophic and scientific abstract from the corpus of Hellenic literature translated into Arabic, the medieval Western Christians tardily completed their Hellenic library by acquiring in their original tongue all the classics that had been preserved. The cultural debt of the East to the West was of a more unexpected order. The 13th-century Frankish conquerors of Constantinople and the Morea rendered to their Greek victims the same unintentional but signal literary service that the contemporary Mongol conquerors of China likewise inadvertently performed for the Chinese. In China, the temporary dethronement of the Confucian literati gave a belated opportunity for a submerged popular literature in the living vernacular language to rise to the surface of Chinese social life, where it had never been allowed to make this shocking display of its vitality under the culturally repressive rule of Confucian-minded civil servants who were the incurably devoted slaves of the ancient Cynic classics. In a barbarian-ridden Orthodox Christendom, the same cause produced the same effect on a minor scale, in the flowering of a popular lyric and epic poetry. The Morid Frankish author of the Chronicle of the Morea expressed himself in a native Greek accentual verse, entirely free from classical shackles, and foreshadowing the Greek verse of the early 19th century. The most momentous of all the gifts exchanged between a medieval Western Christendom and a contemporary Eastern Orthodox Christendom was the political institution of the absolute authoritarian state as embodied in the East Roman Empire and communicated to the West as a going concern in the Western successor state which 11th century Norman swords had carved out of the East Roman Empire's former domain in Apulia and Sicily. This became a cynosure of all Western eyes whether they beheld it with admiration or with aversion when it was embodied in the person of Frederick II Hohenstaufen, for this stupor mundi, besides inheriting through a Norman mother the kingdom of Sicily, was also West Roman emperor and withal a man of genius. The later fortunes of this Leviathan absolutism down to its totalitarian manifestations in the 20th century of the Christian era have been traced already on an earlier page of this study. See Encounters between civilizations of the first two generations. I. Encounters with the post-Alexandrine Hellenic civilization. In a post-Alexandrine Hellenic view of Hellenic history, the generation of Alexander marked a break with the past and the beginning of a new era as sharply as, in a modern Western view of modern Western history, the transition to a modern from a medieval age was marked by a conjuncture of striking new departures at the turn of the 15th and 16th centuries of the Christian era. In both these new chapters of history, the most obvious ground for a depreciation of the past by comparison with the present was the consciousness of a sudden increase in power, including both power over other human beings, manifested by military conquests, and power over physical nature, manifested in geographical explorations and scientific discoveries. The Macedonian feat of overthrowing the Achaemenidi was as exhilarating as the Spanish feat of overthrowing the Incas. But that was not all. If either a Hellene of the 3rd century BC or a Westerner of the 16th century of the Christian era had been asked to describe the sensations by which his consciousness of a new era was sustained, he would probably have given less weight to his sense of an enhancement of his society's material power than to his sense of an expansion of its mental horizon. In the sensation produced by the discovery of a hitherto fabulous India, to which the Macedonians made their way by opening up a continent and the Portuguese by mastering the ocean, the sense of power was qualified and enhanced, on both occasions, by a sense of wonder at the revelation of a marvelous alien world. In the sensation produced in the Hellenic world by the scientific discoveries of Aristotle and his successors, and in the Western world by the renaissance of the Hellenic culture, the sense of power arising from new knowledge was likewise qualified by a sense of impotence in face of the reminder of man's relative ignorance which every addition to man's understanding of the universe is apt to bring with it. The parallel between the two epochs can be carried farther. We know that the impact of the modern West has been worldwide, and we might unthinkingly assume that in this respect the post-Alexandrine Hellenic civilization cuts a comparatively poor figure. But it is not so. The post-Alexandrine Hellenic civilization was ultimately encountered by the Syriac, the Hittite, the Egyptiac, the Babylonic, the Indic, and the Cynic societies, in fact, by every single society in process of civilization that was contemporaneously extant in the Old World. But now we have to take note of an important point of difference. In studying the impact of the modern West on its contemporaries, we have found occasion to distinguish between an early modern age in which the West was radiating its entire culture, including its religion, and a late modern age in which the West was radiating a secular extract of its culture, from which the religious element had been eliminated. There is no corresponding division of chapters in the post-Alexandrine history of the radiation of Hellenism, for, by comparison with the West, Hellenism was intellectually precocious. Hellenism had started with a poor endowment in the sphere of religion, and had emerged from its religious chrysalis a full century before the opening of the Alexandrine Age. In this Hellenic crisis of spiritual emancipation, it discussed at the light-hearted immorality of the barbarian pantheon of Olympus, and a revulsion from the spiritually deeper, but also darker, stratum of religious life that was tapped by the chthonic cults of blood and soil, were quickly overborne by an unsatisfied hunger for spiritual food. When the triumphal progress of their military and intellectual conquests brought the post-Alexandrine Hellenes into contact with full-blooded non-Hellenic religions, the emotion that this experience evoked in Hellenic hearts had more in it of a wistful envy for the privileged possessors of a pearl of great price than of contempt for the dupes of a fraudulent priestcraft. The Hellenic world became uncomfortably aware of the fact that it was suffering from a religious vacuum. This receptive attitude of the post-Alexandrine Hellenic conquerors towards the religions of societies which Hellenism had taken captive on the intellectual as well as the military plane was one cause of the momentous religious consequences of an aggressive Hellenic impact on 6 other societies. We must take the measure of a post-Alexandrine Hellenism's flow and ebb if we are to see its religious consequences in their historical setting. The first objective of the Macedonian and Roman military aggressors was the economic exploitation of their victims, yet their profession of the nobler aim of propagating Hellenic culture was not insincere, as was proved by the extent of its translation from words into deeds. The Hellenic conquerors' master instrument for the fulfillment of their promise to impart the spiritual wealth of the Hellenic culture was the founding on non-Hellenic ground of city-states out of which a nucleus of Hellenic citizen colonists was to radiate the light of Hellenism. This policy was inaugurated on the grand scale by Alexander himself and was pursued thereafter, for some 4.5 centuries, by his Macedonian and Roman successors down to the Emperor Hadrian. This more or less benevolent propagation of Hellenic culture by Hellenic conquerors is not, however, so remarkable as its spontaneous imitation by non-Hellenes, with the consequence that post-Alexandrine Hellenic culture made peaceful conquests of ground never occupied by Hellenic armies, or, if occupied, rapidly relinquished by them in the ebbing of the Alexandrine tide which followed Alexander's death. The cultivation of Hellenic art in the Kushan successor state of a Bactrian Greek Empire astride the Hindu Kush in the last century BC and the 1st century of the Christian era, and the cultivation of Hellenic science and philosophy in the Sasanian and Abbasid successor states of a Seleucid Greek Empire, had to wait for its harvest until the experience of Hellenic military conquest had not only come but had gone. Similarly, the Syriac world did not begin to show a spontaneous interest in Greek science and philosophy till it had begun to shake itself loose from Hellenic domination by providing itself with a Christianity of its own in the shape of the Nestorian and Monophysite heresies and with a literary medium of its own in the shape of the Syriac language. The peaceful penetration of Hellenic culture into regions never trodden by Hellenic conquerors teaches the same lesson as Hellenism's posthumous artistic and intellectual triumphs after the ebb of its military dominion, and this Hellenic lesson is illuminating for the general study of encounters between contemporary civilizations. That light was visible to students of history in the generation of the writer of this study because they happened to know the whole story in contrast to the state of their knowledge of current encounters with the modern West, in which a flood of detailed information, out of all proportion to the meager surviving records of Hellenic history, was abruptly cut short, in the middle of the story, by the iron curtain of man's ignorance of the future. Whether the impotence of force in the cultural commerce between contemporaries was one day to be illustrated in modern Western history, as it had already been revealed in post-Alexandrine Hellenic history, was a question still unanswered in AD 1952, and this enigmatic mark of interrogation served to remind the student that those historical events that were for him the least remote, the best documented, and the most familiar were also therefore the least illuminating for the purpose of his inquiry into the general course and character of human affairs. The more remote and less fully documented history of the encounters within Hellenic society promised to teach him more about this, and, in particular, more about the outcome of encounters between civilizations on the religious plane. To the 20th century Western historian it was evident that, by his day, the spontaneous acceptance of Hellenic art in a 5th century Cynic world and of Hellenic science and philosophy in a 9th century Syriac world had gone the same way as the feats of Macedonian and Roman armies. The artistic and intellectual, like the military and political, transactions between a post-Alexandrine Hellenism and its contemporaries were by this time a closed account. On the other hand, the continuing impact of the results of these encounters on the life of mankind in the 20th century was proclaimed by the allegiance of an overwhelming majority of the living generation of mankind to one or other of four religions: Christianity, Islam, the Mahayana, and Hinduism, whose historical epiphanies could be traced back to episodes in a now extinct Hellenism's encounters with now extinct Oriental civilizations, and, if the future course of human affairs were to vindicate an intuition that the universal churches embodying the higher religions were an apter vehicle than civilizations were for helping human beings to make their pilgrim's progress towards the goal of human endeavors, it would follow that the encounters with the post-Alexandrine Hellenism shed a light which the encounters with the modern West did not shed upon the main theme of any general study of history. 2. Encounters with the pre-Alexandrine Hellenic civilization. The drama in which the pre-Alexandrine Hellenic society was the protagonist was performed in the same Mediterranean theatre that, some 1800 years later, was to be the scene of a play in which a medieval Western Christendom was to take the principal part, and in both performances there were three actors on the stage. The two rivals of a pre-Alexandrine Hellenism were the sister Syriac society and the fossilized remnant of a prematurely shattered Hittite society which had preserved its existence in the fastnesses of the Taurus. In the competition between these parties for the dominion of the Mediterranean basin, the Syriac society was represented by the Phoenicians and the Hittite by the seafarers who, in the overseas territories in which they won a footing, became known in Greek as Tyrrhenians and in Latin as Etruscans to their Hellenic rivals. In this three-cornered contest, which opened in the 8th century B.C., the prizes were the shores of the Western Mediterranean, whose culturally backward natives were no match for any of the three rival intruding societies, the shores of the Black Sea opening onto the great western bay of the Eurasian steppe, which gave access in turn to the arable belt of black earth along the steppe's northwestern fringe, and the long since intensively cultivated land of Egypt, whose civilization had reached a point of decrepitude at which it was no longer able to keep one alien neighbor at bay without enlisting the services of another. In the struggle for these prizes, the Hellenes enjoyed several advantages over both their competitors. Their most manifest advantage was geographical. The Hellenic base of operations in the Aegean was closer to the Western Mediterranean, and much closer to the Black Sea, than the Etruscan and Phoenician bases at the eastern extremity of the Mediterranean were to either of these objectives. Then, the Hellenes possessed another advantage in the head of population which had accumulated as a result of a victory of the lowlands over the highlands in the preceding chapter of Hellenic history. The consequent pressure of population on the means of subsistence in Hellas gave the Hellenes expansion and explosive force and stimulated them to follow up the establishment of trading posts overseas by making this new world into a Magna Graecia through a rapid and intensive settlement of Hellenic agricultural colonists on the land. Our scanty evidence gives the impression that neither the Etruscans nor the Phoenicians had a comparable amount of manpower to dispose of in this age, and it is at any rate clear that neither of them in fact emulated the Hellenic achievement of making a new world their own by colonizing it. The third advantage enjoyed by the Hellenes was, like the first, a result of their geographical situation. The opening of the Mediterranean competition between these three rivals happened to coincide in date with the opening of the last and worst bout of Assyrian militarism, to which the Phoenicians and Etruscans on the Asiatic mainland were exposed, while the Hellenes were fortunate in living far enough to the west to be exempt from it. 1. Considering these handicaps, it is remarkable that the Phoenicians and Etruscans should have done as well as they did. In the race for the Black Sea they were, as one would expect, entirely defeated. The Black Sea became an Hellenic lake, and, in the period of quiescence on the steppe after the eruption of the Cimmerian and Scythian nomads, the Hellenic masters of the Black Sea and the Scythian masters of the Great Western Bay of the Eurasian steppe entered into a profitable commercial partnership in which the cereal harvests raised by the Scythian sedentary subjects on the Black Earth were exported overseas to feed Hellenic urban populations in the Aegean basin in exchange for Hellenic luxury goods designed to suit the royal Scythians' taste. In the Western Mediterranean the struggle lasted longer and went through many vicissitudes, but here also it ended in an Hellenic victory. Even in the shorter race for Egypt, which was the one goal out of the three where the advantage of geographical proximity did not lie with the Hellenes, the 7th century saw the Hellenes again carry off the prize, by supplying the Egyptian government of the pharaoh liberator Psammitichus I with the Ionian and Carian brazen men from the sea whom he enlisted for the task of expelling the Assyrian garrisons from the lower Nile Valley in the years 658 to 651 BC. Towards the middle of the 6th century BC, it looked as if the Hellenes had not only won their maritime competition for the Mediterranean basin but were also in a fair way to inheriting the Assyrians' continental empire in southwest Asia. Nearly half a century before Psammitichus's Hellenic mercenaries had turned the Assyrians out of Egypt, Sennacherib had been incensed by an audacious insurrection of interloping Hellenic brazen men from the sea on the Cilician coast of his dominions, and it looks as if the Assyrian Empire's Neo-Babylonian successor state followed the example of Egypt in hiring Hellenic mercenaries, if we may assume that other Hellenic soldiers of fortune served in Nebuchadnezzar's bodyguard besides a lesbian. Antimenidas, whose name and record happen to have been saved from oblivion by the accident of his having been a brother of the poet Alcaeus. Alexander's conquest of the Achaemenid Empire was preceded and foreshadowed by the wholesale employment of Hellenic mercenaries by the Achaemenidi themselves. It might have seemed as if an Alexander could have stepped onto the stage of history 2 centuries in advance of his actual date. But in truth the stage was set, not for a phantom precursor of Alexander, but for an actual Cyrus. The Hellene 6th century prospects in Egypt and southwest Asia were blotted out within the 20 years or so that elapsed between Cyrus's conquest of the Lydian Empire circa 547 BC, and his successor Cambyses' conquest of Egypt circa 525 BC. Cyrus's stroke, which substituted an outlandish Persian for a familiar Lydian suzerainty over the Hellenic city-states along the western seaboard of Anatolia, was the sharper as well as the more surprising of the two, but Cambyses' conquest of Egypt dealt the Hellenes a further double blow. It depreciated the military prestige of the brazen men and it placed Greek commercial interests in Egypt at the mercy of Persian goodwill. Moreover, these Hellenic reverses were accentuated by the no less signal and sudden benefits which the Persian Empire builders conferred on the Syrophoenicians. The same Achaemenian policy which allowed the Jews to return from their Babylonian captivity and to construct a politically insignificant temple state round their ancestral city, Jerusalem, gave the Syrophoenician cities along the coast not merely autonomy for themselves but a dominion, under Achaemenian suzerainty, over other Syrian communities which placed them on at least a par with the most powerful city-states of the Hellenic world. Economically, their gains were even more striking. They found themselves partners in a commonwealth which stretched away inland from their Syrian shore of the Mediterranean Sea to the almost fabulously distant northeastern outposts of Homo Agricola on the Sogdian dry shore of the great Eurasian steppe. Meanwhile there had arisen in the west a Phoenician colony which had surpassed in wealth and power the Syrian city from which it sprang, much as, in the 20th century of the Christian era, the chief transatlantic colony of the modern West had surpassed the European states from which its citizens had emigrated. Carthage took the lead in the Phoenician counter-offensive which, from an Hellenic standpoint, might be called the First Punic War, had that name not been annexed by a much later act in the same long drawn-out drama. The result was indecisive, but it may be said that, before the end of the 6th century BC, the expansion of the Hellenic world had been arrested on all sides by a combination of the threatened members of competing societies, and it might have been expected that, after this, the hitherto mobile eastern and western frontiers between an Hellenic and a Syriac world would settle down along the lines that the Achaemenian and Carthaginian empire builders had drawn. Yet this equilibrium was upset almost as soon as the 5th century BC had begun. We are on the threshold of one of the most famous wars of history. How was the historian to account for this surprisingly unhappy denouement? An Hellenic student of human affairs would have found the cause of the calamity in some act of hybris, the pride that goes before a fall, the madness with which the gods inflict those whom they wish to destroy, and a modern Western inquirer might refrain from contesting this supernatural explanation while pushing his inquiries farther on a merely human level. The human cause of the renewal of the conflict was an error in Achaemenian statesmanship, and this error was a miscalculation into which empire builders are prone to fall when they have made sensationally wide and rapid conquests over populations that have proved easy game because their spirit has already been broken by previous harrowing experiences. In such circumstances, the empire builders are apt to attribute their success entirely to their own prowess, without recognizing their debt to forerunners whose ruthless plowshares have broken the soil before the eventual empire builders' arrival on the scene to reap their easy harvest, and an overweening self-confidence, bred by this mistaken belief in their own invincibility, then leads them on to court disaster by rashly attacking still unbroken peoples whose spirit and capacity for resistance takes them by surprise. This is the story of the disaster suffered in Afghanistan in AD 1838-42 by British conquerors of the derelict domain of a broken-down Mughal Raj in India, who had light-heartedly assumed that the unscathed highlanders of eastern Iran would submit themselves as tamely as the stricken population of a subcontinent whose demoralizing experience of 5 centuries of alien rule had been crowned by the agony of a century of anarchy. Probably Cyrus had imagined that he was bequeathing to his successors a definitive northwest frontier when he had completed his conquest of the Lydian dominions by subjugating the Asiatic Greek communities that had previously acknowledged the suzerainty of Lydia. Yet Apollo's warning to King Croesus of Lydia that, if he crossed the river Halys, he would destroy a great power might have been addressed to Croesus's conqueror Cyrus, while he paused on the opposite bank of the same river, with no less prescience on a rather longer view, for, in conquering the Lydian Empire, Cyrus was unwittingly bequeathing to his successors an entanglement with the Hellenic world which was eventually to be the death of the Achaemenian Empire. Cyrus had got rid of an unsatisfactory river frontier with Lydia, the river Halys, by extending his dominion over a conquered Lydia to the coast of Anatolia. Darius reckoned that he would get rid of an unsatisfactory sea frontier with an independent remnant of Hellas by bringing the whole of Hellas under his sovereignty. After the last embers of Hellenic revolt in Asia had been stamped out in 493 BC, he immediately started operations against Hellas and Europe. The upshot was the series of historic defeats which 20th-century Western heirs of Hellas still remembered as historic victories at Marathon, Salamis, Plataea, and Mycale. In retorting to the revolt of his Hellenic subjects in Asia by resolving to conquer their kinsmen and accomplices in Europe, Darius had converted a 7-years-long insurrection, 499-493 BC, into a 51-years-long war, 499-449 BC, by the end of which the Achaemenidae had to reconcile themselves to the loss of their West Anatolian seaboard. During the same period, a Carthaginian attack on the Hellenes in Sicily had ended in an even greater catastrophe for the aggressor, and this Hellenic victory in the west on land was followed by another at sea when the Etruscans attacked the Campanian outpost of the Hellenic world at Cumae, on the west coast of Italy, a little to the west of Naples. Thus matters stood at the fatal date 431 BC, which saw the outbreak of a fratricidal conflict between Hellene and Hellene, the Atheno-Peloponnesian War. The warfare thus begun within the bosom of the Hellenic society spelled its breakdown, for it dragged on, with brief truces, until a settlement was dictated in 338 BC by King Philip of Macedon. The Hellenic Civil War obviously presented both the Carthaginians and the Achaemenidae with an irresistible temptation to take advantage of their Hellenic rivals' apparently suicidal mania. In yielding to this temptation, the Carthaginians achieved little, but the Persians considerable, success. But their success did not profit them long, for one result of the fratricidal warfare in Hellas was to make the Hellenes past masters in the art of war, and the Achaemenian and Carthaginian empires were swept away as soon as the new Hellenic weapons were turned by Macedonian and Roman warlords against the Hellenic world's hereditary enemies. Thus the military and political aggression of the Hellenic society against its neighbors entered on the wider scope which was surveyed in the previous chapter, but there was also a cultural plane of action on which enduring Pacific conquests were made by the Hellenic civilization before, as well as after, the generation of Alexander the Great. The natives of Sicily, who did their utmost to resist Greek conquest by force of arms, were at the same time voluntarily adopting the language, religion, and art of their Greek assailants. Even in the barred zone asterisk behind the Carthaginian wooden curtain, within which no Hellenic merchant was allowed to penetrate, the Carthaginians imported Greek products which were more attractive than anything that they themselves could produce, much as the government of Napoleonic France, after having made a show of excluding British merchandise by a Berlin decree, surreptitiously imported British boots and greatcoats for the use of the Napoleonic armies. The Hellenization of the peoples of the western provinces of the Achaemenian Empire had been started long before that empire had come into existence, by the radiation of Hellenic culture from the Asiatic Greek cities through the kingdom of Lydia. Croesus figures in the pages of Herodotus as an enthusiastic Hellenizer. But a pre-Alexandrine Hellenism's most fruitful cultural conquests were made among the Etruscans and other non-Hellenic peoples along the west coast of Italy. The Etruscans had become Hellenes by adoption before they came under the rule of Roman Empire builders who had acquired much of their own Hellenism at second hand from their Etruscan neighbors. The Hellenization of Rome was, of course, the most important cultural conquest that the Hellenes ever achieved at any stage of their history, for the Romans, whatever their origin, took up a task that had proved beyond the power of the Etruscan settlers on the West Italian coast to the north of them and the Greek settlers on the West Italian coast to the south of them and the Massilian pioneers of Hellenism near the delta of the Rhone. After the Italiate Greeks had succumbed to an Oscan, and the Etruscans to a Celtic, barbarian counteroffensive, the Romans carried a Latinized Hellenism over the Apennines, the Po, and the Alps till they had planted it right across the continental European hinterland of the Mediterranean, from the delta of the Danube to the mouths of the Rhine and, across the Straits of Dover, in Britain. 3. Tares and wheat. Our survey of encounters between contemporaries one has made us aware that the only fruitful results of these encounters are the works of peace, and most mournfully aware that these creatively peaceful interchanges are rare indeed by comparison with the stultifying and disastrous conflicts that are apt to arise when two or more diverse cultures come into conflict with one another. If we scan the field once more, we shall observe in the intercourse between the Indic and the Cynic civilizations one instance of a peaceful interchange which seems as fruitful as it seems at first sight free from the blight of violence. The Mahayana was transmitted from the Indic to the Cynic world without the two societies ever falling into war with one another, and the peacefulness of the intercourse which produced this historic effect was advertised in the traffic of Buddhist missionaries from India to China and of Buddhist pilgrims from China to India, both by the sea route through the Straits of Malacca and by the land route across the Tarim Basin from the 4th to the 7th century of the Christian era. However, when we consider the land route, which was the more frequented of the two, we find that it was opened up, not by Indic or Cynic men of peace, but by Bactrian Greek pioneers of an intrusive Hellenic society and by these Greeks' Kishan barbarian successors, and that it was created by these men of war for purposes of military aggression by the Greeks against the Indic Mauryan Empire and by the Kishans against the Cynic Han Empire. If we are in search of an instance of a spiritually fruitful encounter between contemporaries in which there is no evidence of any concomitant military conflict, we shall have to look farther back into the past than the age of the civilizations of the second generation to a time before the Egyptian civilization had been galvanized by the shock of the Hyksos invasion into an unnatural prolongation of an already complete term of life. In that preceding age, from the turn of the 22nd and 21st centuries to the turn of the 18th and 17th centuries B.C., an Egyptiac universal state in the shape of the Middle Kingdom and a Sumeric universal state in the shape of the Empire of Sumer and Akkad had been living side by side, and alternating in the exercise of a control over the Syrian land bridge between them, without, so far as is known, ever falling into a clash of arms. This apparently peaceful contact was, however, apparently also sterile, and we must peer farther back still to find what we are looking for. In the investigation of so early a chapter in the histories of civilizations, the knowledge accumulated by modern Western archaeological discovery still left the 20th century historian groping in an historical twilight, yet, subject to this caution, we may recall our tentative finding that the worship of Isis and Osiris, which came to play so vital a part in Egyptian spiritual life, was a gift from a disintegrating Sumeric world where the heart-rending yet heart-consoling figures of the sorrowing wife or mother and her suffering husband or son had made their earliest epiphany under the names of Ishtar and Tammuz. if it be indeed true that a worship which was the harbinger of all other higher religions was transmitted from the society in which it had first arisen to the children of a contemporary civilization without the strife and bloodshed by which so many of the subsequent encounters between contemporaries were to be marred, we may have caught here one glimpse of the bow in the cloud that lowers over the histories of those contacts between civilizations in which the parties to the encounter have met one another in the flesh. 1 Finlay, G. A History of Greece, BC 146 to AD 1864, Oxford 1877, Clarendon Press, 7 volumes, Volume V, pages 284 to 5. 1 Ricote, Sir P., The Present State of the Ottoman Empire, London 1668, Starkey and Brome, p. 82. 1 Spear, T.G.P., The Nabobs, A Study of the Social Life of the English in 18th Century India, London 1932, Milford, pages 136, 137, and 145. 1 A Punch cartoon, apropos of this war, entitled Jap the Giant Killer, illustrates the amiably frivolous attitude of the British public at the time. 1 It was, for example, a commonplace of English history that the powers given to the Commons by the Tudors were used by them against the Stuarts. 1 I hate you and I love you, perhaps you ask why. I do not know, but that is how I feel, and it tortures me. 1 The Maghreb, meaning, in Arabic, the West, is the Islamic name for the northwestern shoulder of Africa consisting of the latter-day Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco. This Africa Minor is virtually an island, for the Sahara Desert insulates it from tropical Africa, Africa proper, more effectively than the Mediterranean Sea insulates it from Europe. 1 The 3 atrocious acts that made the breach irreparable were the massacre of Frankish residents in the East Roman Empire in AD 1182, the sack of Salonika by an avenging Norman expeditionary force in AD 1185, and the sack of Constantinople by a Franco-Venetian expeditionary force in AD 1204, the Fourth Crusade. 1 Liutprandi Relatio de Legatione Constantinopolitana, ch. 12. 1 Similarly, in the 17th century of the Christian era, the insular English enjoyed an advantage over their continental Dutch competitors for transoceanic trade by reason of the fact that the Dutch were exposed, as the English were not, to the military onslaughts of Habsburg and Bourbon continental empire builders. 1 Sections concerning encounters with the Syriac society and encounters with the Egyptiac society in the age of the late kingdom have been omitted in this abridgment. XXXII The drama of encounters between contemporaries. 1. Concatenations of encounters. The discovery that encounters between contemporary societies may present themselves, not singly, but in concatenations. 1 was made in the 5th century BC. By Herodotus, when he set himself to give an account of the then recent conflict between the Achaemenian Empire and the independent Hellenic city-states in continental European Greece. He divined that, to make his story intelligible, he must place it in the setting of its historical antecedents, and, viewing it from this angle, he perceived that the Greco-Persian conflict was the latest episode in a causally related succession of collisions of the same character. The victim of an aggression is not content simply to defend himself; if his defense is successful he passes over into a counter-offensive. No doubt the earlier acts of the Herodotian drama appear to the sophisticated modern reader as more amusing than enlightening, for their plot is an alternating series of abductions of a succession of 2 attractive young women. The Phoenicians start the feud, as one would expect in the Hellenic version of the story, by abducting Hellenic Io. The Hellenes retaliate by abducting Phoenician Europa, the Hellenes then abduct Colchian Media, the Trojans abduct Hellenic Helen, and the Hellenes retaliate by besieging Troy. This was all very foolish, since it was obvious that these women would not have got themselves abducted if they had not so desired, and in any case Paris must have failed to bring his lady home, for it was also obvious that the Trojans would have surrendered her, had they been in a position to do so, rather than undergo a 10-year siege. At least, This is how the legends emerge from a cold douche of the rationalism which is one of Herodotus' many endearing characteristics. Anyhow, at the making of the Trojan War by the Greeks, Ares replaces Aphrodite as the presiding deity in the proceedings, and, however skeptical we may be about the series of abductions, it must be agreed that Herodotus showed profound insight in regarding a Greco-Phoenician encounter as an earlier act in the concatenation which included the Greco-Persian War. We need not recapitulate our own view of this particular concatenation down to the Persian Wars, but will proceed at once to trace the chain of offensives and counter-offensives onwards into post-Herodotian times, and to see where it will lead us. 1. The sensational defeat of the Persian invasions of Greece was only the first installment of the penalty that this act of aggression drew down on the heads of its perpetrators. The ultimate nemesis was Philip of Macedon's decision to turn the tables by conquering the Achaemenian Empire, and Alexander the Great, who was as sensationally successful in executing his father's political testament as Xerxes had been sensationally unsuccessful in executing that of his father Darius, opened the first act in a new drama. The destruction of the Achaemenian Empire in the 4th century BC by Alexander, and of the Carthaginian Empire in the 3rd century BC by Rome, gave the Hellenic society a dominion over its neighbors which far exceeded the most ambitious dreams of 6th century Hellenic adventurers who had sailed as traders to Tarsus or had served as mercenaries in Egypt or Babylon. But this portentous career of post-Alexandrine Hellenic aggression duly evoked a reaction on its Oriental victims' part, and the eventual success of this reaction tardily restored a long upset equilibrium when, 1,000 years after Alexander's passage of the Dardanelles, the undoing of his work was completed by primitive Muslim Arabs who, in a series of lightning campaigns, liberated all the once Syriac territories, from Syria to Spain inclusive, that, at the opening of the 7th century of the Christian era, had still been under the rule of the Roman Empire or its Visigothic successor state. The re-establishment of a Syriac universal state in the shape of an Arab caliphate which embraced the former domains of both the Achaemenian and the Carthaginian empires might have terminated this concatenation of encounters. Unfortunately, the Arab avengers of a Syriac society that had been the victim of Hellenic aggression were not content to evict the aggressor from territories on which he had trespassed. They proceeded to repeat Darius's error of passing over into the counter-offensive without having the excuse of finding themselves poised on an untenable frontier that must be moved forward if it was not to be set back. The Arabs crossed the natural frontier of the Taurus to besiege Constantinople in AD 673-7 and again in AD 717, they crossed the natural frontier of the Pyrenees to invade France in AD 732, and in the next century the natural frontier of the sea to conquer Crete and Sicily and Apulia and to establish bridgeheads on the Mediterranean coast of western Christendom from the Rhone to the Garigliano. These wanton aggressions incurred their nemesis in due course. The explosive reaction of a medieval western Christendom whose latent energies had been fired by the Muslim aggressions of the 8th and 9th centuries of the Christian era found expression in the Crusades, and these in turn provoked the counter-reaction that was to be expected on the part of their victims. The efforts of Saladin, and of other champions of Islam before and after him, evicted the Frankish Crusaders from Syria, and the Osmanlis completed the Greek Orthodox Christians' unfinished work of evicting them from Romania as well. When the Ottoman Emperor Mehmed II the Conqueror, reigned AD 1451-81, had done his life work of providing an Islamic universal state for a disintegrating Greek Orthodox world, yet another opportunity of breaking off the conflict at a point of equilibrium was offered and was rejected. Just as the Arabic Muslims of the 8th and the 9th century had intruded on Western Christendom where they had no occasion, in France and Italy and elsewhere, and thereby provoked an energetic but ultimately unsuccessful medieval Western counter-offensive in the shape of the Crusades, so, in the 16th and 17th centuries of the Christian era, the Turkish Muslims also intruded where they had no occasion, pushing up the Danube towards the homelands of the West. This time the Western reaction took a more original and more portentous form. The envelopment of Western Christendom by the horns of the Ottoman Crescent came near enough to success to persuade the Westerners to cut their losses in the Mediterranean cul-de-sac and reinvest their energies in embarking on a conquest of the ocean which was to make them the masters of the world, and this staggeringly successful response by the West seemed, to an observer situated midway through the 20th century of the Christian era, to be evolving a counter-response, or perhaps several counter-responses. We have come a long way from the abductions of Io and Europa, and the end is not yet. 2. Diversities of response. Our survey of encounters, and, more clearly still, perhaps, our survey of the concatenation of encounters which we have taken as an illustration of that type of series, suggests that, in each encounter, there is apt to be an assailant on one side and a victim of assault on the other. However, since these terms imply a moral judgment, it may be better to use the morally neutral terms agent and reagent, or, to employ terms with which an earlier part of the study has made us familiar, the party that challenges and the party that responds to the challenge. It is now our purpose to consider and classify the kinds of reaction or response that have been evoked in societies thus challenged. It is of course conceivable that the original agent's assault may be so overwhelming that the assaulted party may be subjugated, or even annihilated, without offering any effective resistance. This had no doubt been the fate of many primitive societies which had had the misfortune to encounter civilizations. They had gone, as the dodo went on the arrival of modern Western man on Mauritius. Others, more or less fortunate than the dodo, were eking out an inconspicuous existence, interesting to anthropologists, in human zoos or reserves. But our concern is with civilizations, and we have already seen reason to doubt whether any civilization, even the fragile and apparently irretrievably broken civilizations of Middle and Andean America, had even suffered this fate. After a long death in life they might arise again, as the Syriac society had reappeared and had resumed its life story after 1,000 years of submergence under the incubus of the Hellenic society. In surveying the alternative types of reaction by an assaulted civilization, we will begin with those that are retorts in kind to the action by which they have been evoked, and the most conspicuous form of a retort in kind is the reply to force by force. For example, the Hindu and Orthodox Christian victims of an aggressive Iranic Muslim militarism retorted by turning militant themselves. This was the Sikhs and the Marathas' retort to the Mughals, and the Greek and Serb nationalists' retort to the Osmanlis. History is crowded with examples in which a militarily inferior party has retorted in kind by mastering its assailant's military technique. The Russian Tsar Peter the Great is said to have remarked, after his army had suffered an ignominious defeat at Narva at the hands of Charles XII of Sweden, "This man will teach us how to beat him." Whether he actually said such words or not is of no importance because the facts speak for themselves, and the facts are that Charles taught, and Peter learned, and Charles was beaten. The communist successors of the Petrine regime had gone one step further than Peter. Not content to master the industrial and military techniques of a Germany and a United States who had been Russia's successive Western enemies in and after the Second World War, the Russian communists created a new form of warfare in which the old-fashioned method of fighting by physical force was to be replaced by a spiritual combat in which the master weapon would be ideological propaganda. The instrument of propaganda, which communism brought into action as a new weapon in the arena of mundane power politics, was not created by its new employers ex nihilo. It had been fashioned first by the missionaries of the higher religions, and had been adapted next by a modern Western society of shopkeepers to the purposes of salesmanship. While the communist propaganda could hardly improve on the practice of contemporary Western commercial advertising in the lavishness of its outlay and the painstakingness of its market research, it aimed at, and achieved, results that were both different and more important. It showed itself capable of reawakening a long-dormant enthusiasm in spiritually starved Western souls that were so hungry for the bread without which man shall not live that they swallowed the word which communism gave them without pausing to ask whether this was God's word or Antichrist's. Communism called upon post-Christian man to cure himself of a childish nostalgia for a justly discredited otherworldly utopia by transferring his allegiance from a non-existent God to a very present human race to whose service he could devote all his powers by working for the attainment of an earthly paradise. The Cold War, in fact, was a response on the plane of propaganda to a challenge on the plane of physical armaments, and this was not the first response on a non-military plane that the old-fashioned military challenge had evoked. The spiritual response of Communist Russia became less spiritually impressive to the Westerner when he reminded himself, if he needed the reminder, that this ideological propaganda was only an ancillary weapon in the armory of an imperialistic power that had already armed itself to the teeth with the weapons of physical force. We pass on to cases in which the use of force as a retort to force was wholly discarded, and here also it would be a mistake to attribute any moral superiority. In such cases it would usually be found either that an adequate display of force was out of the question or that force had been tried and had failed. A striking example of a pacific response to a military challenge is furnished by the encirclement of the Babylonic world by the Syriac society in the Achaemenian age as a result of a cultural conversion of Iranian barbarians who had become rulers of a universal state. The missionaries of the Syriac culture who had thus defeated their Babylonic conquerors in a captivation of Iranian souls were neither military nor merchant adventurers, they were displaced persons who had been deported by Assyrian or Babylonian warlords with the object of making it once and for all impossible for them to re-establish their beloved Israel's or Judah's military and political power, and their conquerors' calculation had proved correct as far as it had gone. The reaction by which the Babylonic militarist Syriac victims eventually wrested the initiative out of their oppressors' hands had been quite beyond the oppressors' purview. The oppressors had so utterly failed to reckon with the possibility of any retort on the cultural plane that, with their own hands, they had planted their victims in a cultural mission field which these exiles would never have visited if they had not been posted there by force against their wills. In thus exerting itself to impress its cultural influence on the Gentiles among whom it had been scattered abroad, a Syriac diaspora was moved by a concern to preserve its communal identity. In the histories of the Jewish and other Deracenes, the same concern was more apt to express itself in the opposite policy of self-isolation, and self-isolation in reply to molestation is another variety of the type of reaction which operates on a different plane from the action to which it is a rejoinder. This policy of isolationism presents itself in its simplest form when practiced by a society whose habitat happens to be a physical fastness. An insular Japanese society, in its first encounter with the pre-industrialized West, had reacted to Portuguese intruders in this way, and the same response was successfully made at about the same time to the same intruders by the Abyssinians in their mountain fastness. The plateau of Tibet likewise provided an almost inaccessible fastness for a tantric Mahayanian fossil of an extinct Indic society. But none of these feats of physical isolationism, aided by geographical factors, can compare in historical interest with the psychological isolationism which was a diaspora's retort to the same threat to its survival, for a diaspora had to face this threat in geographical circumstances which, so far from aiding it, placed it at the mercy of its neighbors. Such an isolationism is a strictly negative proceeding, and, wherever it has met with any measure of success, it will usually be found to have been accompanied by other reactions of a more positive order. In the life of a diaspora, its psychological self-isolation would prove impossible if those who practiced it did not, at the same time, develop on the economic plane a special efficiency in the exploitation of such economic opportunities as had been left open to them. An almost uncanny aptitude for economic specialization and a meticulous observance of jots and tittles of a traditional law are a diaspora's two main devices for providing itself with artificial substitutes for impregnable frontiers or military prowess. The device of replying to force by a retort on the cultural plane has also been used by societies that have been hard hit by the impact of an alien power without having been reduced to the desperate straits of a diaspora. The Orthodox Christian Araiya of the Osmanlis and the Hindu Araiya of the Mughals both succeeded in turning the tables on these men of the sword by a counterstroke with the pen. The Muslim conquerors of India and Orthodox Christendom allowed the mirage of their past military triumphs to blind them to the realities of the next chapter of history, in which their kingdom was being divided and given to the Franks. The Araia foresaw the coming triumph of the West and adapted themselves to the new order. But all these nonviolent responses to the challenge of force that have so far been passed in review are, of course, eclipsed by the supremely pacific and at the same time supremely positive response of creating a higher religion. The impact of an Hellenic society on its Oriental contemporaries was answered in this fashion by the epiphany of Sib worship, Isis worship, Mithraism, Christianity, and the Mahayana, and a military impact of the Babylonic society on the Syriac evoked the epiphany of Judaism and Zoroastrianism. This religious type of response, however, carries us beyond the limits of our present inquiry into the diverse ways in which one civilization may respond to a challenge delivered by another, for, when an encounter between two civilizations thus gives occasion for a higher religion to make its appearance, the entry of this new actor signifies the opening of a new play with a different cast and plot. The word concatenation is often loosely used, and it may be helpful to the reader who knows no Latin to be told that catena means a chain, and that a concatenation of events is therefore a series in which one incident leads on to another. Some further remarks of Herodotus' theory will be found in the note at the end of this part, p. 238. XXXIII The consequences of encounters between contemporaries. 1. Aftermaths of unsuccessful assaults. The effect of an encounter between contemporary civilizations is apt to be a disturbing one for both parties, even in the most favorable circumstances, as when a civilization in its growth stage successfully repels an assault. The classic example here is the effect on the Hellenic society of its repulse of the assault delivered by the Achaemenid Empire. The first perceptible social effect of this military triumph was to give Hellenism a stimulus to which it responded by bursting into flower in every field of activity. Yet, within 50 years, the political outcome of this same encounter came to a climax in a disaster which Hellas first failed to avert and then failed to retrieve, and the root of her post-Salaminian political disaster was the same sudden brilliant emergence of Athens which had likewise been the root of the post-Salaminian outburst of Hellenic cultural achievement. We have noticed elsewhere in this study that, in the age preceding the Great Persian War, Hellas had accomplished an economic revolution through which she had enabled herself to maintain a growing population within a no longer expanding domain by substituting a new economic regime of specialization and interdependence for an old one in which each single Hellenic city-state had been an economically autonomous unit. In this economic revolution Athens had played the decisive part, but the new economic regime could not be maintained unless it could be housed within the framework of a new political regime of the same order. Before the close of the 6th century BC, some form of political unification had thus become the Hellenic world's most urgent social need, and it had looked as if the solution would be found, not by the Athens of Solon and Pisistratus, but by the Sparta of Ion and Cleomenes. Unhappily, in the crisis with which Hellas was confronted by Darius' fateful resolve to bring European as well as Asiatic Hellas under Achaemenian rule, Sparta left it to Athens to play the bow role, with the result that a Hellas in need of salvation through unity was afflicted with a pair of rival saviors of approximately equal potency. The upshot was the Atheno-Peloponnesian War, and all that followed therefrom. This plight of political polarization was also the fate by which the Hellenic world's successor, Orthodox Christendom, was overtaken in the sequel to its still more amazing victory, in the hour of its own birth, over a Syriac society which had been re-established in the form of the Arab Caliphate. On the morrow of the Arabs' attempt to take Constantinople in AD 673-7, Orthodox Christendom came within an ace of committing suicide when an Anatolic and an Armeniac army corps threatened to engage in a fratricidal strife for supremacy. The situation was saved by the genius of the emperors Leo III and his son Constantine V, who persuaded the rival army corps to liquidate their feud by agreeing to merge themselves in a unitary East Roman Empire that made an irresistible appeal to their loyalty by presenting itself as a Rome risen from the dead. This raising of a ghost, however, is not a means of salvation that can be embraced with impunity, and, in saddling an infant Orthodox Christendom with the incubus of an absolute authoritarian state, Leo Cyrus gave an unfortunate, and in the long run fatal, turn to this society's political development. If we now take examples of the aftermaths of unsuccessful assaults, in the history, not of the victorious respondent, but of the foiled assailant, we shall find that the consequent challenges have proved severe a fortiori. The Hittites, for example, were left so desperately weak by overexertion in their unsuccessful attempt to conquer the Asiatic territories of Egypt in the 14th and 13th centuries BC, that they were subsequently submerged by the wave of a post-Minoan Völkerwanderung, and henceforth survived only in a cluster of fossil communities astride the Taurus. The aftermath of the Siciliot Greeks' abortive aggression against their Phoenician and Etruscan competitors took the milder form of a political paralysis which did not cripple their artistic and intellectual activities. 2. Aftermaths of successful assaults. A. Effects on the body social. We have observed in an earlier part of this study that, in encounters between contemporaries in which the assailant's impact has resulted in a successful penetration of the assaulted body by the assailant's cultural radiation, the two parties to the encounter usually prove to have been already in process of disintegration, and we have also observed that one of the criteria of disintegration is the schism of the body social into a minority that has become merely dominant instead of creative and a proletariat that has become morally alienated from its former leaders, who have now become merely masters. This social schism is likely to have occurred already in the body social of a society whose cultural radiation is successfully penetrating the body social of one of its neighbors, and the social symptom that is the most signal consequence of this always untoward and often undesired success is an aggravation of the problem which the alienation of an internal proletariat presents in any case. A proletariat is intrinsically an awkward element in a society, even when it is a purely homegrown product, but the awkwardness is sharply accentuated if its numerical strength is reinforced, and its cultural pattern variegated, by an intake of alien population. History furnishes striking examples of empires which have been unwilling to add to their problems by increasing their alien proletariats. The Roman Emperor Augustus deliberately refused to allow his armies to attempt to extend his frontiers beyond the Euphrates. The Austrian Habsburg Empire, both during the 18th century and afterwards during the period of German victories in the first half of the First World War, similarly displayed a reluctance to extend its frontiers southeastwards and thereby to increase the Slav elements in its already all too variegated population. The United States of America, after the conclusion of the same war, secured the same end by entirely different means, namely by drastically reducing, through the enactments of AD 1921 and 1924, the number of the would-be immigrants whom it would permit to enter its territory from overseas. In the 19th century the government of the United States had proceeded on the optimistic principle to which the Jewish novelist, Israel Zangwill, gave the nickname of the melting pot. It was assumed, that is to say, that all immigrants, or, at least, all immigrants from Europe, could be rapidly converted into dyed-in-the-wool patriotic Americans, and that therefore, since the vast territories of the Union were industrially underpopulated, the Republic would do well to welcome all, on the principle of the more the merrier. After the First World War a more somber view prevailed. It was felt that the melting pot was in danger of being overworked. Whether the exclusion of alien proletarian physical bodies would ensure the exclusion of alien proletarian spiritual ideas, dangerous thought, in the Japanese phrase, was, of course, another question, to which the answer proved to be in the negative. The social price that a successfully aggressive civilization has to pay is a seepage of its alien victims' exotic culture into the life stream of the aggressor society's internal proletariat and a proportionate widening of the moral gulf that already yawns between this alienated proletariat and a would-be dominant minority. The Roman satirist Juvenal, writing early in the 2nd century of the Christian era, had noted that the Syriac Orient was flowing into the Tiber. In a modern Western society that had radiated its influence over the whole habitable globe, not only the Little Orient but also the Great Ganges and Great Yangtze had flowed into the Thames and the Hudson, while the Danube had reversed its direction and had deposited a cultural alluvium of Rumen and Serb and Bulgar and Greek proselytes upstream in an overfilled melting pot at Vienna. The effects of a successful assault on the body social of the assaulted party are more complex, without being less pernicious. On the one hand we shall find that a culture element which has been harmless or beneficial in the body social in which it is at home is apt to produce novel and devastating effects in an alien body into which it has intruded, a law which is summarized in the proverb, "One man's meat is another man's poison." On the other hand we shall find that, when once an isolated culture element has succeeded in forcing an entry into the life of an assaulted society, it tends to draw after it other elements of the same provenance. Examples of this devastating play of an expatriated culture element invading an alien social milieu have already come to our notice. We have noticed, for instance, some of the tragedies that had been inflicted on diverse non-Western societies by the impact of the Western world's peculiar political institution. The essential feature of the Western political ideology had been its insistence on taking as its principle of political association the physical accident of geographical propinquity. At the genesis of a Western Christian society, we have seen the emergence of this ideal in Visigothia, making life intolerable for a local Jewish diaspora. The havoc thus worked in Visigothia began to afflict the world outside the homeland of Western Christendom when a puissant wave of modern Western cultural influence carried with it into one quarter of the world after another this peculiar Western political ideology, which was now keyed up to a new intensity by the impact of the new spirit of democracy upon the old institution of territorial sovereignty embodied in parochial states. We have seen how, in the course of the 100 years ending in AD 1918, linguistic nationalism disrupted a Danubian Habsburg monarchy. This revolutionary revision of the political map also bestowed the doubtful blessing of an ephemeral political liberation on the submerged peoples of a former United Kingdom of Poland-Lithuania, which had been partitioned between the Habsburg, Hohenzollern, and Romanov empires towards the end of the 18th century. After the collapse in AD 1918 of the three partitioning empires, a megalomaniac Polish aspiration to re-establish the frontiers of AD 1772 as park walls for a privileged Polish nation's Lebensraum provoked a passionate resistance from Lithuanians and Ukrainians who had formerly been the Poles' partners and not the Poles' subjects in the supranational Commonwealth constituted in AD 1569. The deadly feuds of these three peoples during the following years, inspired by the evil spirit of linguistic nationalism, prepared the way, first for the new Russo-German partition in AD 1939 and finally, after appalling agonies, for the Russian communist tyranny established in AD 1945. The havoc worked by a modern Western refinement of a traditional Western institution in the East European marches of the Western world was not so tragic as the effect of the same virus of nationalism in the Ottoman body politic, since neither the unpractical anarchy of an 18th-century Poland-Lithuania nor the fitfully enlightened monarchy of the Austrian Habsburgs could compare with the Ottoman millet system in point of value as an alternative solution for the common problem of finding a practicable political constitution for a commonwealth consisting of geographically intermingled communities which bore a greater resemblance to the trades and professions than to the territorially segregated nationalities of Western Europe. The Procrustean methods by which the Ottoman millets were wrenched and hacked into the exotic shape of sovereign independent national states have been noticed on a previous page of this part, and need not be recapitulated here. Here we have only to note that the shocking cruelties that accompanied the partition of the British Indian Empire into the mutually hostile national states of India and Pakistan, and of the British-mandated territory of Palestine into the mutually hostile states of Israel and Jordan, were likewise examples of the baneful effects of a Western ideology of nationalism radiated into a social environment in which geographically intermingled communities had previously been enabled to live together. In virtue of being organized in millets, the destructive potentialities that culture elements are apt to display when they have been torn out of their proper framework and introduced into an alien social milieu are also illustrated by examples on the economic plane. The demoralizing effect of an imported Western industrialism, for example, was particularly conspicuous in Southeast Asia, where an exotic industrial revolution, speeded up by importunate Western economic enterprise, had produced a geographical mixture of socially still unannealed communities in the process of gathering the human fuel for its economic furnace. Everywhere in the modern world economic forces have strained the relations between capital and labor, industry and agriculture, town and country, but in the modern East the strain is greater because of a corresponding cleavage along racial lines. The foreign Oriental is not merely a buffer between European and native but a barrier between the native and the modern world. The cult of efficiency merely built up a monumental Western skyscraper on Eastern soil, with the natives in the basement. All inhabited the same country, but the building was of a different world, the modern world to which the native had no access. In this plural economy, competition is much keener than in the Western world. There is materialism, rationalism, individualism, and a concentration on economic ends, far more complete and absolute than in homogeneous Western lands, a total absorption in the exchange and market, a capitalist world with the business concern as subject, far more typical of capitalism than one can imagine in the so-called capitalist countries, which have grown slowly out of the past and are still bound to it by 100 roots. 1. Thus, although these several dependencies have in appearance been remodeled along Western lines, they have in fact been remodeled as economic systems, for production and not for social life. The medieval state has, quite suddenly, been converted into a modern factory. 2. Our second law of cultural radiation and reception is the tendency of a culture pattern that has established itself in an emitting body social to reassert itself in a receiving body social through a reassemblage and reunion there of constituent culture elements that have become separated in the process of transmission. This tendency has to contend with the opposing tendency of an assaulted society to resist, but such resistance can generally do no more than slow down the process. As we watch this arduous process of infiltration making a headway that carries it to the bitter end of introducing the whole besieging host of Midian inside a beleaguered Israel's defenses, the astonishing aspect of this excruciating miracle is not, of course, the needle's obstructiveness but the camel's import unity. The intruding culture elements are not so separable as they might be supposed to be, and one thing leads to another. Assaulted societies are not, indeed, always blind to the consequences that are likely to follow from allowing even the most apparently trivial and innocuous exotic culture element to make an entry. We have already taken note of certain historic encounters in which an assaulted society has succeeded in repelling its assailant's attack, without having given him a chance of making even a temporary lodgment, and an uncompromising policy of self-insulation that has won these rare victories has also been tried in other cases where it has proved a failure. We have called this policy Zelotism, from the name of the Jewish party which sought to reject or expel the Hellenic culture, lock, stock, and barrel, from the Holy Land. The zealot's characteristic ethos is emotional and intuitive, but the policy may also be pursued on coolly rational grounds. A classic case of the latter spirit is presented by the severance of relations between Japan and the Western world, which was gradually carried through, after mature reflection, by Hideyoshi and his Tokugawa successors in the course of 51 years ending in AD 1638. It is more surprising to find a similar awareness of the inherent interdependence of all the diverse elements in an intrusive alien culture pattern leading, by a similar train of reasoning, to a similar conclusion in the mind of an old-fashioned ruler of a secluded and backward Arab country. The rationalist zealot's state of mind is piquantly illustrated by a conversation which took place in the 1920s between the Zaydi Imam Yahya of Sana'a and a British envoy whose mission was to persuade the Imam to restore peacefully a portion of the British Aden Protectorate which he had occupied during the World War of AD 1914-18. In a final interview, after it had become apparent that the mission would not attain its object, the British envoy, wishing to give the conversation another turn, complimented the Imam upon the soldierly appearance of his new model army. Seeing that the Imam took the compliment in good part, he went on. "And I suppose you will be adopting other Western institutions as well?" "I think not," said the Imam with a smile. "Oh, really? That interests me. And may I venture to ask your reasons?" "Well, I don't think I should like other Western institutions," said the Imam. "Indeed? And what institutions, for example?" "Well, there are parliaments," said the Imam. "I like to be the government myself. I might find a parliament tiresome." "Why, as for that," said the Englishman, I can assure you that responsible parliamentary representative government is not an indispensable part of the apparatus of our Western civilization. Look at Italy. She has given that up, and she is one of the great Western powers. Well, then there is alcohol, said the Imam. I don't want to see that introduced into my country, where at present it is happily almost unknown. Very natural, said the Englishman, but, if it comes to that, I can assure you that alcohol is not an indispensable adjunct of Western civilization either. Look at America. She has given up that, and she too is one of the great Western powers. Well, anyhow, said the Imam, with another smile which seemed to intimate that the conversation was at an end, I don't like parliaments and alcohol and that kind of thing. The moral of the story is that, in manifesting the perspicacity of his insight, the Imam had implicitly indicted the infirmity of his purpose. In adopting for his army the rudiments of Western technique, he had already introduced the thin edge of a wedge, he had started a cultural revolution which would leave the Yemenites, in the end, with no alternative but to cover their nakedness with a complete ready-made outfit of Western clothes. If the Imam had met his Hindu contemporary, the Mahatma Gandhi, that is what he would have been told by the Hindu statesman saint. In calling upon his fellow Hindus to revert to spinning and weaving their cotton by hand, Gandhi was indeed showing them a way to extricate themselves from the visible meshes of a Western economic spider's web, but this Gandhian policy was based on two assumptions, which must both be justified in the event, if the policy was to achieve its aim. The first assumption was that the Hindus would be prepared to make the economic sacrifices which the policy entailed, and of course they were not. But, even if Gandhi had not been disappointed in his expectations of his countrymen's economic disinterestedness, his policy would have been brought to naught by the falsity of its second implicit assumption, which was a misapprehension of the intrusive culture's spiritual quality. Gandhi allowed himself to see nothing more in the late modern Western civilization than the secular social structure, in which technology had been substituted for religion. It did not apparently occur to him that his masterly use of contemporary methods of political organization, publicity, and propaganda was as Western as the cotton mills against which he was tilting. But one must go farther than that, for Gandhi himself was a product of cultural radiation from the West. The spiritual event that had liberated Gandhi's soul force was an encounter, in the sanctuary of the soul, between the spirit of Hinduism and the spirit of the Christian gospel embodied in the life of the Society of Friends. The saintly Mahatma and the martial Imam were in one and the same boat. In general terms of encounters between civilizations, when the assaulted party has failed to prevent even one single pioneer element of the aggressively radioactive culture from making a lodgment in its body social, its only chance of survival lies in making a psychological revolution. It may still be able to save itself by abandoning the zealot attitude and adopting the Herodian's opposite tactics of learning to fight the assailant with his own weapons. To take an example from the Osmanlis' encounter with the late modern West, Sultan Abd al-Hamid II's grudging policy of westernization at the minimum was a failure, whereas Mustafa Kemal Ataturk's wholehearted westernization to the maximum offered a practical way of salvation. It is futile to suppose that a society can westernize its army and in other respects carry on as before, and the futility of such a supposition has been illustrated already in the cases of Petrine Russia, 19th-century Turkey, and the Egypt of Mehmed Ali. It is not merely that a westernized army needs underpinning by a westernized science and industry, education, and medicine. The army officers themselves acquire Western notions quite irrelevant to their professional skill, especially if they are sent abroad to learn their profession, and the histories of all three countries display the paradoxical feature of groups of army officers heading liberal revolutions. Such a spectacle was provided by the abortive Russian Decembrist revolution of AD 1825, by the abortive Egyptian revolution led by Arabi Pasha in AD 1881, and by the Turkish Revolution of the Committee of Union and Progress in AD 1908, which was not abortive, but which ran into disaster within 10 years of its start. B. Responses of the soul. I. Dehumanization. In turning our attention from the social to the psychological consequences of encounters between contemporaries, we shall find it convenient, again, to give separate consideration to the respective effects on the parties playing the antithetical roles of agent and reagent, assailant and assaulted, and it will be best to examine the effect on the agent first, since it is he who has taken the initiative in the encounter. The representatives of an aggressively radioactive civilization that has been successful in penetrating an alien body social are prone to succumb to the hybris of the Pharisee who thanks God that he is not as other men are. A dominant minority is apt to look down on the recruits conscripted into its internal proletariat from a subjugated alien body social as infrahuman underdogs. The nemesis attending this particular vein of hybris is peculiarly ironical. In treating as an underdog the fellow human creature who happens to be momentarily at his mercy, the top dog is unconsciously reaffirming a truth to which he is intending to give the lie. The truth is that all souls are equal in the sight of their Creator, and the only result achieved by the human being who seeks to rob his fellows of their humanity is to divest himself of his own. All manifestations of inhumanity are not, however, equally heinous. The least inhuman form of inhumanity is apt to be displayed by representatives of a successfully aggressive civilization in whose culture pattern religion is the governing and orienting element. In such a society the denial of the underdog's humanity will take the form of an assertion of his religious nullity. A dominant Christendom will stigmatize him as an unbaptized heathen, a dominant Islam, as an uncircumcised unbeliever. At the same time, it will be recognized that the underdog's inferiority can be cured by religious conversion, and in many cases the top dogs have exerted themselves to effect this cure, perhaps even against their own interests. The potential universality of the Church was symbolized, in the visual art of medieval Christendom, in the convention by which one of the three magi came to be portrayed as a Negro, and, in the practice of an early modern Western Christendom, which had forced its presence upon all other living human societies by the feat of mastering oceanic navigation. The same sense of the Church's universality had shown its sincerity in the readiness of the Spanish and Portuguese conquistadores to go to all lengths of social intercourse, including marriage, with converts to a Tridentine Roman Catholic Christianity, irrespective of color. The Spanish conquerors of Peru and the Philippines were so much more eager to impart their religion than to impart their language that they endowed the native languages of the conquered peoples with the means of resisting Castilian by developing these languages as vehicles for the conveyance of the Catholic liturgy and literature. In thus demonstrating the sincerity of their religious convictions, the Spanish and Portuguese empire builders had been anticipated by the Muslims, who, from the outset, had intermarried with their converts without regard to difference of race. But the Muslims had gone farther than this. The Islamic society had inherited, from a precept enshrined in texts of the Quran, a recognition that there were certain non-Islamic religions which, in spite of their inadequacy, were authentic partial revelations of divine truth. This recognition, originally accorded to Jews and Christians, came to be extended to Zoroastrians and Hindus. However, the Muslims signally failed to rise to this relatively enlightened level when confronted with sectarian differences between Sunni and Shia within their own religious community. Here they showed themselves in as bad a light as Christians, whether of the early Church or of the Reformation period, in similar circumstances. The next least noxious form of top dogs' denial of underdogs' humanity is an assertion of underdogs' cultural nullity in a society that has broken out of a traditional religious chrysalis and has translated its values into secular terms. In the history of the cultural aggression of the civilizations of the second generation, this was the connotation of the distinction drawn between Hellenes and barbarians, and in the late modern Western world this cultural dichotomy of mankind had found exponents in the French in their relations with North American Indians in the 18th century, with Macrobes and Vietnamese in the 19th century, and with African Negroes south of the Sahara in the 20th century of the Christian era. The same attitude had been adopted by the Dutch in their relations with the Malay peoples of Indonesia, and Cecil Rhodes had sought to kindle the same cultural ideal in the hearts of Dutch-speaking and English-speaking South Africans when he coined his slogan, "Equal rights for every civilized man south of the Zambesi." In South Africa the spark of idealism had been smothered, After the establishment of the Union in AD 1910, by the eruption of a narrow and violent Afrikaner Dutch nationalism, bent on asserting its ascendancy over its South African fellow countrymen of Bantu, Indonesian, and Indian origin in the name of a superiority based neither on culture nor on religion but on race. The French, on the other hand, had gone to impressive lengths in giving political effect to their cultural convictions. In Algeria, for example, full French citizenship had, since AD 1865, been open to native Algerian subjects of the Islamic faith on condition of their acquiescing in the jurisdiction of the French civil law, including the crucial department of civil law known as personal statute, which the status of full French citizenship automatically imposed on its recipients. The sincerity of the French in acting on their ideal of opening all political and social doors to anyone who had successfully graduated in the French version of a late modern Western culture was demonstrated by an incident which, in vindicating the honor of France, had an appreciable effect on the outcome of the Second World War. After the fall of France in June 1940, it was a question of great moment whether the Vichy government or the Fighting French movement would succeed in rallying the African territories of the French Empire to its cause. At this juncture, the governor of the Chad province of French Equatorial Africa was a French citizen of Negro African race, and this Negro Frenchman by cultural adoption duly exercised his official responsibility by opting in favor of the Fighting French movement, thus giving that movement, hitherto based entirely on London, its first foothold in the French Empire. The cultural, like the religious, criterion for drawing the line between top dog and underdog is one which, however much open to objection it may be, does not fix an impassable gulf between the two fractions into which it divides the human family. The heathen can cross the line by conversion, the barbarian can cross the line by passing an examination. The decisive downward step in top dog's descent is when he labels underdog not heathen or barbarian but native. In stigmatizing members of an alien society as natives in their own homes, top dog is denying their humanity by asserting their political and economic nullity. By designating them as natives, he is implicitly assimilating them to the non-human fauna and flora of a virgin new world that has been waiting for its human discoverers to enter in and take possession. On these premises, the fauna and flora may be treated either as vermin and weeds to be extirpated or as natural resources to be conserved and exploited. In previous contexts, we have found the classical practitioners of this abominable philosophy in those Eurasian nomad hordes that had succeeded occasionally in establishing their rule over conquered sedentary populations. In their treatment of fellow human beings as if they were either game or livestock, the Ottoman Empire builders were as ruthlessly and as sublimely logical as the French Empire builders were in their treatment of their subjects as barbarians, and, while it was true that unemancipated French subjects were vastly better off than Ottoman Araya, it was also true that a human domestic animal which an Osmanli shepherd of men had trained to become a human sheepdog found open to his talents an even more brilliant career than awaited an African évalu when he succeeded in becoming a French official or man of letters. In the late modern age, the English-speaking Protestant West European pioneers of a Western society's overseas expansion had been the worst offenders in committing the nomad empire builders' sin of making natives out of human souls, and in this repetition of an old crime the most sinister feature had been the proneness to go over the edge of a further downward step to which the Osmanlis never descended, and to clinch their assertion of the natives' political and economic nullity by stigmatizing them as the spawn of inferior races. Of the four stigmata with which underdog had been branded by top dog, this stigma of racial inferiority was the most malignant, and that for three reasons. In the first place, it was an assertion of underdog's nullity as a human being without any qualification, whereas the appellations heathen, barbarian, and native, injurious though they might be, were merely denials of this or that particular human quality and refusals of this or that corresponding particular human right. In the second place, this racial dichotomy of mankind differed from the religious, cultural, and politico-economic dichotomies in fixing a gulf that was impassable. In the third place, the racial stigma differed from the religious and the cultural, though not in this respect from the politico-economic, in singling out for its criterion the most superficial, trivial, and insignificant aspects of human nature, the color of the skin or the shape of the nose. 2. Zelotism and Herodianism. When we turn to examine the response of the assaulted party, we find that he seems to have a choice between the contrasted lines of action for which we have already found, and used in various parts of this study, names taken from the narratives in the New Testament. In that age, Hellenism was pressing hard upon Jewry on every plane of social activity. No Jew could escape or ignore, turn where he would, the question of becoming or not becoming a Hellene. The Zealot faction was recruited from people whose impulse was to try to fend off the aggressor and to retreat into the spiritual fastness of their own Jewish heritage. The faith which animated them was a conviction that, if they abided by their ancestral tradition, observing the whole of it and nothing else, they would be given, from the jealously guarded source of their spiritual life, a supernatural strength which would enable them to repel the aggressor. The Herodian faction, on the other hand, was recruited from the supporters of an opportunist statesman whose Egemean origin worked together with his personal genius to enable the son of a recently incorporated Gentile province of the Maccabean kingdom to take a less prejudiced view of the problem. The policy of Herod the Great was to learn from Hellenism every accomplishment that it might prove necessary for the Jews to acquire for the judicious and practical purpose of equipping themselves to hold their own and to lead a more or less comfortable life in the Hellenizing world that was their inescapable social environment. There had been Jewish Herodians long before the days of Herod. We can trace the beginnings of a voluntary self-Hellenization of the immigrant Jewish community in Alexandria right back to the infancy of that melting pot city on the morrow of its founder's death, and, even in the hill country of Judea, the high priest Joshua Jason, who is the archetype of the Herodian school of statesmanship, was busy before 160 BC. On his devil's work, as it appeared in Zealot eyes, of seducing his younger colleagues into an indecent exposure of their bodies in an Hellenic palaestra and a vulgar screening of their heads under the broad brim of an Hellenic petasus, and this provocation had evoked a contemporary Zealot reaction, as is recorded in the 2 books of Maccabees. Nor was Jewish Zealotism crushed out of existence by the catastrophe of the Roman sack of Jerusalem in AD 70, nor even by its conclusive repetition in AD 135, for the Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai responded to this challenge by endowing Jewry with an inertly rigid institutional framework and a passively obstinate psychological habitus that enabled it to preserve its distinctive communal life in the frail clay tenement of a politically impotent diaspora. Jewry, however, was not the only Syriac community, nor the Syriac society the only Oriental civilization, to be divided into an Herodian and a Zealot camp by the challenge of Hellenism. The Zealot insurrections of Syrian plantation slaves in Sicily in the 2nd century BC were balanced at Rome, in the ensuing imperial age, by an Herodian inflow of a stream of Syriac freedmen converts to Hellenism. Conversely, the Herodianism of the more well-to-do and sophisticated stratum of the Syriac society, which an Hellenic dominant minority was prepared to take into social partnership, was balanced by the conscription of other Syriac higher religions besides Judaism for the spiritually irrelevant and desecrating Zealot Faoigu duty of serving as instruments for the waging of a secular cultural warfare. Zoroastrianism, Nestorianism, and Monophysitism, and Islam all followed Judaism's lead in making this spiritually disastrous deviation from religion's true path. Yet the last 3 of these perverted religious movements eventually made atonement for their Zealot aberration by the Herodian act of translating into their liturgical languages the classical works of Hellenic philosophy and science. If we pass on now to glance at the psychological reactions manifested in societies that encountered a medieval Western Christendom, we shall find the most thoroughgoing practitioners of Herodianism known to history in those former pagan Scandinavian barbarian invaders who, as a result of one of the earliest and most signal Western cultural victories, became the Norman exponents and propagators of the Western Christian way of life. The Normans proceeded to embrace not only the religion but also the language and the poetry of the Romance-speaking native population of the successor state that they had carved out for themselves in the Gallic heart of the Carolingian Empire. When the French named Norman minstrel Taillefer lifted up his voice to inspire his fellow knights as they were riding into the Battle of Hastings, he did not recite to them the Volsunga saga in Norse but the Song of Roland in French, and, before William the Conqueror of England high-handedly promoted the growth of a nascent Western Christian civilization in the backward and isolated province that he had won by the sword, other Norman adventurers had embarked on the enterprise of enlarging the bounds of the Western Christian world in the opposite quarter at the expense of Orthodox Christendom and Dar al-Islam in Apulia, Calabria, and Sicily. More remarkable still was the Herodian acceptance of a Western Christian culture by the Scandinavians who had remained in their own homelands. This receptive attitude of the Northmen towards alien cultures was not limited to that of Western Christendom. We find it also in the influence exercised by Byzantine and Islamic art and institutions on the Normans of Sicily, in the tincture of far Western Christian Celtic culture acquired by the Ostmen in Ireland and by the Norse settlers in the Western Isles, and in the adoption of the Orthodox Christian culture by the Russian Scandinavian conquerors of Slav barbarians in the basins of the Dnieper and the Neva. In other societies encountered by medieval Western Christendom we find the Herodian and Zealot impulses much more evenly balanced. For instance, the Zealot reaction of Dar al-Islam against the Crusades was to some extent set off by the Norman-minded Herodianism of the Cilician Armenian Monophysite converts to a Western Christian way of life. Our pair of antithetical psychological reactions can also be detected in the histories of an Orthodox Christendom's and a Hindu world's respective encounters with an aggressive Iranic Muslim civilization. In the main body of Orthodox Christendom under the Ottoman Empire, a majority clung to an ancestral religion whose ecclesiastical independence they had chosen to preserve at the price of submitting to an alien political regime. Yet this zealotism was partially offset, even on the religious plane, by a minority who became Muslim from motives of social or political ambition, and much larger numbers succumbed to Herodianism in the more trivial, yet none the less significant, ways of learning their master's language and aping their dress. The reactions of the Hindus to the Mughal Raj took much the same lines, but, in India, conversion to the religion of the conquerors was on a much more extensive scale, particularly among the socially depressed and recently pagan converts to Hinduism in eastern Bengal, whose descendants in the 20th century of the Christian era came to constitute the detached eastern province of Pakistan. The encounters of contemporaries with the modern West have already been sketched in an early chapter of the present part of this study. If we were to re-examine those records from our present psychological standpoint, we should find in all of them alternations of, and conflicts between, the opposing impulses of Zealotism and Herodianism. The case of the Far Eastern Society in Japan may be selected as a particularly clear-cut example. After an early experiment in Herodianism, the Japanese entered on a rigorously and successfully maintained Zealot phase when the Tokugawa shogunate severed relations between Japan and the West. A small Herodian minority persisted, however, in those crypto-Christians who remained secretly loyal to their proscribed alien faith for more than 200 years, until, after the Meiji Revolution of AD 1868, it became possible for them at last to come out into the open again. Shortly before that date they had, however, been reinforced by a second, and different, Japanese Herodian movement animating crypto-researchers who, by this time, were secretly studying, through a Dutch medium, the new science of a secularized late modern West. After the Meiji Revolution, this newfangled Herodianism secured control of Japanese policy, with results which were to startle the world. But was this latest phase entirely Herodian? Here we are brought up against a certain ambivalence in one, and perhaps in both, of our chosen terms of comparison. For Zealotism the end is clear. It is to reject the Greeks' formidable gifts. But the means are various, ranging, as they do, from the positive method of open war in the style of the Maccabees to the negative method of self-isolation, whether by governmental action through the closing of a frontier, as in Japan, or by the action of individuals who maintain the peculiarity of a peculiar people by private enterprise after the fashion of the Jews of the Dispersion. For Herodianism, on the other hand, the means are clear. They are to accept the gifts of the Greeks whether these be religions or dynamos with open arms. But what about the end? For those most thoroughgoing of all Herodians, the Scandinavians, Northmen, or Normans, the end pursued, perhaps, unconsciously, but at any rate effectively attained was a complete fusion with the encountered civilization. It is a commonplace of medieval Western history that the Normans passed with surprising rapidity through the phases of conversion, leadership, and disappearance. On an earlier page of this study we quoted a couple of lines from a contemporary observer, William of Apulia. Moribus et lingua, quascunque venire videbant. Informant propria, gens officiator ut una. They convert to their own customs and language those who join their standards, so that the result is a racial merger. But is that always the Herodian objective? If we have interpreted correctly the policy of Herod the Great, this eponymous hero of Herodianism believed wrongly, as we have suggested in examining other cases, that a homeopathic dose of Hellenism would be the best means of ensuring the survival of Jewry, and the modern Herodianism of Japan was undoubtedly nearer to the policy that we have attributed to Herod than to the practice of the Normans. Modern Japanese statesmen had formed the opinion that nothing short of a technological revolution which would turn Japan into a great power in the Western style could enable the Japanese society to preserve its separate identity, and this was a pursuit of the zealot end by Herodian means. Confirmation of this diagnosis is to be found in the decree of AD 1882, by which a technologically westernizing Japanese government provided for the official organization of a state Shinto, in which a resuscitated pre-Buddhist paganism was to be utilized as a vehicle for the deification of a living Japanese people, community, and state. This was contrived by reactivating the symbolism of an archaistic cult of an imperial dynasty which was reputed to be the divine offspring of the sun goddess. This cult offered its hereditary collective divinity for worship here and now in the epiphany of a god perpetually incarnate in the person of the reigning emperor. The difficulties inherent in the application of our alternative terms, which at first seem to present so simple a dichotomy, become apparent wherever we turn. How, for example, should we classify the Zionist movement? It had drawn down upon itself the disapproval of the manifestly zealot Puritan devotees of the ritualistic tradition, in whose eyes the Zionists were guilty of impiety in presuming to bring about, on their own initiative and by force, a physical return to the promised land which it was God's prerogative to accomplish in his own good time, but it had also drawn down upon itself the disapproval of the no less manifestly Herodian assimilationists, who deplored the irrational belief that the Jews were a peculiar people, and who went to various lengths in accepting the late modern liberal thesis that the Jewish faith was, like other faiths, a chrysalis that had served its purpose. Two of the greatest figures of the 20th century, Lenin and Gandhi, present us with an equally baffling enigma, for both of them seem, like the Roman god Janus, to face both ways at once. A monotonous and interminable anthology of abuse of the West and all its works could be culled from their writings, yet their teaching is saturated with elements of the Western tradition, Lenin's teaching with the materialist tradition that stems from Marx, Gandhi's teaching with the Christian tradition as transmitted through the followers of George Fox. When Gandhi condemns the Hindu institution of caste, he is preaching a Western gospel in a not very receptive Hindu mission field. Regarded as alternative policies open to members of the bodies politic of assaulted societies, Zealotism and Herodianism, except in a few simple and perhaps oversimplified examples with which we opened this discussion, seem to fade into a mist of self-contradiction, but we have to remember that it was not as socio-political policies that we set out to discuss them, but as responses of individual souls. As such they may be regarded as examples of the alternative reactions which we have called archaism and futurism, and which we have examined in an earlier part of the study when we were considering the schism in the human soul which manifests itself in civilizations that have broken down and gone into disintegration. In that context we defined archaism as an attempt to get back to one of those happier states which, in times of troubles, are regretted the more poignantly and perhaps idealized the more unhistorically the farther that they are left behind. This definition clearly covers zealotism. In the same context we characterized archaism as follows. An air of failure, or, where there is not positive failure, futility surrounds practically all the examples of archaism that we have been examining, and the reason is not far to seek. The archaist is condemned, by the very nature of his enterprise, to be forever trying to reconcile past and present. If he tries to restore the past without taking the present into consideration, then the impetus of life ever moving onward will shatter his brittle construction into fragments. If, on the other hand, he consents to subordinate his whim of resuscitating the past to the task of making the present workable, his archaism will prove a sham. 1. Futurism was defined in that context as an attempt to escape from a distasteful present by taking a leap into an unknown and unknowable future, and this manoeuvre, 2, courts disaster. As for Herodianism, it is an imitation, at second hand, of another society's institutions and ethos, and at best this will be a parody of a possibly not very admirable original, while, at worst, it will be a discordant combination of incompatible elements. 3. Evangelism. Was the uniform self-defeat of Zelotism and Herodianism the last word that the oracle of history had to say, when asked for light on the spiritual consequences of encounters? If it were indeed the last, then the outlook for mankind would be forbidding, for then we might be driven to the conclusion that our present enterprise of civilization was an impracticable attempt to climb an unscalable pitch. This great enterprise was initiated, as we may recollect, by a new departure in which human nature's powers of imagination, intrepidity, and versatility proved a match for the difficulties besetting the change of orientation which mankind managed to achieve at that momentous stage in human history. A primitive man who had long since been brought to a halt by an Epimethean direction of his faculty of mimesis backward, towards his stick-in-the-mud elders and ancestors, now reliberated his Promethean elan by redirecting this same socially indispensable faculty towards creative personalities who offered themselves to him as pathfinding pioneers. How far, a latter-day inquirer was bound to ask himself, was this new move going to carry these primitive culture heroes' descendants? And, when its momentum had been exhausted, would they be able to draw upon a hidden store of psychic energy by repeating the creative act? If the answer to this last question were to be in the negative, it would be a bad lookout for a half-baked man in process of civilization. The zealot was a man who looked backward; the Herodian, who thought that he was looking forwards, was actually a man looking sideways and trying to copy his neighbors. Was this the end of the story? Perhaps the true answer was that this might well be the end if the whole story was comprised in the history of civilization, but not if man's attempt at civilization was only one chapter in the story of a perennial encounter between man and God. In the myth of the flood as recounted in the book of Genesis, the sequel to a cataclysm in which Adam's brood had been all but annihilated by their outraged maker was the Creator's promise to Noah and his salvaged crew that the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh, and indeed we have already discovered, in the act of registering the failure of archaism and futurism, that there is a third possibility. When life is challenged by the emergence of some new dynamic force or creative movement from within, the living individual or society is not thereby condemned to make the futile choice between breaking down by perpetuating what in a previous context we called an enormity, and breaking down by detonating a revolution. There also lies open a middle way of salvation in which a mutual adjustment between the old order and the new departure can arrive at a harmony on a higher level. This is, in fact, the process which we analyzed in the part of the study in which we were discussing the growths of civilizations. Similarly, when life is challenged by a breakdown which has become an accomplished fact, an individual or a society that is striving to recapture from fate the initiative in its fight for life is not condemned to make the no less futile choice between an attempt to jump clear of the present into the past or an attempt to jump clear into an unattained future. Here, too, there lies open the middle way of a withdrawal through a movement of detachment, followed by a return which reveals itself as transfiguration. Perhaps we may give substance to these abstract terms if we turn once again to the 1st century of the Christian era and to the obscure corner of the Roman Empire where the Zealots and the Herodians, to whose party names we have ventured to give a wider connotation, were exploring their respective blind alleys, and if we now focus our attention, not on either of these groups of sectaries, but on one of their contemporaries. Paul was brought up in a Gentile Tarsus as a Pharisee, a cultural isolationist, and at the same time and place he received a Greek education and found himself a Roman citizen. The Zealot and the Herodian path thus both lay open in front of him, and as a young man he opted for zealotism. But, when he was plucked out of this perverse initial zealot course by his vision on the road to Damascus, he did not become an Herodian. There was revealed to him a creative way which transcended both these other two courses. He traversed the Roman Empire preaching neither Judaism versus Hellenism nor Hellenism versus Judaism, but a new way of life, which drew, without prejudice, on the spiritual wealth of both those contending cultures. No cultural frontier could stand in this gospel's way, for the Christian Church was not just a new society of the same species as the civilizations whose encounters with one another we have been investigating, it was a society of a different species. Note: Asia and Europe, Facts and Fantasies. In the introduction to his history, Herodotus professes to reproduce a Persian exposition of the motive that had impelled the Achaemenidae to take the offensive against the Hellenes. The Persians, according to his account, believed that they had inherited a blood feud. They regarded themselves as saddled with a duty to exact vengeance from the Hellenes for the siege and sack of Troy. Thus both the great wars, the Trojan and the Persian, were incidents in an historically continuous feud between Europe and Asia. Needless to say, the Persians were, as a matter of history, entirely unaware of any such obligation. Not being students of Homer, they were presumably ignorant of the Trojan War if this had indeed been an authentic historical event. Needless to say, also, the Herodotian picture is historically fantastic, assuming, as it does, that there was a solidarity of feeling between Trojans and Persians as fellow Asians. We can illustrate the absurdity of this by imagining a strictly similar presentation of an historic feud between Europe and America, and representing that a Darius Washington felt impelled to avenge on Europe the antecedent aggression of an Agamemnon Cortez against Mexico. Nonetheless, the Herodotian myth is of interest and importance in that it put into circulation the concept of Europe and Asia as rival and opposing entities which still survive on our maps with a continental frontier between them, drawn along the long range of somewhat insignificant hills called the Ural Mountains. Herodotus did not invent this concept, for Asia was already a current synonym for the Persian Empire in the Perse of Aeschylus, which was produced in 472 BC. But the feud between Europe and Asia is the dominant and unifying theme of Herodotus' work, and the masterliness of his workmanship is largely responsible for the subsequent vogue of this 5th-century Hellenic fantasy. This fantasy had been begotten when some imaginative Hellenic mind had given a revolutionary change of meaning to the two traditional Hellenic geographical names Europe and Asia by transferring them from the mariner's chart to the publicist's political map and to the sociologist's diagram of the habitats of cultures. This feat of imagination had been unluckily inspired. The mariner's distinction between the opposite coasts of the chain of waterways between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea was natural and useful for its purpose, but this chain of waterways has never coincided with a political frontier from the dawn of human history down to the time of writing the present work except during the two brief periods 547 to 513 BC and 386 to 334 BC. As for the identification of the mariner's continents with the domains of diverse cultures, the historian cannot lay his finger on any period at all in which there was any significant cultural diversity between the Asiatic and European occupants of the all but contiguous opposite banks of a Bosphorus and a Hellespont that are no broader than the Hudson and not nearly so broad as the Amazon. The Hellenic mariners term Asia to denote the continent which set the eastward limit to his freedom of movement on his own element in the Aegean Sea seems to have been derived from the contemporary local name of a marsh in the valley of the river Cayster, and recent archaeological discovery has shown that the name was that of a 13th-century West Anatolian principality named in the Hittite public records. Asia is possibly not the only Hittite name that found its way into the Greek vocabulary. It has been conjectured that Basileus, the obviously un-Greek word in Greek for king, derives from the name of an actual Hittite king, Basileus, who ruled at Carchemish, on the Euphrates, in the 14th century BC, at about the time when Achaean pirates were making their first contacts with the Pamphylian coast. If this derivation is correct, it puts Basileus on a par with Kral, the word for king in several Slavonic languages, which is known to derive from the name of Carolus Magnus, alias Charlemagne. The origin of the term Europe is more doubtful. It might be a Greek travesty of the Phoenician word Arab, corresponding to the Arabic garb, meaning the dark quarter where the sun sets in the west, or, if it was not a technical term borrowed from Phoenician mariners, but was a native Greek word, it might signify the broad-faced terra firma in contrast to the islands, or it might be the name of a goddess who was broad-faced because she was bovine. However that may be, the two names established the mariner's distinction between the mainland and the islands. Feeling his way northward along the Asiatic or the European coast of the mainland, he made his passage through three successive straits, the Dardanelles, the Bosphorus, and the Straits of Kerch, but, when he had navigated the last named, had crossed the Sea of Azov, and had ascended the river Don to the head of fluvial navigation, he had reached a point where the opposing continents lost their separate identities. For the landsman north of the Black Sea, whether the nomad of the Eurasian steppe or the Eurasian peasant of the Black Earth belt which extends from the eastern slopes of the Carpathians to the western slopes of the Altai, the distinction between Europe and Asia could have no intelligible meaning. The dichotomy of Europe and Asia was one of the least useful of the legacies which the modern West had accepted from the Hellenic world. The schoolroom distinction between Russia in Europe and Russia in Asia had always been meaningless but had probably done no one any harm. The parallel distinction between Turkey in Europe and Turkey in Asia had been the source of a great deal of confused thinking. The real frontiers between the habitats of the civilizations have nothing to do with such antique fictions. There is an unquestionable geographical reality which we call Eurasia. It is so large, and so irregularly shaped, that we may break off from it, for our convenience, a number of subcontinents. Of these the most sharply defined, thanks to its Himalayan land frontier, is India. Europe is another, no doubt, but Europe's land frontier, unlike India's, has always been more of a limen than a limes, and certainly lies a long way west of the Ural Mountains. One Boek, Dr. J.H., De Economische Theorie der Dualistische Samenleving, in De Economist, 1935, p. 781. 2 Furnival, J.S., Progress and Welfare in Southeast Asia, New York 1941, Secretariat, Institute of Pacific Relations, pages 42 to 44. The picture drawn in outline in the passage just quoted is amplified ibid, pages 61 to 63. 1 page 513 of the previous volume of this abridgment. X. Contacts between civilizations in time. Thirciv, a survey of Renaissances. 1. Introduction. The Renaissance. A French writer, E. J. de Lecluse, A.D. I 1781 to 1863, seems to have been the first to use the term La Renaissance 1, rebirth, to describe the impact made by a dead Hellenic civilization on Western Christendom at a particular time and place, namely northern and central Italy in the late medieval period. This particular impact of the dead on the living is very far from being the only example of its kind that history affords, and we shall here adopt the term as a general name for such phenomena and proceed to an examination of them. In so doing, we shall have to be careful not to include more than we intend. In so far as this Hellenic culture in the provinces of art and literature, for the term in its conventional use is limited to these, came to Italy through contact with Byzantine scholars, it was not, of course, an encounter in time with a dead civilization but an encounter in space with a living one, and belongs to the subject discussed in the previous part of this study. Again, when Greece crossed the Alps and the Italian Renaissance affected the art and literature of France and other transalpine Western countries, this, in so far as it came through contemporary Italy and not direct from ancient Greece, was, again, not strictly a Renaissance, but was a transmission of the acquisitions of a pioneer section of a society to other sections of the same society, and, as such, belongs to the subject of growth and has been discussed, in this context, in the third part of this study. But these logical distinctions may seem somewhat fine drawn, and in practice it may prove both difficult and unnecessary to distinguish between a pure Renaissance, in the sense of a direct encounter with a dead society, and a Renaissance alloyed in one or other of the manners just indicated. We must also observe, before plunging into our exploration of renaissances, that these phenomena have to be distinguished from two other types of encounter between the present and the past. One is the relationship of a parentation and affiliation between a dying or dead civilization and its embryo or infant successor. This is a subject about which we have already written at length, and it may be regarded as a normal and necessary phenomenon, as is implied in our application to it of the analogy of parenthood and sonship. A renaissance, on the other hand, is an encounter between a grown-up civilization and the ghost of its long-dead parent. Though common enough, it may be described as abnormal, and will be found on examination to be often unwholesome. The other type of encounter between present and past from which renaissances are to be distinguished is the phenomenon which we have called archaism, using this word to denote attempted reversions to an earlier phase in the development of the society to which the archaizers themselves belong. One more point of distinction between these three types of encounter between present and past has still to be established. In the relation of a parentation and affiliation, it is obvious that the two societies in contact are at very different, indeed opposite, stages of development. The parent is a disintegrating society in its dotage, the offspring is a newborn mewling and puking infant. Again, an archaizing body has obviously fallen in love with a state of affairs very different from its own, otherwise, why archaize? A society entering on a renaissance, on the other hand, is perhaps more likely than not to call up the ghost of its parent as that parent was when he had reached the same stage of development as the offspring has now reached. It is as if Hamlet could choose the kind of paternal ghost that he was to encounter on the battlements, either a father whose beard was a sable silvered or, alternatively, a father who was of his son's own age. 2. Renaissances of political ideas and institutions. The late medieval Italian Renaissance of Hellenism exerted a more enduring influence on Western life on the political plane than on either the literary or the artistic. Moreover, these political manifestations not only outlived the aesthetic but also forestalled them. They began when the Lombard cities passed out of the control of their bishops into the hands of communes administered by boards of magistrates responsible to the citizens. This resuscitation of the Hellenic institution of the city-state in 11th century Italy proceeded, as a result of the radiation of Italian culture into transalpine provinces of Western Christendom, to make a corresponding impact on the peoples of the Western feudal monarchies. Both in its earlier and narrower and in its later and wider field, the influence of this Hellenic revenant was the same. The superficial effect was to propagate a cult of constitutional government, which was eventually to confer upon itself the Hellenic title of democracy, but the difficulties and failures of constitutionalism opened the way for the equally Hellenic figure of the tyrant, first in the Italian city-states and afterwards on a more extended and, consequently, a more disastrous scale. Another Hellenic ghost presented itself on the medieval stage when Charlemagne was crowned as a Roman emperor by Pope Leo III in St. Peter's on Christmas Day AD 800. That institution, too, had a long history ahead of it. The most devoutly pedantic Hellenizer among these ghost emperors was the Saxon Otto III, reigned AD 983 to 1002, who transferred the seat of his government to Rome, a site which at that date lay in a patch of common ground on which the domains of the two Christendoms overlapped. In installing himself in the former imperial city, Otto III had hoped to fortify the sickly counterfeit of the Roman imperial power that had been palmed off on Western Christendom by reinforcing it with tougher metal from a Byzantine mint. As we have seen in another context, Otto II's experiment, which collapsed after his early death, was repeated more than 2 centuries later, in much more favorable circumstances, and with much more alarming results, by a man of genius, Frederick II Hohenstaufen. Many centuries later, Rousseau popularized the Plutarchon version of Hellenism. Consequently, the French revolutionists never tired of allusions to Solon and Lycurgus and dressed both their ladies and their directors in what were supposed to be classical costumes. What could be more natural than that the first Napoleon, when he wanted to raise himself above the rank of consul, should style himself emperor and should confer on his son and heir the title King of Rome, which had been borne by candidates for the medieval Western office of Holy Roman Emperor until they were crowned at Rome by the Pope, a consecration which many of them failed to achieve. As for the second, soi-disant third, Napoleon, he actually wrote, or caused to be published under his name, A Life of Julius Caesar. Finally, Hitler paid his tribute to the ghost of a ghost by establishing his country residence on a crag overhanging an enchanted Barbarossa's holy cave at Berchtesgaden, and by accepting the regalia of Charlemagne, stolen from a Habsburg museum. But another and more benevolent ghost hovers round the institution of Western Christian monarchy. The religious sanction given to the formal revival of the Roman Empire in the West on Christmas Day, AD 800, when a Frankish king was created Roman emperor in virtue of being crowned by the Pope, had no precedent in Hellenic history. The ceremony performed on that day in Rome had, however, a pertinent precedent in a ceremony performed at Soissons in AD 751, when the Austrasian majordomo Pepin had been created king of the Franks in virtue of being crowned and anointed by Pope Zacharias's representative, Saint Boniface. This Western rite of ecclesiastical consecration, already customary in Visigothic Spain, was a revival of an Israelite institution recorded in the books of Samuel and Kings. The consecrations of King David by the prophet Samuel and of King Solomon by Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet are the precedents for all the coronations of kings and queens in Western Christendom. 3. Renaissance of systems of law. We have already seen that a Roman law which, in the course of 10 centuries ending with its codification by Justinian, had been slowly and laboriously elaborated to meet the needs, first of the Roman people and afterwards of the whole Hellenic society, had been rapidly left stranded by the collapse of the way of life which it had been designed to regulate, and this not only in the western but also in the eastern half of the Hellenic world. Thereafter the symptoms of decay were followed by the symptoms of new life on the legal, as on the political, plane. The impulse to provide a live law for a living society did not find its first vent in any move to reanimate a Roman law that, in the 8th century of the Christian era, was perched, high up above contemporary heads, like a Noah's Ark on the roof of the mighty mausoleum of an extinct Hellenic culture. Each of the two new Christian societies, Eastern and Western, demonstrated the sincerity of its belief in a Christian dispensation by attempting, first, to create a Christian law for a would-be Christian people. In both Christendoms, however, this new departure was followed by a renaissance, first of the Mosaic law contained in the scriptures which Christendom had inherited from Jewry, and secondly of the Roman law as petrified in the Code of Justinian. In Orthodox Christendom the Christian new departure was announced, in the joint reign of the two Syrian founders of the East Roman Empire, Leo III and his son Constantine V, in the promulgation, in AD 740, of a Christian law book, which was a deliberate attempt to change the legal system of the empire by the application of Christian principles. It was, however, almost inevitable that the birth of a new Christian law should be followed by a renaissance of the Jewish law which the Christian Church, perhaps unwisely and certainly not wholly happily, had insisted on including in the canon of its own scriptures. Whether Mosaic or Christian, however, the legal system established by the Syrian emperors proved less and less adequate for coping with the growing complexities of Byzantine society, and in the years following AD 870 the founder of the Macedonian dynasty, Basil I, and his sons and successors gave notice that they had totally rejected and discarded the imbecilities promulgated by the Isaurians, that is by the foregoing Syrian emperors. With this hearty depreciation of their predecessors the Macedonian emperors nerved themselves to the task of restoring to life the Code of Justinian. In doing so they imagined that they were being truly Roman, much as, in the province of architecture, the Gothic revivalists of the 19th century imagined that they were being truly Gothic. But the trouble about all revivals or renaissances is that they are not, and in the nature of things cannot be, the genuine article. They differ from the genuine article very much as the waxworks at Madame Tussauds differ from the people who pass through the turnstiles to look at them. The plot of the legal drama in which a Christian new departure was dogged by the successively raised ghosts of Moses and Justinian can be seen likewise working itself out on a Western stage, on which the role of Leo Cyrus was played by Charlemagne. The Carolingian legislation marks the emergence of the new social consciousness of Western Christendom. Hitherto the legislation of the Western kingdoms had been of the nature of a Christian appendix to the old barbarian tribal codes. Now, for the first time, a complete break was made with the past, and Christendom enacted its own laws, which covered the whole field of social activity in church and state and referred all things to the single standard of the Christian ethos. This was inspired neither by Germanic nor by Roman precedent. 2. In Western, as in Orthodox, Christendom, however, the ghost of Moses trod hard on the apostles and the evangelists' heels. The Carolingian emperors gave the law to the whole Christian people in the spirit of the kings and judges of the Old Testament, declaring the law of God to the people of God. In the letter which Catulf addressed to Charles at the beginning of his reign, the writer speaks of the king as the earthly representative of God, and he counsels Charles to use the Book of Divine Law as his manual of government, according to the precept of Deuteronomy 17:18-20, which commands the king to make a copy of the law from the books of the priests, to keep it always with him, and to read it constantly, so that he may learn to fear the Lord and keep his laws, lest his heart be lifted up in pride above his brethren and he turn aside to the right hand or to the left. 1. Yet, in Western, as in Orthodox, Christendom, a resurgent Moses was overtaken by a resurgent Justinian. In the course of the 11th century of the Christian era, the imperial law school established by official action at Constantinople in AD 1045 found its counterpart in Western Christendom at Bologna in the spontaneous emergence there of an autonomous university dedicated to the study of the Corpus Iris of Justinian, and, though in Western Christendom a resuscitated Roman law failed eventually to serve the purpose of underpinning a resuscitated Roman Empire, it did potently serve the alternative purpose of fostering the revival, on Western ground, of an earlier Hellenic political institution, the sovereign independent parochial state. The civil lawyers educated by Bologna and her daughter universities became the administrators, not of an abortive Western Holy Roman Empire, but of effective Western parochial sovereign states, and the efficiency of their professional services was one of the causes of the progressive victory of this institution over all the alternative forms of political organization that were latent in Western Christendom's original social structure. While the Bolognese civilians were providing the cities of North and Central Italy with administrators whose competence enabled the communes to overthrow their prince-bishops and to launch out on a career of civic self-government, the canonists were supplementing the Bolognese School of Civil Law with a sister faculty of ecclesiastical law after the publication of Gratian's Encyclopedic Decretum, AD 1140-50. The canonists also made their contribution to the development of the parochial secular state, though they were aiming in the opposite direction. Their actual achievement is, indeed, one of the somber ironies of history. It might be said that the Holy See employed the canonists as the instruments of their wordy warfare with the papacy's secular rival, the Holy Roman Empire, but a more accurate picture is presented by the statement that the canonists took possession of the Holy See. All the great popes from Alexander III, AD 1159-81, who held the ecclesiastical fort against Frederick Barbarossa, through Innocent III, AD 1198-1216, who gave his world a foretaste of what papal absolutism in the political sphere might mean, and Innocent IV, AD 1243-54, who encountered the great Stupor Mundi with a stubborn unscrupulousness quite equal to his own, down to Boniface VIII, AD 1294-1303, who collided disastrously with the strong monarchies of France and England. All these, and also most of the lesser popes who filled the gaps between them, were not theologians, students of God, but canonists, students of law. The first result was the downfall of the empire, the second was the ruin of the papacy, which never thereafter, until galvanized into new life after, and not before, the catastrophe of the Protestant secession, recovered from the moral and religious discredit in which its legalism had involved it. The downfall of both empire and papacy cleared the way in the West for the advance of the parochial state. 4. Renaissances of philosophies. This field presents a pair of nearly contemporary renaissances at opposite ends of the Eurasian continent, namely the revival of the Confucian philosophy of the Cynic world in that East Asian civilization's offspring, the Far Eastern society, and the revival of the Aristotelian philosophy of the Hellenic world in Western Christendom. Our first example might be ruled out of court on the ground that the Confucian philosophy did not in fact die with the society which had produced it but merely weathered a period of hibernation, and that what has not died is constitutionally disqualified from reappearing as a ghost. We must admit the force of this objection but beg that it may be overlooked, for the re-establishment by the Tiang Emperor, Tait Sung, in AD 622, of an official examination in the Confucian classics as a method of selecting recruits for the imperial civil service does present the essential characteristics of a renaissance, and it also marks the fact that, in the political field, the Taoists and Buddhists had let slip an opportunity for supplanting the Confucians which had seemed to be within their grasp during the post-Cynic interregnum, when the prestige of the Confucians had been damaged by the collapse of the universal state with which they had come to be identified. The contrast between this political failure of the Buddhist Mahayana and the success with which the Christian Church seized and harvested its political opportunities in Western Europe brings out the fact that, in comparison with Christianity, the Mahayana was a politically incompetent religion. The patronage of the parochial princes of northern China, which it enjoyed during the best part of 3 centuries following the collapse of the United Tsin Empire, was of no more avail to the Mahayana than the more potent patronage of the Kushan Emperor Kanishka had been at an earlier period. As soon, however, as the encounter on Far Eastern ground between the Mahayana and Confucianism was transferred from the political to the spiritual plane, the fortunes of their almost bloodless war were dramatically reversed. A modern Chinese authority on the subject tells us that the Neo-Confucianists more consistently adhere to the fundamental ideas of Taoism and Buddhism than do the Taoists and Buddhists themselves. 1. When we pass from the renaissance of a Cynic Confucian philosophy in Far Eastern history to the renaissance of an Hellenic Aristotelian philosophy in Western Christian history, we find the plot of the play taking a different turn. Whereas Neo-Confucianism succumbed spiritually to a Mahayana, Neo-Aristotelianism imposed itself on the theology of the Christian Church, in whose official view Aristotle could not be other than a heathen. In each case the party in power was worsted by an opponent who had nothing to recommend him but his intrinsic merits. In the Far Eastern case a philosophic civil service succumbs to the spirit of an alien religion, in the Western case an established church succumbs to the spirit of an alien philosophy. The ghost of Aristotle in Western Christendom displayed the same astonishing intellectual potency as a living Mahayana in a Far Eastern world. It was not from the Roman tradition that Western Europe derived the critical intelligence and the restless spirit of scientific inquiry which have made the Western civilization the heir and successor of the Greeks. It is usual to date the coming of this new element from the Italian Renaissance and the revival of Greek studies in the 15th century, but the real turning point must be placed 3 centuries earlier. Already at Paris in the days of Abelard, v. Bat AD 1079–1142, and John of Salisbury, v. Bat circa AD 1115–1180, the passion for dialectic and the spirit of philosophical speculation had begun to transform the intellectual atmosphere of Western Christendom, and from that time forward the higher studies were dominated by the technique of logical discussion, the quaestio, and the public disputation, which so largely determined the form of medieval Western philosophy, even in its greatest representatives. Nothing, says Robert of Sorbonne, is known perfectly which has not been masticated by the teeth of disputation, and the tendency to submit every question, from the most obvious to the most abstruse, to this process of mastication not only encouraged readiness of wit and exactness of thought but, above all, developed that spirit of criticism and methodic doubt to which Western culture and modern science have owed so much. 1. A ghost of Aristotle that set this abiding impress on the spirit, as well as on the form, of Western thought also produced a passing effect on its substance, and, though the impress here was less durable, it nevertheless went deep enough to require a long and arduous campaign of mental strife as the price of its eventual effacement. In the whole picture of the universe as seen by medieval Western eyes there is more of Aristotle than of Christianity. It was the authority of Aristotle and his successors which was responsible even for those features of this teaching which might seem to us to carry something of an ecclesiastical flavor: the hierarchy of heavens, the revolving spheres, the intelligences which moved the planets, the grading of the elements in the order of their nobility, and the view that the celestial bodies were composed of an incorruptible fifth essence. Indeed, we may say that it was Aristotle rather than Ptolemy who had to be overthrown in the 16th century, and it was Aristotle who provided the great obstruction to the Copernican theory. 2. By the 17th century of the Christian era, when the native intellectual genius of the West reasserted itself on Baconian lines by setting out to explore the world of nature, the theology of the Church had become so entangled in Aristotelianism that Giordano Bruno forfeited his life and Galileo incurred ecclesiastical censure for scientific heresies which had no relation whatever to the Christian religion as it appears in the New Testament. Before the 17th century, Transalpine Western scientists and philosophers had attacked the schoolmen for their subservience to Aristotle, their dictator as Bacon called him, while the 15th century Italian humanists had attacked them for their bad Latin. But Aristotelian theology was proof against the sneers of the connoisseurs of a classical style. It is true that these critics extracted from the name of the eminent Aristotelian scholar Duns Scotus the pejorative word dunce, signifying not an ignorant person but a devotee to an obsolete system of learning, but, by the time of writing, the humanist's turn had come. In the 20th century of the Christian era, when natural science and technology appeared to be carrying all before them, it might have seemed that the dunces were to be sought in the dwindling remnant of the once preponderant classical side. 5. Renaissances of languages and literatures. A living language is primarily a form of speech, as is suggested by the fact that the word itself stems from the Latin word for tongue. Its literature is, as it were, its byproduct. When, however, the ghosts of a language and literature are raised from the dead, the relation between the two is inverted. The learning of the language is merely a painful prerequisite for reading the literature. When we learn vocative, mensa, o table, we are not acquiring a new vocabulary for the expression of our feelings when we stub our toes against a table leg in the dark, but are taking a first short step towards the distant objective of reading Virgil, Horace, and the rest of the Latin classics. We do not attempt to speak the language, and, when we try to write it, it is only in order that we may the better appreciate the work of the ancient masters. The first step towards reoccupying a long since derelict literary empire is a work that may require the mobilization of a living political empire's resources. The typical monument of a literary renaissance in its first phase is an anthology, corpus, thesaurus, lexicon, or encyclopedia compiled by a team of scholars at the instance of a prince, and the princely patron of such works of cooperative scholarship has been, more often than not, the ruler of a resuscitated universal state that has, itself, been the product of a renaissance on the political plane. Of the 5 outstanding representatives of this type, Ashurbanipal, Constantine Porphyrogenitus, Yung Lo, Kang Shi, and Chien Lung, the last 4 had all been such. In this task of collecting, editing, annotating, and publishing the surviving works of a dead classical literature, the Far Eastern emperors of a resuscitated Cynic universal state had far outdistanced all their competitors. It is true that the size of Ashurbanipal's 2 clay libraries of Sumerian and Akkadian classical literature was an unknown quantity for modern archaeologists who had learned of the assemblage and dispersal of these 2 great Assyrian collections by recovering some of the tablets in the course of their excavations on the site of Nineveh, for, within perhaps not more than 16 years of the royal scholar's death, the contents of both his libraries had been scattered broadcast over the ruins of the hateful city that had been stormed and sacked in 612 BC. Ashurbanipal's collection may have been larger than the Confucian canon of the Cynic classics, which was not facilely impressed on soft clay but was laboriously engraved on hard stone, at Sinan, the imperial capital of the Tiang dynasty, between AD 836 and 841, and was printed a century later, with a commentary, in an edition running to 130 volumes. Yet we may guess with some confidence that the number of cuneiform characters in Ashurbanipal's collection fell far short of the number of Sinic characters contained in the collection which Yung Lo, the second emperor of the Ming dynasty, assembled in AD 1403-7, for this ran to no fewer than 22,877 books filling 11,095 volumes, exclusive of the table of contents. Compared with this, the Hellenic collection of the East Roman Emperor Constantine Porphyrogenitus, reigned AD 912-59, sinks into insignificance, though even this is staggering to a Western mind. When we pass from these preliminary tasks to the scholar's conceit of producing imitations of the classical literatures to which he has devoted his labors, we must leave it to statisticians to determine whether the number of essays in the Sinic classical style produced by candidates for the Chinese Imperial Civil Service examinations in the course of the 1,283 years that elapsed between their reinstitution in AD 622 and their abolition in AD 1905 was greater or less than the number of exercises in the writing of Latin and Greek prose and verse produced by scholars and schoolboys of the Western world between the 15th century and the time of writing. But in the use of resuscitated classical languages for serious literary purposes, neither the West nor the Far East could stand comparison with the line of Byzantine historians, including such masters of the art as a 10th century Leo Diaconus and a 12th century Anakomna, who found their medium of literary expression in a renaissance of the Attic Greek Koine. It will probably have occurred to the reader that our remarks about literary renaissances so far seem to be singularly inapplicable to the literary renaissance, the Renaissance, in fact, which occupies the forefront in his own mind. Surely the Italian Renaissance of Hellenic literature in the late medieval period, though it may have had its patrons among political grandees such as Lorenzo dei Medici, was essentially a spontaneous movement of unorganized scholarship. Perhaps it was though the patronage of the 15th century popes, more particularly Pope Nicholas V, AD 1447-55, is not to be underrated. This pope employed hundreds of classical scholars and copyists of ancient manuscripts, gave 10,000 gulden for a translation of Homer into Latin verse, and assembled a library of 9,000 volumes. However, if we allow our minds to travel back over the previous course of Western history, through several centuries running back from the age of the Renaissance, we shall find something much more in line with the examples that we have been considering. We shall find Charlemagne, the resuscitator of the universal state of a dead civilization, tentatively aligning himself with Ashurbanipal, Yung Lo, and Constantine Porphyrogenitus. The abortive first attempt at a literary renaissance of Hellenism in Western Christendom was coeval with the birth of the Western Christian civilization. The English Church had owed its organization at the end of the 7th century to a Greek refugee from an Eastern Orthodox Christian territory conquered by Islam, Archbishop Theodore of Tarsus, and the prophet of the Hellenic Renaissance in the West was a Northumbrian, the Venerable Bede, AD 623-735. Another Northumbrian, Alcuin of York, AD 735-804, carried the seed to the court of Charlemagne, and, before the movement was prematurely extinguished by a blast of barbarism from Scandinavia, its cultivators had not only begun to revive the Hellenic literary culture in its Latin dress but had even acquired a smattering of Greek. Alcuin had dared to dream that, supported by the patronage of Charlemagne, he would be able to conjure up the ghost of Athens on the soil of Frankland. It was a fleeting vision, and, when Western Christendom began to re-emerge from what has been called the darkness of the 9th century, the ghost admitted was not that of the Hellenic classical literature, it was the ghost of Aristotle and his philosophic one. The centuries of the schoolmen had to come and go before the vision of Alcuin was realized. If we pause at this point to consider why the hopes of Alcuin and his friends were deferred for so many centuries, we discover a difference between the encounters in space, to which the previous part of this study was devoted, and the encounters in time which we are now considering. An encounter in space is a collision in space, and collisions are usually accidents. Military prowess or new skills in navigating the oceans or the desiccation of the steppe may be the culturally irrelevant causes which lead to one society's falling upon another, with the cultural consequences that we have described. An encounter in time, a renaissance, on the other hand, is an act of necromancy, the calling up of a ghost, and the necromancer will fail to call up the ghost until he has learned the tricks of his trade. In other words, a Western Christendom could not entertain an Hellenic ghost, or guest, until its own house was fit to receive the visitor. The Hellenic library was physically present all the time, but it could not be effectively opened until the Westerner was competent to read its contents. For example, there was never a time, even at the blackest nadir of a Western Dark Age, when the Western Christian society did not physically possess the works of Virgil and did not retain sufficient knowledge of Latin to construe his sentences. Yet there were at least 8 centuries, from the 7th to the 14th inclusive, during which Virgil's poetry was beyond the comprehension of the most gifted Western Christian students, if we take as our standard of understanding an ability to grasp the meaning which Virgil had intended to convey and which had been duly comprehended by his like-minded contemporaries and by posterity down to, let us say, the generation of Saint Augustine. Even Dante, on whose spirit the first glimmer of an Italian renaissance of Hellenism was beginning to dawn, saw in Virgil a figure which the historical Virgil would have taken, not for his own human self, but for some augustly mythical personage such as Orpheus. Similarly, there was never a time at which the Western society did not possess the philosophical works of Aristotle, competently translated into Latin by the late Hellenic man of letters, Boethius, AD 480 to 524, yet there were 6 centuries, reckoning from the date of Boethius's death, during which his translations were beyond the comprehension of the most acute Western Christian thinkers. When, at last, the Western Christians were ready for Aristotle, they got him, by a roundabout route, through Arabic translations. In offering to a 6th century Western Christendom his Latin translations of Aristotle, Boethius was like a benevolent but ill-judging uncle who presents, let us say, the poems of Mr. T.S. Eliot to his nephew on his 13th birthday. The nephew, after a brief inspection, places the book in the darkest corner of his small library and, quite sensibly, forgets all about it. 6 years later, the equivalent of centuries on the reduced time span of an individual adolescence, the nephew encounters these poems again as an Oxford undergraduate, falls under their spell, purchases them from Messrs. B. H. Blackwell, and is unfeignedly surprised to discover, on returning home for the vacation, that the book had been standing on his shelves all the time. As it was with Virgil and with Aristotle, so it was also with the masterpieces of Greek literature, stored in the Byzantine libraries, which were to be the staple food of the Italian Hellenic Renaissance on its literary side. Western Christendom had been in close contact with the Byzantine world, at least from the 11th century onwards. During the first half of the 13th century, Frankish conquerors were in actual occupation of Constantinople and Greece. Culturally, nothing came of this at that time, for in the West the classics were as yet caviar to the general. It might be said, in explanation, that these contacts were hostile contacts that would not dispose the Westerner favorably towards a Byzantine library of Hellenic literature, but to this it must be answered that political and ecclesiastical contacts were no less hostile in the 15th century, when the Renaissance was in full bloom. The reason for the difference in the cultural consequences is plain. A renaissance of a dead culture will occur only when an affiliated society has raised itself to the cultural level at which its predecessor was standing at the time when it was accomplishing the achievements that have now become candidates for resuscitation. When we look into the deaths of the literary renaissances in Western Christendom and China, we find that they held sway unchallenged until overthrown by a masterful alien intruder in the shape of a modern Western civilization which captivated the soul of Western Christendom in the course of the 17th century and the soul of China at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries of the Christian era. The Western society had been left to wrestle with its Hellenic ghost without external interference, but the war of pamphlets at the turn of the 17th and 18th centuries, which Swift called the Battle of the Books, and in which the disputants were arguing the question of the relative merits of the ancients and the moderns, had shown which way the wind was blowing. The question at issue seemed to be whether the Western culture was to remain rooted to the spot, paralysed by a retrospective admiration for, and imitation of, the ancients, or was to go forward into the unknown, leaving the ancients behind. Thus put, the question could admit of only one sensible answer, but the question itself begged a previous question, and that was whether a retrospective admiration and imitation of the ancients, what we may call the modern Western classical education in the widest sense of that term, had in fact cramped modern development. The answer to this question was manifestly favorable to the ancients, and it was significant that some of the pioneers of Hellenic studies, Petrarch and Boccaccio for example, had also been leading lights in the development of vernacular Italian literature. So far from checking the progress of the vernacular literatures, the Renaissance of Hellenic studies had given it fresh impetus. The mastery of Ciceronian Latin achieved by Erasmus had not lured his fellow Westerners into abandoning the literary cultivation of their own mother tongues. It is quite impossible to assess the cultural nexus of cause and effect between, for example, English 16th century Hellenic studies and the outburst of an English poetry of unexampled brilliance at the end of the same century. Did Shakespeare's little Latin and less Greek assist the composition of his plays? Who shall say? It may be thought that Milton had too much Latin and Greek, but, if he had had none of either, we should have had no Paradise Lost and no Samson Agonists. 6. Renaissances of Visual Arts. The renaissance of one or other of the visual arts of a dead civilization in the history of its successor is a common phenomenon. We may cite as examples the renaissance of the Old Kingdom style of sculpture and painting, after a lapse of 2,000 years, in a latter-day Egyptiac world of the Set Age in the 7th and 6th centuries BC. The renaissance of a Sumeric style of carving in bas-relief in a Babylonic world of the 9th, 8th, and 7th centuries BC. And the renaissance, in miniature, of an Hellenic style of carving in bas-relief, of which the finest examples were Attic masterpieces of the 5th and 4th centuries BC. On the ivory of Byzantine diptychs in the 10th, 11th, and 12th centuries of the Christian era. These three visual renaissances, however, were all left far behind, both in the range of ground covered and in the ruthlessness of the eviction of previous occupants, by the renaissance of Hellenic visual arts in Western Christendom, which made its first epiphany in a late medieval Italy and spread thence to the rest of the Western world. This evocation of the ghost of Hellenic visual arts was practiced in the three fields of architecture, sculpture, and painting, and in each field the revenant style made so clean a sweep that, when its force was spent, there ensued a kind of aesthetic vacuum in which Western artists were at a loss to know how to express their long-submerged native genius. The same strange tale of a house swept and garnished by the drastic hands of ghostly visitants has to be told in telling of each of these three provinces of Western visual art, but the most extraordinary episode of the three was the triumph of an Hellenic revenant over the native genius of the West in the province of sculpture in the round, for in this field the 13th century northern French exponents of an original Western style had produced masterpieces equal in merit with the best work of the Hellenic, Egyptiac, and Mahayanian Buddhist schools, whereas, in the field of painting, Western artists had not yet shaken off the tutelage of the more precocious art of a sister Orthodox Christian society, and in the field of architecture the Romanesque style, which, as its latter-day label indicates, was a variation on a theme inherited from the latest age of an antecedent Hellenic civilization, had already been overwhelmed by an intrusive Gothic which had originated, as we have already mentioned, in the Syriac world of the Abbasid and Andalusian caliphates. For a 20th century Londoner's Enlightenment, the combatants in a mortal struggle between a twice defeated native Western visual art and its Syriac and Hellenic assailants were still standing, turned to stone, in the architecture and sculpture of the chapel added to Westminster Abbey under the auspices of King Henry VII. The vaulting of the roof is a late triumph of an expiring Gothic style. In the host of erect stone figures in excelsis which gaze down at an Italianate Hellenized trinity of recumbent bronze figures on the tombs below, a transalpine school of native Western Christian sculpture sings a silent swan song between frozen lips. The center of the stage is held by the Hellenizing masterpieces of Torrigiani, AD 1472–1522, who, contemptuously ignoring the uncouth milieu in which he had deigned to execute his competently polished work, was looking around him complacently, in the confident expectation that these fruits of a Florentine master's exile would be the cynosure of every transalpine sightseer's eyes. For we learn from Benvenuto Cellini's autobiography that this same Torrigiani was a man of most arrogant spirit, and that he was given to boasting of his gallant feats among those beasts of Englishmen. 1.